Chapter 381 The Birth of New Life. Everyone walked on the green grass, stepping on the wild flowers, and slowly moving forward. You can feel the novelty on everyone's face. For them, drifting on the sea is boring. Everyone grew up with the sea, except Alka. Of course. For them, this feeling of traveling long distances on land is too novel. The novelty of traveling on land keeps them in a very good mood. It is said that the boat bottle was imitated from a scepter-level treasure. The first one appeared about 3,000 or 4,000 years ago. However, it is said that it is very difficult to make, and the materials used are extremely expensive. Therefore, it is almost not circulated in the market. Even if you have money, it is difficult to buy it. Not to mention that most people don't even know that such a thing exists. Lucilia sat on Alka's shoulders, and briefly told everyone the origin of the boat bottle. Everyone walked on this endless green land, and the vines under their feet overlapped layer by layer, making people feel completely unsoft. It was as if they were really walking on the earth. Soon everyone returned to the camp. Quickly collect and clean up some items in the camp, then dismantle the changes they made to the camp, and restore the original appearance of the entire camp. Clear away all their life atmosphere. It's time to say goodbye to this place. After packing up, everyone began to leave. Julia? What's wrong? Xiao Dai looked at Julia's absent-minded and distracted appearance and asked. Hearing Xiao Dai's question, Julia raised her hand, spread her fingers and felt the breeze around her. It's different. The land of spirits is different. Hearing this, Poro said indifferently, the gods have all revived. It must be different. No, it's not like that. Julia shook her head and said, the wind direction is different. The force of the wind is also different. And the space around has become very stable. At this point, she frowned, wanting to feel it more carefully, looking for this familiar feeling. It's like a signpost island. Yes, that's it. Now the land of the spirits feels like a signpost island. And the space has become very stable. Julia said to everyone. Alka frowned when he heard this. Wait for me. Alka's eyes suddenly became blurred as he said this. He exchanged his real body with the body in the dream. He appeared in the dream and felt the changes inside and outside. About 10 minutes passed. The real and fake bodies were switched again, and Alka returned to reality. As the look in his eyes reappeared, Alka looked at everyone and said, Julia is right. Zahai has stopped. Stopped? Do you mean that Zahai is no longer floating around like usual? Xiao Dai asked beside him. Alka nodded, yes. That's what I mean. That's really interesting. Forget it. Let's continue on our way. Zahai is so big that we can't see the whole picture and understand the specific situation. There is no point in thinking too much. The crowd continued to move forward. It took them more than 10 days to walk on the road. Finally, they saw the border. This was when they were moving at a fast speed. We are finally here. It is not as comfortable to walk on the road as to take a boat. Looking at the blue sea in the distance, Jason complained. Apart from the novelty of the first day, there is nothing new afterwards. And they have to keep walking, which is much more uncomfortable than taking a boat. It's almost time. Let's speed up. Arka said as he led everyone to speed up again. The blue sea seemed to be within reach, but they traveled for about half a day again to finally reach the sea surface. The sound of splashing sounded continuously. With 3 sounds, the 3 sea creatures jumped directly into the sea. Poro swam happily on the sea surface, and then Yuechi fell into the sea again. Even Julia and Mathlisa swam happily in the sea. It seems that they have been pent up for a while, Xiao Dai said with a smile. After all, they are a race of the ocean, and their structure is different from that of normal humans, even though they make water every day to moisten their skin. Compared to the environment full of seawater, living on land for a long time is indeed too uncomfortable. There was a song coming from the bottom of the sea. It was the sound of dawn. A large number of bubbles began to appear on the sea surface in front of them. As the seawater broke, the sound of dawn emerged from the water. The entrance at the bow was opened. No, it won't be needed anymore. Alka looked at the entrance and said loudly. A doubtful voice came from the music, but the entrance of the former swallow was still closed. Everyone returned to the ship through the flying vines, stepping on the lawn deck of the dawn sound. Ah, I'm home, Jason roared happily. The crystal dragon landed on the deck in a hindrance, trying its best to fold its wings on its body. Ah, I can't walk around on the ship anymore. The crystal dragon's bored voice came. Everyone looked over. After another deep sleep, Eurylius's body grew too much. At this time, the deck could hardly provide her with a place to move around. At most, she could rest around the flower bed, under the big tree. She had to curl up, and couldn't move freely and wantonly. Looking at this scene, Jason scratched his forehead and felt a little troubled for a moment. There is really no good solution now. And this is when the dawn sound merged with the tree after planting it, and slightly expanded. He couldn't help but walk over and pat the crystal dragon's wings. There is no good solution now, just make do with it, anyway. The next increase in size will be a long time later. Eurylius nodded. Rarely did she have any temper, and curled up under the tree. After all, this is where she grew up. She was born beside the campfire in the stern. She ate in the kitchen in the stern. She played hide-and-seek with the puppet girls on the balcony in the stern, on the deck in the cabin. She listened to the duet of Dawn and Julia on the bow. She lived with her companions on the ship. She grew up under the care of everyone. Even though it was only a few years. She was only a few years old, and her slightly mature mind was completely derived from the memory inheritance deep in her mind. Almost all of her childhood memories were on the deck of Dawn. Even if her body size could barely accommodate it, she would still be happy to rest here. This would make her feel at ease. Moreover, there are great treasures underneath, including her share, which must be well protected. Alka looked at the situation. It seems that some things need to be put on the agenda. Soon, the sound of dawn began to gallop on the sea, heading towards the distance. A melodious song came. What did you say? Hearing the meaning of the song, Alka was a little shocked. What's wrong? Asked the man on the deck. Alka did not answer for the time being, but turned to look at the Zahai that was getting farther and farther away from him. He touched his forehead and felt the blessing from the flower fairy. He could sense the connection between this blessing and the distant Zahai. No, it could no longer be called a Zahai. Thinking of this, Alka turned to look at the man on the deck and said, "The land of spirits is separated from the entire Zahai." "What do you mean?" Simon asked. He seemed to have thought of something. The vibration we felt in the fragrance land before was not just the whole fragrance land rising. Remember? There were two vibrations. The second was the separation of the fragrance land from the marsh sea. The land of the souls became a single huge island, while the marsh sea continued to drift. This is exactly what the voice of dawn just told Alka. Because he saw the whole separation process, and the marsh sea drifting away. Since then, the entire land of the souls has not moved again. A new landmark island? Julia looked back at the land of the souls going away, and muttered to herself. Narvi looked at the island going away, and suddenly said, "This place is really a very suitable place to live. Maybe after this, I should stay here. After all, if it really becomes a landmark island, then the area of the land of spirits may become the largest island he has ever visited. Have you made any plans?" Hearing this, Alka came to his side and asked. Narvi seemed to have made up his mind and nodded. "After I go back this time, I will come back here after paying tribute to my family. Decide to live in the land of fragrance in the future." Siadaiti beside him also nodded. "Good choice, it is indeed a good place. Away from the nightmare of the first half of life, hometown is the place of sadness. Finish the cause and effect of hatred in the first half of life. Start a new life in the place of closure in the second half of life. Good start." The waves break. The sound of dawn once again gallops over the sea. At night, Alka sank into the dream. This time, he did not leave his huge dream bubble, but came under the towering crystal pillar, and sat on the pillar. The bottom of the pillar was covered by a lot of tree roots and vegetation. As Alka sat here, a lot of small animals in his dream forest gathered around him, as if Alka was a child of the forest. Squirrels, rabbits, cats, all kinds of small animals gathered around him. Some of the brave ones even leaned on his legs and lay on his body. Alka didn't dislike these small animals. He smiled and touched them. These animals enjoyed Alka's touch very much. As for animals, Alka neither rejects them nor shows much love for them. But the animals in front of him are different. These are all made by him, and are lives created by him, although these lives can only live in his dreams. Alka looks at these animals with his eyes open, through those eyes that can see through secrets. These little animals have begun to gradually produce fluctuations similar to souls. They are transforming into creatures with souls, becoming real living things. Seeing this situation, Alka waved his hand gently, and the gray energy hidden in the gold and silver interweaving in the crystal pillars behind him. Under Alka's control, the crystals flowed out, spreading among the animals. Then Alka spread more, spreading throughout the forest. He drove the small animals off his body. Let's go. I have things to do. The small animals left one after another. And Alka stood up, straightened his clothes, and floated out of his dream. As soon as I came out, I saw the huge spire in the center of the entire dream palace. The spire is divided into 2 layers. The lower layer is a trapezoidal furnace, and something like flaming lava in the center is rotating hotly inside. The top of the spire is floating above it, and the 2 are stacked in the air with a gap in the middle. The structure of the spire is not related to the silver products or clouds in the dream, but a pure black steel creation. There are also flame-like lines flowing on it. It is out of tune with the architecture in the entire dream. A pair of cloud-like hands grabbed a frantically struggling demon, dragged it out of the temporary cage bound by the silver building with clouds, grabbed it tightly, and brought it to the furnace. Damn it, let me go quickly. Let me go, please, I am willing to sign a contract with you. Sign a slave contract. Let me go. The appearance of this demon is not the unique scarlet, but a light gray appearance, which can be seen from his strength and intelligence. Obviously, this is a 5th stage demon, and among the middle-level demons. He also belongs to the group with noble blood. At this time, his face was full of fear. For reckless and bloodthirsty demons, such an expression is hard to see on their faces. However, any of his pleas for mercy had no effect on the cloud creature. The mist creature was unmoved and continued to grab it, getting closer and closer to the furnace. Damn it. I curse you. I curse all of you. I curse your world. The abyss will swallow you. You will eventually become part of the abyss. And you will never escape. He roared loudly and cursed. But the mist creature remained unmoved. It came to the side of the furnace and threw it into the molten land with force. With a scream, the demon was swallowed by the magma-like liquid. It disappeared in an instant and was submerged in the boiling molten fire. There was not even a trace of ripples in it, as the magma-like liquid inside kept spinning. Alka could clearly see that there seemed to be some breath being emitted. And then it was sucked to the spire at the top. After some complex transformation structure inside, it turned into a light mist from the top of the spire and drifted out. Pure energy from the world. There were several mist creatures guarding the top. The smoke was instantly collected by them, and quickly brought to the most precious batch in the buildings below. In the incubation pools used to incubate new mist life, one of the incubation pools seemed to have absorbed enough energy. A mist egg was entangled and floated out slowly. Your Majesty, go. This is the first life born in your country. This is a memorable moment. Shadow Robe came to Alka's side without knowing when, and said, as he looked at the situation. Alka nodded. He was also curious and excited. Phantom beside him carried him, and quickly came to the hatching pool. The surrounding mist-like creatures seemed to be waiting for his arrival. Alka slowly came to the hatching pool of the mist-like creatures, although the appearance looked no different from the surrounding buildings. Looking at the cloud egg made of thick clouds floating on the platform of clouds, although it looks no different from ordinary clouds. In Alka's eyes, he can feel that there are new creatures from dreams in it. He saw the birth of dream life. He seemed to have a new experience. He walked over slowly, stretched out his hands, and held the egg in his palms. It was very light, just like holding a ball of cotton. But it seemed very heavy. For some reason, a little nervousness surged in my heart. What should I do? Holding the egg in his hand, Alka didn't know what to do for a moment. He turned his head and asked, "Just wake him up, Your Majesty." Hearing this, Alka nodded. Holding the egg in his hand, he called softly. As he called, a fine pink mist inexplicably surged out of the white cloud. The egg in the cloud seemed to break open, and began to spin like a whirlwind. As it spun, finally a new mist-like creature was born. The appearance of this newborn mist creature is very much like a fat bird. The originally pure white mist is mixed with a faint pink mist. It looks much more beautiful, and very special. However, it seems a bit out of tune with the surrounding mist creatures. Why is it pink? Alka asked, looking at the mist creature in his hand. The shadow robe next to him observed it carefully. Your Majesty, this should be the characteristic of your kingdom. This means that this new life was born from your kingdom. They are born to be your people. And they are born to be your believers. Really? Alka didn't understand this at all. But he could really feel that he seemed to have some kind of vague connection with this new mist creature, which was different from other mist creatures living in his kingdom. He let go gently. The mist creature flew away. At this time, he was just born and was very confused. The mist creatures that had been waiting for a long time hurriedly came over, received this new life, and carried it on their bodies, and took it upwards. Chapter 382 Four Treasures. As the new mist-like creature in his hand left, Arca returned to his throne again. For objects floated in front of him. A neatly folded blood-red object, which was some kind of cloth with some metal objects on it. A gem, which was transparent, but there seemed to be a little brown light inside. A dagger, a very, very ordinary dagger. It looked like it was randomly picked from an armory. A belt. This belt looks too rough. It is made of some kind of tattered vines, and in the center hangs a broken piece of metal that looks extremely simple. These four pieces are the spoils that Alka obtained before. The red object is the treasure that Kaluto used before, the blood-colored cloak. This treasure is not surprising. Naturally, it was taken from him. The other three treasures were all obtained from the group of cultists. When the kingdom rose, Alka swallowed all the cultists into the clouds. After he left, these cultists were naturally killed by the mist-like creatures in the kingdom. Shadow Robe collected these objects. There are actually 4 of them. That's a bit too much. Alka looked at the 4 treasures in front of him, and couldn't help but smile. But he shook his head with a little regret, because these 4 treasures were left behind by their previous owners, who were forcibly killed. If you want to make these 4 treasures controllable again, it will take a long time to wear away the breath of the previous owner. That's why Alka has kept them in the dreamland. Alka looked at the 4 treasures, and he was thinking about how to quickly eliminate the aura on them. According to the calculation of the time it takes to eliminate them, it would be extremely difficult to eliminate the aura on them without 1 or 2 years. It is conceivable that these treasures have been carried by the cultists for an unknown period of time, and those cultists seem to live longer than they think. The only one with a weak aura is Kaluto's cloak. Kaluto must have acquired this cloak no more than 5 years ago. Your Majesty, you seem to be troubled? Shadow Robe appeared beside Alka and asked. Alka nodded, pointing to the 4 floating treasures in front of him. How can I eliminate the strong personal aura on them? Shadow Robe turned his head and looked. If you don't mind, can I take a closer look? Whatever. As a dream creature, Shadow Robe has existed for an unusually long time. Although he seldom went to the real world, he had enough time to understand most of the things in the world. Shadow Robe nodded, stretched out his light and shadow arm, and waved it gently. And a treasure fell into his hand. A fragment of the rules? A fragment of the rules? Alka asked. Shadow Robe nodded and said, the so-called treasure is the combination of the essence of divinity and the objects in reality. The so-called essence of divinity is the embodiment of the materialization of the rules of the world. It is easy to understand. Alka nodded. He probably thought about it. So he was not too surprised. At this time, what Ingpao was holding in his hand was the belt that looked the most ordinary. Even crude. It's too rough. Real materials that are too rough can't bear the rules inside. Ingpao shook his head and showed extreme disgust. For this, Alka can be said to agree very much. Sometimes you have to admit that the appearance of some treasures really makes people feel uncomfortable. It looked like the essence of divinity, like it was randomly fused with unknown objects. They had indeed obtained the essence of divinity, and more than once. Naturally, there were corresponding studies. They had compared the carriers tailored for the essence of divinity. These newly made treasures that could better adapt to the essence of divinity were more handy and more suitable. The main thing was that they could match the user very well. Shadow Robe said, as he looked at the other 3 floating items one by one. Holding the red cloak. Not bad, tough matching real material with appropriate rules, the fusion is perfect. Holding the brown crystal in the middle. Not so good, the rules and materials don't match, the power of the rules can't be exerted. Getting the last dagger, simple. Alka listened and thought, asked, how can you sense it so clearly? Obviously, the Shadow Robe can feel the subtle details of the treasure. It's because of race. Your Majesty, pure dream creatures are deeply connected to the world. And rules are part of the world. Hearing this, Alka nodded. He couldn't feel it as clearly as Shadow Robe in his dream. But he could rely on his eyes to roughly see through the secrets of these treasures. Careful observation can roughly know what abilities these treasures have. It's not too difficult. Because even in reality, there are many ways to know the abilities of treasures without mastering them. After saying so much, is there a solution? Ingpao nodded. You can strip out the rules from these treasures again. In order to prevent the rules from returning to nature, you can strip them into the essence of divinity, which will be slightly more stable. Hearing this, Alka was slightly surprised, and stood up to ask, can it be done? If the essence of divinity can be stripped out of the treasure, it would be much better. They already have more than a dozen treasures in their hands, but you have to admit that the appearance of some treasures is really not good, or not suitable. Shadow Robe nodded, and pointed to the towering furnace tower in the distance. Just throw the treasure into the furnace. However, it takes skilled operation to accurately extract the divine essence, rather than completely stripping it into rules. Then this matter is left to you. Alka looked at Shadow Robe and said. Shadow Robe nodded, but explained, Your Majesty, I must explain this to you in advance. Treasures like this that are more perfectly combined are difficult to strip, and it is very likely that they will be directly stripped into rules. He was referring to the blood-colored cloak. Then he took the belt and said, This is very easy to master, because it is so fragile and simple. And Your Majesty, there are no mist creatures here who can use the furnace tower skillfully. Hearing this, Alka frowned. Then where can we find skilled users? Shadow Robe shook his head and said, Those who are skilled in using the furnace tower must be powerful dream creatures that have survived from ancient times. Most of these creatures are in those ancient kingdoms of kings. The meaning is simple. Just let Alka forget about it. The reason why Alka's kingdom was able to develop so well was entirely because he accepted Mermi's legacy. But Mermi himself was the youngest of all the Dream Kings. His kingdom had not even built the furnace tower. So how could there be a skilled user? However, Shadow Robe changed his tone and said, I can control it precisely, but I can't guarantee it for the first time. Hearing this, Alka probably understood the meaning of Shadow Robe's many twists and turns. In simple terms, he knew the importance of treasures to the real world, and to Alka. But the problem was, he had never melted such a thing before, and if he didn't control the strength well, it would be very likely to melt directly into rules. If it melts into rules, the rules will return directly to reality, and return to the world. This was obviously not what Alka wanted to see. So he needed to use an item to improve his proficiency. And this first treasure would be very likely to be scrapped, because it would be used as a material for training. Alka understood what he meant and nodded. After thinking for a while, he handed him the belt and said, Use it to practice. The reason why he chose the belt was because the user of the belt was the tall cultist, who had no facial features, but a mouth on his belly. And this treasure may be too crudely integrated. So Alka can roughly see through the ability of the treasure. For example, the blood-colored cloak and the gem. He can only understand a very vague outline. His ability is very simple. Probably to make the flesh and blood body undergo unknown changes. Similar to the field of flesh and blood changes. It can fully strengthen the physical quality and enhance the perception of the five senses. With in-depth or complete mastery, there should be more abilities. The disappearance of the five senses and the growth of a mouth on the belly are the consequences of the changes in the body. This thing may not be controlled. For normal people, this can be considered a side effect. So he can only be reluctantly made to be a sacrifice. The other three pieces can be considered useful. In fact, Alka wanted to use the perfectly fused cloak as a practice. But in Shadow Robe's words, the fusion is too perfect, it is difficult to help him improve his proficiency. Because it will almost certainly be stripped away as a rule. Hearing Alka's words, Shadow Robe nodded. Then leave it to me, Shadow Robe said, taking the three treasures away from the platform where the throne was. Appearing next to the furnace, Alka just watched him throw the belt in. The whole process was smooth, and he didn't feel any pain at all. Looking at the simple belt that disappeared into the furnace, Alka turned his head silently, and disappeared into the world of dreams. He still held the bloody cloak in his hand. Back to reality. The shadow of dawn was still flying on the sea. Alka held a folded cloak in his hand. He brought this treasure out of the dream. The reason why he brought it out was, instead of giving it to Shadow Robe. Because Shadow Robe directly said, don't think about splitting this treasure. Even after becoming proficient, he still thought he was not that accurate. For a treasure that is too perfect, what is needed is not proficiency, but absolute precision. In short, if you want to extract the divine essence from this treasure, you have to gamble on luck. Alka doesn't want to gamble on luck. Since it is so perfectly combined, there is no need to peel this treasure. But if it cannot be peeled off, the aura on it will remain. You can only wait for time to pass. 1 or 2 years is indeed too long, and the reason why he was brought up is because Alka wanted to conduct a small experiment. At least the residual aura will not prevent others from testing whether it matches. Alka has already tested it, and none of the 4 treasures match him. It is too difficult to adapt the 3rd treasure. Sometimes you have to face such a situation. For example, Alka's 2 treasures both think the new treasure is good, but the new treasure rejects one of them. Then it won't work. By analogy with this situation, the choice of treasure is two-way. Both must think that the other is compatible to be suitable. This means that for every additional treasure, the difficulty of choosing a new treasure will increase exponentially. That is why it happens that if the scepter level treasure and the Holy Grail level treasure are not compatible, it is okay to use them, because the scepter level treasure will suppress with its own strength. When I came to the deck, it was just dawn. However, after all, the time of night and day is the same. So everyone has already woken up. The thing in your hand. Xiao looked at Alka, who was walking over, and the thing in his hand, and recognized it instantly. Alka lifted up the cloak and nodded. Yes. It is the treasure that Kaluto had before. Didn't you say there is still a trace of breath on it? Alka glanced at Narvi, who was walking towards them from the stern. Then he looked at Xiao and nodded and said, yes. There is a trace of breath. But it will not affect everyone's test to see if it is suitable. Then why not? Xiao was about to say something, but suddenly closed his mouth again. Since Alka only brought one thing up, he naturally had other ideas. So he didn't say more. After all, there was another person on the ship who couldn't be considered a friend. Secrets that were too deep naturally couldn't be revealed. For example, the things on the ship related to dreams, which Nalvi had no idea about before the final battle. For example, Alka could sense the breath of treasures when looking at the map. Similar deeper secrets. Nalvi could only say that he knew Alka's team better than others. This thing is, Narvi came over and looked at the cloak in Alka's hand. He saw that this thing should be the treasure that Kaluto had before. How could I forget it again? Alka nodded to him, then clapped his hands and called everyone on the boat together. Come on. Everyone, try this treasure. A dragon head stretched out from the side and sniffed the cloak in Alka's hand. Then the dragon claw covered its nose and pushed it aside with disgust. What a stinking bloody smell. Obviously, this treasure is not suitable for Jason. Jason just shrugged helplessly and came to Crystal's side, patting her. Why are you so picky? I think this treasure is pretty cool. Alka agreed with this statement. He also felt sorry for not mastering this treasure. After all, the blood-colored cloak has a metal blade edge, which looks really cool, especially when it is used, manipulating blood and so on. Xiao, who was standing next to her, took the cloak from Alka. As soon as she got it in her hand, she returned the cloak to Alka. No, he repels the galaxy. Xiao has a Holy Grail level and a Scepter level. After thinking for a while, Alka handed the cloak to Mathlisa again. Give it to someone on the ship who has multiple treasures to test first. After Mathlisa took it, her magic power melted into it, and finally shook her head. Both treasures repel. Hearing this, Alka had no choice but to take the treasure. The rest of the people took turns to try it out. And the result was exactly what Alka had thought. This treasure was not compatible with any of them. Sure enough, Alka muttered to himself. In his dream, he could roughly understand the abilities that these treasures could show. And when he began to try to check whether he was compatible, he could also roughly predict. It was also similar to seeing through some secrets. Seeing whether the compatibility between treasures was appropriate. This is the ability he has after fully achieving the kingship. But whether it is brought by the kingship or other reasons, Arca is not sure. But there is no doubt that the kingship has strengthened this ability to see through the fog and see the secrets deep inside. Whether it is for objects or people. Since when did he start to be able to see through the fog? It is probably the effect brought about when Arca really advanced to the fourth stage in reality. And the reason for this effect is the golden finger that may be hidden deep in his body. The thing that can mark the treasure point on the treasure. As the strength increases, it seems to be getting closer and closer to the golden finger. However, it seems that there is no bonus of royal power in reality, so Alka can't see the connection in reality. Nor can he see too many secrets, seeing that everyone is not suitable for this treasure. Narvi also knows that each of them has a treasure, and some of them even have more than one. This is normal. After thinking about it, Alka suggested, how about giving this treasure to me? I will return all the shares I got last time. Last time, the share of the Nafas family treasure that was given to Navi was about 30,000 gold. Of course, this money is definitely not enough. So I will add some extra. After saying this, he waited for Alka's answer. Because according to the standard market price, the transaction amount for an ordinary Holy Grail level treasure is about 20,000 gold. Of course, it is obviously impossible to buy it at the lowest price. And it is also a rare opportunity to buy it with a gold sale. If it is preheated in advance, and the protection ability is very good, It will attract a large number of people. At that time, it is simply a foolish dream to want to get it with 20,000 gold. Alka didn't think much about it, and said with a smile, "No need. Just the previous one will do." Then he handed him the cloak. The reason why Alka took out this treasure was that he had thought about whether to sell it to Narvi. Narvi himself did not have the treasure, and it was used by his former enemy and his younger brother. Selling it to him could be regarded as an alternative way of returning the property to its original owner. No one had any objection to this. Chapter 383 Arrival. There are more and more ships around. From these ships coming and going, we can know that they are not far from the Twin Islands. It is expected that they will arrive tonight. So handsome, oh, I really regret it. Jason leaned on the crystal dragon, looking at the situation on the deck with regret. Feeling extremely sorry. Where is Handsome? Stinky. Eurylius behind him turned his head, and said with disdain. At this time, a bloody figure on the deck was flashing around the mast, the side of the ship, and the deck, dragging a bloody trail. A flash of knife light flashed past, and a smooth cut appeared on the target on the deck. Narvi, wearing a blood-red cloak, showed his figure behind the target. The blood-red figure looked unusually cool. He had basically mastered the treasure, and was using it in depth. From this, it can be seen that the way each treasure is used by different owners seems to be different. And they also made new discoveries. The theory of the aura on the treasure, and the reason why a family owns a treasure, can be said to be very advantageous. Blood relations can be clearly reflected in the treasure. It should have taken 12 years to wear off the strong personal aura, but Narvi was able to master it easily, even though the aura still existed. After their research, they found that the aura Narvi left on the treasure had a high degree of overlap with the aura of the treasure itself. Although there are still differences, the impact of these differences is not very large. After Narvi used it for about 10 days, the difference in aura had been eliminated. The aura left on it completely became Narvi's. The reason for this situation is also very clear, because the previous owner was Narvi's younger brother. You must know that they have an extremely close blood relationship, because they are biological brothers, born from the same father and mother. This is definitely not a major discovery for them. But for such a situation, they actually didn't know. That means that this information must have been intentionally hidden. For those families, this is indeed a good thing, which means that a treasure can be seamlessly connected. What people care about most is the superposition of the aura on the treasure. That is to say, if a treasure stays in the same family for a long enough time, it will almost always be used seamlessly. When the family is in decline, or when the treasure is obtained by an outsider, the remaining aura on it is enough for the recipient to spend a long time to eliminate the personal aura on it. This can be regarded as an alternative means of protection, which can disgust others. If a family survives for hundreds of years, or even thousands of years, it may take more than 10 or even decades to eliminate the smell above. Others may be able to accept it, but for Alka and others, it is indeed a very disgusting method. Can't the bloody smell of using treasures be eliminated? It's a bit too strong. Xia Daidi asked while leaning on the mast nearby. Juanlu, who was also watching, also said, I remember the last time your brother attacked us. The bloody smell of the treasure was very light, and you could only smell it when you got close. And you have to eliminate the bloody smell. Could it be caused by other reasons? Hearing what the two said, Narvi shook his head. Not now. The bloody smell emitted by using this treasure at this stage seems difficult to remove. It depends on whether you can control it a little after mastering it. It should be no problem, Alka said beside him, because the fourth stage is the stage where you can fully master the protection, and can easily solve some of the minor side effects brought by the treasure. And Kaluto happened to be at this stage before. Narvi nodded, and stood up to look outside. Not far away, a huge merchant ship passed by them. Are we almost there? There was a hint of regret in his voice. It took them about a month to sail this time. This was when the speed of the dawn sound was improved. In the past, they might have taken about a month and a half. This also showed that the new landmark island in the Land of Spirits was quite close to the Double Finger Island. No two landmark islands could be so close. Yes, we should be there tonight, Alka said. Time passed quickly. Within a few hours, they could already see the Twin Islands from afar. This time, they were right at the entrance of the Twin Islands, and they no longer had to go around to the other side like before. After the ship was inspected, it slowly sailed into the sea channel and entered the central bay. The ship docked under the personnel with the symbol of the Virgin Mary Church. This time, the ship was lightly camouflaged, And the gems on the central treasure tree were completely hidden. Unless you boarded the ship. This also relieved some of the burden on the port staff. They no longer needed to send extra people to guard Alka's ship. When are you going to leave? Jason asked Narvi next to him. After docking, it was time to say goodbye. Narvi looked at the ring on his hand, which contained his brother's body. He sighed and said, "We will pack up and leave. Their souls can't wait any longer. A real memorial service is needed." Hearing this, Jason gave him a simple hug. As a farewell, everyone said goodbye to Narvi. After all, after such a long journey together, they were already very good friends. "Then I will leave my friends first. I hope we can meet again in the land of spirits next time," Narvi said as he waved to them on the shore and walked towards a place not far away. There are also scheduled ships to the Twin Islands. At this moment, the curtain of the sky was covered, and night fell. "What about us? Any plans?" Zadaidi looked at Alka and asked. Alka looked at everyone, pointed to the captain's room, and walked over and said, "Okay, come in for a small meeting, and sort out the next itinerary." Everyone filed in, and sat around the huge round table in the middle, and began to communicate with each other. Alka tapped the table lightly, and began to speak. "We still have two things to do now. One is that Vastwa's scepter-level treasure is still waiting for us to take it." Everyone nodded. The island where they first arrived had the scepter-level treasure that they first knew about. "But have we met the required conditions?" Simon asked. "You know, the conditions required for Vastwa's scepter-level treasure are a bit too harsh. For Season's treasure and divine power." Alka smiled and described it, and then pointed at himself. "I can use a little divine power. This is exactly what comes from the fragment of the Godhead. The treasure symbolizes winter. Pororo. There is no doubt that they all know this. Madlisa's new treasure can symbolize spring." After saying this, everyone looked at Madlisa. "Can it work?" Siadai asked. Alka nodded. "Don't worry. It's okay. What about the remaining two? For the treasure that symbolizes autumn, we can seek help from the Holy Mother Church," Alka said. Hearing this, everyone thought about it for a while. Indeed, if you really want to ask which force is most likely to have the treasure that symbolizes autumn, the Holy Mother Church must be the first choice. And for the treasure of summer, remember our little enemy on the southern Cross Island? "Are you talking about the king's brother?" Jason asked. "That man did cause them a lot of trouble at that time. But it was a blessing in disguise for Alka. Does one of his treasures symbolize summer?" Alka shook his head. "No, not him. It's Balish, remember?" As soon as the name came out, everyone thought about it for a second, and then remembered this man. "Are you talking about the merchant who suffered with us?" "Yes, that's him." Everyone had a deep impression of this man. After all, Balish finally took the risk of staying by the enemy's side for revenge. I don't know what his specific situation is now. Now they have the strength to go for revenge. His treasure was used in front of us before. It emits flames. It should be related to summer. Hearing this, everyone nodded. "Then we can kill that damn guy by the way," Jason said. "That's right." Then Alka continued, "After that, we have to go to the trial tower again. We have reached the fourth stage, reached the stage where we can fully control the treasure. It's time to start the final trial. Those who pass the trial will obtain the appropriate divine essence. They will not forget this. Those who have passed the entire trial will directly receive a scepter-level divine essence. This is the final reward for the entire trial tower. And it only happens once. To ensure the clearance, Alka must reach the perfection of the 4 stages, or close to perfection. So it is placed after the Vastwa itinerary. During the time on the Twin Islands, Zayadidi is responsible for selling those valuables." Alka looked at Zayadidi and said, "You should know that in addition to gold coins, there are many valuable items in their treasury, which need to be sold. And the Twin Islands are very suitable. After all, this is an island with 2 churches of God. A safe environment, which inevitably leads to the prosperity of trade here, being able to buy most things. Naturally, you can also sell a lot of treasures. After all, the treasures on their ship that need to be sold are tens of thousands of gold sales. It is not something that any random chamber of commerce can take directly." Siadidi nodded. "It's rare to have so much money. It's time for others to spend it, isn't it?" Alka smiled and said, "You should be able to buy most of the things you want to buy on Gemini Island." "Gemstones. I want gemstones." Eurelia's voice came from outside the door. Jason held his forehead helplessly. Everyone just smiled at this. "By the way, I have another good news, but it's not completely confirmed yet. I'll tell you later." Alka suddenly thought of something, and stood up and said with a smile, "You're keeping us in suspense, aren't you? Like a little kid." Theodosius stood up speechlessly, rolling his eyes. "What news? Is it so secret?" Simon asked curiously. If Alka said it was good news, then it must be a surprise. Although some people were very tough, you could feel their curiosity. Alka smiled and waved his hand. "Since it's a secret, you can't say more." TSK, boring. Everyone walked out of the door. Soon after dawn the next day, Alka left the sound of dawn alone and walked towards the Cathedral of Our Lady. Everyone started to do their own things. Through the side door of the cathedral, Alka walked in. "Oh! Look who is this. The great hero is here." At this time, a knight captain who seemed to be on duty in the church with his team looked at Alka, walked over and said with a big laugh. It was the Captain Marlowe whom Alka had seen and known several times at the port. Alka gave him a simple hug. "Big hero? Me?" Alka asked in confusion. Marlowe nodded, then patted his shoulder. "Of course it's you, young man. What you did in Zahai has been spread a long time ago. Your team is now in this area, but it's quite well known." Hearing this, Alka frowned again in confusion. Did the news spread so quickly? You know, their team should be the first to leave. There shouldn't be anyone who can return to the team with 2 mentors faster than them. Well, actually, only a few of us know about it. Marlowe smiled awkwardly. The Silent Saint and some of the priests who accompanied her returned 1 step ahead through teleportation. Those guys have been talking about your team situation, and I have a rough idea of it. You are really a group of amazing young people, Marlowe explained beside him. After hearing this, Alka nodded in understanding. So only some internal personnel know about it, which is normal. Although some people from the land of all spirits began to return later, Alka and his deeds will inevitably spread. As for the increase in reputation, Alka does not mind. After all, sailing on the sea, money, power, and fame are always involved. Especially fame. Sailing all the way. Unless you are unknown, your deeds will naturally spread out along with what you do. Thinking of this, Alka smiled, and then asked, "I came here to find the Archbishop." "Archbishop? The Archbishop is up there. Do you want me to take you there?" Hearing this, Alka nodded. "That's great. After all, this damn church is very complicated and winding, and you can't rashly expand your perception here. Then come on." Marlowe simply said a few words to the soldiers next to him, then took Alka upstairs, around the hanging ladder next to him. After reaching the 2nd floor, he walked through the corridor and knocked on the door. "Who?" The voice coming from inside did not seem to be the Archbishop. Alka remembered the Archbishop's voice clearly, slightly special. And it was obviously the voice of a girl. "It's the Saint of the Light Blade," Marlowe whispered beside Alka. "A complete stranger." Then he answered the door. "Lord Alka is back. He wants to see the Archbishop." "Come in." The Archbishop's voice came. Marlowe opened the door and walked in with Alka. Then he nodded politely to the 2 people inside, said goodbye and left. He closed the door behind him. Alka walked in and saw that the Archbishop was sitting on a large wooden table, and seemed to be writing something. The tapestry behind him was embroidered with the classic pattern of the Virgin Mary holding the child, and standing in the wheat field. Next to him was the girl who had just spoken. She was about 1.8 meters tall, with very bright golden hair. What caught people's attention was that she was wearing a metal eye mask. There were strong religious patterns on the eye mask. She wore a metal laurel crown in the shape of wheat ears on her head, which was inlaid with gems one after another. She was also wearing a close-fitting metal soft armor, which looked practical and gorgeous. A slender sword was slung across her waist. The scabbard that holds the blade is engraved with dense patterns. Through the table, Alka can see that there is also a blade on the other side of her. However, it is blocked, so Alka can't see it clearly. "I hope you will consider this matter more. I'll take my leave first." The girl, who was called the Saint of the Light Blade by Marlowe, left. The Archbishop just nodded. "I will consider your suggestion." After the saint left, he turned to look at Alka. "Sorry to have kept you waiting. Your performance in the Land of Spirits was very good. Thank you for helping Arati and the church members." Hearing this, Alka said quickly, "I am also a member of the church. This is what I should do." "That's right. It's right to help each other," the Archbishop said with a smile. "Then is there anything I can do to help you?" The Archbishop stood up from his seat and walked out, asking with a smile. Alka smiled, and a heavy book appeared in his hand. "I have a small request," he said, putting the book in his hand on the table. When Alka took out the book, The archbishop's eyes never moved. He walked over and touched the cover. After confirming the authenticity of the book, he withdrew his hand and sighed heavily. Has anyone told you that your bribery method is a bit stiff? Hearing this, Alka just smiled. As long as the value of the bribe is enough, a small flaw can be completely covered up. Right? Yes. Although he is a young man, he is indeed very sharp. I have to say that this book really hits my heart. I don't think any church member would refuse. The book that Alka took out was none other than the handwritten copy of the ancient stone Mother Canon that he had taken from the Nafas family treasury. Tell me, as long as it does not touch upon the church's dogma, I will consider providing you with sufficient help as appropriate. The archbishop put his hand on the book and looked at Alka and said, Chapter 384 Help and Consumption. Alka looked at the archbishop. He said slowly, I need a treasure that represents the harvest or the autumn. Hearing this, the archbishop looked at him, then suddenly realized, and smiled. It seems that your treasure hunting journey encountered a high-level and powerful protective ritual. A treasure that symbolizes autumn? He had probably guessed it. Then he began to think, and soon he seemed to think of something, turned to Alka and said, It can't be said that you are lucky or that you are unlucky. In the Church of Gemini Island, there is indeed a person who has such a treasure. But he is now on a mission outside, and it will take at least half a year for him to return. I can only guarantee you that he will come back within a year. Half a year to a year? It takes too long to wait. Alka frowned and said, Although for an orange treasure, this wait is obviously worth it. Hearing this, the archbishop smiled, glanced at Alka and said, That's why I said you are lucky. He pointed at the book on the table. For your precious gift, I can help you get a treasure that also symbolizes a good harvest. Hearing this, Alka immediately breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. Thanking him, then I'll trouble the archbishop. No trouble. But I must explain in advance that this treasure does not belong to the church. Nor does it belong to me, but to a good friend of mine. He frowned and said to Alka seriously, So it is impossible to give it to you so easily. Even if I borrow it from him, I have to pay conditions that make him willing to hand it over to me. Alka nodded. Indeed. After all, it was the archbishop who borrowed it. He would definitely take a huge risk. After all, it is a treasure. Even if the archbishop himself guarantees it, it is impossible to hand it over to him for no reason. Not to mention that this treasure may still be used by someone, no matter who it is. Leaving a treasure alone without anyone controlling it can be said to be a huge waste. Alka can understand. Looking at the archbishop and said, As long as I can pay, it's fine. The archbishop nodded and said, First of all, this treasure must not be controlled by anyone, and a strong sense of protection will be implemented on it at that time. If the ritual you want to cancel requires mastering a treasure before using it, then the price you pay will be high. Alka nodded when he heard this. No problem. I can accept it. Really? That's good. Secondly, as collateral, you need to pay an equal treasure. Of course, I will also add a powerful protective ritual to the treasure you give me. When you return the treasure, this treasure will also be returned to you. Are these two conditions okay? The archbishop looked at Alka and asked. The most troublesome thing is to give a treasure as collateral. Alka nodded. I can accept it. That's good. Then I need a month. When I'm ready, I'll inform you. You must also prepare the treasure for collateral within this month. No problem. Thank you again for your help. Then I'll take my leave. Alka bowed slightly and said. The archbishop nodded and sent Alka out of the room. Alka walked out of the room, finally feeling relieved. It was not bad to exchange such help for an ordinary book that did not mean much to him. At least in the Church of the Twin Islands, there was such a treasure. Alka was most afraid that there was no such treasure before, but there might be one in other churches. It would take more time, and it would be more difficult to get it. When he walked down the spiral staircase, he saw Malo, who was communicating with his team members. After Alka simply said hello, he walked out from the main door. When he came out, he happened to be in the prayer hall at the main entrance, and saw the light blade saint who was in the archbishop's room. She was not alone at this time, and there was a team of at least 6 holy knights following behind her, praying together. According to the armor and emblems on these teams, they were also knights of the church. Alka narrowed his eyes slightly. This entire team was actually all Wheatear knights, and their strength had almost reached the top of the 4th stage. But Alka did not feel the light of the treasure on them. It seems that for these behemoths, The pinnacle of the third stage can also be broken through without relying on treasures. By the way, Alka actually saw 3 light spots. 2 gold and 1 orange. On the saint. And her strength reached the 6th stage. A real strong man. Suddenly feeling something, Alka immediately blinked and leapt as if nothing had happened. The saint, who seemed to be praying just now, raised her head and looked around. She seemed to be observing something, and then saw Alka, who had walked to the door and was about to leave the church. She remembered this person. Her eyes were covered by a metal eye mask, so her expression could not be seen. But she could feel that. She seemed to be looking at Alka. Is it an illusion? What's wrong? Saint? A knight behind her asked. It's okay, just keep praying. Alka arrived at the port soon and returned to the deck. She boarded the ship and sensed that, besides the puppet girl, only Pororo was left on the ship. At this time, Pororo was sitting cross-legged at the bow. His whole body was covered with electric light. The raven that spread from its shoulders to its entire back was flashing a blue-gray light. Seeing this, Alka did not disturb it, and sat down by the central flower bed. I don't know where the crystal dragon went. It is so big, if it flies around, it will be too conspicuous. Soon, Pororo got out of that state, and came to sit next to Alka from the bow. Were you praying just now? Alka asked curiously. After all, to be honest, although Pororo believes in the depths of the sea, he is even the storm champion of the sea god. But Alka had almost never seen Pororo praying any religious prayers. The only thing about him that could be related to religion was the rituals he had performed before. That was the trial of the storm. But since he became the champion of the storm, Pororo even avoided such a trial. So it's hard to believe that he actually believed in the god of the sea. Pororo nodded. It requires a trial, a real bloody battle. What is a trial? A bloody battle. Dangerous and powerful. Alka nodded. If you have to say it, in fact, the time when they were dragged into the dream to face the devouring mouth before, it can definitely be regarded as a trial. It was just a coincidence that time. So Alka easily solved it. Don't worry. There are always trials and bloody battles on the sea. Pororo nodded. He thought so too, and was not in a hurry at all. The so-called trial was not a hard requirement, but just an act to get further blessings from the sea god. Where are the others? They all went to the island, saying they were going to buy something. You're not going. Why should I go? I don't need to buy anything, and gold coins don't have much use for me. Pororo waved his hand and said indifferently. Indeed, Pororo may be the only one in their treasure hunting group who is not very interested in worldly treasures. When will we set off? Or do we need to stay here for a while? Pororo asked. We need to stay here for about a month before leaving. The treasure symbolizing autumn needs some time to prepare. Hearing Alka's words, Pororo nodded. The quiet night is coming, although the sky is still bright. There is no difference from the daytime. But Xia Daidi and his men have begun to return one after another. At the same time, there was a middle-aged man wearing a more luxurious robe following behind Xia Daidi. There was a badge on his chest. Through the pattern of the badge, Alka had a slight memory. It seemed that he had seen it in a large store on the street. After boarding Alka's deck, he saw the big tree that had been removed from the concealment at a glance. Looking at the crystal gems hanging on it. So this beautiful treasure ship is yours. It's really a good ship, the merchant said with a smile. Alka looked at him. He should be the member of the Chamber of Commerce called by Xia Daidi to evaluate the treasures that need to be dumped. So, where are the treasures that your group needs to sell? Hearing this, Xia Daidi looked at Alka. Alka nodded and gently knocked on the flower bed next to him. A vine suddenly stretched out from the place leading to the deck below, and then a huge cloth bag filled with it was dragged up. As the vine left, the cloth belt loosened, and various luxurious items inside were revealed. This storage method is obviously too rough, the merchant hurried over and said, and was a little concerned about Alka's overly rough storage method. Alka looked at him and did not answer. Xia Daidi said, these are the treasures we want to sell. I hope you can evaluate a reasonable price. Of course, we are a compliant business group certified by the Church of the Virgin Mary, and we are also one of the largest chambers of commerce in Gemini Island. I have a little knowledge of your deeds. Don't worry. I will definitely give you a very reasonable price. Although Alka and his men did not make too much noise. Their treasure ship, which was not covered when they returned to Gemini Island last time, attracted enough attention. Not to mention the crystal dragon on their ship. You can't expect the crystal dragon to stay on the deck for a long time. That would be a torture for her. These two items combined are enough to make the people around notice the existence of Alka and his team. Curiosity will naturally lead to a little investigation. Not to mention this kind of chamber of commerce that needs to be well informed. Even what they did in the land of spirits has been reported. After all, Alka had seen supply ships pulling some goods to the fortress from time to time for supplies for a long time before. Alka narrowed his eyes slightly at this time. He was spying on the merchant's emotions. When he saw these treasures just now, he was obviously surprised beyond common sense. When he saw the number of treasures, he was slightly surprised, and when he carefully picked up the treasures and began to identify them, his surprise was magnified. It was obviously unlikely to be because of the value. Alka was more inclined to believe that he might have discovered that these treasures might come from the treasure house of the Nafis family. After all, that was a powerful family, and the secret of the treasure was passed down on the island. Since the Chamber of Commerce this merchant belongs to is the strongest chamber of commerce in Gemini Island, he must have some knowledge of the Nafis family. As long as you think about Alka and his team's itinerary, you can easily figure out that Alka and his team are the team that obtained the treasure. Soon the three of them finished identifying the treasures. These treasures are very precious, and they are well preserved. But the time you asked for is too short, so we can only take the price ourselves. We can only give about 50,000 gold sales. We will stay here for a month. There is no rush, Alka suddenly said. Hearing this, Xiao turned around and looked at the merchant again. He began to communicate with him. After negotiation, the price was set at around 61,000 gold sales. The payment would be delivered to them in batches within a month. It was about 10,000 more than Xiao had initially expected. The merchant gently put the treasures into his pocket ring. Then he took out a card and handed it to Alka, who was sitting next to the flower bed. VIP card of the Chamber of Commerce. Our Chamber of Commerce has branches on more than half of the signpost islands in the Infinite Sea. Use this card. We will provide you with sufficient and detailed services. Thank you again for choosing our Chamber of Commerce. I look forward to our next transaction. He politely left the ship after saying this. Alka looked down at the card in his hand. The whole card was made of metal made of some kind of spell material. It was added with a spell effect that made it strong and recognizable. A broken diamond was dotted in the center, and the name of the Chamber of Commerce was next to it. Sarmed Gold Box. After a quick look, Alka threw the card into his pocket ring. So we're going to stay here for a month this time? Xiao asked. Alka nodded, yes. Then he looked at the people who had returned one after another, and told them some of the previous exchanges with the Archbishop. So we have to take out a treasure as collateral? Jason said, in fact. The first thing he thought of was the treasure he had sold to Narvi before. That treasure just happened to be unsuitable for everyone on their ship, and now it suddenly felt a bit of a pity. But Alka was more inclined to use his own treasure as collateral, because the aura left on it was the best protection. By the way, have you bought the things I asked you to buy? Alka suddenly looked at Xiao and asked. Xiao nodded. Then Simon, who was not far away, dragged out 2 boxes. Of course, these 2 boxes were empty. Storage treasure box, the area inside is 10 times 10 times 10. Of course the unit is meter. As he spoke, Xiao dragged one of the boxes over, and then opened it to see that the inside of the box was gray and looked pitch black. Even though it was still daytime, Xiao showed Alka how to use it. Through some secret spells, he then attached magic power to his hands. He put his hand into the treasure box, and then he could store things in or take them out. Although it was a bit troublesome, the area inside was large enough. The things that can be put in cannot exceed twice the size of the box opening. Otherwise they cannot be put in. Storage treasure boxes like this have a tightening spell, which can temporarily shrink some items, and then store them in. But such a spell always has some limitations. You can't expect the spell to shrink an object infinitely. How much did it cost? Alka was a little curious about the cost of such a large storage box. After all, the size of all space equipment grows exponentially. And like the rings they wear on their hands, the range that can be used at will is limited. If you want to have a large area of storage props, you must make something like a pocket box. The limit of a ring is 3 times 3 times 3. And the price is ridiculously expensive. Much more expensive than a 10 by 10 by 10 box. Because compared to a ring, both pockets and boxes are much more troublesome. In battle, you can't expect a box to give you too much advantage. Pockets are about the same, so you can roughly know the price of storage items. In addition to the size, the style of the equipment also affects it. Accessories, which can be used at will, are the most expensive, and have size restrictions. Next is the pocket belt, which can be opened to reach in and take things out. Finally, there are boxes and the like. Even the space can be expanded through buildings. These are two advanced uses. At least they have seen this use in the records of Astua. In this broken world now, there is no corresponding technology application. It costs 6,700 gold sales. Hearing this price, Alka and he couldn't help but raise their eyebrows. It is indeed an expensive price. It is almost as much as half a treasure. Chapter 385 Separated Divinity. So this is a more advanced treasure chest? Alka looked at the other box and asked. Xia Deity nodded. These two boxes are not both space storage boxes. The other box is a treasure chest specially used to store treasures. The expensiveness of this kind of box is mainly due to its sturdy materials and internal protection. The more exaggerated the materials used for preservation and protection, the higher the price. This kind of box is much cheaper. It only costs about 600 gold sales. Actually, it can't be considered cheap. But compared to the space storage box, it can only be described as cheap. Alka took the box and opened it to take a look. There were obvious deep grooves inside, and this box was much larger than the space storage box next to it. Moreover, both the appearance and the interior of the box were partially customizable. The craftsman who sold the box said that it is best to tell him the appearance of the treasure in this case. It is best to customize it with the appearance of the treasure. Xia Deity said beside him. Apparently, there are many people who need this kind of box. Alka smiled and said, It's okay. Don't worry. I don't use this thing to store treasures. As he said that, he raised the box in his hand. At this moment, the sky suddenly darkened. Fortunately, such a sudden change of day and night did not affect the people on the boat. They had already gotten used to it. Alka held the box and said to everyone, Wait for me. I will give you a surprise later. As he said that, he sank directly into the world of dreams. What do you think the surprise will be? Jason asked. Actually, I've already guessed it. I think my idea shouldn't be wrong. Lucilia said with a smile. Tell me about it. Juanlu asked curiously not far away. Treasures? Remember? Those cultists we faced before had treasures in their hands. But at that time, they were all left in the dreamland by Alka. Remember? Didn't Alka say it before? Those treasures have too strong personal aura, and can only wait for time to pass, Jason said with some surprise. Moreover, they didn't have many boxes to store treasures at that time, and it was impossible to store them in pocket rings. The protection measures of the treasure house on the ship were too good. If the treasure was placed in it, the time for the personal aura on it to disappear would be slowed down. So it was thrown into the dream space. Alka had told them about this before. But such a strong personal aura could only be eliminated by waiting for time. Don't even think about mastering it without a year or two. Yes. So I guess Alka may have found the ability to speed up the removal of this breath in the dream, Lucilia said with a smile. After all, the rules in the dream are different from those in reality. Hearing this, Jason suddenly realized, it is possible that you said so. Alka had already sunk into the dream at this time. He left his dream bubble, and came to the side of the furnace tower. The furnace tower had been slightly modified at this time, and a workbench was modified at the edge of the central furnace. Shadow Robe was working on it. Your Majesty, you are here? Alka nodded. You said a few days ago that you have separated those treasures? Shadow Robe nodded, and then waved gently. 2 lumps wrapped in light, and shadow flew out from the side of the furnace. These 2 lumps did not touch the molten fire, but just absorbed its temperature. Seeing these 2 lumps, Alka opened the box he brought down with him. This is why he specifically asked Xia Deity to buy this box. Shadow Robe had told him before that it was done, but Alka didn't have the tools to load it. The previous box can only hold one, or use a spell for protection. But this newly separated divine essence is not in a very stable state. After all, this is a dream, a place that is extremely close to the essence of the world. These divine essences give people the illusion that they will decompose themselves into rules and integrate into the world at any time. Shadow Robe can't guarantee it. So Alka can't gamble. He had to buy a larger box with stronger protection to hold these divine essences. Shadow Robe controlled the 2 balls to fall into the box, and then pulled away his light and shadow. Alka then saw the 2 divine essences clearly. One was dark green, and the other was purple. After seeing them, Alka immediately closed the box, and then opened the protective spell to lock it. After closing it, Alka frowned and looked at Shadow Robe. So you didn't make a mistake? Although Shadow Robe gave him 2 divine essences, Alka was sure that he was not mistaken about the green one. It was the first treasure that he gave to Inkpao to practice with, and that could be scrapped. Although it was scrapped, Alka was really sad. But now the treasure was obviously successfully separated, reducing Alka's loss. But one was indeed missing. Inkpao nodded. Fortunately, I did my job well. I mastered it in time for the first time, so it was not scrapped. As for the last one, it is still being separated. Although the combination of the two is not perfect, it can still be described as good, so the separation time will be longer. Hearing this, Alka nodded, and a smile appeared on his face. Losing one less treasure is a good thing. Although this treasure has the side effect of forcibly changing the body's appearance. This is why Alka took this treasure out and used it as a test subject. Your Majesty, are you interested in watching the separation process? This one will be separated soon. Hearing this, Alka immediately became interested and nodded. Then he followed Shadow Robe to the side of the furnace. Shadow Robe stared at the furnace, and Alka moved slightly to the side to avoid disturbing his operation. About 10 minutes passed. The Shadow Robe suddenly moved, and its body suddenly expanded, and the cloak wrapped around it spread out to the side. It was possible to see its body under the cloak, although for a dream creature, both the outer robe and the body inside were part of its body. Inside was a ball of light and shadow, and 2 light and shadow formed slender tentacles that shot directly into the molten fire. In Alka's surprised eyes, it began to stir in the molten fire. These 2 tentacles were obviously part of the Shadow Robe. But obviously, the molten fire inside would not harm him at all. Alka blinked his eyes, and his eyes, that could see through secrets, looked into the molten fire. He saw the golden light flickering inside. The golden light flickered slightly, and then went out in an instant. But in less than a second, the golden light appeared again. 2 tentacles of light and shadow were dragged out. It can be seen that a transparent crystal quickly turned into gas and disappeared after leaving the molten fire. But a divine essence came out from the other side. This divine essence was brown and was shaking wildly, and the Shadow Robe tied it with 2 tentacles. But it seemed that it was not enough, and several tentacles were ejected immediately to tightly wrap and bind the divine essence. A large amount of light and shadow began to spread along the surface of the divine essence, slowly wrapping up the divine essence. Until it was completely wrapped, it finally calmed down and dragged it in front of him. Seeing this, Alka touched his ring, and the empty box for storing treasures that had been stored in the ring opened. Although this box was first obtained from the church when I was in the home sea, there shouldn't be any big problems with its quality. As the box was opened, Shadow Robe immediately put the divine essence into the box, and then withdrew his light and shadow. Alka saw the brown divine essence appear in the box, and it was still shaking, so he immediately closed the box. As the box closed, it isolated the connection between the inside and the outside, and the divine essence stopped shaking immediately. Obviously, this box was enough. Alka obviously noticed that Shadow Robe was a little tired, and nodded to him, saying, "Thank you for your hard work. Take a good rest." Shadow Robe nodded. Alka stopped bothering him, and returned to reality with 2 boxes. As Alka opened his eyes, everyone found that a new box appeared in Alka's palm with a faint light and shadow. After all, AK entered the dream in his real body, but the box entered the dream, and he spent a little energy of gold and silver to bring it out. Everyone saw 2 special boxes for treasures, one large and one small. So Lucilia really guessed it right? Jason said, looking at the 2 boxes. Hearing this, Alka smiled. No, you definitely can't guess it. Then he felt a weight on his shoulder, and Lucilia sat on his shoulder, looking at the box. Isn't it the treasure you were removing the aura from before? Lucilia felt that she should be right, and asked with some disbelief. Let's go to the treasury to talk. After all, it is the essence of divinity. The energy is still very obvious, and this is a port. Many of the ships parked around are ghost ships. Who knows if some powerful people will suddenly pass by and sense this aura. Although it may not necessarily cause trouble, it will be annoying to be remembered. Hearing this, everyone was a little surprised, and asked Eulilius and the doll girls to be on guard. It's so annoying, it would be great if it could be shrunk. Eulilius complained about this. She was also curious about what it was. Everyone came to the treasury, which was not big to begin with, and they stored their treasures. Everyone squeezed in, and it was already a bit crowded. You guessed right, there are indeed treasures in it, but they may not be the same as you think. Alka opened the box and said, 3 divine essences were revealed. Divine essence? Why is it divine essence? Simon was shocked when he saw this scene and asked quickly. His curiosity completely exploded. Could it be that those cultists were actually given divine power by their evil gods, instead of possessing treasures? Jason guessed beside him. This was already the most likely answer. At this time, Xiao stared at Alka and said, or our leader has found a way to separate the divine essence from the treasure. Hearing this, everyone slightly widened their eyes, turned to look at Alka, waiting for his answer. The reason why they didn't think it was like this was because it was too outrageous. Alka smiled and looked at Xiao. Very smart. Congratulations on your guess. As Alka's voice fell, Xiao pupils couldn't help but dilate. Although she said the most unlikely possibility, once this possibility became a reality, she also felt a little unbelievable. How did you do it? Simon was beside him, holding his arm and asking questions, looking at the eyes of the crowd. Alka smiled helplessly and waved his hand. Okay. Friends, don't be surprised. Calm down and listen. I will tell you slowly. Alka closed the 2 boxes again and put them aside. Do you remember the newly built furnace tower in the Dream Kingdom? Yes. It's spectacular. After all, in Alka's Dream Kingdom, they can leave their dreams. Under the authority of Alka's ability, they are at least relatively safe and free in the kingdom. Naturally, they can also see the newly built furnace tower after the demon invasion. But isn't that tower used to melt demons to create new life? Jason asked in some surprise. Yes. It will be a bit complicated to explain further, but you can understand it simply. Under certain control, the furnace can separate the divine essence in the treasure. Then can it be? As she spoke, the tattered flag in Lucilia's body floated out. Melt this thing? Not only Lucilia, but everyone else thought of their own treasures. Some people were satisfied, and naturally some people were dissatisfied. For example, Poro. He was holding his treasure, the winter flower, a flower-shaped treasure. Of course, some people are very satisfied with the appearance of their treasures, such as Xiao. The headband and ring are perfect for her who fights with bare hands. Alka couldn't help but pour cold water on everyone and said, although I also want to melt it with you. I must tell you that melting is also conditional. Treasures that are more perfectly fused are difficult to separate. There is a great possibility that the treasure will be melted directly, and the divine essence inside will be melted into the rules of the world and returned to the world. Is there still such a risk? Simon asked. If so, the risk is too great. No one can afford the risk of treasure disappearing. Of course there is a risk, but the appearance of the treasure is less compatible with its ability. The worse the material, the easier it is to separate, and vice versa. He pointed to the flag in Lucilia's hand. For example, this one. The tattered flag in Lucilia's hand does not need to be carefully identified to know. It is definitely not the type that is perfectly fused. Then he pointed to the winter flower in Poro's hand. For something like the winter flower, I boldly guess that it should be a very perfectly integrated one. After all, this kind of treasure is a divine artifact that existed before the God War, and there was no concept of treasure at that time. That is to say, the treasures at that time were most likely specially made. The essence of divinity may be one of the materials, or even directly instilled with rules. It must be a specially adapted and well-integrated type. After hearing this, everyone nodded in understanding, only Poro looked dejected. Alka looked at the somewhat happy Lucilia and said seriously, your method won't work either. Have you forgotten your special situation? After hearing this, everyone remembered. Yes, Lucilia has no body. Her body is maintained entirely by this treasure. If this treasure is gone, Lucilia's strength will regress and disappear, or even need to start all over again. That would be very difficult to accept. Not to mention the puppet girls, who are already enlightening the wisdom of the soul. Ah! What a pity, Lucilia said with regret. But she also knew that her situation was special. Once there was a problem, it would not be a small problem at that time. She could only put away her treasures with regret. It's not that there is no chance, but we need to study it carefully and think of a way later. If we want to melt Lucilia's treasures and separate them, there are too many things to consider. Then in the next time, we have to consider the carrying capacity of these 3 divine essences. Simon looked at the 2 boxes next to him and said, Alka nodded, by the way. Let's see which of your treasures can be melted and separated. While we are still in Gemini Island and we have money, we can buy suitable materials. Chapter 386 Three Treasures. After Alka carefully checked everyone's treasures, although he did not have the precise means, like Shadow Robe, to see through the connection between the treasures. But he was still able to roughly check the status of the treasures through some details. Then he found that most of the treasures should be in a relatively perfect state in his opinion. Simon's treasure index finger comes from the Holy Machine Church. The quality is trustworthy, and it almost does not need to be reforged, whether it is the symbol of the appearance or its structure. The materials used are very suitable. Simon is also quite satisfied with his treasure, and does not dislike it. For Simon, the precision hand, which is also a treasure, is not a treasure in essence. Apart from this, most of the others are in the same situation. Juanlu and Matlice's earliest treasures were carriers forged by Alka and others, which were in line with their usage habits, and the materials used were of course carefully selected by the two. Although Juanlu's treasure certainly lacks symbolic meaning, the material is fine. The most important thing is that it conforms to his own usage habits. This is the most important thing. It conforms to his own usage habits, which is obviously more beneficial than changing the appearance for symbolic meaning. And Matlice's new seed is also very perfect. Perfect symbolic meaning, plus the carrier seed. It is not an ordinary seed. Just like the previous cloak, it is a very perfect fusion. Even if they wanted to separate them, they would have to take huge risks. As a result, the only ones with slight flaws were Alka's mirror and Julia's coin. They were only slightly flawed, and would not affect their use. Obviously, the two of them were satisfied with the appearance of the two treasures. The only one with a big flaw was the flag, which was too big because the carrier was essentially a tattered flag, and the symbolic meaning was obviously wrong. But the flag was too tied to Lucilia, and they dared not separate it hastily. So it was meaningless to smelt the treasure. They focused on the three new divine essences. The box containing the divine essences was placed on the table. Xia Deity and others surrounded the table. Alka looked at everyone and said, "Come on. Try one by one. Be careful to be gentle. You can know it by touching it with the magic power wrapped in the treasure." At this time, he was still using his magic power to suppress the three divine essences in front of him in a relatively simple way. In case Xia Deity and others use magic to slightly touch them, these divine essences will be disturbed. After all, the state of divine essences is not particularly stable. Not to mention that they have just been separated. Everyone nodded, started to come up one by one, touch them with their magic in turn. Test which divine essence is suitable for them. Among them, there is no doubt that the brown divine essence is very compatible with Juanlu's treasure. It even seems that they are originally connected in a system of rules. This divine essence was separated from the crystal stone before, and this treasure was obtained from the pirate who ate corpses and devoured energy. The styles of the two treasures are highly similar. Alka walked over, closed the box containing the divine essence, and then put it aside. The reason for testing the compatibility of the divine essence is to create equipment that everyone wants and fits their ideas. Only in this way can they fully exert their effectiveness. And the sphere emitting purple light, actually, is very suitable for Jason. You have to know that it was touched by magic, and his magic was also entangled with the magic from Aurelius. This means that it is also suitable for the crystal dragon. Could it be that Jason is finally going to master a real treasure after a long time? The last dark green one, which was separated from the treasure that Alka disliked, is actually suitable for Pororo. So far, the three divine essences have each found a suitable object. Alka and Simon stood up. Juanlu, you go first. What kind of equipment do you want? Alka asked. Juanlu looked at the box on the table, frowning. He tried hard to think, and inexplicably became a little entangled. Can you roughly understand what the characteristics of this divine essence are? Understanding the characteristics and abilities can help you think better. Alka nodded and said, if the characteristics of your current treasure are eating and digestion. What this divine essence showed was probably a very simple bite. The energy absorption produced by the pirate's previous use was actually a side effect. After hearing this, Juanlu seemed to have some ideas. And then a smile appeared on his face. Can you help me make it like this? Juanlu said. And one of the balls floating on the stick appeared in his hand. The ball grew bigger and became a giant mouth ball monster that took up most of the ball. Hearing this, Alka and Simon instantly understood Juanlu's idea. He wanted to make a similar one, and then hide it among the three. This would definitely give the enemy an unexpected surprise in the battle. After all, who would have thought that the effect of the treasure would hide another treasure? Very interesting. A good idea. The two were also very interested. Then let's do it. Then Alka looked at Poro next to him. And this time, he directly told him what he knew about the dark green essence. This essence is very straightforward. It strengthens the user's physical fitness and senses. But there will be some side effects, such as changes in appearance. You have seen the huge strong man before. The one with no facial features and a mouth on his stomach. This is his treasure. Before the essence was separated, the side effect was a mouth on his stomach. Later, Alka studied it and found that the changes were not fixed. It was just that the treasure was too simple, which caused the changes to be a little deformed and exaggerated. Hearing this, Poro nodded indifferently. His aesthetics are sometimes obviously different from those of normal life forms. At least in some cases, they are different from theirs. Isn't that pretty cool? Okay, as long as you can accept it. It can only be said that he has indeed met a suitable owner. Could the treasure also detect the user's acceptance of it? What kind of equipment do you want? Alka looked at Poro and asked. To be honest, it is a little hard to imagine, after all. Poro does not wear armor, and does not carry weapons. Wearing a necklace or a ring will affect him. Only wristbands are more suitable. It was a belt before, so let's make it into a belt. Poro thought for a long time and decided to let him return to his old job. The previous belt was indeed a bit too sloppy. The two nodded. Then he looked at Jason. Through some kind of magic transmission, the voice of Eurulia sounded beside him. Although I don't know why it is suitable, but this treasure brings the strengthening of the ritual. I can't see the specific meaning, Alka said with a little helplessness. The feature of the dagger before was that it could strengthen the ritual. The so-called ritual is the effect produced by the combination of multiple spells. It is obvious that such a treasure is more suitable for those who use spells to fight. Or it is more suitable for logistics and the like. Maybe it is more suitable for scholars, like Lucilia? But due to physical reasons, Lucilia is obviously obsessed with the way of assassins. This is actually a kind of helplessness. Strengthening ritual? Jason repeated, frowning. Obviously, the effect does not seem to be suitable for him. Make it like the crystal on my body, and hide it on my body when the time comes, Eurulia said. Hearing this, Alka nodded. Obviously, this treasure is more suitable for all the divine essence of Eurulius. There is no such thing as useless and unsuitable. You have to know that Eurulius is still just a young dragon, and her attacks have always been just iridescent crystal spews. And close combat with your own limbs. These people are wrong for not showing more powerful strength to everyone. Then everyone disband, Simon and I will study it. Everyone nodded and left the captain's room. And Alka and Simon also began to discuss and design these three treasures, and everyone's requirements. With a general idea, you have to discuss with the treasure's person to make more detailed changes. Mutual communication and running in to make some detailed damage changes. After all, sometimes you have to consider the materials. Then you start looking for suitable materials based on the design drawings, which can be adapted to these divine essences, and they have to be good materials. But fortunately, they have just made a fortune, and they are not short of money at all. Just get the best. After getting the materials, there are detailed changes and discussions, and finally the results are decided. Then it is built. Fortunately, Alka and the others have enough experience, after all. This is not the first time. These three treasures went back and forth. Time flew by. Let's take a look. They should be very similar. Right? Alka put the sphere in Juanlu's hand and asked. Juanlu picked up the sphere and compared it with the three floating on his treasure stick. They were almost identical to each other. Even Juanlu himself had to look carefully for a long time before he could find the subtle difference. He nodded with satisfaction. Similar. Very similar. Since it is similar, let's start to master it, Alka said, taking a step back. The people watching around also retreated. After all, there were three treasures to be mastered at once today, so of course, they had to watch carefully from the side. Juanlu wrapped the treasure with his magic power, and soon felt the connection between them. Brown aura emanated from his body, forming a kind of monster with a wide mouth. Everyone could feel the sharp teeth in the monster's mouth. Due to the adaptation and the suitable carrier, Juanlu quickly mastered the treasure. However, he did not take the treasure into his body, but controlled the sphere to float on his stick. It joined the three spheres that had been floating slowly. There were 4 in total, slowly circling, at least in the eyes of Alka and the others. It was almost exactly the same. Magic burst out. Juanlu picked up the stick in his hand and waved it, and 4 spheres flew out. It enlarged in the air and became a monster the size of a human head with a huge mouth. It seemed quite cute when you looked closely. Alka patted himself. Why was he inexplicably affected by Pororo? Due to Alka's special design, these 4 giant-mouthed monsters look almost identical. This is actually the treasure they spent the most time on, after all. The appearance needs to be imitated to a certain extent. Alka didn't know if others could see it, but he saw at a glance that among the 4 monsters, one of them gave him an unusual sense of danger. A pure bite, bringing pure lethality. The additional ability also enhances the absorption ability of Juanlu's original treasure. The two complement each other. Watching Juanlu testing his new treasure, Alka handed the belt in his hand to Poro next to him. This belt is specially customized for Poro, and can be freely extended according to the body shape. The belt is a slightly exaggerated style, with thick metal carvings, covered with thunder patterns and sea god wave patterns. A dark green shark head relief, like jade, is carved in the center of the belt. Pororo looked at it carefully for a long time before nodding with great satisfaction. He put it on his waist, and controlled his magic power to infuse it. He could see that the magic power entered very smoothly. One after another, green lines began to spread along his body along the belt, like blood vessels. As he mastered it, the belt slowly sank into his body, leaving only the relief of the shark head on Pororo's waist. However, it was obvious that the appearance of this equipment did not need to be hidden. So Pororo resurfaced it, and wore it on him. The dark green lines on his body also disappeared. No changes in appearance? Alka looked at Pororo, and asked curiously. He should be right. The physical enhancement should bring physical changes. Pororo nodded, yes. But the changes will only appear when the power of the treasure is used. As he spoke, magic power flowed into the belt, and the shark head relief in the center of the belt flashed a faint green light. Pororo's appearance was gray, with a little bit of blue. But as the treasure was used, dark green scales appeared on his body. First, they appeared at the corners of his eyes, and then spread to the back of his ears. Scales also appeared on his shoulders near the spine, and spread to the shark fins on his back. It can be seen that the fins have also changed, becoming sharper, and even covered with a kind of keratin layer. The originally friendly-looking Pororo became a little hideous, more like a monster. It spread all the way, until a tail grew behind Pororo. A thin, green-scaled tail spread out, and a tail club-like structure appeared at the end of the tail. Dark green scale patterns appeared on his calves. This was all the changes brought about by his body shape. Jason looked at the growing tail. Are you sure this is a side effect? He looked at Alka with disbelief and asked. Faced with such a situation, Alka just shrugged. I mean that extra limbs will grow, causing changes to the body. As for whether it is good or bad, it is not up to me to decide, he said to Pororo. Congratulations. It seems that the change is for the better. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that this tail has obviously become a very effective means of attack. However, Pororo's expression was a little strange, looking at the tail growing behind him. Strange. How can I control this tail? The tail behind him began to shake randomly. Everyone hurriedly retreated. It seemed that the physical strength was strengthened, causing the tail to dance like a heavy hammer. And there was a strong sound of breaking through the air when it swung. If I get hit by this, I will be covered in bruises. Sorry, I can't control it well, Pororo said with some discomfort. It's like having 2 hands that you are used to, and suddenly another one grows out. I don't know how to control it at all, so I can only wave it around randomly. Haha, I'll teach you. Eurylius, who was standing on the deck, said hurriedly. As he spoke, he shook his body slightly, letting his crystal tail swing back and forth, and controlling it flexibly. After all, only Eurylius has a tail. If you must say, Julia's fishtail is more like legs. The same is true for Metlice's snake tail. Pororo's change is more like they have grown another tail. Thank you. If you can control it, that would be great, Pororo said while looking at his tail. Even if he was swinging it randomly now, he could clearly feel the impact of his tail. It was like having an extra hand behind his back. And this hand also had a heavy hammer weapon. He turned his attention away from his tail, and looked at his hands, feeling the enhanced senses. My physique and strength seem to be able to be further improved according to my magic power, he said, clenching his right fist, and swinging it fiercely towards the seaside next to him. A large amount of magic power could be seen, suddenly gathering in Pororo's right hand, and a clear green light could be felt when he swung it out. A powerful force struck out. A bang came from the air, The fist wind with air pressure smashed into the sea surface, creating huge waves. From this point, everyone could feel the changes brought by the power. What about mine? Eurylius couldn't wait to stick his head over and asked. Don't worry. Alka took out the transparent colored crystal in the remaining box and handed it to Jason. Jason looked at the transparent crystal in his hand. Under the sunlight, the center of the crystal emitted a colorful light, which was very beautiful. It was exactly the same as the crystal pillar that grew out of Eurylius' body. Let's infuse magic together. Jason handed the crystal over and said. Eurylius nodded, raised his dragon claws, extended one claw and touched the crystal. The two closed their eyes and infused magic into it together. The crystal emitted colorful light, but the purple light was the strongest. Everyone covered their eyes slightly. The light was indeed a bit dazzling. But soon, the light dimmed and disappeared. Jason looked at the crystal in his hand, and then watched it sink into his palm. There was a transparent crystal in his palm. He slowly controlled the crystal to come out, and Eurylius took it. The crystal could also sink into her body. A piece of hair on Eurylius' back suddenly broke, and a crystal grew out, which looked exactly the same as the surrounding crystals. And it was impossible to tell. So what is the use of this treasure to you? You said you would give me a surprise. Can you reveal it now? Eurylius nodded. Do you know what position my race held in the ancient times among the entire dragon group? Scholars and recorders or saviors? Jason answered. This was the only thing he knew, and he learned it from the previous dragon instructor. In the Golden Age, we served as scholars and recorders in the tribe. The so-called Golden Age is a general term for the period before the War of Gods, because at that time, even gods walked on the earth. It was the most prosperous time in this world. Chapter 387 Exchange and Demon Hunting. Eurylia slightly raised her head and looked at the sky with hope in her eyes. That was what she knew her race used to look like through her inheritance. Until the God War broke out later. Originally it was just some conflicts and hatreds between gods, but the hatred grew bigger and bigger. The hatred accumulated for countless years broke out in an instant, and the war that swept the world came. There were so many gods, and their power was so strong, the world simply couldn't bear it. At this time, my ancestor was inspired by the world. He became a member of the Prismatic clan, and became the savior dragon. The crystal dragon raised his head and looked at the sky, but you also saw that. My ancestor failed, and the world was broken. Everyone listened quietly. Jason watched the crystal dragon walk over, and patted it. This is not a surprise. This is just my complaint, and the surprise is certainly not this. Eurylius pushed Jason with his dragon claws, which really ruined the atmosphere. What I actually want to say is that there are many rituals in my inheritance. It's just that I'm too weak. With this treasure, I can simplify the rituals and strengthen the effects of the rituals, allowing me to use some of them in advance. As she spoke, she raised her dragon claws, and the crystals on her body suddenly emitted light. Everyone could feel the gathering of magic power around them. Seeing this, Alka quickly stuck his head out of the boat. He waved to the patrol team that felt the fluctuations of magic power coming over, indicated that everything was fine here. After communicating with the guards outside, Alka retracted her head. She looked at Eurylius helplessly. As the magic power gathered, the crystal formed by the magic power appeared in her dragon claws, and then she pressed it into Jason's body. The rainbow light rippled from Jason's body. In the light, everyone just watched. Jason's head grew a pair of crystal dragon horns that were extremely similar to Eurylius. The crystal dragon horns stretched out from his forehead. Fine crystal scales appeared on Jason's cheeks. Then the light fell. Jason looked at his changes, and touched the pair of dragon horns growing on his forehead. Suddenly his face turned slightly red, as if his neck was blocked, as if something was holding him back. He quickly ran to the side of the boat and vomited into the sea outside. As he vomited, what came out was a large amount of rainbow light. A huge amount of energy was ejected into the sea water, and instantly a large area of the sea surface next to it was frozen into crystal. Jason didn't get used to it for a while, and the energy flew out when he raised his head. What are you doing? Want to fight? A ship slid past the side, and the frozen crystals that spread over it almost hit the bottom of their ship. The sailors on the ship yelled at them frantically. Sorry. Sorry. Jason came to his senses and apologized quickly, waving his hand to release the frozen crystal sea surface below. Be more careful next time. Jason awkwardly walked to the side of the crowd again. So this is how it feels to spit. He was still a little uncomfortable with being a dragon man. Everyone looked around at Jason's new form. Alka looked at his back, Why don't you have wings? And no tail? Pororo, who still had his tail, looked at Jason and said, Don't legends say that dragon men have dragon horns? Scales on their bodies. Wings and tails? Lucilia asked curiously. At this time, Eurylius's somewhat embarrassed voice sounded, My strength is not strong enough. So I can only do this now. It turned out that the strength of the transformation was not enough. So the simplified ritual would obviously simplify the effect as well. Can you change back? Jason looked at Eurylius and said. As for the change in his current form, the only feeling he had was that his physique had become a little stronger. But not much. The most obvious feeling was that the magic power in his body had increased. And his control over crystal magic seemed to have become more handy. Other than that, he didn't feel too many changes. Yes, Eurylius said. And the power began to disappear from Jason's body and return to her body. Okay, you guys get familiar with your new treasures here. I have something else to do, and I'm leaving first, Alka said as he jumped off the deck. It took them just over a month to make the carriers for these 3 treasures. The Archbishop's letter was received yesterday. The treasures have been obtained, but he needs to go there in person to communicate with the owner of the treasures. Alka soon arrived at the cathedral, and a priest took Alka directly to the upper floor. Entered into a reception room. When Alka knocked on the door and went in, there was a familiar archbishop inside. There was also an old man who looked extremely serious. His hair and beard were slightly gray, but his aura was still strong, giving people the feeling that he had just returned from fighting on the battlefield. He also had a unique sulfur smell like a volcano. He was wearing a pure black suit, dotted with some metal decorations. His clothes gave people a feeling of being a little young. A bit of heavy metal punk. Arka, you are here. Come and sit down. He pointed to the seat next to him. Arka walked over, nodded, and sat down politely. The Archbishop then said, Come, let me introduce you. This is my friend, the demon hunter Judge Greyfar. This is the follower of the Virgin Mary, the leader of the Compass Eye. Arka. The two looked at each other and nodded to each other. Arka had seen the strength of this serious old man through his own eyes. He is actually on par with the Archbishop. Both of them are above the 6th stage. I just don't know if he is at the 7th stage or something even more outrageous. As Alka's strength rises to the 4th stage, he has confirmed that the Archbishop is above the 6th stage. Demon Hunter? Alka repeated, as if he had heard of it somewhere. The old man in front of him, named Greyfar, looked at Alka and said, Chevrid told me about you and your companions. Hearing this, Alka remembered it instantly. The one who acted with Pororo in the Land of Spirits before, who is at the 4th stage of strength. Alka remembered that. He seemed to call himself a demon hunter. At first, Alka thought he was a member of the Holy Mother Church. Later, he found out that he was not. He just happened to come with the Holy Mother Church to provide support. I don't know much about him. He just seems to be a bit quiet. But he is a very down-to-earth person. And he has a set of efficient methods for hunting demons. Now that I think about it, his dress seems to be almost the same style as Greyfar in front of him. You are somewhat familiar with each other, which is great, the Archbishop said and glanced at Alka. A glass ball floated directly from Alka's palm. The glass ball was wrapped in a misty pink mist. This was Alka's earliest treasure, the Dreamcatcher crystal ball. If there was a treasure on him now, that would not have much impact on him if he did not use it in a short period of time. It would be this treasure. As Alka became the King of Dreams, he absorbed the fragments of the God of Dreams. This treasure is more for Alka to maintain his strong strength in the dream, and drag the enemy into a space similar to the dream, to strengthen his own strength. After thinking about it, Alka decided to use this treasure as a temporary mortgage. Besides, this treasure is not mortgaged in the hands of the other party, but in the hands of the Archbishop. For the Archbishop of the Holy Mother Church, Alka still gave full trust. After all, whether it is the Holy Mother or the Church, they have always provided help to Alka. To put it more bluntly, Alka and them can almost be considered as one of their own. Perhaps in the eyes of the outside world, Alka and his treasure hunting group may be affiliated with the Holy Mother Church. At this time, Greyfar, who was opposite, picked up a box from his feet. Opening the box, there was a treasure inside. It was a sickle, which looked quite exquisite, more like some kind of ritual item. It didn't look like it was used as a weapon. After all, it looked exquisite, and it was decorated with some gems and patterns. The overall structure doesn't look like it was forged for practical use. The harvest scythe, can be said to be a very typical treasure that symbolizes autumn. The Archbishop pointed at the sickle and said to Alka. Alka nodded, looked up at Greyfar. To be honest, this old man is really tall. Even Alka, who is about 1.8 meters tall, has to look up at him when sitting. This old man must be at least 2 meters tall when standing up. Thank you for your willingness to provide a temporary exchange. The Archbishop looked at the two and nodded, and was about to reach out and take the treasures of the two. However, at this time, Greyfar suddenly grabbed the Archbishop's hand. Seeing this, the Archbishop frowned and looked at Greyfar. We have agreed before. Greyfar still had a serious face. Hearing this, he looked at the Archbishop and said, Don't worry. I am not refusing. I just didn't expect that the friend in front of me would be the one who wanted to temporarily exchange treasures with me. Then he turned to look at Alka. If I remember correctly, you and your companions are a treasure hunting group. Right? Alka nodded. Yes. We are indeed a treasure hunting group. Bride told me before that the reason you went to the land of spirits was to seek treasures. Right? Of course. Treasure hunting groups go to strange places. Of course. For treasures. Alka answered directly. This is not something difficult to understand. If the treasure hunting team doesn't hunt for treasure, what else can they do? Greyfar nodded. I'm a little curious. If you don't mind, can you help me, an old man, to solve my doubts? Alka glanced at him and nodded. Of course I can if you can answer. You played a big role in the land of spirits this time. You even played a crucial role in dealing with demons and resisting cultists in the end. So what made you willing to act like this? You know, for Alka and the others, being in the land of spirits could be called dangerous before, at least in the eyes of outsiders. Hatred, treasure, wealth, friendship, and the friendship of a god. Alka gave a vague answer, and his answer was not wrong. It was just a rough summary. The friendship of the last god was enough for them to take the risk. Not to mention that Alka and his team's main goal was to kill Kaluto. Greyfar nodded. His expression was still serious, without too much fluctuation. If it was a treasure hunting group, would you be interested in a place full of treasures? Hey! Greyfar? What do you want to do? The Archbishop heard this and interrupted with a frown. Greyfar ignored him and said, I'm just telling the story, but I didn't do anything out of line. Then he looked at Alka and said, Do you know the Saralan Empire? Alka glanced at the Archbishop, and saw the Archbishop's slightly helpless look. After thinking for a while, he said, I know. When I learned about the Devouring Mouth, I learned about this country. It is said that it was destroyed by the invasion of demons 1,000 years ago. No, this country has not been destroyed yet, and its remaining people are still fighting in the ruins. Hearing this, Alka probably understood. Obviously, the demon hunter and the demon hunter judge in front of him should be the descendants of this country. They may still be fighting on the original land, still fighting on the ruins, which means that the area is still full of demons. When I learned about the Devouring Mouth before, I also learned about this area. It is a relatively dangerous one. However, their focus was on other places at that time, so they didn't know much about it, and they have the prefix of Demon Hunter, which should be the reason. It seems that you understand, so I will tell you straight away. If you are interested, you can learn about the former glory and wealth of this country later. The invasion of demons and the war at that time destroyed this country, and the huge wealth was buried in the ruins. As for demons, if you know them, you will know that they obviously have a special liking for destruction, chaos and killing. The wealth of the world has no meaning to them. I believe that for a treasure hunting group, such temptation should be attractive enough. After that, he continued, thank you for listening to the nagging of an old man. Your treasure is deeply connected to you, and you should use it yourself. Since it's you, I'll lend you this treasure for a while. He closed the box and pushed it over. Alka saw this and glanced at the Archbishop. The Archbishop nodded helplessly. Take it, but don't master it. If you master it by accident, you'll owe a big favor. Hearing this, Alka thought about it and pushed the box slightly towards the Archbishop. Use the necessary protective measures. The Archbishop nodded with satisfaction. After opening the box, directly in front of the two people, some unknown spell was attached to it. The golden energy, like a fluid, wrapped the whole treasure, and then disappeared inside. Then he closed the box, and pushed it in front of Alka. Take it, remember to return it as soon as possible. Alka nodded. Then he looked at Greyfar in front of him, and said politely, Thank you for your generous help, I will remember this favor. No need, he has already helped you offset the favor. Alka nodded, without saying anything more. After saying goodbye to the two, he took the box and left the room. After Alka left, the Archbishop frowned and looked at Greyfar. He asked angrily, "What do you want to do? Why are you telling him this?" Greyfar took a sip of the tea in front of him without panic. "What's wrong? I didn't say anything. Stop pretending here. Why do you want to arouse his interest in the Saralan Empire?" Hearing this, Greyfar turned his head and looked at the Archbishop in a strange way. "Is there any problem with this? Did I tell a lie? Wasn't the Saralan Empire the top country in the entire Infinite Sea? Wasn't its wealth huge and amazing? Wasn't it envied by the church?" Hearing this, the Archbishop sighed helplessly. "But it's dangerous there." "Dangerous? Isn't the land of spirits, where the flower fairy revived before, dangerous?" Greyfar asked back. "That's different." "What's the difference?" "He has already offended the devouring mouth, and this damned demon will not let him go. Why not find a way to kill him first? And doesn't Saralan also have troops from various churches there now? What are you afraid of? You Knights of the Holy Mother Church are the ones who kill the most there. And didn't you see? The whole ship has a vow. They understand the pain of the world. You should understand what I mean." The Archbishop sighed helplessly, and rubbed his brow with his hand in annoyance. "It's different, you can't understand. Arka comes from the home island in the home sea. He is a natural believer of the Virgin Mary. And the Virgin Mary really called him her child. A long time ago, when he came to the Infinite Sea, the Virgin Mary herself issued a decree telling us not to interfere with him, nor to guide him. Let him sail freely. I hope what you just said doesn't count as guidance. Is he the Virgin Mary's child?" Greyfar couldn't help asking. "Of course not. He is just an ordinary mortal. At least before." The Archbishop glared at Greyfar and said, "Moreover, the sanctuary did not give them any privileges, and specifically emphasized that they should not help Alka too much. Only limited help was provided when Alka requested it. Don't worry, the Holy Mother did not punish me, which means that what I said could not be considered guidance. As long as they are still a treasure-hunting group, they can't escape the Saralan Empire. If they have never been to the Saralan Empire, they can't be called a strong treasure-hunting group, right?" Hearing this, the Archbishop could only nod in agreement. Because this is really the truth, it can't be refuted. Forget it, as a treasure-hunting group. They will go there one day anyway. It won't be a big problem if they know it earlier. After all, in his understanding, Alka should be considered a more cautious person. Chapter 388 Return to the Broken Sea. Under the sunlight. A ship sailing on the endless sea. The special bird-headed ship, and the relief patterns on the hull seem to be similar to vines. The most eye-catching thing is that there is a big tree growing on the deck. The big tree is full of crystal gems that reflect various colors of light in the sun. The most interesting thing is that on the deck of the ship, there is actually a layer of grass. If you look closely, you can see that the grass really grows from the deck. Alka stood at the helm, looking at the endless sea in the distance. At this time, there was a small flag on the rudder with a red cross star painted on it. This was the guiding flag of the Southern Cross Island, which guided everyone to the direction of the Southern Cross Island. "How long will it take us to reach our destination this time?" Lucilia asked while sitting on Alka's shoulder. Hearing this, Alka thought for a while and replied, "According to our previous calculations, plus the speed of the dawn sound has increased, it should take 3 or 4 months. Will it take so long? It's already very fast. And it's only to the Broken Sea. To reach the Southern Cross Island, it may take another half a month," Alka said. After all, they are on the Gemini Island, which is a long way from the Southern Cross Island. Although it is broken, although the entire Infinite Sea is still disordered and chaotic. But there are landmark islands that can stabilize the Sea of Dark Clouds. So it is also divided into prosperous areas and more remote areas. And the Broken Sea area where they appeared can no longer be described as remote, but can be described as a border. According to their understanding, reaching the Infinite Sea from the home sea usually appears in remote areas, because this can be regarded as the most chaotic area in the Infinite Sea. The chaos here is not reflected in the direction of disorder, but in desolation. The Broken Sea itself is made up of the broken pieces of the world and the ocean. A patched-up world. Although tens of thousands of years have passed, and everyone in the world has worked hard, but it has only stabilized in the central areas. It is difficult to reach these marginal areas. For example, the scene of the sea surface turning over and the space being in chaos that they encountered in the Broken Sea before. can only be seen in such border seas. The ocean vision here is more exaggerated than anywhere else. It can be regarded as the experience they gained from sailing. They left the border island and sailed towards the Twin Islands. In fact, it can be clearly felt that the exaggerated and chaotic disasters are getting less and less. At this time, Alka saw Simon coming up from the cabin below. He quickly asked, "Simon, do you know about the thing I asked before?" Simon nodded. "I checked some information, and roughly understood the world of the entire Saralan Empire and the current specific situation." Hearing this, Lucilia was also a little curious. The rest of the people who were doing their own things on the deck also gathered around, waiting for his answer. Simon's notebook appeared in his hand, flipped through it, and began to tell everyone. The first founder of the Saralan Empire was the savior Saralans, who was a chosen one of the sea god. At this point, he glanced at Pororo next to him. Everyone looked at him curiously. Pororo looked at the eyes of everyone, shrugged helplessly and replied, "Don't look at me. I don't quite understand what the chosen one means. Aren't you a loyal believer of the sea god? And you are also the storm champion?" Jason asked puzzledly beside him. Hearing this, Pororo raised his finger and pointed at himself. "Do you think I look like a faithful believer? I am a fishman. I have believed in the ocean since I was a child. I live in the ocean. So of course I naturally became a believer of the sea god. I don't understand prayers and praises." Pororo waved his hand in annoyance, not feeling that his behavior was wrong at all. Although most of the believers of the sea god are like this. After all, in this world, ocean storms and other things can be considered part of the sea god. So the sea god never actively preaches. Madlisa next to him touched her forehead helplessly. She explained, "The concept of God's choice is the same as the God's choice of other churches. There is no difference." Madlisa is also a believer of the sea god. Their entire race has made a big mistake and was punished by the sea god to guard the gate of the passage. Even if Madlisa said so, Arka still didn't understand. His concept of religion, let's put it this way, is no different from Pororo. To some extent, it may not be as good as Pororo. He turned his head silently and looked at Xia Didi next to him. After all, as a former saint, she should know this. Looking at Alka's eyes, Xia Didi rolled her eyes helplessly and explained, "The so-called God's chosen is literally the person chosen by God. But in the Church of the Twins Church, I know more about it. It roughly means that they are willing to accept the power given by God, but are unwilling to believe in God wholeheartedly. What they do meets the needs of a certain God. It's similar to an investment relationship." Simon added slightly beside him. After hearing this explanation, Alka probably understood it. If the agent or saint is a believer of a god, the god will naturally give him power when facing his believers. He will also be more tolerant. But some people don't believe in themselves, but their actions are in line with what they want, so they will naturally give some help. Obviously not everyone can meet such requirements. Then Simon continued, "When the Savior was 23 years old, he killed the deep-sea troll Okander. Then he was chosen by the sea god. As for this deep-sea troll, there are not many records, probably some kind of powerful sea monster. What happened later? Why was he called the chosen one?" Juanlu asked curiously. Simon flipped through his handbook and continued, "You will never guess the period when he was active, about 6,400 years ago. After such a long time, some of his deeds have been beautified and deified by the Saralan Empire at that time, so it is difficult to verify. However, according to the research of scholars of the church, he should have done something to stabilize the world at that time. It is said that he opened the barrier, making it difficult for outsiders to come in. Of course, for most people, his most important achievement was actually killing the invading race, the VS people from the stars. They were aliens like the Bronze Hammer. Of course, the arrival of this race was obviously malicious. According to legend, during the war, he took those whose homes were destroyed with him. He organized a legion to drive away these outsiders. These homeless people who followed him later formed the Saralan Empire on the ruins of the war. This was the beginning of the empire." Simon explained the origin of this great empire in one breath, and then continued to tell the story. "You know what happened next. This empire became better and better, and successfully became one of the most famous and largest forces in the entire infinite sea 4,000 years ago. But about 1,000 years ago, the demon we met before, called the Devouring Mouth, returned. He destroyed the country by some means, and caused the scar on the world that still exists today. The huge mouth there was once the front line to resist aliens, and became an outpost for the invasion of demons. Basically all the church forces have troops there. and the remaining Saralans are still there to resist the invading demons at any time. After finishing, Simon closed the booklet and looked at everyone. Everyone was silent, still thinking about what Simon had just said. So it is indeed a very dangerous area, right? Alka asked. After all, demons are rampant. Simon nodded without hesitation. According to my understanding, this is the case, because the world barrier broken by the world scar is not only of interest to demons. All the monsters and demons who are interested in this world have a little bit of it there. So in the ruins of that empire, there must be countless treasures buried. Right? Simon nodded, yes. At least now, there are 2 well-known treasure hunting groups that became famous from there. And all the well-known treasure hunting groups have left their footprints there. Speaking of this, Simon seemed to have thought of something, and took out his book again. After flipping through it for a long time, he finally found what he had recorded. According to what I know now, in the 1,000 years since the destruction of the Saralan Empire, the records that have been confirmed and found by me show that the wealth produced there is incalculable. In terms of treasures alone, 15 Holy Grail level treasures, 6 Scepter level treasures, and the only Crown level treasure that has been confirmed. 1. After saying this, Simon emphasized, remember, this is only what has been confirmed, what is clearly known and I can find records of. It may be less than 1/5 of the actual production. Hearing this, Xia Daidi could not help but frown. I can understand the rest. But why is there a crown level treasure that has been clearly revealed? Can this thing be exposed casually? I was also very curious at the time. So I checked it out. Simon's expression was a little strange. The owner of this crown level treasure is also a strong man born from the home sea. After he got this treasure, he used the power of the treasure without hesitation to kill demons and various evil monsters on the entire battlefield. He killed for a full 5 years before leaving that area. And before that, he had been there for 10 years and never left. So it was easy to identify that his treasure was found in this area. He never concealed it after getting the treasure, but rushed to the front line to kill more happily. And the information was provided by the Holy Mother Church. So will we go here later? Jason turned to look at Alka and asked. After all, it was Alka who asked Simon to help him look up information before. Alka must have some ideas about this place. Alka nodded and said directly, the old man who lent me the treasure should be a descendant of the Saralan Empire. They should be fighting in this area now. He deliberately told me about this area, hoping to make me curious. But I have to admit, I am indeed very curious about this area. Then he looked at everyone and asked, how is it, do you want to go there? Of course I will go, crush all those demons. Pororo said fiercely with a fist. Looking at Pororo, Julia suddenly said, I suddenly understand the behavior of the man Simon just mentioned. Obviously, he is the same kind of person as Pororo. Battle Maniac. I suggest that we wait until we reach the 5th stage, or are about to reach the 5th stage before considering it. Simon said beside him. Why? Because we have offended the Devouring Mouth. That area can be said to be the Devouring Mouth's home. His real body has been firmly confined to that area. If the strength is not strong enough, you know. This made everyone nod. Indeed, they had offended the demons there long ago. Once they get there, they will definitely be severely targeted. If they don't have the strength, the danger there will obviously be several levels higher than others. If they all reach the 5th stage, Alka can use his dream power to raise his strength to the 6th stage at a certain moment. And the 6th stage will have no big problem protecting itself in such a battlefield. If you calculate, they really have to wait until all these things are resolved before they go there. Before going there, you have to go to another place with me. The crystal dragon, who had been shrinking beside him, suddenly raised his head and said, Is that what you said before? Jason turned to look at her and asked. Probably in the 3rd stage. She had already told Alka and the others that she would take them to a certain area after the 4th stage. But it was Jason who related at that time. Eurylius nodded, yes. My inherited memory tells me that this is very important. Not only for me, but also for you. Alka looked at Eurylius and nodded. Then let's arrange the next itinerary first. Revenge on the Southern Cross Island and then find Baraz. Open the ritual of Vaspa and get the treasure. After getting the treasure, we will go directly to the place you mentioned. Then we will go to the Trial Island. After we get the clearance reward on the Trial Island, our strength should be close to the 5th stage, and we can consider going to the ruins of Saralan, the scar of the world. Alka simply arranged their future tasks and itinerary, and looked at everyone. Everyone sorted out their thoughts and nodded. It was quite reasonable. After all, The stronger the strength, the better the clearance of the trial tower. Okay. Let's go full speed now, Alka said, leaning on the rudder and looking ahead. Looking at the red star flag fluttering on the rudder. I hope the journey will be within expectations. When Jason said this, everyone turned their heads to look at him. Before everyone could teach him a lesson, the crystal spread from Jason's face, completely sealing his mouth. Jason, you really don't need to talk anymore. Eurylius looked at him helplessly. Jason, whose mouth was completely sealed by the crystal, shrugged helplessly inside. He stopped quibbling and squatted silently beside him. Alka turned his head and looked at the sea. It seems that this time, it won't be too easy. Everyone nodded in unison. And Jason, whose mouth was sealed, rolled his eyes in return. It translates to superstition. When the blue sea began to surge, a sea wall like a tsunami appeared on the side of the sea. On this sea wall, the sound of dawn was sailing steadily and diagonally. At this time, everyone on the boat was standing on the boat looking at the surrounding environment. In their field of vision, the sky was still overhead, but it was diagonal. And there was also sky on their right. It's been a long time since I saw such a chaotic sea, and I miss it for some reason. Jason, who had nothing to do, sat on the boat and looked at the sea conditions, and couldn't help but smile. This also indicated that they had basically arrived at the broken sea. Such a phenomenon of the sea surface turning over and the space being chaotic should be unique to the broken sea. The various sea conditions and world chaos in other seas are not so exaggerated, but they are not so dangerous. Just a little frightening. The marine disasters and other border seas are real disasters, which will cause serious damage to ships and surrounding areas. What they are facing now is just the chaos of space, which is not really dangerous. Let's go, Eurylius. Let's fly around. Jason jumped on Eurylius's back impatiently. You're so annoying, Eurylius said helplessly, but still climbed up from the deck slowly. Then he jumped off the boat, spread his wings and began to fly in the sky. The sea surface began to become more and more chaotic. The sea wall they leaned against continued to extend upwards, and then the entire sea surface became cylindrical, and the sky appeared in front of and behind them. Jason rode Eurylius in the center of the sea in the distance, following the sound of dawn above. Oh, I'm jealous, Simon said. Why don't you just make your aircraft? This is different. Chapter 389 changes. The sea at night is illuminated by the stars and stars on the sky. Tonight's sky has only one unknown star hanging in it. This makes tonight a little darker than last night. In front of their vision, the flashing red light guides them. Looking at the red light coming from afar, Alka said, Get ready. Everyone, we are almost there. Following the guidance of the red light, they can already see the huge lighthouse. On the tower, there is a red cross star that guides the surrounding ships. The landmark building of Southern Cross Island, the Red Star Lighthouse. At this time, the dawn sound has been covered with a simple camouflage, and the iconic bird head on the bow has been changed. It has become a very normal, shark-like figurehead. Although it is a temporary change, the crazy suggestion of Poro next to him was still adopted by everyone. And the emblem on their sails has also become a shark head, biting a trident-like symbol. With such disguise, they first slowly entered the port, then began to move uncontrollably, and came to the area dedicated to storing ghost ships. I haven't seen you before? What are you doing in Southern Cross Island? At this time, a patrol team came to the ship at the port, and the captain asked Alka and others on the ship. We are a treasure hunting team, just passing by here, and want to replenish supplies and rest for a few days. Treasure hunting team? The captain looked at AKA, and they didn't think much about it. A golden sail. Alka nodded, without hesitation. A golden sail appeared in his hand, and was flicked into the captain's hand below. After checking the golden sail, the captain nodded with satisfaction, and waved his hand cheerfully. A red mark was printed on the bow. Recently, strict rules are in place. Strangers from outside can only move in the port city. Unless there is proof, they cannot go to the central city. Hearing this, Alka nodded. Then he watched the patrol team leave. Okay, let's get started. Alka turned around and said to everyone. Jason nodded first, jumped off the boat, and walked towards the port city in the dark. He needed to collect some recent information about Southern Cross Island first. After all, they had been away from the island for several years. Who knows how much it has changed in the past few years? Of course, it is also possible that it has not changed at all. I'm going down too, Alka said as he jumped off the boat. Taking advantage of the night, he searched silently. Looking at the surrounding environment, he began to compare it with the memory in his mind. They had been in the Southern Cross Island for a while, and were quite familiar with it. Of course, it was only the port. As for the capital outside the port and inside, they knew almost nothing about it. Soon, Alka saw the street sign, turned into Mass Street, and came to the former number 28. At this time, the store was still open, but there were not many customers inside, after all. It was already night. Alka looked at the plaque above. Golden Trout. It seems that Balish, who risked his life to stay and take a gamble, has survived successfully. After thinking for a while, Alka turned around and came to a certain alley, and walked into the alley. The alley was a little dark, and there were some water stains under his feet. But fortunately, this alley did not emit any overly pungent odor. He walked through the alley to a small staircase leading to the second floor, and opened the iron gate outside. As the iron gate opened, it seemed that some kind of spell was triggered and lightly swept Alka. Alka walked straight up the stairs to the second floor. He left the wooden door. As the door was pushed open, a crisp bell rang. There was a dim light inside. People were sitting in groups of 3 or 4 in various places in the tavern on the second floor. The boss was wiping the wine glass and looked at Alka, frowned slightly, and then looked at him carefully for a while. Stranger? But I should have seen you somewhere. Right? Alka smiled and said, I had the honor of coming here a few times a few years ago. Then, he ordered 2 glasses of wine and sat down at the table in the corner. Looking at where Alka sat and ordered 2 glasses of wine, the boss walked silently behind the bar. Alka sat there silently, savoring the wine in front of him. He seemed to be waiting for something. After more than an hour, a man in a cloak walked into the tavern and gently threw the cloth bag in his hand to the boss. The boss took it directly, and put the bag away. The man in the cloak came straight to Alka in the innermost corner, sat down opposite him, and then lifted his cloak. It was Balish's face that was revealed. You could see some scars on Balish's face, and these scars were a little old. Alka, it's been a long time since we last met, many years. Right? Alka nodded with a smile, picked up his wine glass, and clinked it with Balish across from him. Yes, it has been many years indeed. Balish drank the wine in the glass with a smile, and frowned seriously at Alka's. It's been a long time since we last met, but it seems too early. Right? He looked at Alka's, his eyes revealing a question. He remembered that if he remembered correctly, Alka should have just passed the 3rd stage not long ago. Now it has only been less than a few years, which is too short. Alka opened his eyes and looked at Balish in front of him. You are already in the middle of the 3rd stage. You are growing very fast. If he remembered correctly, Balish should have only reached the 2nd stage when he left. And it seemed that he was not yet in the 3rd stage. But after all, Balish had his own treasure. So this kind of strength growth was normal. Balish looked up at Alka. I still can't see through your strength. Since you are back, you obviously have confidence. Alka nodded, of course. I won't come back to die. Balish nodded. Since Alka said so, there is no need to ask too much. It seems that you bet right. You should have lived well these years. Right? Alka looked at Balish and asked. When I came here, I saw that your Chamber of Commerce was reopened. Balish smiled bitterly, and then shook his head. Now I am just a dog of Creel in the eyes of outsiders. And this Chamber of Commerce is not my Chamber of Commerce. Alka nodded and understood. Although Balish bet right. But it was obvious that Creel would not trust him so easily, or would never trust him in his life. She just thought he was still useful, so she made him a subordinate without hesitation. She didn't need his loyalty. Then Balish reached out and tapped the table. A faint soundproof spell flickered, isolating the sound of their table. Then Balish looked at Alka and said, This time, you are sure you want to kill Creel, right? Alka nodded. Yes, I am a person who holds grudges. If they hadn't had some tricks at that time, they would have been wiped out by Creel. Although he finally escaped, and even turned a disaster into a blessing, Alka would not thank his enemy for this. This person must be killed by them. Baraz nodded, confirming Alka's exact target. Then he said, I don't know how long you have been here, but I have to tell you now that the capital is in turmoil now. Alka nodded. We were notified when we docked the ship that we could not leave the port city to go to the capital at will. Yes. The specific reason is that Creel killed his father, his brother, and all those who would hinder him. Hearing this, Alka looked at him in a daze. Ah! Why did he do this? if he remembered correctly before. Creel should be the general of this country, controlling all the military forces of this country. Simply put, the king at that time could be described as a mascot, and there was no threat to him. And Creel was the real ruler of this country. Why kill these people under such circumstances? There is no point in getting rid of your relatives for no reason. You can only bear the stigma. Although it is said that the royal family has no family affection. But meaningless investment will obviously only leave hidden dangers. There are several reasons. For example, the king has begun to refute some of Creel's opinions on governing the country at some point. Baraz pointed to his head. This king is not very smart. Hearing this, Alka probably understood that the king who was pushed to this seat was obviously bewitched by someone. He really thought he was the king and controlled the country. And Creel successfully advanced to the 5th stage last year. He seemed to have some kind of ambition, and was actively engaged in diplomacy. And those royal family members, who were unwilling to be controlled by him, have been making trouble internally for many years. He was just irritated. He didn't have so much time to deal with these internal rats. So, after listening to Balish's explanation, Alka probably nodded. So are you sure you can kill a 5th stage king? He has some guards around him. Are you sure he only advanced to the 5th stage last year? Alka asked. I can guarantee this. He did advance to the 5th stage last year. And then, he officially showed himself. Hearing this, Alka nodded. That's no problem, of course, it can't be done openly. In short, Alka is confident that he can kill Creel, even if he is surrounded by guards. But obviously, he can't just rush into the palace and kill his way in. This is obviously a bit exaggerated. After listening, Balish nodded. And after thinking for a while, he said, I suggest we wait for a while. Now is not a good opportunity. Why do you say that? Because although I don't want to admit it, Creel does have a very strong ability to govern the country. The more you know, the more you need to admit it. He has almost killed all the royal family members who will interfere with him. So once he dies, the country may be extremely chaotic. Hearing this, Alka frowned and squinted his eyes at Balish in front of him. I will kill him. Even if he is very important to the country. He must die. I completely agree with this. But we need to wait for a while. Since you said that, you must have a reason. Alka looked at Balish and said, you need to give him a reason to convince him. Balish nodded, of course. Although the previous king was not very smart, he did give birth to a good son. I had the honor of meeting him before. He is talented, charming, but not ambitious enough, and has very good political skills. In short, he is a very suitable king. Didn't you say that all those who are in the way are dead? But he is not in the way. Right? And he is a believer of the Virgin Mary, and is studying outside. After what Creel did, he would definitely come back quickly. A follower of the Virgin Mary. Hearing this, Alka leaned back in his chair, and couldn't help but ponder. Can he come back safely? Yes. Creel is not stupid enough to be an enemy of the Virgin Mary Church. And his nephew is a saint of the Virgin Mary. Why? Alka didn't quite understand some of the politics of this world. Although he himself didn't understand politics very well. But this saint of the Virgin Mary can definitely take over Creel's position under certain circumstances. Why must such a powerful hidden danger be left behind? Balish seemed to understand Alka's doubts. He explained beside him, you are a believer of the Virgin Mary, so you should know that the Southern Cross Island doesn't buy into this. We believe in the White Mist Serpent, which you and we saw before. Alka nodded. The Southern Cross Island believes in a powerful king in the dream. Although Alka didn't think that the Dream King would care about them. So this young man is not very popular with the people. Nor with the ministers. He is an alien in the eyes of the people on the island. Alka nodded, probably understanding it. It is possible that this young man came back for revenge. But it is clear that the Holy Mother Church will definitely not help him. This kind of internal political struggle is not the appeal of the church. And he will not have much impact on the power of Creel. So he is a character that needs to be eradicated. But if it costs too much, forget it. So Creel's idea is probably to let his nephew come back to avenge him. So that he can kill him legitimately without offending the church. Balaz briefly summarized. So you want to wait for him to come back. Kill Creel, and let him take over the position of king? Alka looked at him and asked. Balaz nodded. I was born here. Grew up here. And I don't want to mess up this country because of my hatred. But I do hate him. So I hope to have a slightly better plan. And now this plan may be realized. Isn't it? And you are a believer of the Virgin Mary. Aren't you? We also knew in the dream before that the great snake believed in by the country has ended the contract with the royal family, and he no longer protects the people of this country. Although I don't know much about this vast sea, and I haven't left too far. It has become more and more chaotic recently. The sea conditions are also becoming more and more dangerous. People seem to often have nightmares in their dreams. All this shows that the great god of white fog has left us. Here, Baraz frowned and said, so, if he ascends the throne, it can also allow the Holy Mother Church to begin preaching in this area legitimately. It is a good thing to believe in a truly powerful God. I think you should not refuse, right? After listening to Baraz's words, Alka supported his chin with his hand. Looking at Balish, he said, you have successfully convinced me. And you are very observant. The departure of the white fog snake has resulted in a certain number of fog creatures still gathering in the dream of this gathering place. However, the black fog creatures that have been watching from the periphery for so long will definitely not be able to resist wantonly destroying. Mental weakness is inevitable, and it will certainly not last long. After these black fog creatures vent for a period of time, they will naturally reach a balance with the number of fog creatures. But the people who had the white mist snake here had never had nightmares. Of course, they couldn't accept it. Moreover, with such a powerful dream king in this area, the environment in this area would naturally be very stable. The departure of a powerful existence would naturally cause this area of reality to become chaotic. The Southern Cross Island is just going from complex to simple. But it is difficult to go from complex to simple. Now is indeed a rare opportunity. It is certainly a good thing to be able to gain more believers for the Virgin Mary. After all, Alka has always accepted the grace of the Virgin Mary and her church. To be honest, I didn't provide any good help. I hope this time it can be regarded as a heartfelt gesture. If I can reduce the losses of innocent people in the case of revenge, why not do it? It's just a matter of waiting for a while. I can afford to wait. Chapter 390 Opening Ceremony. Then I have a question? How long will it take for this person you mentioned to arrive here? And how long do we need to wait? Alka rested his hands on the table, looking at Balish across from him, and asked. I just received the news of his departure from the church a few days ago. According to the distance, it will take about 3 or 4 months. Balish thought for a while, and gave a somewhat vague answer. Hearing this answer, Alka nodded. 3 or 4 months. Then they can use this time to go to Vasva and get the treasure. According to their current sailing speed, it will only take about 10 days to get from Southern Cross Island to Broken Island where Vasva is. And the information about Vasva's treasure has basically been discovered. Only the conditions to be met remain. Alka turned his head and looked at Baraz. According to his current situation, it is obviously impossible for him to spare such a long time, especially to go to Vasva together at this time. It seems that you need my help with something. Baraz took the wine glass in front of him and took a sip. After hearing this, Alka said without hesitation, there is something that needs your treasure. After hearing this, Baraz looked at him, thought about it, and his treasure appeared in his hand. A round stone slab, with lines like magma on it. Do you only need me to provide the treasure, or do you need me to go there in person? If I need to go there in person, you know that I obviously can't leave for too long now, which will definitely arouse Creel's suspicion. If you just need to provide treasures, then there will be no problem in a short time. Alka looked at the treasure that Balish placed on the table, looked up at him and said, your treasure is all you need to complete the unlocking process of a ritual. Hearing this, Balaz nodded in understanding. Then he pushed the treasure over. Then you can use it. Of course, you have to give it back to me at least before things start, otherwise I won't have the power to deal with strong enemies. Alka looked at the treasure in the middle, took it in his hand. The treasure was unusually heavy, like a solid stone slab. In his hand, the treasure chest that was used to store treasures appeared, and the treasure was placed in it. Don't worry. It will be returned in about a month. Facing Balish trust, Alka couldn't be too stingy. After thinking for a while, Alka said, because of this matter, I will probably need to leave Southern Cross Island for about a month. Before that, I should leave some people on our ship. If there is any accident, you can communicate with them again. Balish nodded and said, if you have anything to tell me or need my help, just take a look around the Chamber of Commerce. Then come here and wait, I will know. If I don't come for a long time, it means that something happened on that day, and I can't leave. If I have news to pass on to you, I will also pass it on here, and the boss will find you then. Alka nodded to show that he understood, and finally discussed some details with Balish. They left the secret tavern on the second floor. The place where Balish left was obviously not the main entrance under the stairs. Taking advantage of the night, Alka quickly returned to the ship. However, several conspicuous people on the ship, including the crystal dragon Eurylius, had to stay on the ship. There was nothing they could do about it. Whether it was the three of Pororo, Lucilia, the doll girl, or the crystal dragon, they were all extremely conspicuous. The covering membrane wrapped around the treasure could only block the situation on the deck. As Alka returned to the ship, everyone sat on the deck and started to discuss. Alka also told them about today's conversation. Does that mean we have to wait at least 3 or 4 months before we can take action? Yes. Before that, I decided to go to Vasva to complete the ceremony. Siadaiti nodded. It was indeed no problem. 3 or 4 months was enough for them to complete the ceremony in Vasva and get the treasure. There was plenty of time. So you plan to divide everyone into 2 groups. One group will stay in Southern Cross Island, and the other group will go to Broken Islands? Jason asked. That's right. After thinking for a while, Alka had a list of people to be assigned in his mind and said, Jason, Pororo, Matricia, and Lucilia. The 4 of you should go with me. In fact, because of Eurylius, she had to go with him. Otherwise she wouldn't have a place to hide here. The same goes for Pororo and Matricia, both of whom are the type that are hard to hide. The same goes for Lucilia. So naturally the puppet girls will follow. The rest of the people were able to disguise themselves well at the port, and they were no different from ordinary people. After listening to Alka's arrangement, everyone nodded. This was indeed a more reasonable situation. When are you going to leave? Now, Alka said directly. After all, the sooner you go, the sooner you can return. Not to mention that he is holding Balish's treasure in his hand. Of course, the sooner he returns it to others, the better. Everyone immediately took action. Siadaiti took a few people to collect some luggage and take enough money, and made some simple but very practical ordinary disguises, and got off the ship directly, taking advantage of the night. They found a decent hotel at the port and booked a few rooms. Alka and others also controlled the ship and slowly sailed away from the port. They sailed towards the Broken Island. The reason they were a little impatient was that if they went to the Broken Island now, the time was just right. When they were almost there, it was just the right time to land on the island, otherwise they would have to wait until the next time. After leaving the range, Eurylius was finally able to spread his wings and fly in the sky. Heart of Vasva. Difficulty, 4-point power 3 stages. Popularity, 126,000. Treasure information, City-State Vasva, Ancient City, Faith in the Ancient God of Mystery. 4-point, also known as Change. Gather the treasures of the 4 great temples, you will automatically gain 4-point power. In the Parliament, disperse the treasures, fall into the hands of each statue, recite Vasva, get the hidden treasure. The original opening method has long been unusable due to special reasons. You need to obtain other treasures related to spring, summer, and autumn, and obtain a trace of divine power, and simulate a quarter of the power in the Parliament disc to open the treasure. Perfect. Arka looked at the information displayed by the orange light on the map in his hand. This was the first island they landed on when they arrived at the Endless Sea, and it was also the first scepter-level treasure they found. Unexpectedly, after so many years, they were able to come back and open it. We are here. In the sky, the crystal dragon landed directly on the deck. Jason jumped off her back and said they had just seen the broken island in the sky. Alka nodded and said loudly, "Speed up, we are going full speed." The singing came over, the dawn sound instantly increased its speed, and began to gallop forward like a sprint. The broken waves splashed from both sides. Soon, the nostalgic broken island appeared within everyone's field of vision. After more than half a day, they finally reached the broken island. Alka looked at the situation in front of them, and said directly, "Land in front." "Aren't you going to the town?" Pororo asked beside him. Alka shook his head. "Let's go ashore from the place where we first landed. It's very close to where we are going." Soon everyone saw the gap. The sound of dawn slowly approached and stopped. "Okay, let's go down." Soon everyone jumped off the deck, and the sound of dawn slowly sank into the water, hiding its figure under the water. Jason stepped on the beach, looked around, and said with some nostalgia, "This is the first island we landed on in the infinite sea." He took a few steps forward, leaving a trail of footprints on the beach. Eurylius flew across the sky, exuding his might. Everyone could clearly hear the sound of collision in the jungle. Obviously, It scared away some wild animals in the jungle. We had to explore carefully before, Poro said with a smile. As they talked, several people began to walk forward. As they walked forward, it was not long before they saw the ruins they had seen before. However, there was a wooden sign erected around the ruins. It was clearly written on it, "Don't approach this place rashly. It's very dangerous." Looking at the sign, Alka couldn't help but smile, because he wrote it. After that, when they had a better relationship with the broken town, they proposed to put such warning signs around some of the more dangerous ruins. Arrived in front of the ruins. Turned to look at everyone. "Are you ready?" Everyone nodded. Lucilia on Alka's shoulder directly said the name of the temple in the language of Vasva. As the surrounding magic power increased, everyone was pulled down instantly. Soon everyone stepped on the floor. It was pitch black around, and a slight snap of the fingers, and a little light illuminated the surroundings. Alka looked at the underground cave. Eurylius looked at the towering cave, flapped his wings and flew up directly, and walked around the cave. This underground cave can really be described as huge. Looking at the rows of stairs behind them that spread upward. "Follow me," he said. And together with everyone, they came to the stone bridge connected to the central altar. Crossing the stone bridge. Looking at the abyss below the stone bridge. It extends all the way down. The deepest place is several hundred meters. Standing around the central altar, there are 4 huge statues holding something in their hands. They came to the central Holy Grail statue. "What should we do now?" Jason asked. This is also the specific operation process. Only Alka can understand it. Alka turned to look at Poro and Matrisa. The two nodded, and each released their treasures. A bunch of blue flowers. Winter. A sprouted bud. Spring. Alka stood in place and felt the direction. "Matrisa, you stand here. Stand under this statue. Facing it. Poro, you stand under the statue to the left of Matrisa." The two nodded and stood under their respective statues according to Alka's words. Alka opened the box in his hand. It was the large treasure box that he had just bought and could store 2 items. After opening it, the 2 treasures borrowed from the 2 parties were stored inside. Alka took out the sickle representing the harvest and handed it to Jason. He also handed the stone slab representing the heat of summer to Lucilia. "Lucilia, you stand to the right of Matlisa. Jason, you stand under the last statue." The two nodded, took the treasures, and stood in their respective positions. The crystal dragon and the puppet girl standing on her body were staring at them from the distant stands. Xia and Chio were also there. After seeing everyone was there, Alka took a deep breath, pick up the treasure, and raise it above your head. Everyone followed Alka's words and made uniform movements. Alka looked at the Holy Grail sculpture in front of him and walked up, closing his eyes and placing his hands on both sides of the Holy Grail. Rolling pink mist emerged from his body and began to spread from the entire platform. Points of light began to gather in front of his chest, like tiny drops of water. The power of that energy was so strong that everyone couldn't help but squint their eyes. The surrounding magic was repelled in an instant, and some stronger, more concentrated energy began to repel the magic, pushing them out. Around Alka, a vacuum similar to magic was created. A drop of water that was shining with golden light, but seemed like a dream or illusion, was completely revealed. This was exactly the divine power that Alka had extracted from the fragment of the Godhead that he had swallowed. Controlling this water drop, like a drop of water, it fell into the Holy Grail. In the quiet environment around, the water drop that fell into the bottom of the cup. It seemed to produce a shattering sound. The energy burst out in an instant, and the energy that rushed out filled the vacuum of magic power, and pushed the surrounding magic power back a section. The people holding the treasures high couldn't help but squint their eyes, and turn their heads slightly away. The hurricane generated by the magic power scratched their cheeks and stung them. The energy gathered in the stone carving of the Holy Grail. The energy began to flow from the bottom of the Holy Grail, and the lines on the entire Holy Grail produced golden lines. It began to penetrate into the floor like liquid, and the lines on the floor were also lit up and spread outward. It climbed up the stone pillars, and then spread to the statues. The brazier was lit, and a strange flame ignited on it. It spread all the way up, and the 4 statues were completely lit up, until finally all the energy seemed to gather in the palms of their statues. Poro immediately felt the winter flower he held above his head, as if it was being dragged by some kind of attraction. He quickly let go of his control, and the winter flower slowly floated up. Wrapped in a ball of energy, it fell into the palm of the statue in front of him. Then came Matrisa. It seemed that because it was not the original, it took a long time for the bud in her hand to float up and fall into the palm. As the treasure in her hand floated up, the treasures of the other two people also began to float slowly. When the 4 treasures fell completely into her palm, the energy in the treasures of the 4 seasons began to be extracted. The energy obtained gathered in the air, absorbing the magic power that was previously repelled. It gathered into a stream, and connected into a straight line in the Holy Grail stone sculpture in front of Alka. The energy mixed with a little bit of divine power that had flowed in it before, and began to fill the entire cup. More and more concentrated energy began to rise around, and a large amount of light appeared in the Holy Grail. The 4-color energy mixed with the central color, producing a total of 5 colors, and began to rotate and merge. A vortex of high concentration liquid energy appeared in the cup. As the vortex began to rotate, the surrounding magic power was pulled again. Some cracks on the stone wall and cave, along with the rotating hurricane, actually resounded with some natural music played by the wind. This music echoed in the hall of this brother's underground, and everyone couldn't help but look up and watch. Feel the peculiarity of this music. Wild and natural, but with obvious worship. This is some kind of praise ballad. The people who built this temple hall, the design used can be described as ingenious. The vortex is getting more and more violent. Even the crowd can feel the chaos in the surrounding space. Something is about to be pulled out of the armor layer of space. It seems that the ritual is successful. The energy in the Holy Grail begins to disappear layer by layer as it rotates, until it disappears completely. An object shining with brilliant light appears. Chapter 391, Floating in the Other Dimension. When the brilliant blue light appeared, the originally chaotic space became unusually stable. This was a blue gem, with irregular but numerous smooth facets, which reflected brilliant light. With the appearance of this gem, the energy in the Holy Grail was consumed, and the 4 treasures held in the hands of the stone sculpture also fell down and were caught by the people below. The original lines on the altar also dimmed and disappeared. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the gem on top of the Holy Grail. Alka slowly approached, stretched out his hand to take the gem, and held it in his hand. This was a huge gem. Alka held it with both hands. It completely exceeded the palms of his hands, and was unusually heavy. Everyone gathered around. Is this the treasure on the mural? Lucilia, who was sitting on Alka's shoulder, asked curiously. When the treasure appeared, it became restrained, just like an ordinary expensive gem. It seemed that there was nothing special about it. Or such a big and beautiful gem is special enough. Try it quickly, and see if it fits. Jason patted Alka and said. Alka nodded and slowly tapped the gem with magic. As the gem was tapped, it emitted a brilliant blue light. Okay? Does this mean it's okay? Jason asked in surprise. Alka closed his eyes and felt it carefully. After a while, he opened his eyes, but the corners of his mouth were already raised. Obviously, he got a treasure that suits him. Yes, the mirror and the dream catcher are not averse to him, and are even willing to touch each other's magic. Obviously, these 3 treasures are compatible. Although they cannot be described as highly compatible, they are not opposed to mutual communication. In other words, although they may not be able to complement each other and produce a highly connected mutual matching effect, they should be able to fully exert their normal combination. There will be no conflict between the magic powers, and they can be well integrated with each other. This means that when Alka uses this scepter-level treasure, he can also easily use the other 2 Holy Grail-level treasures. There is no barrier between them. Tell me what the ability of this treasure is? Isn't it said that it can open up a huge space where people can live? Lucilia asked hurriedly. They had stayed in this broken island for a long time before, and through the excavation of various ruins, they roughly understood some relatively ancient legends. Through these stories, I have thoroughly understood the ability of this treasure. Its main ability should be to open a huge space that can accommodate an entire city-state. The broken island outside is just a corner of this city-state, and this space is habitable and can survive. And it is very large. An independent, small world that can survive. But Alka did not answer, but frowned. Is there still a personal breath left on it? This made everyone a little confused, and they couldn't help but look at him. Is it right? No, there is indeed a personal aura left, but it is very faint. It doesn't even take half a month to clean up the personal aura. Could it be that the preservation method is too good, so the personal aura is completely preserved? Lucilia thought for a while and asked. Arca nodded when she heard this, not to mention that there is such a possibility. The place where this treasure is hidden can indeed be described as secret. It was stored in a space layer that can only be opened through this ritual. Now, Jason looked at Alka. His meaning was obvious. Alka looked at the gem in his hand, and put it in another empty treasure chest. Let's go back to the ship first, and wait until the aura on it disappears. After several people nodded and gathered, they returned to the outside through the reversal of the spell. Through the way they came, they soon returned to the gap on the landing. After boarding the Sound of Dawn, they drove the ship back without stopping. At this speed, after the smell disappears, we will almost return to the Southern Cross Island, Alka said, looking at the box under his feet. Hearing this, Poirot said, "Isn't that just right? Let everyone know it first. It just so happens that in a day or two, Broken Island will drift again, and they must return quickly. They are very fast." Soon, more than half a month passed. Some merchant ships had already appeared around, and they were about to return to the Southern Cross Island. Alka sat on the deck. "Has the aura of the treasure been eliminated?" Jason asked as he sat next to him. "It should be about time." Alka nodded. "It was eliminated yesterday morning. The reason why he didn't try to grasp it was because he was about to arrive at the Southern Cross Island. It wouldn't hurt to let everyone take a look at it without rushing." Hearing this, Jason turned around and said with a smile, "Then I'm starting to get curious. I'm curious myself, too." Dawn's voice speeds up. Woo-woo, the melodious tune came, and the ship accelerated. When the sky was covered by the curtain, the ship just stopped at the port of the Southern Cross Island. Xiaodai and others who had been waiting on the shore jumped up with a smile. "Nothing happened during this period?" Alka asked Xiaodai. Xiaodai shook his head, very quiet. "But it is said that the turmoil in the royal city is still not over. Even at the port, there are many rumors related to Creel." Alka nodded. After all, Creel's methods were a bit too radical. It will definitely take a long time to dispel these rumors. You guys get on the boat first, and go out for a while. Alka carried the treasure chest in his hand, and went into the night. After all, he still had the treasure borrowed from Balish in his hand, and of course, he had to return it first. Soon, Alka bought a small commodity at the Chamber of Commerce, and then came to the tavern on the second floor. He sat in the corner with the nod of the tavern owner. However, after waiting for a while, the tavern owner personally brought a glass of wine, and then said in his ear, "I can't come, so go first." Alka thought about it, and opened the treasure chest, revealing Balish's treasure inside. Seeing the treasure, the boss nodded. After some tricks, the treasure fell into the hands of the boss. Seeing him return to the bar, Alka left. Balish still trusted the boss very much. When Alka came with him before, Balish put his treasure in the hands of the boss many times. And it was also the boss who helped to convey the information. After making sure that everything was fine, Alka was cautious of accidents, and put a tag on the boss before leaving. By the way, he sent a small mist-like creature in the dream, attached to the outside of the boss's dream bubble. Although Balish trusted the boss, after all, it was Alka who borrowed the treasure, so he still had to be cautious. After doing all this, Alka took advantage of the night to return to the ship. At this time, everyone was waiting for him on the deck. The moment Alka got on the ship, everyone focused their attention on him. "I didn't expect you haven't mastered the treasure yet." Simon looked at him, and said with a smile. For this kind of thing, Simon was of course happy. Every process of mastering the treasure is worth recording. Not to mention a scepter-level treasure. "Okay, I know you are looking forward to it. Let's go outside first." He then drove the Dawn Sound out of the port, and headed outside the Southern Cross Island. After all, it was a scepter-level treasure. Who knows if some exaggerated situations would appear inexplicably. No one dared to guarantee this. It would not be too late to do it when we reached the sea where no one cared. Soon, everyone drove the Dawn Sound to the sea where the Southern Cross Island could no longer be seen. Alka opened the box. Inside was a sickle, and the huge blue gem. He slowly lifted the gem. The personal aura on it had been completely eliminated. Alka took a deep breath, held the gem, and closed his eyes. He slowly infused his magic power into it. As Alka infused his magic power, the gem emitted a brilliant blue light. Everyone immediately stepped back, leaving enough space. The moment the light was emitted, Julia frowned. Xiaodai, who was standing next to him, saw this and asked, "What's wrong?" Julia felt it for a while and said, "I feel the space around me is getting a little chaotic." Not long after she finished speaking, the sea surface around her began to roll, and huge walls rose up from the sea surface and began to rotate. For such a situation, everyone has long been accustomed to it. This is the exaggerated effect caused by the chaos of space that is unique here. This shouldn't be a coincidence, right? Jason looked at the situation and asked. After all, the space around Alka became chaotic as soon as he got hold of the treasure. And this situation occurred. Julia nodded. It was obviously not a coincidence. However, the reversal of the surrounding sea surface, this time, was a bit beyond their imagination. The reckless rotation of the sea surface was no longer just a simple encirclement of some surfaces as before, or directly appeared in the sky. Instead, it formed some weird and distorted images. The chaos of space has reached a rather outrageous level. Comparing the previous space to a piece of white paper, the previous situations were just a slight fold of the paper, or a roll. This time, it was as if someone took this piece of white paper and started to fold various kinds of handicrafts. Suddenly, the blue light produced some kind of shock wave. The space chaos around calmed down in an instant. The moment it calmed down, the chaotic sea surface suddenly became normal. The change in the environment was a bit too exaggerated. The moment it calmed down, the faces of the people changed immediately, and they rushed to the sides of the boat and stuck their heads out. Various vomiting and retching sounds were heard. Even Eurylius's head was stuck out. Only Lucilia and the puppet girls looked at everyone in confusion. As puppets, they obviously did not have such a vomiting reaction. At the moment when the space was extremely chaotic, the strange feeling of being flattened by the space made them feel a touch similar to severe seasickness. After vomiting for a long time, they rinsed their mouths. Jason sat on the deck and supported his forehead with some discomfort, looking at Alka, who was still mastering the gym. I didn't expect that I would be able to enjoy the feeling of seasickness one day. Compared with humans like Jason and Siadaiti, the three marine races of Pororo never thought that they would have such a feeling. After Julia relaxed for a while, she began to feel the space around her again. As someone who was most sensitive to the environment, she felt the strongest sense of the space suddenly calming down. The space has become solid. Even the Twin Islands have never been so solid. As soon as the words fell, Alka opened his eyes. The gemstone had disappeared in his hand. In its place, Alka's right eye completely turned into a crystal-like existence. Through the pupil with gemstone cuts, the blue light inside could be seen. This is the symbol of Alka's performance after integrating the treasure. I thought it would be in the eyes. It looks a little weird. But compared to this weirdness, the people are more interested in the ability of this treasure. Facing the curious eyes of the people, Alka sat down on the deck frowning. Wait for me to study it. There is something wrong with this treasure, Alka said, and closed his eyes. What's wrong? My curiosity is about to burst out now, Simon said uncomfortably. This treasure obviously has something different. But he didn't know for a while. This feeling of knowing it soon, but having to wait made him feel very uncomfortable. He could only walk around on the deck to kill time. Everyone had no choice but to wait. Now he didn't even have the desire to chat. He could only sit there and stare at Alka. Alka closed his eyes at this time and began to carefully explore his gem. The scepter-level treasure called the Heart of Asva. Although this treasure is called the Heart of Asva, it can be called the Other Dimension or the Stone of Space. These names are all completely acceptable. Alka can clearly feel that this treasure brings a certain additional power. It is the power to connect with space and manipulate space. But this is only an additional gift brought by this treasure, not its main ability. The main ability is vague, and seems to be deliberately hidden. Obviously, something is wrong. Alka was a little confused, and could only start to check carefully, wasting his energy. Logically speaking, the ability of this treasure should be to open a door to another dimension. Finally, after Alka's investigation and detection, he finally felt this main ability. He could feel that there was a space, huge and wide. It seemed to be cut out from reality. It was the same as the real world, but it seemed to be separated from each other. Finally, Alka discovered the reason for this. The broken world was pieced together again, which caused this space that was essentially connected to the real world to be pushed away. Apparently, the four gods who had repaired the broken world and made it stick together barely did not consider such small fragments. Alka had to take this space back, otherwise the main ability of his treasure would be completely useless. He could only use the control of space that came with it. Although that was obviously a powerful ability of a treasure, Alka was more concerned about this main ability. The body was exchanged with the dream, and the people outside immediately felt the difference. Alka sank into the dream? It should be correct. Alka sank into his own kingdom at this time. The moment he came, he used the mirror to simulate himself into Mermy, and crystal antlers wrapped in clouds grew on his head. The moment Alka walked out of his dream, Shadow Robe felt the difference of Alka and appeared next to him. And Juan also came out. Your Majesty? What are you doing? Shadow Robe asked in a somewhat curious manner. The aura simulated by Mermy after Alka came out made him think that something unexpected had happened. I need the power of the kingdom, and ask everyone to help me. Hearing this, Shadow Robe, although he did not understand what Alka wanted to do, nodded. Soon, the mist-like creatures in the kingdom gathered. Their power began to be transmitted in reverse to the buildings in the capital, and the buildings spread the energy out. A large amount of fog instantly filled the entire kingdom in the mirror. This power was controlled by Alcaso, who had simulated Mermy. He began to use the royal power and the connection with the world through the treasure in his body. He began to explore the distant fragment outside the world and began to sense his existence. After finding it, he began to use his own power and the connection with the fragment of the world, trying to pull the fragment into the world. It was like a white rope, extending out to tie him up, dragging him back to the side of the world he once was. This process, with the help of Alka's dreamland, Mermy's power and treasures, was extremely smooth. It only required a slight consumption of power. And of course, it also needed the help of the completely asleep world. However, it only required the mist creatures to take action. Soon, through the white mist rope, the space finally approached the edge of the broken world. Alka already had a very clear perception. He was able to control the broken space. Open the door leading inside. Chapter 392 Alien Space. In an endless wasteland. The land here is so desolate that it makes people feel scared. On the ground, there is only gray sand and settled dust with no vitality. No breeze blows, only dead silence. All sounds related to nature are completely lost here. Crack, crack. In such a silent wasteland, there is a sound like some kind of mechanical structure turning in the distance. The smoke and dust on the ground seem to start to disperse due to some slight vibration, and some fine sand and stones on the ground start to roll. Bang. With a sound, a mechanical component stepped on the wasteland. There are 3 toes under the mechanical structure, and a toe similar to the heel behind. The structure looks a bit like a bird's claw. Looking up from the bottom, the whole leg made of mechanical structure has no shell at all. The exposed bearings, gears, and the circuits inside are clearly visible. Looking up, the whole is a humanoid mechanical device about 3 meters high. The main thing is that the arms and legs of this device look abnormally thick, and the middle part looks a little thin, which is not proportional to the overall shape. There is a completely exposed cockpit at the head. This is a humanoid creature with slightly gray-blue skin. In addition to the skin being a little different from that of humans, she also has wide pointed ears, but they are not upright, but drooping down and covering both sides. She stretched out her hand with slightly slender fingers, and lifted the goggles on her face upwards. A corner of the goggles can be seen, with some cracks. This goggles has been used for a long time, and the traces of repairs on it are very obvious. As the goggles are lifted up, her eyes are revealed. The eyes are slightly larger than those of normal people, and they are shining brightly. She opened her mouth, revealing 2 rows of sharp teeth, and said, "Why do we have to come here for an inspection?" The voice revealed confusion and more irritation. At this time, she also heard the mechanical structure rotating behind her, along with the heavy footsteps. A similar machine, but with some different details, also took a step forward. In the cockpit, sat a humanoid creature similar to her. But from here, the difference between the 2 can be clearly distinguished. The one behind is obviously a man. They are still mostly similar to humans. Cabra, stop complaining. The elder said that we should come to patrol. There must be a reason for that. Hearing the man's words, Cabra, who was speaking, curled his lips and said, "You only say these useless words." As he said, he looked behind him. She took out a bottle, a tube that was about as long as her finger. It was transparent at both ends, with a slightly rough mechanical structure in the middle, and it seemed to have an interface on it. The tube emitted a blue light, and a vertical blue line could be seen inside. It could be seen that it contained magic power. Alas, it's a pity to waste this little magic power. As he said this, the man driving the mecha next to him nodded helplessly. "Okay, let's go," he said, driving the mecha with a creaking sound, and walked forward quickly. It was called a mecha, but it was actually more like a wearable device, like a mechanical exoskeleton. Kavala beside him hurriedly followed. Waku, what did the vibration just now cause? Kavala followed and asked curiously. Waku shook his head. I don't know. It's not the first time I've encountered such a situation. Just about half an hour ago, their world had a strong vibration, which caused panic among their people. So the elders asked them to come out and find out if something happened in the outside world. Because all the living people, including the respected elders, had never encountered such a vibration. Something must have happened, and it was even very important. This wasteland was silent and lifeless. I hope the vibration just now will reveal some magic power, Kavala said. What are you dreaming about? Waku said without hesitation. But from his expression and words, it can be known that he also has such a hope. Soon the two seemed to have arrived at the border of the wasteland. A translucent barrier could be seen at the border, and the outside of the barrier seemed to be infinite. It seemed to be pitch black, giving people a vague feeling of being unable to see clearly and unable to see through. But under the reflection of the light, the barrier revealed a crystal-like luster. Look, there is really nothing. It's just a waste of time, Kavala said directly after seeing this situation. Waku carefully checked the border not far away, and then looked into the distance. Let's go around the border around here and take a closer look. Ah, okay, Kavala said helplessly. But fortunately, they were just one of the teams that came out to explore. They just happened to be responsible for this direction, and they only needed to go around the general area they were responsible for. The two of them started to walk slowly around the border, and in this silent world, only the sound of machinery turning and the sound of two people chatting were left. To be honest, is it my illusion? Why do I always feel like something is looking at me? Is my skin covered with goosebumps? Kavala rubbed his exposed arms vigorously with his hands, and couldn't help but say. Hearing this, Waku rubbed his eyes and looked around. After making sure there was nothing strange, he turned around and looked at Kavala. Are you sure you didn't feel wrong? Could it be that you are too tired? Kavala glanced at her. I can't feel wrong. And I just slept for a while before coming here. Waku nodded, then frowned, looking around with a little vigilance, to feel the strange feeling that Kavala said, although Kavala seemed a little unreliable. But as a member of the same team, Waku clearly understood that his teammate would not joke in such a place. Now is not the time to joke. After checking for a while, Waku just drove his mecha and froze in place, seemingly thinking about something. What are you thinking about? Maybe it's just my illusion. Look, it's desolate here, there's no trace of anything. As soon as she finished speaking, she felt a chill coming from behind her. With eyes wide open, he suddenly turned his head to look behind him. A man who looked a little different from them appeared behind him. He just stood behind them and stared at them. Who are you? Who are you? Kavala yelled, driving his mecha back and forth. And the mecha's pair of arms were raised directly to the man who suddenly appeared. One arm protruded something like a gun muzzle, and the other arm was directly ejected into a spiral drill. On the other side, Waku also reacted in time, and quickly stood with Kavala. He also flicked out the weapons on his huge arms, and pointed them at the strange man. However, his weapons were obviously a little different. I have no ill intentions. Don't be so nervous. Alka looked at the two and said. His voice was quite calm. Back off. Back off quickly, Waku warned loudly. His reaction was a little beyond his expectations. Looking at this situation, Alka was a little helpless. Why is it so tense? The figure disappeared in an instant. The two felt their eyes blurred. They didn't even have time to drive the machine to attack. Then they felt that they couldn't move. Looking down, they didn't know when they had been pulled out of the mecha and were tied with white ropes. The surroundings were filled with light pink smoke. It seemed that the place where they were had changed dramatically in an instant. The Alka in front of them also changed from one person to several people. Lucilia, Zayadidi and Simon were all beside Alka, looking at Kavala and the others with curiosity. Who are you? Why are you here? Waku looked at himself unable to move, knowing that the two had no means of resistance, and asked Alka and the others. He hoped to get some information. We are the Compass Eye Treasure Hunting Group. Alka introduced himself with a smile. You can call me Alka. They are my team members. They are. Following Alka's introduction, Lucilia, Zayadidi and Simon all smiled and greeted each other. The attitudes of the four people seemed unusually peaceful, if the two people in front of them were not tied up. However, Their attitude at least calmed down the two people who were caught. No malice was seen for the time being. But why are you here? Are you outsiders? Did you come in from outside? Kavala asked impatiently. There was no fear of being caught suddenly in his voice, but a hint of excitement. Yes, we came in from outside, Alka said without hesitation. From the effect of his answer, he could tell that the two were very shocked by his words. They could even be described as unbelievable. Seeing that the two seemed to want to ask something else, Alka quickly reached out to interrupt them. You have asked us so many questions. Now it's our turn to ask. Isn't it? After saying that, Alka looked at the two. Are you Vasva people? This was a question that Alka was quite curious about. He had never thought that there were life forms and a civilization in the inner space of the heart of Vasva. But after knowing this, Arkadi's first thought was that this might be the part of the former Vasva city-state that was left here. The broken island outside, which they have confirmed, is itself a small part cut out of the ancient Vasva city-state. That is to say, unlike what he thought, the larger part was not broken or sunk into the deep sea. It is still in the space of Vasva's heart. That is to say, if it is true, this group of Vasva people have lived from the time of the gods to the present, living in a closed world. If you think about it this way, Arka thinks it's too exaggerated, but this is the only possibility. Hearing Arka's question, Baku and Kavala looked at each other and saw the information in each other's eyes. They didn't know whether to answer for a moment. This seemed important, but it didn't seem to be a very important question. Look, I can obviously get information directly from your brain, but I didn't do it for goodwill. I'm asking you politely, and even answering your questions. This is enough to show my goodwill. Arka looked at the two and said, and under his control, two faint pink smokes had already entered their ears. They could feel that the smoke seemed to be spying on the memories and information in their minds. Okay, stop, I get it, Waku said quickly. After hearing his words, the two pink clouds slowly faded from their ears. Yes, we do call ourselves Vasva people, and this is also the Vasva city-state. As expected, Alka nodded, said clearly. But their appearance is too different from what we learned from the murals and the statues before. It doesn't seem like the same race, Lucilia said while sitting on Alka's shoulder. The height of the Vasva people is about 2 meters, with 4 pointed ears, sharp teeth, and long limbs. Although some small features can still be seen from the two people in front of him, the difference between them is really big. Not like? Lucilia's words made Kavala a little confused. A statue made of clouds appeared in front of the two. At this time, Alka casually arranged one of the statues he had seen in the museum before, which seemed to be a hidden eye. Shouldn't the Vasva people look like this? Why are you so different now? Arka asked, looking at the statue. This is what our ancestors looked like. Tens of thousands of years ago, our ancestors should have looked like this. But now, as time goes by, we have degenerated, Kavala said. After saying this, Waka next to him looked at him with surprise. Don't look at me like that. This is an opportunity. Arka did not interrupt the conversation between the two. Instead, he came to the two unmanned machines standing in front of everyone. Simon had been curious about the two machines for a long time. After seeing Alka's passing, he ran over and began to observe the two machines. Hey, what are you doing? Stay away from my little stone. Kavala looked at Simon's actions and said hurriedly. He was a little excited and seemed to be ready to rush over. However, he couldn't get up at all because there was a huge pressure on her shoulders, which made her sit on the ground and unable to move. Sia Daidi squatted beside Kavala and put his arm on her shoulder. Don't get excited. How about being quiet? Looking at Sia Daidi's smile, Kavala inexplicably felt a strong aura. And under such momentum, she had to nod. She looked a little pitiful. Little stone? I have to say, this name is really tasteless. Simon checked the machine in front of him and complained by the way. Soon Simon finished checking the humanoid machine in front of him, and probably learned a lot. Then he began to touch the other one next to it. He could see that the two machines were roughly the same in terms of main structure, but they had more personalized modifications in their details. Seeing Simon's operation, the owner of this machine, Waku, was obviously mentally prepared. He turned his head away silently, deciding to ignore it. After a while of operation, several transistors with blue energy lines appeared in Simon's hand. Magic battery? Looking at this transistor, Simon roughly understood its function. Such a large mechanical device is driven by such a small amount of energy. In addition to the main core, all other parts are mechanical structures. It must be said that this is indeed a very powerful invention. But why do you do this? It is meaningless? Simon's tone was full of confusion. Why? Of course, it is to reduce the consumption of magic power. What else can it be for? After listening to Simon's words, Waka couldn't help but say to him, reduce dependence on magic power consumption. Simon said and pondered. Alka felt the surrounding environment and stretched out his hand to shake it. Don't you feel it? The magic power here can be described as non-existent. It seems that because the space in this treasure has not been exposed to the magic power of the outside world for a long time, the magic power inside has been almost completely consumed. The magic power in the air is so low that it is terrible. It is like a sponge that has been almost squeezed dry of water. Simon felt it when he heard this, and instantly understood the reason for this structure. There is too little magic here, and it cannot be compared with the outside world. Thinking of this, he looked at the two people tied up in the mist, and then immediately found something wrong. He quickly turned to Alka and said, quickly collect these dream mists and let them go. There was urgency in his voice. Ah? Alka was a little confused, but he took action immediately. The smoke that filled the surroundings disappeared in an instant and was sucked back. The two were also released. Chapter 393, The Vastwa People. The two people who were released all of a sudden were a little confused, and they couldn't understand why they were released all of a sudden. Kavala scratched her arm, and then scratched her neck. Looking at the situation around her, she decided to stay where she was, and walking next to her could also tell the current situation. Just standing next to them, Ziadide seemed to be able to easily kill them. The aura he exuded made the two feel like they were facing some terrifying creature. How can a person do this? Sure enough, they are allergic. Simon came to the two, looked at their movements and skin and said, Allergic? Alka looked over. Red spots appeared on their gray skin, especially on their arms and necks. The red spots on the skin were raised, like being bitten by a poisonous mosquito. Kavala was scratching without realizing it. As he scratched, more red marks were left on it. You mean they are allergic to magic? Ziadide said in surprise. She had never expected such a situation to happen. If it happened outside, how could they survive? How uncomfortable it was to resonate with magic. Could it be that the two people in front of them had no magic at all? Kavala and the others seemed to have discovered their own symptoms. Seeing the red spots on their bodies. High magic syndrome? I didn't expect that we would get this disease. Kavala's voice was actually a little funny. She seemed to find it interesting that she was allergic to magic. Yeah, I didn't expect that either. Waka nodded and said, looking at the red spots on his body. He felt very curious. Take us to your gathering place. Alka looked at the two and said directly. Hearing this, the two looked at him warily. It was obvious that they didn't want to do this. You are not living well, resources are extremely scarce, magic is scarce. Now you must have fallen into a situation that is difficult to maintain. Perhaps within a few dozen or 100 years. Your race may perish here. Isn't it? As Alka spoke, the two frowned deeper and deeper. When were they exposed? Then they thought of the abilities Alka and the others showed when they met. Maybe these people have been observing them for a long time. Okay. Don't ask me how I know. These are all my guesses. But they should be the facts. Aren't they? As Alka entered this space, he gradually began to understand this space through the treasures, and began to master it. As he understood it, he could naturally feel that this space had become somewhat gray and dilapidated due to the lack of magic power for a long time. Through a simple treasure exploration, he could see that a large area of land in this space had basically become a wasteland. Just like the wasteland under their feet. Only a few small places still had vitality. Perhaps the two people in front of him and the surviving Vastwa relied on these to survive. I have to say it's really admirable. We have been trapped here for more than 30,000 years. I don't know how you managed to hold on. Alka thought of this, and couldn't help but say to the two of them. Then he saw that the two of them were still wary and tangled. Alka said directly, What are you hesitating about? Even if you don't take me with you. This place is so small that we can only spend a little more time. It's not a difficult task. Right? And you have walked all the way here without cleaning up your own traces at all. You never thought that there would be other people here. As he said that, Alka pointed behind them. There was a long trail of footprints left by the machines. There was thick dust on the ground, which made their footprints so conspicuous. Just follow the footprints. It would be the same as if they were leading the way. Then Alka said, I'm not asking you to take me into your rising place secretly, but to go in openly. The two nodded. Obviously they were convinced by Alka's words that this was the fact. The two could also feel that Alka's people exuded powerful magic. Even the incomprehensible ability they just used was of high magic. They just touched for a while, and had an allergic reaction due to a large amount of high concentration magic. They could actually use magic so wantonly. Just like in historical myths. Maybe they could save them. In exchange, we have to get our machines back. Kavala looked at Alka and said. Alka turned to Simon. Simon nodded, no threat. Hearing this, Alka nodded, okay, but I hope you don't do anything stupid. He shook his hand slightly, and the two machines suddenly disappeared. Then they appeared in front of the two. This sudden behavior made the two widen their eyes. How did you do this? Waku was completely shocked. Kavala next to him had widened his eyes, and was stunned on the spot. At the same time, the two knew the power of Alka and his men, which was obviously not something that could be resisted. They gradually believed that Alka and his men were well-intentioned. They put on the mechanical armor in front of them silently. As the machine turned, the two men began to move forward, then follow us. It's not far away. The world followed them up, slowing down their pace and following the two machines. How did you do it? Lucilia asked quietly while sitting on Alka's shoulder. They didn't know that Alka had the ability to move things suddenly. New ability, Alka said roughly. It's so slow. Simon beside him complained helplessly. This is already very fast. If it's faster, it will waste a lot of unnecessary magic power, Kavala retorted. Thinking of the situation here, Simon didn't say anything more. It was all forced by the environment. Then he stretched out his mechanical arm, and the treasure's index finger pointed at the machine. The two machines seemed to have undergone some subtle changes, and the energy inside was suddenly full. Finally, the two machines started to operate quickly, as if they had entered some kind of overload mode. What's going on? Waku was driving his machine, a little surprised. Then he immediately thought of something and turned around. Simon smiled and said, No need to thank me. Let's go. The two people who wanted to ask something had to shut up and drove the machine, which suddenly had surging power, and ran wantonly on the wasteland. All along the way, there was nothing but desolate wasteland, without a single sign of life. Alka soon discovered that the large area in the distance seemed to be the foundation of some buildings, but there were no ruins. Not even a large, relatively intact stone. If it weren't for the fact that these foundations were still exposed on the surface, who would have known that there was actually a large complex of buildings here? There should have been a large area of buildings here. How come there are no ruins now? Xia Daidi asked, looking at the scene next to him. Hearing this, Waku turned his head and said, Of course it is to recycle materials. How can we just discard the materials here casually? The materials are very valuable. After saying this, everyone understood instantly. Indeed, this place has become so desolate. Every larger and complete stone is a resource. How can we just let the ruins go to waste here? It also let everyone know indirectly that the lives of the surviving Vastwa people have obviously become difficult to a certain extent. Resources are extremely scarce. Soon they saw a group of buildings in the distance. There was no wall in this group of buildings, which made sense. After all, they were the only people living here for tens of thousands of years. So what was the point of these people having a towering wall? However, some simple defensive measures could still be seen, so they must not have always been at peace with each other. As they got closer, everyone could see these buildings more directly. The style of these buildings is very similar to the ruins they saw outside before, but they are obviously not as magnificent and exquisite as those outside. After all, these are basically built with materials from the ruins. It is already remarkable that they can be built like this. It is inevitable that they will be dilapidated and abandoned. Then the two stopped in front. Kavala turned around and said, For safety reasons, you wait here for a while. Waku will accompany you here. I will go in and inform the elders first. In response, Alka nodded without any concern. Of course. It doesn't matter if you two go together. The two looked at each other, but Waku stayed behind, leaving Kavala to walk to the gathering place ahead. How do you control the magic power now? Alka asked Waku, who stayed behind. Alka was a little curious, because in his vision, whether it was Waku or Kavala, they could be described as ordinary mortals. Although they had magic power in their bodies, it was almost inaccessible, very rare, almost only used to maintain some special functions of the body. After all, they have not completely turned back into humans, and they still have the characteristics of the former Vasva people. Naturally, they can still produce some magic power. Although this magic power is very small, it should be able to provide them with some of the talents they once had. Of course, this is just Alka's guess. However, the magic power in their bodies is active, even if it is very, very small. But it also indirectly shows that they do not need to perform the ritual of touching the person like ordinary humans to use magic power. But if you want to grow, you still have to perform the ritual of the toucher. This is indispensable. And it is also the basis of the spiral system creator-lock structure. Through the structure, through various mechanical structures, the magic power is collected and condensed into batteries. And then these structures are driven, Waku said, and patted the mecha he was riding. I understand. That is, the remaining magic power is used as a high-energy battery to drive ordinary mechanical structures. Then how much do you know about your own history? Do you know your ancestors and the experiences of your ancestors? This is what Alka cares about. If Vasva City has always existed here, it means that many tribesmen are still alive. Then the most valuable wealth of the entire Vasva City may be left behind. And the most valuable is of course their research, and the knowledge brought by the research. There is also the situation of the gods in the Golden Age. From the things brought by the ruins of the Broken Island, we can get a glimpse of the rich research atmosphere of the entire Vasva City, especially in terms of space, and various expansion research brought by space. These are all things that cannot be achieved in many situations outside. Although the data shows that it may be due to the talents of the Vasva people and the conditions brought about by their living environment, the results of the research are results. This will be of great help to Alka and others. Although some records are gone for various reasons, most of them still exist. For example, we know the outside world. For example, we know that we live in a world equivalent to the mezzanine space. We live in a world brought by artifacts. The artifact was lost outside because of the war thousands of years ago. And we were locked inside because of this situation. Vaka kept talking like this, although he did not explain the history in detail. But the brief introduction made Alka nod with peace of mind. This shows that most of the knowledge left by the Vasva city-state should be well preserved. It's just that a large part of it may no longer be possible. At least for the current Vasva people. The magic power here is so poor. How are you doing now? Simon asked beside him. You can still survive. Although it is difficult to gather too much magic power. And you need to use it carefully. But at least you won't starve to death. And you can still live. The two sides simply communicated, waiting for Kavala to come with the elders. Whether it was Waku or Alka, they knew that this was not something that could happen in a short time. And they would definitely discuss it for a while before choosing to come. Through communication with Vaku, Arka also roughly understood the specific situation of the remaining area of the Vasva city-state. Their current population may be less than 20,000 or 30,000, which is already pitifully small. And their food, clothing and daily necessities all rely on magic power, plus the nutrient solution formed by the broken plants planted in the remaining land. It is a bit hard to imagine. Most of the magic power they collected was consumed as food and necessary water for the body. Many years ago, due to the increasingly scarce resources, a civil war almost broke out. Fortunately, the nature of the Vasva race is that they are disgusted with war. They prefer research and exploration. Even in such a situation, they are still exploring ways to get out. Obviously, such exploration has no effect at all. The only thing that supports them is the records handed down from 10,000 years ago. Which means that one day, under the guidance of a certain opportunity, someone outside will get the key to open the door to their world, allowing them to survive. And they just need to live until then. Alka agrees with this. It is true. Obviously the person who wrote this also knows how difficult it is. Because according to what Alka knows, except for the winter flower which was knocked out because it happened to be one of the gaps, the other three treasures were all left inside. The hope is so slim. And if Alka hadn't got this treasure, even if this treasure was obtained by others, it might not be opened. You know, because of the damage of the world. The fragments of the world where they survived had long been pushed out of the world, and were already quite far away. If it weren't for Alka, it might not be possible to pull them back. It can only be considered that they were lucky. But their luck is not that good. After all, they had to wait for more than 30,000 years, when the entire race might have been on the verge of extinction, and finally waited for the day of opening. Just when everyone was communicating with each other, there was a noise in the distance, and Alka looked over. Many strange-looking but unique mechanical structures were seen coming towards them. The leader was Kavala, who had gone in to notify them. Alka and the others stood up and waited. He wondered how these people would treat them, hoping that they would not be stupid enough to use force. That would be too stupid. But what he thought did not come true. Behind Kavala, a strange mechanical device about 4 meters high opened. An old man in slightly ragged clothes, hunched over, leaning on a cane. He came over in a hurry that could even be described as excited. The people beside him kept supporting him, fearing that he would fall. He looked really old. The old man came to Alka, looked at him, looked at Alka's appearance. Alka also looked at the old man in front of him, who also had sharp drooping ears. But the gray skin on his body had spots of other colors. He was slightly hunched over, and leaning on a cane, and his whole body was wrinkled. He leaned on a cane. His eyes, which were slightly larger than those of normal humans, were a little cloudy, but one could see a ray of hope in his eyes. He obviously knew more than Kavala and Waku. Finally here, he kept muttering, his voice a little hoarse. Then he seemed to have finally controlled his emotions, looking at Alka, and asked with a trembling voice, did you really come in from outside? From the outside world? Alka nodded, yes. I have seen the ruins you left outside, and I know some of your history. Okay. The excitement in the old man's voice could no longer be concealed. Excited tears fell from his eyes. But he didn't care at all, just excitedly leaning on his cane. And you could see that his cane was shaking. Elder Astwa, calm down, the middle-aged man standing next to him said as he helped him along the quilt. That's great. You know, we have hope to survive. We can survive. And everyone can survive, he said excitedly, and put his hand on the hand of the middle-aged man next to him. What a pity. What a pity that many people can't see it anymore. They have waited for so long. In addition to him, many people who followed him also showed some excitement. Alka and others did not disturb them. Just stood there waiting for them to calm down. Chapter 394 Dilemma. In this small town, you can still see a lot of temple buildings. The overall style is still the same as that seen in the ruins of Vaspa. It is majestic, but it looks very simple. Alka and his companions looked around in the city. There were Vaspa people all around, looking at them with curious eyes. Alka could see that most of the civilians here looked a little thin. It was obvious that they were not getting enough nutrition. Not only these civilians, but also some of those who just came with the Great Elder were in this situation. Only people like Kavala and Wada looked a little normal. Soon, the hunchbacked old man, whom they called the Great Elder, led Alka and others into the tallest building in the entire city. This is the Tower of Autumn, the last of the 4 towers that is still well preserved. The Great Elder introduced them. Lucilia, sitting on Alka's shoulder, turned her head and looked at the exterior of the entire tower. It can be seen that the tower is very old, but from some of the structures and arrangements inside, it can be seen that the tower should have been very strong in its most glorious time. And it had many abilities. Many exposed magic power circulation lines can be seen on the wall, as well as some carved but long-wearing spells. Is this one of the 4 Seasons towers? It seems that you really know some of the culture of Vaspa in the past. So are the Winter Tower and the Great Temple really outside? The elder leaned on his cane, stopped next to a table, and sat down slowly and asked. Alka nodded. If the map is correct, the extended corner is indeed outside. At the signal of the Great Elder, several people sat down at the table. There were still some people standing around, who should be considered some of the leaders of the existing Vastwa people. Then the whole room became quiet. After the Great Elder coughed twice, he slightly raised his head and looked at Alka and others opposite. I am here to ask you to help us. We hope to take our people away from this place. In exchange, everything the Vastwa people have can be given to you. The Great Elder said this very firmly, and the others behind him had no intention of stopping him. Obviously, they all had this determination. Hearing this, Alka looked at them and then waved his hand and said, Of course, you are free. If you want to go out, I can open the door. Hearing this, the Great Elder and the people behind him showed visible joy on their faces. Thank you. Alka looked at them and said, Although I don't want to say it, I think you are unlikely to survive even if you go out. What do you mean? A tall and thin man behind the elder asked with a frown. Their originally happy expressions froze on their faces. You should know clearly how many years you have been trapped here. Hearing Alka's question, the elder nodded. Of course, we will always remember it. According to records, In the 4143rd year of the city's founding, we were trapped in this world. And now 36,826 years have passed. More than 36,000 years? Even though he knew they had been trapped for so long. When he really heard the length of time, Alka couldn't help but be a little shocked. What kind of exaggerated length of time is that? To be honest, Alka couldn't imagine it at all. And it was beyond his ability to think. In his mind, a few hundred years, or even 1,000 years was already a very exaggerated length of time. But when he really saw that the Vasva people had been trapped in such a place for more than 36,000 years, he couldn't help but feel sympathy for them. He had to admire that this was really a strong race. They had not been destroyed in such a long time. But according to speculation, it was only 30,000 years after the God War, Simon suddenly said. In other words, the time period when the Vasva city-state was destroyed was actually thousands of years before the end of the God War? Xiao thought for a while and asked. She felt that it was a bit unbelievable to say it out loud. So the war between gods lasted for so many years? Or, in fact, when Vasva was destroyed, the war between gods had not yet begun. This is unknown. We will talk about these things later. Alka interrupted their conversation and said, if the history of the Vasva people is really well preserved, they may be able to see the stories that happened in that golden age in detail. But the focus now is obviously not this. As he said that, he turned to look at the elders and others, and said to them seriously, you have been trapped here for so long. Then I will tell you about the general situation outside after you were trapped here. The elder nodded, and the others behind him also pricked up their ears slightly. They really pricked up their ears slightly. Just like Alka and others were curious about how these people survived here for 30,000 years. And what happened 30,000 years ago. They were also curious about what happened outside during the 30,000 years they were trapped. I want to confirm. When you were trapped here, did you know that the gods were at war at that time? Hearing Alka's question, the elder turned to look at someone behind him. That's because of the slightly younger woman. Looking at the eyes of the great elder, she nodded, took a step forward, looked at Alka and the others and said, according to the historical records we have kept, we were resisting the large-scale invasion of the god of war at that time. But at this time, the reckless Mid led his troops to attack us. In that sudden attack war, the high priest at that time closed the space connection point between us and the outside world. But at this time, the reckless used his ability and forced the temple that was closing the node at that time and the area where the Winter Tower was located to be destroyed. This caused a rift between the inside and outside. At first, we thought the gate would open soon, until the gate never opened again, and we knew something unexpected happened outside. Alka nodded. Was the war between the gods intense at that time? It was just a little more intense than the usual disputes. Got it, the early stage of the war. So, the war between the gods is actually normal. It's just that this time it kept spreading, and it got bigger and bigger. Well, after you were locked up, the war between the gods became more and more intense, until the war broke the world into pieces. Hearing this, the great elder and the people behind him could no longer hold back. It took tens of thousands of years, and finally the dawn came. But the outside world had already been broken. Okay, listen to me. When the world was broken into pieces, the gods who survived at that time left one after another. In the end, only 4 gods chose to stay. They began to use their own abilities to repair the broken world and barely pieced it together. These 4 gods are holy. Stone Mother. Sea God. Wise One. Life. After saying that, Alka looked at them. It was still the woman who stood up. She frowned. Stone Mother. Sea God. I know. But what about Wise One and Life? Obviously, she had not heard of the names of the latter 2 gods. It's normal not to have heard of them. Maybe they changed their names. After all, more than 30,000 years have passed. Isn't it? If Alka called Stone Mother the Holy Mother, they might not understand who she was either. That is to say, since ancient times, the only one who has not changed his name is the Sea God. Finally, this world has become a world based on the ocean. And the fragments that once existed are pieced together on top, forming various islands. So now the outside world is a world of ocean. How is this done? The world should have its own consciousness. If everything is broken, the world is dead. Even if it is pieced together, the world should be damaged and destroyed. Because of his sparse hair, the man who looked to be in middle age frowned and said. He seemed to be a little confused how this broken world is maintained now. Hearing this, Alka was cautious. It seems that the Vasva people have also studied the consciousness of the world. That I don't know anyway. This is how the world works now, and it has been running for tens of thousands of years. Hearing Alka's words, some people nodded. They can only understand this when they go out. So what do you mean by fatal danger? One of them looked at Alka and asked. Alka pointed at Kabbalah and the other man who came up with them. Did you see the allergic reaction on them? At this time, there were still some red spots on the two people's bodies that had not completely disappeared. They could still see the traces of allergies on them. High magic syndrome, an allergic reaction caused by touching too high magic power. A woman said. Alka nodded. Yes, if it is just because of the magic power contained in the magic mist I spread, you have already developed such allergic symptoms. The outside world is full of magic in the air. Can you really survive? Every breath, every item, every action. Everything around is full of magic. Alka felt that even in the deliberately created low magic environment of the home sea, they might not survive, and would definitely be weakened by the environment. Not to mention the infinite sea, where the magic in the body of a normal mortal is active because of the high magic environment. Even ordinary people living in the four seas, who suddenly enter such an environment will die because of the excessive activity of magic in their bodies, and cannot adapt to it. These people in front of me will be allergic to a little bit of high magic. If they go out to breathe a few times, they may really trigger an allergic reaction inside, and various problems will arise. Is the outside world really full of magic? The woman who just answered the symptoms murmured to herself. They have already had a serious separation from the outside world, and problems with their worldview and cognitive attitude. Then he looked up at the elder and said, Elder, if this is true, we must not go out rashly. We can't survive outside at all. You have been here for more than 30,000 years. And the environment here has already changed some of your physical conditions. After such a long time, in order to adapt to the environment, some changes are inevitable. The elder held his face in pain. He didn't know what to do now. Staying here means waiting for death, and going out means immediate death. Looking at them, Alka suggested, if you don't mind, you can tell me about your difficulties. I think I should be able to provide you with some help. Hearing this, the elder and the people behind him looked at each other, and then the elder looked at him. If you can, thank you so much. It's just a piece of cake. He couldn't really watch so many people die in vain. The biggest problem we are facing now is that we have almost no food. We have almost used up all the magic here. The most basic food needs? According to what they know, there are still tens of thousands of people left in the Vasva people. To feed so many people, it is indeed a huge expense. But for them, it is actually acceptable. After thinking about it, Alka stood up and said to them, if you don't mind, take us to visit your city. I want to see the problems you are facing with my own eyes, so that I can come up with a solution. No problem. Then the elder picked two people from behind, and took Alka and the others out of the tower. The rest of the people stayed in the tower, to discuss what Alka had just said. This was also a discussion process that Alka gave them. Only in this way could they have a better conversation later. Let's take a look at your food making process first, Alka said. When he was communicating with Waku outside before, he had a general understanding of their food. Now they just wanted to see it with their own eyes. The people leading them were the woman, who had just told the history, and a man who had not spoken much. You can call me Robert, the male Vasva said. My name is Afia. The female Vasva, who seemed to know a lot about history, introduced herself. Alka and the others nodded, then followed them. While chatting, they came to what seemed to be the edge of the city. This is an ordinary house, but there are patrols around. They hold very simple sticks in their hands. Obviously, they are only on guard against thieves from their own tribe. For outsiders like Alka, everyone casts curious eyes on them. This is unique. After entering, the room is not big, except for the storage area. Alka saw the battery used to store magic power that they had seen before. But this battery is larger and more rugged. Alka looked at the magic inside, and the total was at most equal to the magic in the body of a toucher who was less than the second stage. It really can't be considered a lot. The magic was connected to a funnel-like machine, and the center and inside of the funnel had a relatively complex mechanical structure. Then a worker next to him was a little nervous, but he still threw some grayish-white, but seemingly green plants in. These plants are the reason why we settled here. The back is the only piece of land that can still grow plants, Rabbit explained. Then, they saw various plant roots condensing in the magic power, and brown-green liquid flowed out from below. It exuded a faint fragrance, but it obviously didn't look very good. It looked more like a medicine than food. Then you can produce such a nutrient solution, which is condensed by magic power and plant nutrients. Rabbit introduced. Then he handed the nutrient solution to Alka. Alka looked at it and gave it to the people behind him. To be honest, except for bringing some nutrition, this really can't be considered food, Simon said as he looked at the thing in his hand. Alka nodded. That was true. But if you understand the current situation here, you can understand it. But you must not let Juanlu see this thing. He might start to study it strangely, and you don't know when he will let them taste it. What about water? How do you say water? Alka asked. Use magic power, and then use the water-making spell to make water. Afia next to him said directly. This is simpler and more direct. In other words, the magic power consumed in making water should be the bulk of yours, right? Alka asked. But it didn't feel right. After all, these people didn't have a strong odor. If water was such an important resource, then they would not take a bath if they could. That's right. But we have a magic weapon that can produce a lot of water with a very small amount of magic power. Hearing this, Alka nodded in understanding. The so-called magic weapon should mean a treasure. After all, they knew from some records that the Vastwa people should have several treasures. For example, there are 3 treasures left in there, representing the seasons of spring, summer, and autumn. And there are many treasures that are not related to the seasons. The Hidden Eye should have a treasure. Of course, this is just a guess. After all, the world and power system of that era were different. The energy of the treasure should be very high. Right? You are unlikely to worry so much about magic power. Simon suddenly discovered something and asked. Artifacts? We have drained the magic power of most artifacts. Is it so outrageous? Chapter 395 Cooperation. After Alka and his team got to know this place, they found that for the Vastwa people, there are several things that are most fatal now. One is their need for food. The magic power of this place has been almost completely drained, the land is dead silent, and there are no plants that can be planted at all. And the only place that can grow plants is only a small piece. They can use some kind of magic device to condense the remaining plants into nutrient solution, but it is obvious that the nutrients in these nutrient solutions are really not enough. And the production is not large, so the whole race is almost in a state of malnutrition for a long time. And the magic power is still being consumed, which is a fixed amount for what. Secondly, because the magic power is getting lower and lower, their bodies are getting weaker and weaker, which also reflects that even giving birth has become difficult for them. And giving birth is often accompanied by huge risks, after all. The resources here are so scarce. They are still human in nature, so the way of giving birth has not changed much. And very important medicines, although they are unlikely to be affected by external diseases in this place. But external injuries, internal injuries, and some injuries caused by accidents including childbirth, will cause casualties to their tribe, because they simply do not have any medicine to help. They can only bear it if they survive. They will survive. If they cannot survive, they will die. And they are also malnourished, and their body's resistance has dropped sharply. Finally, the only thing that is not life-threatening for them now is water. In simple terms, these problems are not a big problem for Alka and his team. The reason why they were a big problem before was that they were locked in here without any connection to the outside world. So they could only wait to die, because the resources here are limited. But they have so many people. Now Alka and his team can go in and out freely, open the channels inside and outside, and naturally bring in external resources. Whether it is food, drink or medicine, it is no longer a fatal problem. At this time, Alka and his companions came to a building similar to a museum, and the treasures that the Vastwa people once owned were placed in the building as an exhibition. There were no protective measures. Alka blinked and looked at the treasures in front of him. To be honest, he felt pain for these treasures. It was the first time he saw the energy in the treasures being sucked clean. How did they do this? It was outrageous. Can I try it? Alka asked, looking at the shield-like treasure in front of him. According to the description above, this should be a treasure representing summer. Alfred nodded, of course. They are useless now. Alka picked up the shield and looked at it carefully. There was a very obvious sun relief on the shield, and the overall color of the shield was probably copper. Other than that, there was nothing special. A little bit of magic power flowed out of his hand and poured into the treasure. The treasure did not start to detect whether it was compatible or respond through the magic power injected by Alka as before. Instead, it directly absorbed Alka's magic power. not even giving Alka a chance to react. Like a hungry ghost who had been hungry for a long time. As long as you dare to release even a little magic power to this treasure, it will eat up all the magic power you release. Alka quickly took his hand away and cut off his magic power. The two people next to him showed envious eyes. For them, magic power is so precious. Xiaodai smiled and said, I think you should not envy magic power now, but should consider the impact of too much magic power on you. Hearing this, A first smiled. Yeah, I never thought that we would consider such a problem. What is it like outside? There are 7 treasures in front of them. Each treasure has its magic power completely drained, as Rabbit said. There really is nothing left. I really can't imagine how they drained all the magic power of the treasure. Simon shook his head and said, This is indeed an unimaginable thing for them. Because for them, the treasure can really be described as something with infinite energy. It's just that the infinite energy in the treasure may not be willing to be used by you. More often, the energy of the treasure plus your own magic power is gathered together to mobilize the magic power of the outside world to produce various effects. Maybe it's because the magic power of this space is limited. And the infinite magic power of the treasures themselves is because they are connected to the world. And the magic power of nature will naturally flow into the treasures. Lucilia said while sitting on Alka's shoulder. Alfur, who heard their words, sighed and said, If we knew the value of magic power from the beginning, we would not be in this situation now. He took them a little further inside. And here they saw a lot of broken armor, and various weapons, and mechanical structures. This is a war memorial. Even if they are of the same race, even in this small world, there are still wars. Wars between the same kind. This is inevitable. Alka and the others nodded in understanding. Although the Vaswa people look different from them, they are essentially transformed from humans. As humans, don't they know the bad roots of human nature? War is inevitable. Not to mention in times of scarce resources. If you have more, others will have less. After walking a few steps further, Afur looked at the exhibits in front of him and said, Initially, when we didn't realize that magic power was limited, we were still brilliant and maintained our previous lives. We even spent countless magic power, trying to break through the fragments of this world and leave here. But all the subsequent attempts told us mercilessly that this was impossible, and the consumed magic power could not be recovered. Even if they knew it was limited, they would not consider it. It was not until more than 10,000 years ago that we finally faced a possible magic crisis. But even at that time, the upper-class nobles were also squandering magic. Those hidden eyes, those researchers were still squandering for their own research, without considering other things at all. Alka looked at the records above. Many of the research, whether it was at that time or now, it seemed to be useless. It was just using limited resources to satisfy their curiosity. Until we completely used up the magic power in nature, the earth began to die, and various magic structures and buildings began to collapse. At that time, we finally realized what we should do. But there are still countless people who are lucky. They were very helpless when they said this. This history made them feel uncomfortable. As the magic power was extracted, the ground could no longer be easily planted, and the source of food gradually became less and less, until it disappeared. At that time, all our sources of magic power became these artifacts and various similar things. But the Great Elder was far-sighted enough. He tried his best to preserve the last artifact, and it can still function until now. That's why we don't have to worry about water sources now. Otherwise, we might have perished 100 or 200 years ago. Afur said. That is to say, they should still have an artifact in operation now. Through that artifact, some magic power is connected to produce water sources. What are these exhibits? Simon asked, looking at a pile of paper materials next to him. That's it. That's the research materials of many predecessors. Hearing this, Lucilia urged Alka to go over quickly, and then began to interpret the materials. The more she interpreted, the more her eyes sparkled. Simon, who had also learned some languages by himself before, also roughly understood what was written in these materials from the scattered fonts. He began to tremble with excitement. Hey, you two calm down, Xiaodai said quickly. These two people seem to be going crazy. Lucilia jumped directly onto Xiaodai's shoulders and hugged her face and said, Do you know what's up there? What? I saw the research on the soul and the body, and it seems to be feasible. Her voice even began to tremble with excitement. After hearing this, the two of them instantly understood the meaning. Simon also said, I saw the previous space research materials, expanding the space of the room, and how to construct a space mezzanine. Seeing that Simon was about to lose control, Alka immediately grabbed him, and then forcibly dragged him out of the museum. It's not the right time yet. Afel and Lab Tun looked at each other, and saw what the two people's eyes expressed. At the same time, they seemed relieved. In fact, they deliberately brought Alka and others to the artifact part. According to Raphael's research, the artifact should still be a relatively precious thing in the outside world. However, the unexpected thing was that several people behaved very normally. They were not very excited, but revealed some expressions of interest. If they were just interested, it would not be enough for them to have enough exchanges and negotiations with Alka and others. This concerns their entire race. Without understanding Alka and others, they cannot rely on their kindness to save the lives of this race. Instead, they need to have enough bargaining chips. They hope to be able to offer bargaining chips that Alka and others are very interested in, so that they can exchange for the survival of the race, even the continuation of the race. You have to know that what they have recorded the most is actually the heart of Vasva, which has been mastered by Alka. Knowing clearly that Alka has control over them, they can easily kill them. They must show enough value. And now they didn't expect that the data would have such power. And these data were studied by their tribe generation after generation, and they still have such talent. It seems that there is no better bargaining chip than this. Simon, calm down. The Vasva people need us, and we also need their wisdom, and the results of those studies. So there is no need to rush these things. Right? I will let you study with them when the time comes, Alka said beside him, finally calming down Simon, who was not very calm. Even in the current situation, they still haven't given up the research. But they have shifted the focus of the research to how to continue the survival of the tribe. Lucilia sat on Ziadite's shoulder and said she saw some newer research materials. Ziadite looked at Simon and Lucilia and said with a smile, "Then your performance should be enough to reassure them." Several people laughed and followed Afurlabert, who caught up and returned to the tower. The elders and others inside should have finished their conversation during their absence. Alka sat back down. "How is it, Alka? Have you found some solutions?" said the elder. "The difficulties you are facing now are not difficult for us to solve. Right? Although it is difficult for you to survive in the outside world due to your current physical condition. I have mastered the artifact that can control this space. Naturally, I can open the door to the inside and outside. And I can also provide you with the materials you lack," Alka said, blinking one of his eyes. And then the pupil inside turned into a crystal. With a gentle swipe, a space crack leading to the outside appeared next to him. It can be seen that the crack leads to the space of dreams. Alka switched casually, and a slight sea breeze blew in. The sea breeze also contained magic power. When the sea breeze blew in for a while, Alka immediately closed the space crack. The magic power in the whole room increased slightly. But the sea breeze just now blew on them. The elder in front of them even started coughing. As the oldest among them, even with such a slightly high concentration of magic power, he seemed to be a little uncomfortable. The people around them also scratched their exposed skin with some discomfort. But at least they didn't get allergic to it. After coughing a few times, the elder was obviously a little better. The reality also proved to them that the magic outside was definitely not suitable for their survival. Even the magic brought by the slight sea breeze made them feel uncomfortable, not to mention being completely exposed to such an environment. "Do we have to stay in this place for the rest of our lives?" a woman said in despair. "No. There should be other ways." Alka shook his head and said. This sentence attracted the attention of everyone present. "You are a race from outside. And you are a relatively strong one. Although you have been in this place for so long, your body has begun to adapt because the magic power has gradually faded. But I heard that it has only been a few thousand years since you were truly free of magic. A few thousand years will not completely change your body structure. You just need a period of adaptation. And after they adapt, they can be enlightened and awakened through treasures. After awakening and becoming touchers, they will naturally be able to survive outside. The offspring born at this time will grow up outside from childhood, and will naturally be able to adapt to the outside environment. It's just that their current generation needs time to adapt. Is it really possible? Just give it a try. Could there be anything worse than this? And you've asked what people should be very good at figuring out solutions, aren't you? The great elder nodded. Then he looked at Alka and the others and said, "I am very grateful for your help. For your help, we must give something in return. As I said before, the Vaswa people will become the closest friends with you. Our knowledge, our remaining strength, and our history can all be shared with you." Hearing this, Alka smiled, stood up and said, "Then it's a pleasure to cooperate. I believe we will do our best to help you." Then he stretched out his hand. Obviously, the Vaspa people did not have such etiquette, but the elder still stretched out his hand and shook it with him. "Now we are friends." Alka returned to the outside soon. Xiao and the other three stayed inside and began to communicate with the Vaspa people inside. Xiao needed to count their number and the materials they needed. As for Lucilia and Simon, the first thing they did was to communicate with some scholars among them, and began to check various documents. 10,000 years of research made them not want to say it out, and they didn't even want to move their feet. Finally out? "What's the situation inside? Why did it take so long?" Jason asked Alka as he stood on the deck and watched him come out. After Alka got the treasure, he dragged this space fragment over and selected some people from the team to follow him in. But now there are only Jason and Pororo on the deck, and the others have already started doing their own things. A surprise. A big surprise. This may be the biggest gain in our life. Alka looked at Jason and said with a smile. This made Eurylius raise his head. "Did you find any huge treasure?" "That's right. After all the wealth of the Vaspa people who were sealed in the space was left in it. Those were also huge amounts of wealth. Of course, they didn't belong to them, but they kept part of the wealth for the time being. After all, the materials they needed this wealth to buy." As Alka came out, Julia and Juanlu, who were busy in the kitchen, gathered around. Inside the space is the Vaspa city-state, that is. The remaining part of the map we saw before is all left inside, including the living Vaspa people. Alka said, and told them about their experience inside. Chapter 396 Help Each Other. A dimly lit tavern. The guests in the tavern were drinking the wine in front of them, and eating small dishes. They were chatting with each other about daily life, as if this was some kind of quiet and peaceful tavern. Looking outside from the window next to them, the starry sky tonight is unusually beautiful, with dense stars and numerous stars. A few shining stars are located in the sky, adding light to the night. In the corner of the tavern, Balish, who had made a little disguise, was quietly waiting. As the table and chair opposite him were pulled away, he looked up and saw Alka. After Alka sat down, he said, "I think I'm late?" Balish looked at Alka in front of him, and looked at his face in the dim light. Then he shook his head. "No. I just arrived not long ago." "But are you okay now?" "What do you mean? What can happen to me?" Alka frowned when he heard this, and said in confusion. Balish blinked his eyes, confirming that it was not the dim light that caused the effect, and pointed at Alka's face. "You look bad. Are you really okay?" "Bad?" Hearing this, a mirror appeared in Alka's hand. Looking at his face in the light, he then saw his slightly sunken eye sockets. The area around his eye sockets looked dark, and there were some bloodshot in his eyes. There was also some messy stubble on his chin, and the whole person looked like a homeless person, or a drunkard who has been drinking for many days. Seeing himself like this, Alka coughed and dropped the mirror in his hand. "It's okay. I'm just a little tired during this period. I have things to do." Balish nodded and didn't ask too many questions. After clinking glasses with Alka, he began to talk about his search for Alka. According to the information, it will take about 15 days to arrive. I will send you a message at that time. I should arrive directly to the church. You can pray in the church before that. Your identity should not arouse suspicion. Alka nodded. "No problem. We will be ready later." "Well, recently Creel seems to be making some secret preparations. I suspect it may be aimed at his nephew. If you confront him head-on at that time, there may be accidents. So you'd better make more preparations now, and be careful." Hearing this, Alka nodded seriously. "No problem. I will keep it in mind." Finally, after the two exchanged some details, Balish said, "By the way, your goods this time are placed in the 3 to 133 warehouse at the port. This is a one-time spell key." He handed a disc-shaped key about the size of a coin to Alka. Then he stood up, covered his hood, and left the tavern. Alka took the key and looked at it. After a long while, he stood up and walked out of the tavern. He ran to the warehouse at the port in the dark. 1-333-23 found it. 3 to 133. Alka looked at the warehouse in front of him, walked over and put the spell key in his hand in the middle. A very hidden magic wave spread out. Then the door opened, and Alka went directly into the interior through the small door next to it. In the dark interior, with Alka's snap of his fingers, light appeared. There were densely packed wooden boxes in the warehouse. He opened a box at random and looked inside. There were all kinds of food. After confirming that everything was okay, Alka blinked his eyes. The left eye had turned into a crystal-like pupil. Blue light appeared from his left eye. With Alka's gentle wave, the large amount of supplies in front of him disappeared directly. After doing all this, Alka cleaned up his traces slightly and returned to the ship. At this time, the Dawn Sound ship was silent. Alka looked around, except for the few puppet girls hiding in the dark who were on duty. The only one left was Pororo, who was on duty in the observation room at the top. All the others were not on the ship. Aren't you going to rest? Pororo looked out of the observation room and asked Alka. Alka shook his head. There are still things to do in there. Okay, but I still suggest that you pay attention to rest. Do you know how long you haven't rested? Although Pororo didn't stop him, he still made a suggestion. No problem. No problem, Alka said, and disappeared on the deck through the space crack in front of him. One or two of them are really crazy, Pororo said helplessly when he saw this situation. He really couldn't understand the current state of Alka and the others. As Alka disappeared on the deck, his figure appeared directly inside the space, and appeared in the city-state of Vastva, or the only part of Vastva left. At this time, the supplies he had just dragged in were piled up in Vasta's internal warehouse. Some people were busy counting the supplies inside, moving them, and sorting them for storage. This batch of supplies should last for a long time. Right? Alka looked at Michelle, who was counting the supplies, and asked. This was a shorter Vaspa girl. Of course, these supplies can last for a very long time, Michelle said with a bright smile on her face. That was happiness from the heart. She had never seen these foods before. But to be honest, they tasted much better than those nutrient solutions. After eating more of these foods, she felt much better. Then she looked at Alka and bowed solemnly. Thank you, Lord Alka. If it weren't for you. Before she finished speaking, she was interrupted by Alka. No need to do that. I just used your money to buy these outside. At most, I just helped to carry them. Alka smiled and patted her shoulder. Okay. You go ahead. She looked at Alka's back as he left. Miziro waved her hand. Goodbye. Okay, goodbye. Alka waved his hand without looking back, and walked towards a rebuilt temple not far away. This city temple is a newly built building from its appearance and materials. This is the research temple that was rebuilt and put into use. Of course, all kinds of building materials were also provided by them. After all, it was already empty. Most of them gathered in this temple. On the top of the temple, a nest was specially built. The crystal dragon was lying there doing nothing, and no one knew what it was doing. There were also a lot of puppet girls around. The Vaspa people who came and went had become accustomed to the powerful creatures they had never seen before on the top. Password. When Alka was about to go in, a puppet girl suddenly jumped out from the shadows in front of him. 1-3. What password? Alka said strangely. He didn't remember that he needed a password to enter here. The puppet girl named Isan crossed her arms and said very aggressively, The captain said that this is an important place now. You must give the command to enter. No matter who you are? But I just came out of here for a while. I got the order just now. No matter what. This is an order. Even the captain has to obey it. The puppet girl said aggressively, showing seriousness and meticulousness. Alka looked at the top helplessly. The crystal dragon was staring at him, showing a gloating smile. What's the password? Do you think I can go in? Eurylius pointed at himself and said, Okay. Okay. Alka reluctantly connected with Lucilia through the soul link. Asked, What's the password? What password? The password to enter the temple? Didn't Isan say you asked her to guard the door? No. There are no outsiders here, but it's a space you control. Why do you need a password? Are you confused? Hearing this, Alka immediately knew that he was being fooled. Helplessly he raised his head, looking at Isan in front of him. Isan knew that the matter was exposed at this time, and had already jumped to the side of the crystal dragon, rolling around with laughter. Ha ha ha, I've been fooled, I've been fooled. Eurylius also showed a wanton smile. Ha ha ha, see, I told you, you can definitely trick him with this simple trick. Ha ha ha. Listening to the laughter coming from the top, Alka sighed helplessly, rubbed his head. It seems, it's time to rest. Thinking, he pushed the door and walked in. What's going on outside? Why are they laughing so happily? Xia Dai, who was holding a book in his hand, asked Alka as he walked in. Nothing, they just played a trick on me. Alka said helplessly. At this time, there was a huge bookcase inside the temple, filled with densely packed books and various materials, except for this entire wall. The surrounding rooftops were all filled with such bookcases. It had been a month and a half since they came to this space. They spent almost all their time here in the past month and a half. At the same time, they also built this temple for research through cooperation. Many of the previously dilapidated research machines that could not be used due to the reduction of the total amount of magic power in the world were all moved here. In addition to the temple, there are also space mezzanines. That is the real research site. Of course, those space mezzanines were recently created by Alka. Those former mezzanines have long disappeared with the erosion of time and the consumption of magic power. However, before it disappeared, the things inside had already been taken out by the researchers at that time, which was a good thing. It must be said that the ancestors of the Vastwa people had actually encountered it a long time ago. Today, however, among them, some people seem to have all kinds of fluke mentality, and some wise men had already made preparations. They had carefully protected various books, research equipment, results and materials in advance. Protection in the physical sense rather than magic. They had foreseen that if they could really get out later, these things might be the guarantee of their survival. This was indeed the case. Where is Simon? Alka asked. Sia Daidi pointed to the central hall. It should be in Laboratory 3. Hearing this, Alka nodded and came to an ordinary door marked 3 in the hall. He pushed the door open and walked in. The door was just a door frame, standing in the middle of the hall. But when Alka opened the door and walked in, he did not come out from behind the door, but directly entered the space mezzanine. This is a simpler, more convenient, and faster way to pass through the space mezzanine in a safe environment. Once you arrive at laboratory number 3, you will find that it is as bright as day. A ball of light like the sun is at the top of the entire space, providing the entire laboratory with bright and soft light in all directions without dead angles. It ensures that there will be no blind spots in the laboratory. This is also Sia Daidi's ability. After all, they cannot use magic to create such an exaggerated light source. Otherwise, the Vastwa people who are conducting learning experiments here may have serious allergies. If it was natural light condensed by Sia Daidi through magic, there would be no such problem. Due to various allergic reactions to magic during this period, they had to think hard. At this time, a Vastva man, wearing only simple shorts, was standing in a fully enclosed transparent cabin. The other Vastva people, as well as Simon, Lucilia, and Matlisa, were standing next to them, and were also operating. Those who didn't know would think they were conducting some kind of evil human experiment. The Vastva people in the cabin could not be seen, and they seemed to be expressing their current feelings. Alka walked over. Magic density 0.06. The subjects behaved very normally, without any allergic reaction. There was no discomfort. The magic power was increased, Matlisa said, and a Vastva scholar next to her turned on the machine next to her and pushed it up slightly. The current research of these scholars is mainly based on Simon Alka and others, because the topics they used to study are no longer of much use. The difficulties have been solved by reality. You can see a whole jar of magic power not far away. It is a transparent jar that is 3 meters high and half a meter in diameter. It contains concentrated magic power, but it does not emit any magic power. The fluctuations are firmly and stably bound in the container. A very interesting magic container, very advanced. It was collected from the outside by Alka and others through the magic battery technology of the Vastwa people. In the outside world, no one would have such a demand to create such stable magic power. This is also the source of the magic power of Lab 3. At this time, both Simon and Matlisa looked decadent as if they had not rested for a long time. However, the surrounding Vastwa people seem to be in good condition. This is because they have changed several groups of people, and they take turns to rest. After all, they are essentially ordinary now. And Alka and the others have hardly had any hibernation since the temple was built. There is no way. The technology left by the Vastwa people for tens of thousands of years can no longer be described as a treasure for them. It was like a treasure house filled with countless treasures. There were new surprises every day. Simon wanted to divide himself into 10 parts to conduct research at the same time. Even Lucilia, who didn't like experimental research, was completely immersed in it. Not to mention Alka and Matlisa, who were very interested in the nature of experiments. Even Sia Daidi and Julia in the temple hall were looking at various ancient documents. There were too many of these documents. The Vaswa people are very good at keeping records. From these documents, we can learn about the gods of the time and the relationship and status between the gods. As for Juanlu, he is helping the entire Vaswa people to train a team of chefs to solve more substantial needs. Perhaps it is because the Vaswa people have been eating nutrient solution for hundreds of years. Before eating nutrient solution, there was not much edible food, so they have almost completely lost the skills related to cooking. In other words, they are no different from primitive people. And Juanlu is busy with these things recently. Outside, Poro seems to be not interested in these things at all. In fact, he also spends most of his time here. But it is much better than other people. You should know that although the Vaswa people hate war, they prefer peace. Even in such a small space with limited resources, there is still no full-scale war. But they used to be a race fighting against the army of the god of war. And there is a special title of the conquest hand in the tribe to deal with war. Perhaps it is because even those who like war have a certain rationality of inquiry. So they actually have a very complete force training mechanism and process. And even have corresponding training machines. They have a very complete training system. But later, this thing obviously didn't have much use here. And it was completely sealed. There was not much progress after that. And a lot of knowledge was left over from the Golden Age. These completely sealed things are everywhere. And they are well preserved. This is what Poro is obsessed with. By the way, he will also be responsible for the martial arts training of some young men of the Vaswa people. Sometimes Xia Deity will also play the role of a coach. Magic concentration 0.13. The subject has already shown a weak allergic reaction. The experiment is over. As he said, the transparent cabin opened, and the magic power gathered inside slightly diffused out. However, the concentration was reduced after it diffused out, and the surrounding Vaswa people could fully accept it. He just sniffed a little unaccustomed. Alka also came back to his senses. Matlisa waved her hand, and a thin needle was inserted into the subject who came out, and the red spots on his body disappeared immediately. Ms. Matlisa, how is the result? Asked Vastal, a woman who was in charge of recording the experiment. It is slightly improved compared to before, but there is still a big gap from the most standard. But this is a good thing, isn't it? This at least shows that your body is only slightly uncomfortable, and you can still adapt to the magic after a little adaptation. Matlisa said, looking at the record book in her hand. They are studying the adaptability of Vasva's magic. After all, it is impossible for them to stay here forever. They must find a way to get them out. It is obvious that there is no future for them to stay here. And it also makes Alka dare not inject magic into it, to revive this space. Chapter 397 The Church of the Southern Cross. The sun shines through the window. The golden beams of light pass through the gaps in the curtains and hit the bed. Outside are ships coming and going, and the noisy sounds coming from the port. But these noisy sounds cannot penetrate the front window into the room. The bedroom is still relatively quiet. Alka, who was sleeping on the bed, slowly opened his eyes. He rolled over, tucked the quilt under his body, and then picked up a pillow to cover his head. After a long while, he suddenly sat up. Following the strange cry, he stretched his body vigorously. Great! Alka looked at the hourglass next to him. He actually slept for more than 10 hours. He slept almost the entire night. You know, after coming to the Infinite Sea for so long, this might be the first time he slept the entire night. Alka could continue to sleep in his dreams, and enter a very deep sleep. He could recover his mental and physical state very quickly. This is a talent that Simon can't even envy. In addition, he has reached the 4th stage of strength. For him, more than 10 hours of sleep is already very long. But corresponding to this, he hasn't slept for a long time. Jumping out of bed, washing up, putting on clothes and going to the deck. When he came to the restaurant on the stern deck, he heard the conversation coming from inside. According to the theory of the connection between soul and body, we can use certain means to achieve physical strength storage. Lucilia's voice came. In front of her was Matlisa, who was communicating with her. But your current body is made up of the soul doll and the treasure. It is not completely consistent with the theoretical goal of the experiment. We need more research to achieve the effect you want. Right? Hearing the conversation between the two, Alka roughly knew what they were talking about. In simple terms, it was to allow Lucilia to leave her current body and temporarily live in a temporary body, and preserve her current specific instance completely, then reconstruct her treasure. After all, bloody flag. Whether it is the material of the treasure, or its symbolic meaning, it is not quite right. This somewhat limits Lucilia's strength, and the most important problem is that it limits the puppet girls. Because in the large amount of research records of Wadawa, they found out how to enlighten the true soul of soulless things. Using this technology, several people agreed that they could make the puppet girls truly become creatures with souls. This function has already been realized in the former Vastwas. They will use this artificial soul technology to construct a structure steward to help them fight, manage, and manufacture. That is, a magical version of artificial intelligence. But this technology is not mature, and the treasures are also limited. However, this thing is not the focus of their research now. Alka walked in. He sat in his seat, picked up the food in front of him, and started eating. Looking at Xiaodaidi, who was thinking about something next to him, asked, "What are you thinking about?" Hearing this, Xiaodaidi realized that Alka had actually come in. She had been in a daze just now. "Didn't you want to draw a general map of the Vasva city-state inside?" Alka nodded. He did ask Xiaodaidi to do this. Although the Vasva people recycled many building materials, the damaged buildings were demolished. Of course, the once glorious Gu city-state, many of the excavated foundations and basements are still preserved. There are a lot of underground ruins buried in the whole Vastva. And the problem is that these underground ruins seem to have strange functions. We have also found some functions in many documents. But you know there is no magic now. So our most important thing now is to let the Vast people gradually adapt to magic. And then revive the earth inside. Right? Alka asked. Xiaodaidi nodded. In short, the former Vastva city-state was an advanced city where magic and constructs coexisted. There are many powerful basic buildings, but these things have a most basic requirement. That is, magic. According to Xiaodaidi's detection, many buildings may still be usable according to their original plans. Therefore, the revival of magic is crucial. Alka has such ability, but he must consider the Vasva people inside. He can't kill all the Vasva people for the sake of revival. Right? He is not so crazy. And this is a completely meaningless behavior. The benefits between the two are completely incomparable. And as they get along for this period of time, I have to admit that the Vasva people have an innate talent in constructs and magic research. Alka and the others are consciously or unconsciously deeply bound to this race. So that when this race overcomes various difficulties and can move freely outside, they will also be deeply bound together. They are improving their status and reputation among the Vasva people at this time. Now they are equivalent to investing in the future Vasva people, and the Vasva people at this time also need them very much. To some extent, the two have reached a tacit understanding, and are now fighting each other very fiercely. Alka and his people covet the talents, technology, historical materials, and various documents of the Vasva people. The Vasva people need the strength and protection of Alka and his people. This is a bit too outrageous for a race that has been separated from the world for tens of thousands of years. All this is due to their complete, detailed, and well-preserved historical records and research documents. And Alka and the others have always known that it is not possible for them to piece the world together. From this, we can see how precious Vasva, which was left over from before the War of Gods, is. Moreover, Alka and the others have a lot of treasures, but the enlightenment quotas on them are almost completely unused. This is a great opportunity. While the few people were talking, Simon finally woke up. He walked in, rubbing his head. "Wouldn't you like to sleep a little longer?" Alka looked at Simon and asked. Although he went to bed later than Simon, he could still sleep deeply in his dreams. "No, there are important things waiting for me. I haven't asked you yet. What were you researching before?" "Magic power gathering technology. Remember the technology of magic gathering stone?" Everyone nodded when they heard this. They remembered this technology very well after all. It was this technology that made their current strength improve so quickly. It can be regarded as the foundation of their team. Magic battery is the extension of this technology. If we study it thoroughly, we can mass-produce magic gathering stones, and even produce higher-level fully customized magic gathering stones. Simon became more and more excited. Everyone understood immediately. Alka couldn't help but think of space expansion technology, space interlayer manufacturing technology, and the most powerful long-distance transmission technology they had seen. You know, this is the research strength of the Vastwa people. No, we must train the current Vastwa people. Otherwise, we can't reproduce so many experimental results by ourselves, Alka said, holding his head. Everyone nodded to this. After dinner, everyone started to get busy again. Only Alka did not enter the inner space again. but entered the dream. And he did not sink into his own dreamland, but sank into the opposite of reality where he was at this moment. He needed to observe something. Looking at the large number of dream bubbles floating around, Alka ignored them, but took a step forward, and his whole body turned into a cloud and flew forward quickly. Soon he arrived at another place where a large number of dream bubbles gathered. Then he saw a bubble in the center. The volume of this bubble was very large, and the strength of the owner in reality could be roughly judged by the volume, which was about the 5th stage. Next to the bubble, there was another bubble like this. There is no doubt that this bubble is the goal of Alka's trip. Creel's dream. Ever since he learned some information about Creel from Baraz, Alka has been thinking about when to visit his dream. But the problem is that the royal family, to which Creel belongs, has signed a contract with a king in the dream. There must be a spell or document related to dreams. They must have taken protective measures for their dreams. You must know that the bubbles in the dream are the reflection of real life in the dream. There are extremely powerful rules and restrictions in the dream that protect the dream bubble. Otherwise, the creatures in the dream can do whatever they want to the spirits of these people. Alka looked at his dream bubble and thought about it, and brought out a large group of pink mist, and began to wrap up the entire dream, condensed a misty pink ball, and probed into the dream. However, the pink ball did not enter at all, but was directly bounced out. Sure enough, there is protection. Alka thought about it, and came to the front of the bubble in person, exploring the space where he wanted to extend his arm into the dream. However, when he just put his hand in, the bubble exploded and disappeared in front of him. In reality, Creel suddenly woke up from the bed and opened his eyes. Nightmare? He closed his eyes again after a while. Obviously, he didn't know what happened in his dream. Alka looked at the dream bubble that reappeared in front of him, floating beside him with his arms folded. This time he didn't continue to try. He never thought that he could avoid dreams and be explored by others in this way. The method can be described as simple and practical. But one has to admire such a method, which is indeed very practical. Even if you are the king of dreams, as long as the body in reality wakes up, the dream bubble will be broken, and you will have no way to deal with it. This is the most basic rule of the dream world. Alka is not strong enough in the dream world to break the rules. Dreams are much more orderly than reality. It is somewhat ironic. After thinking for a while, Alka looked at the other dream bubbles next to the bubble. He began to select them one by one. Since Creel's dream bubble had strict protection, he didn't believe that everyone else had such ability. Sure enough, the surrounding bubbles were easy to get into. This means that even Creel himself didn't know that his dream had protection. Maybe he only knew a little about dreams, which was a good thing. Alka began to investigate one by one, mainly asking about Creel's recent secret actions and what he was preparing. The answer was that Camille was in contact with someone and was making some preparations. It was very secretive. Even the closest people could not know. It seemed that Creel was hiding very deeply, and we could only find a way to break through head-on. Back to reality, Alka sat in the captain's room and thought, we must be 100% sure to kill Creel. If we spend so much time, and he runs away, it will not be worth it. It is known that Creel's strength is at the 5th stage, and at most, he has just gained a foothold in this stage. There are 2 treasures used. One is related to space, which allows him to cross space, and the other is a treasure that can exert gravity. According to the previous battle and the information given by Balish, the treasures related to space are obviously more auxiliary. The ones without attacking characteristics are used for long-distance transmission, or to break through space to escape. It does not break space or use space to cause damage. The main means of attack comes from another treasure that can create gravity, or impact force. This treasure can reduce his own gravity, and then exert pressure on the enemy. The advantages of this increase and decrease are instantly opened up, and he can also integrate pressure into his attack, making his attack cause a heavy blow from a distance. The main thing is that it is extremely difficult to defend, because it is invisible to the naked eye. With the ability of the treasure, it stands out in the battle as simple and practical, rough and powerful. The 2 treasures can be said to complement each other. First of all, in order to escape, his spatial ability must be restricted. At this point, Alka touched his left eye. Can my treasure limit it? The Heart of Vasva, the main ability it brings is a space that is like a small world. In this space, Alka has a strong ability to shape space. The additional ability is the ability of space. It is probably to expand space, create space gaps. It is also more auxiliary in nature, if the ability of the mirror and the dream catcher can achieve unexpected transmission. But it does not limit the ability of others to transmit space. In short, this scepter-level treasure can be completely classified as a functional treasure. Why do I always get this kind of treasure that suits me? Alka scratched his hair and said, a little depressed. The galaxy I got before was very powerful in frontal combat, but it just didn't match. The heart of Vaspa matches, but it is purely functional. In the battle, the combination effect of the mirror and the dream catcher must be matched to play an effective role. Of course, it is also possible that Alka is only at the 4th stage after all, and is at a stage where he can just master the scepter and the treasure. Without full mastery, it is possible that there may not be a very good situation. But this is just self-consolation. We must find a way to limit his ability to escape through space. Lock him in a dream? No. It is not safe enough. Alka wrote this down. Which is the most important point. Just like he knew Creel's ability, Creel had fought with him before. And he also had an impression of his treasure. For example, the ability to deceive, drag into the dream fog, and teleport through the mirror. But what he didn't expect was that these abilities had already been comprehensively strengthened. With the heart of Vaspa, there was no need to create a physical mirror to teleport. In general, this was a surprise attack in which the enemy was in the open, and we were in the dark. It was not necessary to deliver a fatal blow by yourself. You could rely on the temporary power of the dream to raise your strength to the 5th stage. Then, he firmly restricted Creel. To be honest, my ability is really strong when I am playing as a support. With Xia Dedi's current strength, he can definitely deal a fatal blow. Don't underestimate the impact of a meteor. Well, I have to plan it well. Just like that. Alka sat silently, thinking silently. Following Baraz's letter, Alka led Xia Dedi and Lucilia to the direction of the capital. They had the pass given by Baraz in their hands, and they were going to the Holy Mother Church in the capital, which was in line with their status. Soon they saw a huge city surrounded by gray-white stone walls at the end of the avenue. There were various buildings inside, but the materials used were the same as the walls. This was a gray-white city. Facing the guard's interrogation, Alka handed him the pass given by Baraz, and walked in safely. It must be said that, whether it was the total population, the trade, or the architectural style, it was not much different from the port. Even in terms of population and trade, it is really not as prosperous as the port. It can only be said that it seems to be more prosperous here. Although you can still see poor people in tattered clothes, but there are much fewer than in the port. Crossing the street after asking, Alka saw the Church of Our Lady in the corner, looking at the church in front of him. To be honest, Alka thought he had returned to the home sea. How many years has it been since he last saw such a small church? It can probably only be seen on some small islands in the home sea. From this, we can also know that the missionary work of the Holy Mother Church here is obviously not going well. When Alka and his friends pushed open the door and walked in, the prayer hall was empty. Alka remembered that it was almost time for prayer. Then an old man in the robe of the Holy Mother Church came out from the wooden door next to him. Excuse me. He was about to say something when he found something wrong. It's a saint. It's rare to see him in such a small place. The young man looked a little happy, but he changed his mind and said, "Didn't you say that His Highness Narks would arrive in a while?" Obviously, he thought Alka and his friends were the team escorting the prince. Chapter 398 Saint Prince. Alka looked at the priest who was walking towards him. He said directly, "Sorry, we don't know this person. We just came to this church specially." "Don't know him?" The priest was a little confused and looked at Alka and the others. Then he was slightly stunned for a while, as if he was recalling, but Alka had seen that he seemed to be using some kind of spell. His eyes became dull, and he could feel that the breath of the Virgin Mary on him became stronger at this moment. He should be using some kind of power from the Virgin Mary. After about a second or two, he recovered, smiled awkwardly, and said to Alka and the others, "Sorry. I recognized the wrong person. Please go ahead. Friends, this place has been really uneasy recently. If possible, you should leave this place as soon as possible. How about staying in the church for a while? I haven't seen other believers here for a long time, let alone a saint. Obviously, the Church of the Virgin Mary is a safe place, unless you are a pure cultist, or a brainless idiot. Otherwise, no one would dare to risk angering a real God and invade his church. There is no such thing as a God who cannot show up in this world." The pastor kept talking, and then slapped his head. "Look at me. I'm really rude. My name is Ted. And I'm the pastor of the Church of the Virgin Mary in the Southern Cross Island Church. He turned his head to look at Alka and the others, and introduced himself with his arms crossed. Alka nodded and made a ceremonial gesture of the Virgin Mary Church. I am the leader of the Compass Eye. And my name is Alka. These are my companions. Siadaiti and the others also crossed their hands. Nice to meet you, my name is. After a brief self-introduction, Alka and the others sat down directly at the seats next to them. The pastor, named Ted, also sat directly on the seat across the aisle. Putting his hands on his knees, he looked at Alka and the others with his waist slightly bent. Looking at you, you should be very strong. Why did you come to such a remote place? The pastor looked at Alka and the others and asked. Although he could not see the specific strength of Alka and the others, he could tell roughly that their strength must be strong through the breath of the Virgin Mary and a certain temperament on them. The strong breath of the Virgin Mary on Alka, and the same breath of the Virgin Mary on Siadaiti behind him, were much stronger than him as a pastor. But he did not call himself a member of the Virgin Mary Church in the introduction. There was only one possibility. The believers who received the gift of the Virgin Mary must be very powerful. In response, Alka blinked slightly. He looked at the priest in front of him and said, "We are here to wait for the Saint Prince you just mentioned who will arrive soon." Hearing this, the priest frowned slightly. His emotions were mixed with vigilance and doubt. And then his vigilance disappeared. It was mainly because Alka and his friends were believers of the Holy Mother that made him let down his guard. He scratched his head in some embarrassment. He thought for a long time before asking, "Is there anything I can help with?" He seemed to be afraid of trouble. Afraid of being involved in some troublesome things. Alka smiled and waved his hand. "No. It's just some of our personal matters. It's not convenient to ask others for help." The priest nodded, and he seemed relieved. Although it is unknown how long the priest has been stationed here, it must be quite long. It is better not to drag these innocent people into personal hatred. At least Alka thought so. Then the few of them chatted casually, waiting for the arrival of the prince they had never met. "So you are from the home sea?" After learning about Alka and his origins, the priest said in surprise. "Yes. It was probably a few years ago. And we arrived around the Broken Sea. This time we came from the Twin Islands to settle some old matters." Hearing Alka's words, the priest nodded. As long as he simply thought about the situation during this period, he would probably understand what these people were going to do. It was probably related to Creel. After thinking for a while, he said, "Creel?" Alka nodded. Creel is indeed extremely ambitious. About 3 years ago, he came back from an outing and began to use more stringent policies to restrict the missionary affairs of the Holy Mother Church. They began to vigorously promote their ancient faith, the Mist Serpent. It was from that time that some trainee priests and shepherds of the Holy Mother Church left one after another. The task assigned to me by the bishop was not completed at all. Speaking of this, the priest sighed. He probably guessed the goal of Alka and others. "What kind of person do you think this is?" Alka looked at him and asked. Hearing this, the priest wrinkled his nose with a little disgust. "An ambitious person. High above, looking down on ordinary people as ants. He is a guy who will do anything to achieve his goal. Although on the surface, he seems to have made the country better in these years. But he always likes to sacrifice a few people to fulfill the rights of the majority. And these rights are closely related to his ambitions. He doesn't care about the people of this country at all. He only cares about his goals, and whether his wildness can be achieved. Anyone who stands in his way, no matter who it is, may be swept away by him without hesitation. But you have to admit that he does have some abilities and means. Almost the same evaluation as Balish. A capable guy who will do anything to achieve his goal. It seems that although this priest looks very young, he seems to know the situation here very well, from a bystander's perspective. Then do you know this prince? The priest nodded. We were childhood playmates. At that time, he and I were taught by the old priest. I am about 10 years older than him. But in the end, he seemed to have a higher talent. After obtaining some consent, he left here and went to a larger church. Later, I heard that he became a saint and was a powerful guy. Alka looked at the priest in front of him. Judging from his appearance, he was probably in his 30s. That means the prince is only in his 20s now. A young man. Maybe he is about the same age as them. Suddenly, Siadaiti next to him gently nudged Alka with his elbow. Feeling the touch, Alka raised his head and looked at the closed door of the church. Looking at Alka's sight, Ted and Jason turned their heads to look. Footsteps were heard, and from the footsteps, it could be seen that there were not many people, only two. The door of the church was opened. A middle-aged man in light armor walked in. His expression looked a little serious, and he had a huge sword on his back. The armor on his body had a red cross star mark. Obviously, he was a royal knight on the island. However, next to him, there was a young man with wheat-colored hair. He had a gentle smile on his face, and was also wearing armor. But the armor was embroidered with dense religious patterns. The patterns represented a good harvest of wheat ears. And there was a symbol of the Church of Our Lady. He also had a one-handed sword on his waist. It was obvious that he was a knight from the church. "Brother Ted? Long time no see." He walked straight over and hugged Ted hard in his slightly confused eyes. Ted broke free from the embrace, looked at him, and then suddenly realized, "Your Highness Narks. Welcome back." Hearing this, the man named Narks looked unhappy, looking at the statue of the Virgin Mary inside the church, and said, under the gaze of the Virgin Mary, "There is no such thing as Your Highness. We are all faithful believers of the Virgin Mary." Hearing this, Ted smiled helplessly. The two exchanged a few words. The prince looked at Alka and others next to him, and then set his sights on Alka. He felt the strong Virgin Mary aura on Alka. For people who were also members of the Virgin Mary Church, this message was so obvious. "Who is this?" Ted introduced quickly. "We are all Virgin Mary saints like you. We are here to see you." "Looking for me?" Narks looked at Alka. Alka smiled and walked forward a few steps, and stretched out his hand. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Alka." "Hello, Narks." The two of them stretched out their hands and shook hands briefly, and they were considered to be acquainted. Ted quietly stepped aside. The knight who had been following Narks stood silently behind him, without saying a word. "Friend, you are waiting for me here, is there something?" Alka smiled and said, "Just like you came back from thousands of miles away to your hometown. Why?" Hearing Alka's words, Narks frowned, and the middle-aged knight behind him was ready to step forward. Alka had seen through his strength, a fifth-stage strongman. The Narks he was guarding had only more than 50 spirals, which was in the middle of the fourth stage. Seeing his behavior, Deddy and Jason behind Alka frowned. The atmosphere suddenly became a little subtle. Narks stretched out his hand to stop his knight, Uncle Vesk. "It's okay. You came here specially to wait for me. So you should know what happened in this country recently. My father died at the hands of his brother, and my family was also killed. And I need to find my uncle, and ask him for an explanation, or to avenge him." Narks's eyes flashed with hatred, and he said it fearlessly, not caring at all whether someone around would spread the news. He knew the saints of the Virgin Mary, and had the most basic trust. A normal person could know the purpose of his return, and it would be strange if he didn't have such a purpose. "So what happens after that? What happens after you kill your uncle?" Alka looked at him and asked. Hearing this, Narks frowned and stared at Alka. "What do you mean by this?" He was pessimistic about whether he could kill his uncle, but he couldn't do nothing. The stranger in front of him asked him directly what to do after killing his uncle. If the man in front of him didn't have a strong Virgin Mary aura, and was a Virgin Mary believer, he wouldn't bother to talk to him. "No, I haven't thought about it. That's after achieving the goal. Then you can start thinking about it," Alka said directly. Hearing this, Narmans frowned and stared at Alka. "Are you sent by the church to help me?" "No. It's impossible. I know the Church of Our Lady. They will not help me with this kind of thing. They have no reason to help me." "Then why do you come here to find me?" Hearing this, Alka smiled and sat next to him. "Look, although I am a saint, I am not a member of the Church of Our Lady. I act according to my own free will, but I do not violate the teachings of the Virgin Mary. And your uncle can kill so many of his loved ones so cruelly. Then how big is the hatred he has made?" Speaking of this, Alka pointed to himself, and Deddy, and others behind him, "And we just have some hatred with him, and need to repay with his blood. The canon of the Virgin Mary did not teach us to complain with virtue, but to repay with tooth for tooth. Of course, we must stop at the right time, and not hurt the innocent." The prince also sat next to him, and his knight was still loyally waiting behind him. Narmans looked at Alka and the others. "So you mean we should form an alliance?" "Yes, isn't it obvious? Your presence can just let us face fewer enemies, and also let us not worry about hurting innocent people." After hearing this, Narmans was silent for a long time. I don't know what he was thinking. He turned his head and looked at Alka. "Although I really want to avenge my uncle, but I want to know why you need me. You should have been here for a long time, and you should have been in the church for quite a while. and waited for me here specially. Knowing my schedule clearly. You seem to have a very detailed plan. What role do you want me to play in this plan? Although the people in front of him are saints, if they are unreliable, Master Inar still believes in himself more. Looking at the prince in front of him, Alka smiled, very sharp, just as you said. We came here a few months ago to prepare for revenge. At that time, it was not long after your uncle killed your father and others. We were originally prepared to take action. But we have a friend here who also needs revenge. And he doesn't want his hometown to fall into chaos. Royal disputes, bloody revenge, etc. You know? Hearing this, the prince probably understood what Alka and others meant and said, in other words, you want to nominate me to ascend the throne of this country? This is yours, isn't it? Alka looked at him and said, this is an absolutely sure-win deal. And Alka and others completely meet the prince's demands. I don't know if this is my luck, or the gift of the Virgin Mary, but I have to say, thank you for your help. The prince stood up and stretched out his hand to Alka, who smiled and shook hands with him. In that case, you should have a good rest here. Others will come to discuss with you. We will communicate again then, Alka said with a smile, and then said goodbye to Xiao and others and left the church. He watched Alka and others disappear at the gate of the church. The knight who had been standing behind the prince finally spoke. Your Highness, you shouldn't trust others so easily, not to mention such an important matter, they are strangers. Hearing this, the prince smiled. No, Uncle Vimink. He is not a stranger, he is a saint of the Virgin Mary. Just because of this? Of course, just because of this. Your will. For him, who only has loyalty, it is really impossible to understand the strange trust between believers. This is especially true of the Virgin Mary's teachings. Even though he had been following her from Narman's to the cathedral, Ted just stood behind them, listening to their conversation. He felt that he was somehow involved. Alas, for the Virgin Mary, someone is following us. Should we get rid of him? Xiao walked beside Alka and said casually, forget it. Let them follow, so as not to alert the enemy, Alka said, and several people began to wander around the city. It must be said that it is not easy to buy some practical items here, but there are many luxury goods. After buying some things of interest, they left the royal city and headed for the port city. About halfway, the tails behind them left one by one. When the night sky was full of stars, Alka and others finally returned to the voice of dawn. You're back on time. Pororo just jumped from the sea to the deck, and said with a smile while looking at Alka and the others who were on board. At this time, the air on the deck was filled with an alluring fragrance, which made people's appetites grow. Jason chuckled twice. It's better to do it early, it smells so good, I seem to smell the scent of honey pork steak. Talking and laughing, several people came to the restaurant. However, there was only Juanlu at the table. Looking at Alka and others who came in, shrugged helplessly. Where are the others? Where else can they be? Of course they are doing research. They are almost going crazy, Juanlu said helplessly. Hearing this, Alka just smiled. This situation will continue for a while. It's okay, I'll send it to him later. Send it? Xiao turned his head and glanced at him. I think you want to join them too. Alka smiled awkwardly and ate silently. After finishing the meal, Alka entered the space inside the treasure. He landed directly in the research temple. Just saw Simon coming out of the space mezzanine of the laboratory. He looked at Alka and his eyes lit up and walked over directly. The thing you asked me to make for you before has been made, but you still need to verify it yourself. He took Alka into laboratory number 1. This is a mechanical laboratory, full of various machines for forging, and some raw materials. It is called a laboratory, but it is more like a forging room. One of them is full of various sundries. And on the tool table, there is a tumbler that seems to have just been made. Alka narrowed his eyes slightly as he looked at the tumbler, which had a blue border on it. Is this it? Simon nodded. It is this. You take it and study it for a while, and I will tell you about its ability. No hurry. Alka took out the packed lunch box from his hand and handed it to him. Take it first, and take the others out to Julia and the others. I'll study it for a while. Don't worry, I also participated in the design. Didn't I? It's okay. Simon thought about it, nodded, and walked out with the lunch box. After a while, he came back, leaving only his portion in his hand, and ate quietly beside him. Alka studied the tumbler in his hand, while having a simple conversation with Simon, who was eating next to him. And the tumbler in his hand, was Alka's secret weapon to deal with Creel. A tool specifically used to prevent this enemy from escaping or teleporting. It uses the space technology of the Vaswa people, but the two people use it in reverse. This technology is used to strengthen the stability of space. This will be able to limit Creel's treasure that allows him to teleport over long distances. Simon named it Space Anchor. As for the appearance of the tumbler, it's just as bad taste. Chapter 399 ready. Late at night. The night sky tonight is dotted with stars. The galaxies and huge luminous stars that used to appear in the past all disappeared. A darker night, rare to see. It seems that something secret will happen tonight, as if at this time. The capital of the Southern Cross Island, in the palace in the center of the capital. There are many guards outside a large and heavy gate, coming and going on duty. There are also knights patrolling around. This seems to be the most important place in the entire palace. Inside the gate. It seems to be a private reception room. From the decoration and precious decorations in the reception room, it can be seen that this should be a place where extremely important people live. Going further in, through a small door, a slight bloody smell came from inside. The door to the outside was wide open, which led to the balcony connected to the outside. A tall, burly and serious man was standing on the balcony with his body straight and looking outside. His face was calm, and he was serious. He was holding a wine glass in his hand, and was savoring it carefully. In his other hand, he was holding a book. The bloody smell came from the center of the room, behind him. A maid in a maid outfit fell to the floor with a pale face. Blood was flowing from her facial features. From her expression, it can be seen that she seemed to have suffered some kind of mental torture before her death. "Oh, my friend, we meet again." A slightly exaggerated voice came from behind Creel, facing the corpse behind him. And the strange voice. Creel was not panicked at all. "I don't think I am friends with a demon." "Don't say that. Of course we are friends. We have met many times. And how do you feel about the technology one gave you? If you are friends after meeting a few times." "Then I have too many friends," Creel said, and had no intention of answering the latter sentence. The hidden demon was not angry, and waved his hand slightly. A light green mist was leaking from the facial features of the corpse lying on the ground. He inhaled it into his nose, just like inhaling some addictive stimulant. An experienced person could tell at a glance that the mist was the soul of the poor maid, and the maid's exposed skin showed faint red stripes. "What do you think of my proposal? I can help you achieve your ambition, and you just need to cooperate with me. I even gave you a little deposit to let you know I have the ability to help you. Your strength has just reached the 5th stage, and you may still be able to do whatever you want in such a desolate border. But as long as you go a little bit further in, your strength is just a slightly bigger ant. People there look at you like a country bumpkin. I believe you have already felt it, and you have such humiliation in your heart. Don't you want to repay this humiliation? Trampling those foreign nobles who once looked down on you, those mortals who dared to despise you, let them know who is truly powerful. Just let me help you. With just a little price, I can accelerate your ambition." "Why not?" Creel turned his head to look at the demon hiding behind him, facing the demon's incitement, and the words that seemed to hit his heart. He still had no expression on his face, seemingly not caring at all. "You say you are a demon, but what you seem to do is more like the devil. It's not like what an angry demon would do at all." "Of course I am a demon. I thought you were not a racist. It's just that I am one of the few smart demons who can use my brain. I am not like those demons, always playing tricks. So I am cunning and violent. What do you think? What do you think?" "No." My answer is still no. I don't have the habit of making deals with demons. I will rely on my own abilities and strength to get what I want." Hearing what Creel said, the demon was not surprised or angry at all, but just chuckled a few times, and it seemed that there was contempt in his laughter. "I see you are quite comfortable using the power I gave you. Hypocritical mortal." Facing the words of this demon, Creel was unmoved, and it was obvious that he had been thick-skinned to a certain extent. However, this demon seemed to still have the devil style, and only provoked him with words, and did not really do any violent behavior. This was obviously different from his fellow tribesmen. He stood up from the chair next to him, and a small bell appeared in his hand. He placed the bell on the desk next to him. "It's a pity that our cooperation didn't end happily, but I will give you a small gift, just like what I gave you before. I am always so generous, especially to friends. Of course, you can rest assured that this small gift is not dangerous. It can only help you when you are in danger. But my patience is limited. When you want to ring the bell, It means that you are willing to cooperate with me. Be careful. Ha! Then I will wait for good news. The demon smiled and bowed slightly, and his figure disappeared into the air. Looking at the place where the demon disappeared, Creel looked at the bell he placed on the table again, picked it up. Thinking for a long time, he threw it into the drawer, turning his head to look at the body of the maid lying on the floor. Transformation failed? It seems that a strong body is needed. No, it may not be that the male demon ate her soul that failed. Don't worry, take your time. He comforted himself casually, and waved his hand gently. A crack in space appeared under the body, and the carpet stained with blood fell into it. As if nothing had happened. He sat down on the chair next to him, continued to drink the wine in his hand, and read the book in his hand. At this time, in a dark hut, several dark figures in cloaks were gathered here, sitting around a round table. The only light in the room was a few candles on the table. At this time, the door next to him opened. Another cloaked figure walked in, and through the wooden door, the sound of rain outside could be heard. The figure who came and shook off the water stains on his body, and then took off his cloak and hung it beside him. Sorry, I'm late. It was Balish who spoke, and sat down in an empty seat. Alka and Narmans, who had just arrived 2 days ago, also sat beside him. This is the last meeting before the matter is accomplished. The next meeting will be to celebrate death, Alka said lightly. The others nodded, except for Alka and the other 2 leaders. The others still wore hoods, even though they knew that this layer of cloth could not provide them with any concealment. But it seemed that this thin layer of cloth could cover their emotions and give them a sense of luck. Tell me about your plan. Baraz, who had just come in, nodded and said, Creel has many subordinates. And similarly, he has many enemies. The only good news is that the difficult team he personally trained died with him on the border island a few years ago. Hearing this, Alka couldn't help but recall. It should be said that when he first met Creel, it was there that he made a grudge with this person. If we want to kill Creel at the lowest cost and with the greatest possibility, then we must try to reduce the number of guards around him. Reduce the number of guards in the entire palace. We need a reason to gather more people. He turned to look at Narmans and asked, Do you have any better ideas? As a believer of the Virgin Mary, and as the prince of this country, at least my identity as a prince has not been deprived yet. Then naturally, my return requires a grand ceremony for the Virgin Mary. Narmans expressed his thoughts. One of the hooded figures said, Is this plan not feasible? We have believed in the white mist serpent since we were young. I have no intention of offending you. But since your beliefs have long been criticized by these civilians, how could you possibly come to participate in such a ceremony? Distribute enough free food, and then hold a dance party for the entire upper class in the name of an individual. I know the nobles in the city very well. Even if they don't cooperate with me, they have to come to this ball because I will invite them as a prince. Narman said, although most officials and nobles now know that he is almost dead in name only. But until now, his title has not been stripped. No one knows what Creel thinks, and no one dares to bet. After all, Creel has no children until now, and rarely has scandals with women. The shadows and cloaks around nodded involuntarily. This excuse was indeed reasonable and effective enough. Then I will cooperate with you, try to get more nobles to participate, and also increase the guards for this festival. Baraz said beside him. But your highness, you must clearly realize that, if there is a problem, you will also be in danger. A cloaked figure said. Narmans nodded. I am also a knight. Danger is always inevitable. This side has been confirmed. Baraz turned to look at Alka. Then the final and most important battle can only be left to you and your companions. Alka nodded. Don't worry. This series of arrangements is mainly to reduce some of the burden on Alka and others, and reduce unexpected situations. At the same time, after the battle, it is to reduce the damage to the entire country. It would be best if only Creel died, but this is obviously impossible. Everyone knows Alka. These powerful people are the core of this operation. Everyone is making preparations around them. Alka and his team also bear the most important responsibilities, which is also the most dangerous task. When the memorial service begins, that is when the battle begins. I will meet you at the gate of the palace and lead you directly to Creel, Baraz said. Narmans also turned to Alka and said, Thank you for what you did. Alka looked at him and said, No need to thank me, because this is not for you, nor for others. It is for me and my companions. We just have a common target of revenge. Everyone exchanged various details in this way until the communication was complete. Then they all left the hut. After returning to the ship, Alka told everyone the whole plan, and asked everyone to prepare. Put aside the research for a few days, take a good rest, and conserve your energy. The enemy is not stupid, we need to give our all. Alka said, and looked at Simon. After seeing Simon nod, he withdrew his gaze. Everything was quietly waiting for the day when the festival began. Everyone acted very quickly. The prince is back? What kind of Thanksgiving ceremony is there for the Virgin Mary? An old woman buying vegetables interrupted the boss, and others while they were chatting. Yes. It should start soon. Virgin Mary? I prefer to believe that the white mist snake in the dream can protect our peace. Speaking of this, the old woman also made a prayer gesture. Looking at the old woman's actions, a young man next to her glanced at her and said lightly, I haven't seen anyone protecting our peace in the past few years. Humph, that's just the one in the palace. The old woman was a little angry when she heard this, and wanted to refute something. Before she finished her words, her husband covered her mouth. Her husband glared at her in horror. Do you want to kill us? The woman seemed to come to her senses, and she looked around in panic and nodded her head. Whether you go or not, we are going anyway. I heard there will be free food and wine to taste. The boss was packing up his stall and said casually. As he spoke, he made a prayer gesture full of loopholes. Thank the Virgin. The tone was so casual. Free? Of course it's free. Then we'll go too. Didn't you say you only believe in? Okay. Stop talking nonsense. The white mist snake won't care about these things. The gods can understand my true trust. Looking at the two people who were leaving in a hurry, the boss smiled slightly. Such scenes were staged everywhere. In just one day, almost the whole city knew about the opening of the festival and the free food and drinks. Free stuff attracted countless civilians who were coming to participate in the memorial service. The recent depression made them need a chance to relax. At this time, the altar for memorial service had been built outside the door of the Virgin Mary Church. The priest and the prince stood on the platform, ready to go. On the high platform not far away, and the rooftops of various taverns, some dignitaries and rich people could be seen, sitting leisurely with their eyes on this side. Why do you think our prince chose to come back at this time? Doesn't he want to live? He is a saint of the Virgin Mary. Unless he does something out of the ordinary, no one will provoke him. It's not worth it. A middle-aged man, with a slightly bald head next to him, drank the wine in his hand and said, We just need to wait quietly for the development of things. It has little to do with us. Not much to do with us. A noble lady next to him chuckled, with a somewhat contemptuous expression. When things get bigger and bigger, no one can stay out of it. It's better to make preparations early. After saying that, she lifted her skirt, got up and left here. As more and more people gathered, more guards were sent here. It can be seen that some of these guards are elite soldiers from the capital and the palace. The main position they guard is not the prince on the stage or the members of the Holy Mother Church, but the area where the nobles sit and rest. To prevent these large gatherings of civilians from allowing some dangerous elements to fish in troubled waters and endanger the safety of these nobles, more and more civilians are gathering here. As more and more people come, those who originally did not want to come also look around with curiosity. At this time, the entire palace was almost emptied except for some servants and necessary guards. Alka and his companions appeared on the street. There were not many people coming and going on the street at this time, because most of them had gathered around the festival. Feeling the noise coming from afar, Alka and his companions were not affected at all. They walked along the straight road towards the palace in the distance. Soon they arrived at the bottom of the palace, looking at the largest building complex in the entire capital, the gray stone tower, with tall spires stacked up. There are reliefs of Buddhist scriptures on it, showing the nobility of this palace. Gardens, fountains, and artistic statues are dotted everywhere. On the low walls guarding the palace, elite soldiers are guarding back and forth. Stranger, leave here? This is not a place you can set foot on at will. The two soldiers at the gate immediately held their weapons in their hands, staring at Alka and others vigilantly, and said, Even though Alka and others did not come here at all, they were just watching the palace near the wall. Friend, don't be so angry. I'm just curious about what the palace looks like. Jason spread his hands and said with a smile, Now you see it. Get out of here. The soldier looked at Alka rudely. Jason shrugged. I did see it. It's really a wild border area. This palace is not as good as the cowshed of my grandmother's house in the countryside. Facing the foul-mouthed soldier, Jason retorted rudely. What? You damn. The soldier was furious and was about to come up with a weapon. But his companion next to him stopped him. Don't cause trouble. You didn't hear him. Before he finished speaking, a figure walked out from the gate. It was Balish. Dear guests, you are here. Mr. Creel is waiting for you. Balish put his status very low and bowed solemnly. Seeing this behavior, the soldier who was just angry had his eyes wide open. You can see the fear in his eyes. He turned his head to look at Alka and others, and quickly lowered his head. Alka nodded and walked in with a few people. They walked past the soldier silently, without any communication. After Alka and others walked in, Balaz, who was left at the end, turned his head and looked at the soldier. Feeling Balaz's gaze, the soldier's face was already covered with sweat. I hope you will have good luck, he said calmly, and Balaz followed him in. As soon as the few people left, the soldier immediately collapsed on the ground. The colleague next to him sighed helplessly at the soldier, waved to the soldiers on the wall, and carried him away together. I don't know when a faint pink mist has been entangled on the city wall, and the soldiers everywhere. As Alka walked, it drifted away. But these soldiers seemed to be completely unaware, and continued to patrol on the city wall, repeating their past duties countless times. Numb and stiff, wandering in the sky, Alka and others walked in this winding palace, unimpeded. Led by Baraz, they arrived outside a huge gate. There were also 2 soldiers at the door. These 2 soldiers were wearing heavy armor, and their strength had reached the 3rd stage of perfection. They had reached the limit of the strength of an ordinary person. Facing Baraz, who was coming, they ignored him. Facing these 2 soldiers, Alka turned around and said to the people behind him, Baroro, Zayadidi, Madlisa, you 3 come with me, and the rest stay outside. Facing their conversation, these 2 soldiers seemed to be deaf, and did not hear it at all. Alka passed by the 2 people, opened the door directly, and walked in with a few people. The moment the door was opened, the 2 soldiers fell to the side with black eyes, and fell into obsession. From beginning to end, they didn't understand everything. At the same time, the soldiers outside fell one by one like dominoes. They fell everywhere, and snored in deep sleep. Chapter 400 Battle. The door opened. Inside was a magnificent and spacious hall. Luxurious carpets were laid on the floor. Smooth tiles, like marble, were neatly attached to the surrounding walls. Tapestries, precious decorations, and portraits of the previous kings were neatly arranged above. Looking at the innermost part of the hall, there was a platform slightly higher than the plain. On the platform, a simple metal throne was placed high up there. On the throne, the sturdy man was wearing a luxurious but simple robe. Sitting on top, he seemed to be reading something in his hand. Behind the throne, there were 2 knights in heavy armor, silently guarding. As Alka and the others pushed the door in, Creel raised his head and saw the guards at the door falling to the ground after the door opened. The 2 knights behind him were very fast. After realizing that something was wrong in an instant, they immediately drew their weapons and blocked him. A crack in space immediately appeared behind the throne. However, the crack just appeared a crack, and immediately disappeared. Under Kreel's frowning eyes, a tumbler fell in the middle of the hall. The tumbler swayed slightly in the center of the hall, making the surrounding space unusually stable. After sealing the enemy's spatial ability, Alka also sealed his own spatial ability. Simple space usage may be okay, but wanting to perform space conversion, or even move between spaces, that is just a foolish dream. Madlisa waved her hand, and the potted plants originally placed on both sides of the hall began to grow vines one after another. These vines began to climb around the walls and entwine. In an instant, the entire hall was covered with a layer of plants, and any openings leading to the outside were blocked by green plants. The whole process was smooth and took less than 3 seconds. Creel looked at the potted plants with vines growing on them. These potted plants were all arranged during this period. Baraz? After so many years, is it finally going to start? Creel stood up and looked at Alka and the others who were slowly approaching. Are you the helpers that Baraz found, trying to kill him in the palace of a king? Where is Baraz? Where is my nephew? Don't you want to witness it with your own eyes? Creel didn't recognize Alka and the others at all. Alka waved his finger gently. The thing covering everyone's face turned into a liquid like mercury and slid down. They gathered on Alka. This was the effect of the mirror, and combined with the power of dreams, they created a certain kind of facial disguise. Looking at Alka and his friends, who had revealed their true faces, even Creel couldn't help but widen his eyes. It had only been a few years, and he couldn't possibly forget Alka and his friends. He was dragged into a dream. And the experience on that island. He would never forget it. And the people who were supposed to be dead suddenly appeared in front of him. How could he not be surprised? He frowned and looked at Alka and the others and asked, "You didn't die? In that place?" At that time, Alka and the others didn't die, which surprised him very much. In his mind, he never thought that Alka's people would survive. Alka didn't answer his question, but asked him strangely, "Why do you think we are dead? Did you see our bodies? Or did you witness our death with your own eyes? Or do you actually know nothing, and just guess it yourself?" At this point, Alka and the others couldn't help laughing. Creel's face was as gloomy as water. And he said silently, "It seems that during the time I was unconscious, there was a lot of commotion around me." Now he may have almost understood some possibilities. Perhaps when he woke up, some of the scenes he saw might be false. It was arranged by someone. I have to admit that the speed at which your strength has increased is beyond my imagination. But if you try to take my life just like this, then I may think that you seem to think too much. Creel has almost seen through the current strength of Alka and others. The strongest among them should be Alka, whose strength has almost reached the middle of the 4th stage, while the others have only reached the 4th stage. Even though Alka and his men are numerous, they still cannot pose any fatal danger to him. He has already established a firm foothold in the 5th stage, although the strength of the 2 knights in front of him is only at the 3rd stage, because there are no more treasures in this country. Even if there are, it is unlikely that the treasures will be given to these guards. But the gap between the stages is huge. At this point, he couldn't help but look at the flower pots on the wall again. Use whatever tricks you have. Baraz must have told you about my strength. Or are you really going to kill me with your 4-stage existence? That will only make me look down on you. Is it Vesk? I heard that this foolishly loyal guy has mastered a treasure for many years. It should be the 5th stage. Vesk is the middle-aged knight behind Narman's. The knight's strength has reached the 5th stage. His mission was to stop another captain of the guards, who was also at the 5th stage. Just a few of us are enough, Alka said, as he let the pink mist fill the entire hall in an instant, turning it into a world of mist in an instant. With a light wave, the 2 knights in front of Creel fell to the ground in an instant. Ordinary people who have no treasures, but are enlightened, even if they have reached the pinnacle of individual strength. Facing the battle between treasure controllers, it is really difficult to have any effect. As the pink mist spread, a headband flashed on Creel's head. The headband emitted a slight glow, which seemed to isolate the mist from him. Alka could see that the item was emitting a blue glow. It was just a spell equipment. His neck also flashed with light, which, combined with the headband on his head, made Alka's pink mist seem unable to drag him into the dream. Something that restricted sleeping or dreaming. Since I suffered a loss last time because of the mist that seemed to be related to dreams, I usually prepare something to target it, Creel said, pushing the 2 knights who fell in front of him aside with his legs. He stretched out his hand and grasped the space that still felt stable, and looked at the tumbler behind Alka. A targeted measure? I advise you not to force the space open, because it may cause a disturbed space. We may not need to do anything at that time, and you will be strangled in it. Creel had just tried it, and clenched his right fist at a distance of more than 10 meters. He smashed Alka hard. Thank you for your reminder. And now pay the price for your offensive behavior. The power transmitted from the air instantly pushed the cloud, so that the attack it used was clearly reflected in the air. With a complete attack trajectory, Pororo had already used his treasure from the beginning. He turned his body, and the tail hammer on his tail directly hit the air bomb that was thrown from the air. It instantly spread out to the surroundings, and turned into a shock wave that pushed away the fog around everyone, revealing a hole. The surrounding walls ejected vines, and instantly bound Creel's hands. He clenched his fists violently, and the powerful force broke free from the vines in an instant. The vines were directly torn apart. Looking at the vines that were wrapping around him at the same time, aiming at his legs, he clenched his fists and pressed down. The 2 vines were instantly pressed to the ground. A huge sound of breaking through the air was heard, and Pororo relied on pure strength and its exaggerated speed to crash directly in front of Creel. At this time, Pororo looked like a giant monster covered with scales. With blue-gray lightning wrapped around his hands, he swung down violently. Creel raised his hand to block the heavy hammer with his right fist, and a huge air shock wave wrapped around his fist, and a punch directly sent Pororo's huge body flying like a ball. In a trance. I don't know when a blue light has appeared behind Creel. Creel has already felt it, but now he has no chance and time to react. It's like a meteor's impact. He felt a huge impact force hitting his side, and a cracking sound like a broken bone sounded. His whole body tilted and drifted to the side and back. He immediately supported the ground with one hand, and the powerful impact was aimed at the ground, making his whole body float up, and then the heavy pressure stopped his body, and by the way, it also relieved the impact force, and landed steadily on the ground. The moment he landed, he kicked sideways with his right leg. However, before he kicked out, he was instantly entangled by several vines that shot over. Xiao appeared beside him, and his kicked leg was still wrapped in a blue light like a meteor, and he kicked him in the stomach. This time, without any protection, he hit the ground directly, creating a huge pit. He rolled over several times. The moment Creel stopped, he did not give himself a chance to calm down, and punched the ground. There was a huge pressure all around him, and it pressed down in an instant. He suddenly looked up in the direction of Xiao, but the moment he felt the pressure around him, Xiao retreated directly. Although her speed was obviously much slower in such a pressured space, but the moment Creel looked up, she had already retreated to the side of Alka. Cough, cough, cough. At this time, Creel coughed violently, and there were drops of blood on the corners of her mouth. Drops of blood dripped onto the floor from his left side. At this time, there was a lot of blood on his body. Looking at his left arm, a large piece of the clothes on it had been destroyed, revealing a huge hole. 3 claw marks appeared on the flesh on it. What was strange was that the flesh on these 3 claw marks disappeared directly. The wound was not torn, but directly sunken. He stretched out his hand and pressed it, and the blood flowing from his left arm stopped immediately. The ability to generate pressure that he used directly suppressed his wound. It was a temporary bandage. The 2 times Xiao attacked him, he used pressure to counterattack in time, so that he would not be seriously injured. He looked at Parolo, the only one who was seriously attacked by him, and was knocked out. At this time, Parolo was only attacked once, but a large piece of his scales on the right side fell off. The whole arm was completely twisted, hanging on his body. But there were already several needles inserted behind him, hidden between the scales. The wounds on his arms and body were recovering at a visible level. If he was given a little more time, he would be able to join the battle in full strength again. He recalled the battle that had just happened in a few seconds, and stood up with a frown. He looked at Alka, who had been standing there without moving. "You affected me?" Obviously, his question did not get any answer from Alka, who just smiled and spread his hands to him. Creel looked at the pink mist around him that was retreating due to the pressure. He probably felt that the pink mist was everywhere in the battle just now, completely affecting some of his judgments. It made him seem to misjudge the direction of some battles, and made the wrong reactions every time. "Are you going to keep the pressure around you like this? Be a coward?" Alka said, as a card made of mirrors flew in. About 5 meters away from Creel. He was instantly pressed to the ground, shattered into pieces, and then disintegrated into magic power. It can be imagined that Creel was under extremely heavy pressure within 5 meters of the area. However, the only thing that could be felt was that it was the same as what Alka had guessed before. Not gravity. It was simply able to produce a certain range of pressure, very much like some kind of shock wave pressing down. However, this was just Alka's guess. As the mirror shattered, mirrors appeared one after another around him. However, facing these mirrors, Creel was not too panicked. Since he couldn't teleport, Alka couldn't either. Not to mention these mirrors, each of which was about the size of a head and floated in circles everywhere. Xiao suddenly stretched out his hand, pointed a finger in a direction. A beam of light flew out. It was golden light, not mixed with blue starlight. The golden light immediately hit a mirror, and then quickly bounced between the mirrors. Xiao kept shaking his fingers, emitting various golden beams, letting them shuttle around the mirrors. After a while, the surroundings kept reflecting dazzling light. However, all the dazzling light reflected by the mirrors was facing Creel. Correspondingly, during the reflection process, these lights were constantly transmitted between the mirrors, until a beam of light rushed directly into Creel's range. Creel, at this time, was fully focused and directly turned sideways, avoiding the attack of the beam. These beams are not affected by pressure at all, and their speed will not decrease at all within the range of pressure. Seeing this, Alka smiled. He turned to look at Xiao and gestured. A large number of beams shot at Creel from all corners, almost 360 degrees without blind spots. Creel could only keep adjusting his posture to avoid the attack of these beams. Suddenly, some kind of shock explosion occurred. In an instant, The shock wave was transmitted around, and the power transmitted by the shock wave pushed the clouds and mist around again. A large area without fog was revealed. Ah! Standing in the distance, Lisa screamed, and was then smashed directly onto the wall covered with vines. These vines instantly formed a trampoline, catching her steadily. Although she blocked some attacks, her arms were completely broken and fell down. Several thin needles were inserted into her hands, and then more and more vines wrapped her up, forming a cocoon that wrapped herself in it. Alka, who had been standing still, was instantly shattered by the sudden force. "Is it really fake?" Creel said, and dodged another beam of light shot at him. He created a mutual pressure collision in the air beside him. The strong shock waves spread to the surroundings again, blowing some broken vines and broken stones away. These diffusions once again pushed back the fog that spread around. In this way, Creel pushed the fog to a safe enough range. Then, while dodging, he kept punching in the air. Several more air bombs hit the vine cocoon where Lisa was. However, these vines were extremely tough and overlapped with each other, and the air bombs only broke a few on the surface. And then, they would be wrapped by more vines. After attacking several times, Creel knew that there was no point in going there. Lisa, who was wrapped in the center of the cocoon at this time, sensed the entire battlefield through the vines outside, and repaired her arms. Frowning, the pain made beads of sweat appear on her forehead. Alka's figure was completely hidden in the mist that filled the entire hall, making Creel unable to detect it at all. More attacks turned to Xiaodai and Pororo, who was recovering from his injuries. Facing this invisible attack, Xiaodai's entire body turned into a straight beam of light. Easily dodged it. Correspondingly, there was no chance to continue shooting beams, and these shock waves had already smashed most of the mirrors into pieces. Even though these mirrors have been reinforced by Alka, Creel's air bullets are extremely powerful. Facing invisible air bullets, the pressure caused can only be felt when they are about to hit people. It is extremely difficult to dodge, but the attack is too exaggerated, and it is impossible to take even one easily. It seems that all the attacks are now directed at Pororo. Chapter 401, All Means Used. But Pororo dodged all the air bullets aimed at him. Pororo used his legs and tail to dodge. He showed a flexibility that was completely different from his appearance, and he was able to accurately capture the attacks coming towards him. Looking at this situation, Creel frowned. Without the influence of Alka's pink mist, his judgment of the battle was no longer as hazy as before. But he couldn't understand how Pororo did it. Is it a racial talent? The reaction speed is too fast. Or did he use some kind of technique? Suddenly he felt something, and swung his fist and turned around, but the punch hit the air. An item on his waist was stolen. The fog that came in at some point did not arouse his vigilance at all. At this time, the wound on his right arm had almost healed. Alka stole the item he used for treatment. "This thing is good, it belongs to me now." As soon as Alka's voice came, an air bomb was thrown from the direction where his voice came from. "Wrong, I'm not there." Creel just threw the air bomb experimentally, and then saved his energy. Alka's behavior was too weird. Even if he didn't drag him into a dream through the pink mist, the pervasive mist affected his mental judgment. And the fact that he didn't arouse his vigilance at all just now, and stole his things directly through the mist, made him more vigilant. Alka hid in the mist, looking at the healing item he had just stolen. He actually got it. Creel's space equipment was a fully functional treasure. It could be used for long-distance teleportation, but it had a certain pre-swing. Such a pre-swing was extremely difficult to avoid in battle, so it was meaningless to use it. So in the fixed space of the tumbler, he gave up using it directly, because such a short-distance teleportation was not as good as rushing over. Correspondingly, Alka could also use certain spatial abilities in this stable area. He used the mist as his hand and reached out, stealing his things through the ability of space. The power of the mist that affects the mind at this time. As long as Alka suppresses his hostility, it is extremely easy to evade the enemy's vigilance. Creel ran and rushed directly towards Pororo. In his eyes, the current Pororo is the first to be dealt with. The existence of that kind of blue-purple lightning was too lethal to him. He was also the only person he could attack now. The moment Creel moved, the heavy pressure around him was instantly relieved. Several vines flew over again, and a large amount of mist was about to fill the surrounding space. The heavy pressure collided again, and the air waves generated by the collision were transmitted to the surroundings, and once again pushed away the pink mist that was spreading. Facing the vines that were about to bind him again, Creel just clenched his fist and pressed the vines to the ground, and then the pressure was cleared in an instant. But these vines could not keep up with his speed. After a few simple rounds of fighting, he had basically figured out the strength of these people. At the same time, he felt a sense of crisis in his heart. These people had multiple treasures, and it was definitely not just Alka. Roar! Facing Creel, who came out, Pororo roared in an instant, and the runes on his body immediately emitted a blue light. Blue-gray lightning began to wrap around his body. Scarlet pupils appeared in his eyes, and the strange scales growing from his belt began to spread more. Some barbs even grew on his body. He rushed directly towards Creel. At this time, there were 6 fine needles inserted into the back of Pororo and combined with his scales and shell, hidden inside, infusing and healing his injuries. There were 6 more hidden in the surrounding mist, ready to heal at any time. The two collided with each other in an instant. And this time, beside Creel, it seemed as if there was an invisible shield. Pororo's attack hit the invisible air wall, and then a huge pressure pressed on him. Creel punched Pororo, who was pinned to the ground again. Pororo raised his left arm to block the attack. And then his entire left arm was immediately pressed on his body, with a very obvious sound of fracture. The shell on it fell off and splashed with the impact, bringing out pieces of blood and flesh. There was no time to shed a lot of blood, and he was directly pressed to the ground again, forming dots of circular spots. At this moment, a large number of vines spread from under his feet and tied up Creel's legs. Countless pink mist spread. 6 thin needles followed the mist and pierced into Pororo's body again. More life energy poured in. Pororo's injuries were healed in an instant. But Creel continued to attack. He had to kill one first to relieve the pressure, even at the risk of being seriously injured. No! A blue meteor streaked past. Bang! With a huge impact, Creel was smashed into the distance. The blue meteor, which was once again bound by vines in the air, hit him again. This time, the vines were torn off together, and it hit the floor directly. A large number of vines were broken, and the floor under the vines was already full of cracks. The pressure of 5 meters in radius pressed down again. Creel raised his bloody head, and stood up tremblingly while holding his left arm. As he coughed, drops of blood flowed from his mouth. He was affected by the pink mist again. But the problem now was not this. He calmed down. Have you mastered a scepter-level treasure? He looked at the blue light flashing, and asked Xia Dai, who appeared 5 meters away. This exaggerated power was simply not something that a 4-stage master of 1 or 2 treasures could achieve. And at the moment of the collision, he felt that his treasure was suppressed. This was beyond the power of a person who had just stood firm in the 4th stage and had not yet stopped. The speed and strength are both top-notch, even though he knows that Xia Dai is the most threatening one. But the problem is that in most cases, he can't do anything with this person. Too fast, too flexible. The pervasive pink mist limits his speed, and he must always let the pressure collide to push the mist away. Unless he can deal with Xia Dai wholeheartedly, at most one more person can be added. But these 4 people together, all kinds of ways are interfering with him, and he has to spend more than half of his energy to eliminate those influences on him. He had to find time to use air waves to collide with each other, to generate a large-scale shock wave, to push away the pink mist. Otherwise, the pink mist would penetrate everywhere. Even if it could not drag him into the dream, it would affect his mind. It would completely interfere with his judgment, put him in a complete disadvantage, and he might not even be able to exert his current strength. He might even make a completely wrong judgment, put himself in a dangerous place. And those damn vines, he had to find the right opportunity to press down on a large scale from time to time, to prevent these vines from interfering with him. Pororo was in charge of the attack. Speaking of Pororo, he suddenly looked up. He had endured such a powerful attack. If he had been in the 4th stage, he would have been smashed into a pulp. But although Pororo looked extremely miserable, he still stood up. The wounds on his body were recovering in a way that was visible to the naked eye. So one treasure was the kind of extremely destructive lightning, and the other treasure was the powerful self-recovery function? Creel judged. In the current battle, only Pororo was seriously injured. Alka and Xia Dai were almost uninjured. And the other seriously injured Mathlisa had already surrounded herself in a thick cocoon, controlling a large number of vines to attack. So he didn't know at all that Mathlisa had already recovered to normal, but still hid herself in the cocoon. Her help in the battle was the ability to remotely control the fine needles for treatment, and the vines that filled the entire battlefield. There was no need for her to expose her true form and become a target in the battle. This behavior made Creel misjudge. thinking that the powerful recovery effect was brought by another treasure of Pororo. As for Xiaodaidi's treasure, he guessed it was a scepter-level treasure, which should be that kind of blue light. He had seen the natural golden light before. Alka's treasure was still the pink mist he had seen before, and the mirror that could be generated at will and even teleported. Simple recollection and judgment took place in 1 or 2 seconds. Maintaining the 5-meter pressure range, he moved a little to the side and came to the throne. "Are you ready to sit on your throne before you die?" Alka's figure emerged from the mist. The moment he emerged, Creel punched him without hesitation. The pressure formed by the air bomb directly broke up a large area of clouds and mist. Alka's figure was still an illusion. After dodging many beams of light, Creel came behind the 2 guards, who had completely sunk into the dream before. "Give me your life now," he said, as he pressed his hands down directly. The scarlet smelled of sulfur. The ominous smell emanated from the 2 guards. Using the power of these demons is not a good choice. Looking at this scene, Xiaodaidi said, "This smell is very familiar to them. But it works well, isn't it?" The bloody smell. The 2 guards woke up from their dreams and began to scream violently, and their whole bodies began to struggle and tremble. The whole body even began to bend strangely. 2 long horns protruded from the forehead, a pair of wide bat wings spread out, and bright red skin. The 2 soldiers who turned into demons stood up. Their huge bodies had broken the armor they had worn. They picked up the previous weapons and held them in their hands. "Oh, the outside world feels so good." One of the demons twisted his neck and said, "I need blood, I'm hungry." The other one showed a bloodthirsty smile. Creel looked at the 2 demons. "According to the contract, now you 2 must hold one each." "Damn human. Don't order me." As soon as he finished speaking, he felt a pain in his forehead. Mortals who are taking advantage of the power of others. Although he said so, he still picked up the long sword in his hand. The flames of the abyss flowed along his arm and ignited the blade. These 2 demons were obviously not transformed from humans, but were reborn in human bodies through human bodies and long-established rituals. The 2 demons turned to look at Xiaodaidi and then frowned. "Leave this woman to you. I'll go kill that big guy." One of the demons with straight horns said. He pointed at Parolo, who had recovered most of his strength. He felt that this big guy was much more threatening than a woman. The other one curled his lips and spat on the ground, but still nodded. "Fool, I'll take care of this woman. Your target is the person hiding in the fog." Creel cursed. "Don't order me around, human. I can kill whoever I want." Even though the 2 demons were only at the middle level of the 4th stage, they were still rude to Creel. But it was really hard for demons without treasures to deal with them. But even though he said that, he still looked at the pink mist that filled the surroundings. Looking at the rolling pink mist, his eyes widened, and the hand holding the sword blade trembled. Even the flame on the blade suddenly went out for a while. "What are you doing?" His companion beside him couldn't help asking when he saw the demon like this. Yes. "Have we met before?" Alka's figure suddenly emerged from the mist. "It's you?" The demon screamed in fear, as if he saw something terrifying. Without hesitation, he chopped his neck with a knife. Instantly, he saw the head of a demon, which fell directly to the ground. This strange scene shocked everyone present. The entire battlefield fell into an eerie silence in an instant. And the demon who was still standing, watching his companion's sudden suicide, seemed to have thought of something. His eyes widened. Damn mortal, damn devouring mouth. Then he suddenly picked up the blade in his hand and stabbed it into his heart. Hot lava blood flowed from his body. He also committed suicide without hesitation. The 2 demon bodies lying on the ground began to change gradually, and then became dry. But it did not completely transform into the human corpse just now. Creel frowned. This scene gave him a very bad premonition. He looked at Alka, who appeared from the mist. He punched again. This time, the air bomb was actually blocked by several layers of mirrors. A large amount of mist was madly sprayed out. The mirrors around revealed a bizarre world. "It seems that you don't have many means anymore. It's time to end it now." Alka's strength suddenly soared. At some point, his strength even surpassed that of Creel, who had reached the 5th stage. Feeling the pressure from Alka, Creel knew that this was their hidden means. A large amount of mist rushed in directly through the pressure layer, and the sheer number instantly enveloped Creel. The mist began to flow into his body, affecting his spirit. The necklace on his neck and the headband on his head were flashing a strong light, and the power had been pulled to the maximum. But seeing the 2 objects teetering on the edge of collapse, it was clear that he could not hold on for much longer. "Get out of here!" Creel roared loudly, and the huge pressure seemed to want to push the fog away. He stopped a lot of fog under his feet, preventing it from invading at all. But it was too late. The fog once again affected his judgment, and he didn't know when. His lower body was tightly entangled by the heavy vines. Pororo, who had almost recovered, rushed in front of him. Behind him was a blue meteor. Boom! The blue lightning broke the building above his head, a thin crack, allowing a bolt of lightning to strike straight down. The impact caused by the violent blue light hit him directly behind. At this time, outside the hall, Jason and others who stayed outside kept dealing with the guards, who were coming to support with Balish. A large number of crystal ice sculptures filled the entire corridor. Sealed inside were soldiers of various shapes. There were more soldiers falling at their feet. Blood had dyed the entire floor red. Seeing that a soldier had a large wound, Jason turned him over and sealed his wound with a crystal. Then he punched him in the head again, making him completely unconscious. "Thank you," Balish said beside him. "You're welcome if you can. No one wants to kill people for no reason." The strength of these soldiers was generally around the second stage, and it was really hard to pose any threat to them. Juanlu looked at the soldiers outside. "Okay, just stand there, and don't come over. Think about your family, your children. Is it worth losing your life for such a tyrant? Now you have a better heir, a legitimate prince. Right? You have shown your loyalty, now stop there." Just after he finished speaking, the whole floor shook violently again. Staying steady, Simon turned his head and looked at the huge door that was already covered with cracks. The battle inside is quite intense. Just after he finished speaking, there was another violent shaking and a loud noise. The intensity of the battle inside was so intense that the soldiers outside could not help but wipe the sweat from their foreheads nervously. If they rushed in, they would have to rush into the gate. The battle inside might have been completely beyond their ability to deal with. "Damn it, charge forward." Suddenly, a fierce roar came. A figure rushed out from behind the soldiers, and rushed directly towards Juanlu and the others at a very fast speed. It's Andak, another guy with the strength of the 5th stage, who is loyal to Creel. Facing the figure rushing towards him, Jason went up without hesitation. At this time, crystal scales were flashing on his body, and he had obviously become a dragon man. Chapter 402 Uninvited Guests. This person named Andak is the one Alka saw next to Creel's dream before, another dream owner with the strength of the 5th stage. He is the captain of Creel's guards. In addition to guarding Creel's safety, sometimes he will attend some activities on behalf of Creel. In some cases, his presence can represent Creel's will. He is also the only one among all the people who has won Creel's trust. Jason, who had transformed into a crystal dragon man, first released a large number of crystal spikes and flew towards the enemy. He jumped into the air, turned around, and used his tail to make a heavy sweep. Eurylius had recently been obsessed with the treasure that could strengthen the ritual, which also allowed her to slightly strengthen the effect of the dragon transformation ritual to a certain extent. The ritual, which had already been simplified, was strengthened a little bit, and Jason successfully grew a dragon tail. But the most important thing was the dragon wings that allowed Jason to fly freely. It is difficult to succeed for the time being, and it can only be completed when the strength reaches a certain level. This also allows Jason and Pororo to receive practical training on Eurylius' tail. With a sweep, the tail is covered with solid crystal spikes. The red and green light intertwined and entangled his body, which was the power enhancement from Julia. A melodious singing voice came, and the charming singing voice from Julia Mermaid strengthened the strength of Jason and others present once again. In turn, it made the enemy's soldiers retreat and lose their fighting spirit. Combined with the strengthening effect given by Eurylius, Jason's power became too strong at this time. Another red light was projected onto his tail through the rotating coin. Bang! At this time, Andak, who was eager to save his master, just wanted to sweep Jason away quickly. The heavy tail hammer hit him. The huge force collided, creating a sonic boom. The huge sound instantly overwhelmed the singing. Andak, who was rushing straight, was hammered directly to the ground by this blow, and several balls flew directly and bit his limbs. "Ah, damn it! You damn traitors!" The furious voice came from the smoke-filled ashes. Andak's left arm, which he used to block Jason's attack, was strangely bent, and was obviously completely broken. What Jason couldn't understand was that Andak, who was at the 5th stage, seemed to show a fighting power that didn't match his strength. At this time, everyone saw that there were two extremely exaggerated wounds on Andak's chest and abdomen, and on his side waist and abdomen, and blood was constantly flowing out from there. This is a serious injury that can almost kill someone. But Andak actually rushed here in this way. According to the earliest plan, Andak should be at the festival site now. Because of Barazza's efforts, he should have represented Creel. Now he rushed here in such a hurry and was seriously injured. Obviously, he encountered other people on the way. It should be Vimink. The battlefield of the entire operation is divided into 3 places. In the center of the palace, Alka and others will face Creel directly. Jason and others were in the aisle of the gate to prevent others from disturbing Alka and the others. And Narmans was responsible for attracting attention outside, and even attracting firepower. Except for Alka, the responsibility of the others was to delay more combat forces outside, to prevent them from disturbing their battle. Detaining more people was their goal. He is seriously injured. Let's go together. Looking at the enemy's injuries, everyone rushed towards Andak without hesitation. At this moment, Andak could not even break through their defenses. If he was not careful, he might even die here. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the group of soldiers who were a little timid at first seemed to have found their backbone. One of the captains suddenly had red eyes. Brothers, for the king, for the general, help the captain of the guard to clean up these rebels. His roar seemed to have some kind of emotional power. The timidity of these soldiers was receding, and their faces became a little excited. However, at this moment, a huge gap suddenly appeared on the top, and a huge figure flew in directly. In the light projected from the gap, a dazzling brilliance was emanating. It was the crystal dragon that had been waiting outside for a long time. Eurylius turned around on the spot, raised his dragon head, and fully released his dragon power, staring at the soldiers with his huge dragon eyes. Eurylius's current body size is no longer the same as when he was a child. Although the appearance is extremely beautiful, the huge size advantage still brings more heavy pressure to these soldiers. Roar! With a fierce roar, a beam of light spewed out of the mouth. The soldier standing in the front, and the one who just gave a speech was frozen in the crystal for a moment. Eurylius swept his tail in front of him, plowing a straight horizontal line. Looking at this horizontal line, the soldiers who were completely frightened immediately retreated. They had no intention of attacking now. And being able to stand here, without fleeing in all directions, was their only remaining loyalty. Eurylius turned around to look at the battle between Jason and others. And many puppet girls appeared behind her. These puppet girls also had some blood on their bodies. And it seemed that they were not idle outside. Now they were responsible for facing these soldiers. And beware of some mentally ill people among them. Several crystals flashed on Eurylius's back. If you observe carefully enough, and have the means to spy on the secrets, you can find that only one of the crystal pillars is actually running. And this crystal column was the treasure for the strengthening ritual that was given to her before. She opened her mouth and chanted a complex combination of spells, which was very secretive in the midst of Julia's singing and the loud noise of the battle. Eurylius' eyes began to glow. She seemed to be performing some kind of ritual. As the ritual progressed, the 10 puppet girls in charge of the spell began to stand around Eurylius, assisting the ritual. Although there were props for ritual strengthening, Eurylius's strength of only the 4th stage could not be ignored. Even if she can rely on the powerful advantages brought by her race to show a fighting power that is not in line with the current stage. But it is still a little difficult for her to complete the ritual alone. Especially the powerful ritual. At this time, the 10 puppet girls, who are specialized in spells, will help her make up for the problem of needing more people. At this stage, these 10 puppet girls have basically become Eurylius's exclusive team. Most of the time, they are learning a lot of ritual knowledge from her. As the battle progressed, Andak was almost unable to fight with his injured body. He fought Alka and others with his almost dead body, which proved his strength. Facing the obstruction of Jason and others, he looked at the palace from behind, where loud noises were still coming out, and was anxious. The more anxious he was, the more difficult it was for him to cross this threshold. The loss of a large amount of blood had made his head dizzy, but he couldn't calm down at all now. He knew his situation. With another collision, Andak fell heavily to the ground. He slid a few meters away, coughed up a lot of blood, and the wounds on his body also spilled blood around. At this time, his armor was torn, and there were even a lot of gaps on his weapons. There was no intact part of him. Andak, give up. Creel will die here today. Put down your weapons here, and the new king will grant you innocence. Baraz took this opportunity to say, Bah! You wild dog, if it weren't for Lord Creel, you would have died long ago. Hearing this, Baraz sneered. You are indeed a foolishly loyal person. The powerful strength did not cure your damn brain at all. Did he save me, or did I let him save me on purpose? He. Andak looked at the current situation, seemingly made up his mind. Scarlet streaks began to spread from his neck, and then spread to his face. It's the breath of the abyss. At this time, behind the crowd, Narmans ran over quickly. His armor from the church was stained with blood. He also had some injuries, but it looked like he had been simply bandaged. Wesk was still standing behind him, but this man's injuries were too serious. It was obviously him who seriously injured Andak, but with the same strength. He did not leave Andak behind. It seems that Narmans, who was under the least pressure, has solved some problems. Look at the inquiring look cast by Balish. Narmans nodded. The loyalists had been cleared out, and the remaining nobles were now standing outside the palace, waiting for the final result. Each faction sent some people to follow Narmans. They would help the forces behind to witness. Of course, it was unknown which of the purged loyalists were truly loyal, and which were only forced to be loyal. This was also a necessary exchange of interests. Golden light. Eurylius's ceremony was completed, and from the outside, the entire palace was bathed in brilliant light. This brilliant light was specially gathered into a golden light, and the light passed through the layers of walls and fell on everyone. Ah! Andak screamed miserably, and a lot of soot came out of his face. The sacred power from the world made the abyss breath that invaded his body disappear quickly. He was just half corroded by the power of the abyss at this time, and was offset by this sudden power, and the abyss began to be repelled. He could feel the abyss power being withdrawn, and it also took away the spiritual power in his body, making him fall to the ground powerlessly. He closed his eyes as he looked at the door behind Jason and the others. And those who followed also witnessed this scene. Was it Creel who came into contact with the forbidden power? Or was it Andak's own behavior? The difference between the two will determine the smoothness of Narman's boarding. A loud noise was heard again on the battlefield inside. This time Creel hit the wall heavily, and the whole person fell directly to the floor. A large number of vines entangled him, completely binding him. He was no longer far from failure and death, and the combination of the two seemed to be just around the corner. Ahem, I didn't expect that I would fall here. When Alka's strength was raised to the 5th stage in the battle, Creel knew that he had little chance of winning. He had made a hatred that he shouldn't have made. Although he didn't care on the surface, he had already begun to regret it in his heart. What on earth were Alka's group of people? He really couldn't understand the result of so many treasures gathered in one team. At this time, Creel's body was covered with scars of all sizes. Although Alka and others also had some injuries, they had recovered a lot under the treatment of fine needles. Creel stared at the giant cocoon wrapped by vines. It was too late to understand now. Ding-ling-ling. The sound of a bell suddenly rang, and the direction of the bell was from Creel, who had been imprisoned. In his hand, a black and red bell appeared at some point. It exuded an unpleasant evil aura. Alka blinked violently, looking at the evil aura, felt an unusually familiar smell. In an instant, a large amount of pink mist rushed in like a tsunami, filling the entire space. Without Creel's obstruction, it was unusually smooth. Alka's figure appeared directly beside Creel. A large amount of pink mist squeezed onto him in an instant. Creel reacted very promptly, and one hand went straight through his chest. That hand was no longer in human form, but a sharp, thick, scarlet demon claw covered with strange spikes. Alka was pierced through the chest. And this time, he did hit the real body. But it was also Alka's clone that took the damage. Then, Alka retreated as if his body was refreshed. The whole person disappeared directly on the spot. Another trick like this. Two voices intertwined. At this time, several people stood together again, staring vigilantly. Is this the deal you mentioned? Creel's voice came through clearly. The scarlet gas floating behind him answered him, forming a demon-like figure. Although I like to use the devil's method to trade with mortals, sometimes, I still don't recommend using the devil's method to achieve my goals. Didn't I say that? I am violent and cunning, the scarlet figure said with a smile. So your original purpose was for him? Creel said, staring at Alka. He didn't shake the bell just now, but the bell appeared in his hand, forcing him to shake it. Taking advantage of his weakness, the reason for appearing at this time is self-evident. It's rare that you are a little smart, but it's a pity. You can go to hell with your extraordinary ambition, trash. The scarlet demon figure laughed at him wantonly, and then drilled into Creel's body. Creel's expression showed a sense of relief and infinite reluctance. But everything was meaningless. He began to completely demonize, horns grew from his head, and a pair of huge demon bat wings spread out from his back. Scarlet skin began to cover his body. Gradually turning into a demon, he also became familiar to them. Arca, ha ha ha, we meet again, I told you so. Right? The completely demonized Creel stared at Arca and laughed wantonly. And Arca and his friends had already figured out who this demon was. It was the Devourer that they had dealt with not long ago. I really miss you all the time recently. I miss cutting your skin with a blade, grabbing your heart with sharp claws, and tearing your muscles with force. Take out your soul, and make it into coins, make it into dolls, and bake them in the flames of the abyss. Oh, I miss you so much. The devouring mouth kept talking, even gritting his teeth. You can hear the hatred for Alka in his tone. Listening to this voice, Alka couldn't help but laugh. Why do you hate me so much? You bumped into me before. I didn't ambush you deliberately, you're just stupid. I'm stupid? The devouring mouth retorted, but then closed his mouth. Just as Nightmare said before, he really spread the news of the last failure of the devouring mouth and the clown-like behavior throughout the circle. And it was a complete 360-degree video without blind spots. When everyone watched it, they could even feel like they were there in person. Through the Dreamland, it was constantly distributed for free. It was rare for Nightmare to make an effort this time, but it was not for Nightmare. This evil god of dreams has an innate advantage in publicity. And this made everyone who knew the devouring mouth and was familiar with the devouring mouth understand the behavior of that time. Alka himself didn't know that he had become famous in a certain circle. The devouring mouth liked to use words to provoke his enemies. Every time he did it, people were disgusted, no matter if they were enemies or teammates. But because of his own strength and ideas, except for the defeat and death in the God War, he has never failed like this since he was revived by special means. Everyone would not be stingy with their words, and would add insult to injury. Every time they saw this demon, they would mock him. This made the devouring mouth feel like a year in the past few months, making him truly experience the mortal's perception of time. It also made his hatred for Alka climb to a new height. For you, I have been planning here for a long time. I even separated a little bit of my soul, prepared to kill you personally and taste your blood. I can see it. Alka nodded and said, I can see that you are in a hurry, and your plan is not very good, with a rough and impatient taste, and full of loopholes. Alka had already completely offended this demon, so he cursed him as much as he could. All kinds of words were said in a sarcastic tone, and they were thrown at him without any hesitation. Heh, just keep your mouth open and talk slowly. This time nothing can make you deal with me. The devouring mouth said. He occupied Creel's body, and at the same time, his strength reached the 6th stage again. Although this body was gradually collapsing, it was enough for him to kill Alka alone. He only wanted to kill Alka alone. He didn't want any torture at all. He just wanted this person to die in front of him immediately. At this time, a bright beam of light suddenly came through the ceiling. Ah! A lot of smoke came out of the Devourer's mouth, making him scream. Seemingly realizing that something was wrong, he immediately rushed forward, prepared to kill Alka directly. Perfectly changed the verbal humiliation before his success. Devil. At this time, the door had been opened. Jason and his men, including Narman's, all rushed in. Looking at the Devourer's mouth, Narman's roared. Swallowing mouth. It's you damn fellow. Obviously, Narman's also recognized the appearance of the swallowing mouth. At this moment, the swallowing mouth didn't want to pay attention to anyone at all, relying on the strong strength to support. He rushed towards Alka. He used Creel's treasure, generating a strong pressure, which was better than using it himself. The large-scale pressure suppressed everyone in place. Some people who followed Narman's even knelt directly on the ground, tilting their heads and unable to move. As a 6th-stage player, the effect of the treasure he used was much stronger than that of Creel. Although Alka's people could still stand, the heavy pressure made it difficult for them to move. Everyone became a lamb to be slaughtered. At this time, the devouring mouth had begun to show a lot of burn marks on its body, and it was still emitting green smoke. The light cast from the sky caused great damage to him. The powerful light from the world was repelling him and burning things that did not belong to this world crazily. The force he used with all his strength made his body collapse faster. He had every second to spare. But it was enough. Alka had been pinned down, enough for him to kill the damn guy before he died. He even had time to take his soul away and torture him slowly later. Chapter 403, Revenge and Departure. Facing a fatal attack. Arca raised his head with difficulty, looking at the devouring mouth, showing a brilliant smile. Looking at this smile, the devouring mouth, as if by reflex, began to detect if there were any problems around. For example, a dream had come, someone was ambushing, etc. But he immediately retracted his mind. Die! The huge power brought by the heavy pressure slammed down violently. Smoke and dust rose everywhere. The soldiers outside had already fled in all directions. The area where Alka, Zayadai, and the other two were hit was Alka. Narmans and others who were pressed to the spot by the load were furious, but they could hardly even shout. The huge force completely destroyed the entire floor, and broke through it directly. There was a hole below, which seemed to be a basement for loading goods. He fell down with it. Under the burning on his body, the devouring mouth showed a fierce light, because Alka and others in front of him had disappeared long ago. I don't know when, it disappeared from the spot before he could react at all. But his body was already collapsing rapidly. The time for preparation was too short this time. There was no better way to adjust this body, nor did he find more sources of power. The devouring mouth raised its head angrily. He had already felt the fluctuation of space. Alka stood alone above the breach. Facing the devouring mouth below, he smiled and waved. I forgot to tell you, the thing that stabilizes the space is remote controlled. After saying that, Alka also waved the item in his hand. It was a blue dagger that seemed to be made entirely of crystal. Looking at the dagger, the devourer's rage was almost unbearable. And the flames of the abyss had ignited on his body. But the flames were immediately suppressed by the light, and then disappeared, as if extinguished by water. He touched his body, and at this time, he only had this glove-like equipment on him. That was the treasure that could generate huge pressure and shock waves. He took over Creel's body, and naturally took over his treasure. When did you take it? You damn thief. The devouring mouth became calm, but still cursed. He stared at Alka and asked. Alka looked at him, looking at the rapidly declining strength of the devouring mouth, and the muscles on his body that were rapidly melting. He smiled and said, Do you think I will tell you? The devouring mouth took a deep breath. I had a premonition that you would come. This time it's just a small meeting. You will come to the scar of the world. Right? You won't escape from that place, then we will continue the game. Until then, I hope you can keep winning like this. The devouring mouth looked at Alka with its scarlet eyes, and then the power and soul attached to Creel disappeared with the huge mouth that opened on the ground. Only the body that was quickly exiting the demon state was left. In the real world, Alka had no ability to retain the power of his soul. He couldn't do whatever he wanted like in the dream. Creel's body fell to the ground. This time it was resolved more quickly, so some of his power remained, but his soul was broken. A large amount of life was lost, and he was almost dead. The pressure on everyone also disappeared. Some people saw Creel in the deep pit, who was left after the demon left. At this time, Creel's face showed the same cracks as Kaluto's in the past, as if his body had become ceramic. He had completely lost control of his body, and had no strength to move himself. He half opened his eyes, and watched the ball of the shoe in front of him turn slightly. He looked at Alka, who jumped down and stared at him. In a broken and low voice, he said, You won? If I had known this, I should have tried my best to kill you. Hearing this, Alka shook his head helplessly, and even wanted to roll his eyes. His eyes had seen that in Creel's broken soul. The remaining thoughts were not only unwilling, but also regret. What you said is too classic. You should save some strength to live a few more seconds. You will not be able to see this world soon. What a pity. The most regrettable thing is that you died under the devil's rash scheme. When you go to hell, those devils will definitely laugh at you. You must find a head that can match your ambition in the next life, promise me. Okay? Hearing this, Creel had no intention of refutation, and could only close his eyes with the last resentment, and his life was completely lost. The soul floated in the air. Xiaodaidi and others were also watching this scene from above. He is a dying person. Why are you talking so harshly? Jason complained beside him. Hearing this, Arca shrugged. I wanted to talk to him properly, but you heard it too, and he was still farting until his death. I can only let him go with resentment. Hearing this, Zadaidi beside him smiled helplessly. Arca's revenge is really strong. Minask sat on the floor, leaning against the stone pillar next to him. It seems that I can't offend you in the future. Hearing this, Arca looked at him with a smile. It's good to be scared. Everyone rested in the same place, chatting casually. They all had needles inserted into their bodies, and were receiving treatment. Some soldiers had already come in. They were just soldiers, not loyal to anyone but to this country. Some of them were also involved in the plot. The situation on the scene was being handled at this time. Narman stood up with all his strength and began to preside over some matters on the scene. He deliberately avoided the area around the big hole in the center and let Alka and the others rest on the spot. Lucilia lay in Alka's arms, soundly asleep, and her body was covered with other people's blood. Xia Daidi rested on Alka's shoulder, recovering the consumed magic power and physical strength. When did you steal his treasure? Xia Dai asked. Hearing this, Alka stared at the front and said with a smile, At the moment when the demon possessed me, I found it was the devouring mouth at that time. So I paid the price of death without hesitation and stole the treasure from Creel. At that time, the situation was obviously wrong. Alka also rushed over with a large amount of pink mist in an instant. There must be a purpose. At that time, the devouring mouth was possessing Creel, and he was in a rather chaotic state of mind. This greatly increased the probability of Alka stealing things. This was the ability that Alka observed the devouring mouth using after possessing him last time. In addition to some demonic abilities, it would also enhance the host's strength. But the main ability used was actually the treasure that the host already had, and he used it very skillfully, and would also use the strength that was superior to that of the parasite to make the treasure more powerful. This is the best time to steal. The reason why Creel revealed the treasure to Alka to steal was because the pink mist could affect the mind. What a pity. I wanted to steal the treasure that could cause pressure. In this case, his strength would be greatly reduced. I didn't expect to steal another one, so I had to release the space lock, Alka said. If there were any situations that he didn't expect in this battle, there were two. One was the sudden projection of the positive energy holy light that was strongly related to the world. Such a strong energy. Either someone was presiding over the ceremony, or a powerful person was helping. It should be the ceremony of Eurylius. The second was that he did not expect that the devouring mouth would come. When he saw the devil appear, Alka had already guessed that Creel might be in collusion with the devil. In the dream before, he had already known the information related to the devil from the mind of the captain of the guard. In general, this time it was a close call. Alka looked at the big hole. It seemed that he had to improve his strength quickly and head to the world scar. The devouring mouth had already completely set its sights on him, and this guy must have some means to locate them when Alka and the others stopped. He might even have some kind of foresight to prepare in advance. He would find opportunities to discuss them at various times. Alka might be able to avoid it once or twice with some ability and strength. But as the number of confrontations increases, both sides will get to know each other better and better. And being in the devouring mouth in the dark will gain a huge advantage, because Alka can't always be on guard against him. Who knows when he will suddenly appear? Who knows when he will suddenly attack at some unexpected moment? He will become more and more patient as time goes by, and the more patient he is, the more time he will have to arrange against Alka, and even against Xia Daidi and others. Until a fatal moment. Give Alka a heart-piercing blow. Let him fall into eternal despair. This is what Alka and his companions learned when they learned about the devouring mouth. If this happens again next time, then Alka will most likely pay a huge price that he cannot accept. If he wants to solve the devouring mouth once and for all, he must go to the world scar. There he must face this damned demon head-on, because his true body is there. It is equally dangerous, but there will no longer be a situation where the enemy is in the dark and we are in the light. Thinking of this, Alka made up his mind. He must go to the world scar. After a brief rest, Narman's, the prince and future king, has begun to deal with the affairs of the kingdom and calm the aftermath of this battle. The captain of the guards did not die, but was almost disabled. And his treasure had been taken away by Jason before. It was a treasure like an armor. Do we need to share some of the spoils with others? Zadaidi asked beside him. After all, this battle was not entirely their responsibility. Alka shook his head. This battle was agreed in advance. All the treasures and spoils belong to us. We don't need all the wealth. So this treasure naturally belongs to them. Unless Vimans didn't let Andak escape at that time, and rushed to support. In that case, Alka and his team would have no reason to collect this spoils. As for the treasure on Krill, it should belong to Alka and his team. Alka looked at the armor in his hand, and his figure entered a dream. Then he withdrew and said, "This treasure is not suitable for us. Use it to settle the previous contract. Is it okay?" Alka turned his head and said to everyone. Everyone shook their heads. Treasures that were not suitable for them could only be sold for money, but at this stage, they really had no shortage of money. Alka took the treasure and came to the side of the busy Balish. "Alka, don't you want to take a break first?" Balish smiled and asked Alka. The great revenge was avenged. Balish was now relaxed, exuding a relaxed feeling from inside to outside. Looking at Balish like this, Alka smiled and then put his hand on his shoulder and pulled him aside. He handed him the small box in his hand. This was the box that Alka and his friends used to store treasures, but some of the features on the surface had just been worn away. What is this? Looking at the box, Balish was a little confused. You deserve it, don't you? Remember the contract we made when we were on the border island? You mean that? Didn't I eliminate it before? You should have felt it. Due to unexpected circumstances, the entire profit at that time, almost all fell on Alka and his friends. As a non-beneficiary, Balish cancelled the contract himself. As a saint of the Virgin Mary, I cannot fail to fulfill the contract just because it is cancelled. The Virgin Mary might be unhappy. Then he handed the box to him. The profit from the last time plus the help this time is enough. I also have to thank you for lending me the treasure. And the borrowing fee is also included in it. Don't refuse. This is what you deserve. And it is also a gift from a friend. Alka patted his shoulder and walked away. Balish looked at Alka's back, then opened the box, took a glance, and immediately closed it. His eyes widened. Alka and his men actually sent a treasure. If he was not mistaken, it might be the treasure of the Legion commander who had fought with him before. The surprise on his face slowly faded, and then he smiled helplessly. It's really a great gift. Although he later learned that there was a treasure in the treasure of the border island. But in the whole process of the incident, his contribution was few and far between. And he could even be described as a drag. Even if they really split it equally in the end, he would at most get some of the wealth as a reward. And this time it had already been agreed that all the spoils would belong to Alka and his team. And he was only playing a role of overall coordination. All these together would definitely not be worth a treasure. But he still took the treasure in his hand. He needed such a treasure, and thanked Alka and his team for their gift. Alka and his team returned to the Voice of Dawn. After boarding the ship, Alka patted the mast. Voice of Dawn. Set sail. Ah? Aren't you going to stay a few more days? Hearing Alka's words, Jason was a little surprised. The goal has been achieved. What else do you want to do here? Alka turned around and looked at him and asked. Jason thought about it. It seemed to be true. Their goal had been achieved. And it seemed that there was really no point in staying here. Not attending the coronation ceremony? Lucilia sat on Alka's shoulder, said slowly, according to the normal preparation process. Narman's coronation ceremony should be held in 5 months. Okay, Jason said helplessly. This is indeed a bit too long. We don't know how far away our destination is this time. So we need to go there early. Alka still explained with a smile. After hearing this, Jason remembered, You mean, the place that Eurylius mentioned? Alka nodded. At this time, Eurylius performed the ritual, and the first thing she did when she came up was to fall asleep. Jason walked over and woke her up. Why, let me sleep a little longer, I'm so tired. We need your direction, Jason said loudly in her ear. They had asked Eurylius before if she knew the exact location. But the answer she gave was that she didn't know. She could only get a clear sense of direction, which meant that she knew in which direction. She knew she was in the right direction, but she would not know exactly where it was until she got there. In other words, their voyage this time could be described as aimless. And who knows how long it would take. You have to know that this is the boundless sea. But the problem was that Eurylius claimed that it was important. And they definitely had to go there. The main thing is that no matter whether it is the World Scar or the Trial Island, there must be a certain level of strength required. Alka's current strength has not yet reached the middle stage. If he wants to reach the perfection of the 4th stage, it will take at least 23 years. This is based on the fact that they have made certain breakthroughs in the research of the magic gathering stone during this period. And they also calculated the breakthroughs that may be made in the magic gathering stone in the future, and gave an estimate. So whether this voyage takes 1 or 2 years, they can accept it. After all, on the vast sea, the devouring mouth obviously could not pose any threat to them. Eurylius stood up, shook her head to wake up, and raised her head to the sky. She was feeling the direction more accurately. After a while, she finally felt something and said in a direction, Over there. As she spoke, the Voice of Dawn immediately turned around and followed her instructions. Looking at Eurylius, who was about to sleep again, Alka suddenly asked, Why did you use the positive energy holy light with the power of the world in the previous ceremony? This was something Alka was a little puzzled about. Hearing this, Eurylius said, I have a vague perception of the future. There were many powerful rituals of the same kind at that time. I just chose the one that might be the best choice for the future. Such a best may only produce a subtle enhancement slightly better than other rituals at the time. It may also have a huge impact on the war situation at that time. But in general, he is the best choice. I don't know why there is such a choice. But following the guidance of the senses, it will never go wrong. The speaker Eurylius curled up in a daze and fell into a deep sleep. Alka nodded after thinking. Some kind of innate perception? Although it cannot predict the future, it has a vague sense of the future. Racial talent is amazing. Chapter 404, Going to the Outside World. The sky is still bright. The sun hangs in the sky forever and never moves, but its light can shine on the entire boundless sea without blind spots. The white clouds float, bringing the only liveliness to this lifeless sky. The magic power on the surrounding sea gathers on a ship in a vortex. It is like a vortex of magic, playing foreplay on the sea. This ship is the sound of dawn sailing on the boundless sea, and the center point of the vortex-like magic power is the observation room on the ship. Alka sat cross-legged in the center of the observation room, with a magic gathering stone floating above his head. Around the magic gathering stone, there were 3 additional magic stones of different colors. They were changing the purity of the magic power through their own abilities, spreading some messy magic power around. This would make the magic power more pure and pour it into Alka's surroundings. The pure magic power, which was specially adapted to Alka, could be easily absorbed into his body. The extra additional crystals were the magic gathering stone components that were remade during this period. It can be regarded as their experiment to improve the efficiency of the magic gathering stone. By the way, it is also to understand the structure of the magic gathering stone in more detail. After all, they dare not directly dismantle or change the body of the magic gathering stone. They can only understand it better through this gradual cycle. But fortunately, there are still research materials on magic stones in the Vastval city-state, and even more detailed research expansion. However, these studies almost stopped from the magic gathering stone, and turned to study more routes on how to absorb and store magic power more easily. At this time, Alka was absorbing magic power under the magic gathering stone, meditating every day. If others saw this, they would be envious of Alka and others who were absorbing such pure magic power that suited them. Such pure magic power would naturally speed up Alka's strength improvement and make him less likely to get tired. For celebrities, it means longer meditation time. The magic power in nature is mixed. In the boundless sea or in this broken world, magic power is the foundation of this world. It is the foundation of the existence of this world. And naturally this magic contains everything. And because of the different physiques of each person, and even because of the different treasures they control after birth, the nature of their own magic has been changed. And the efficiency of meditation is naturally different. The fatigue caused by daily meditation, in addition to the pressure caused by the magic entering the body, is also caused by the body eliminating those impurities through meditation. At this time, Alka's face was covered with sweat, which means that he has been meditating for a while. More and more magic power gathered, such a high amount of magic power. It didn't seem like the normal level for him at this stage. Suddenly, a large amount of magic power rotation suddenly stopped, and the whole process of magic power absorption stopped. This didn't seem like the normal process of meditation. Alka exhaled and opened his eyes. 56. The efficiency should be very fast. What Alka was doing was actually a small stage breakthrough, that is, adding a spiral. He now has 56 spirals. In his body, there are already 2 groups of 27 spirals. In addition to these 2 groups of spirals, there are only 2 thin spirals close together in the 3rd group. But when this 3rd group also reaches 27, Ark will officially reach perfection and break through to the 5th stage. Standing up and turning off the magic gathering stone, Ark waved his hand gently, and the sweat on his body disappeared in an instant. After carefully calculating the distance, it seems that more than a year has passed since the breakthrough to the 4th stage. It has been nearly 3 months since they left Blue Cross Island after killing their enemies. According to Eurylius's perception, they may not have reached half of the journey yet. It is estimated that it may take 8 months to reach the place she mentioned. I didn't expect it to be so far. Thinking of this, Alka looked through the glass at the endless sea. There was nothing above the vast sea. There was a knock on the door behind the car, and Pororo walked in. He came to take over. Alka nodded, chatted a few words, and then jumped down. Looking at the empty deck, I always felt that something was missing, and it seemed that a dragon was missing. You know, If Eurylius' body rested on the deck, it would take up too much space. Since Alka mastered the heart of Vasva, Eurylius would play in it for a long time. Except that the concentration of magic power inside was so low that it made her feel a little uncomfortable. Everything else was really good. You can fly freely in it. Use your body. And the most important thing is that the world is all Earth. Perhaps they are a race left over from the era of gods. And they desire a world of Earth in their blood. Even if this world is pitifully small. Suddenly Alka saw Simon coming out of the cabin. It's rare to see you outside. Alka looked at Simon and said with a smile. With so much research on Vasva, Simon rarely appeared in the cabin in the past few months. He was completely immersed in it, studying all kinds of things. He even swapped his shifts with others, letting his shifts overlap. He stayed there all day, taking a break and resting his brain. He did everything he could. So it was really strange to see him on the deck during meals and on duty. Stuck in a bottleneck? Alka asked. Simon shook his head. Well, the concentration of magic in the world inside is too low. And some experiments can't meet the requirements. So I must do it in the manufacturing room later. Alka nodded. Has the research on the space layer failed? Yes. It is unlikely to expand the space layer on the ship at sea. The environment of the infinite ocean is too unstable. Not to mention that our ship is always sailing. Only on the Signpost Island and its island chain. Can it be possible to create a mezzanine? The space in such a place is more stable. Hearing this, Alka could only sigh that it was a pity. The technology of space mezzanine is actually a very good technology. With this technology, Alka and his team don't have to worry too much about not having enough space on the ship. Although they are not worried now. But it would be more convenient if there is one. After all, if you want to enter Alka's space, you can only enter freely if you build a fixed location or are within a certain range around Alka. It's like the space is stored in the heart of Vasva. Although the reality is not like this. What about space expansion technology? Alka thought and asked. For sailing ships. Such technology is more practical. The space expansion technology is to expand the space on the ship, so that the space inside is much larger than what can be seen from the outside. This technology is obviously perfect for use on a ship. Still researching. This technology is more difficult than the space layer. It is difficult to reproduce. Alka nodded. An hourglass suddenly appeared in his hand. Looking at the time scale on the hourglass, it's about to start. Let's go first. Simon nodded and left the deck with Alka. After disappearing on the deck, the two appeared in the world of space. They appeared directly in the only remaining city, or it would be more appropriate to use a town. The remaining buildings in the Vasva city-state were much better than when they came here before. In addition to these buildings, the complexions of these Vasva people were also much better. If they were refugees before, now they looked like normal people. Feeling that the weak body had recovered, it was not as lifeless and full of despair as before. Came to the research temple. At this time, many people gathered outside, not in the laboratory. You can see a window standing in the center, and next to it, there is a Vasva person. This Vasva man was wearing extremely heavy full-body armor, which gave people the feeling of a space suit. There was a pipe behind him, which was connected to a machine. It could be seen that the pipe had a long residual line. Even Xia Wanro and others were watching from the side. The one in charge was Math Lisa. Among them, any experiment on how to make the Vasva people adapt to the external environment and improve their magic resistance was her responsibility. After Alka and the other two came over, they stood directly with Xiaodai and the others. Is it going to start again? Soon. We are doing the final adjustments. Hearing this, Alka looked towards the center. The purpose of this experiment is to allow the Vasva people to live outside temporarily through equipment. The main reason is that if they want to fully adapt to the magic concentration in the outside world, it will take a long time to adapt. The Vasva people can now adapt to the magic concentration of about 0.3, and it has only been a few months. Of course, such things become more difficult as you move up. The Vasva people could not adapt from 0.01, and it took less than a month to reach 0.28. But 0.28 0.3. This short upgrade actually took more than 2 months. And now even the 0.01 upgrade is a bit difficult. This requires enough time. For example, in the entire Vasva city-state world, the magic concentration has increased from almost 0 to 0.25. Of course, it is impossible to directly pull it to the limit that these people can accept. After all, we have to consider the elderly and children among them. Their resistance to such a level is not as high as that of normal young people. Now they can live normally in such magic. A simple conversion. The magic concentration of normal ordinary people in a world like the home sea is about 0.5. The magic in the home sea is less complex and not as violent as the endless sea. Coupled with the special suppression of the Holy Mother, it seems that the concentration of magic power is not high. In other words, the resistance of the Vaspa people is not as high as that of normal humans. Not to mention adapting to the violent magic of the infinite ocean. So everyone thought about whether there was a way to allow the Vaspa people to temporarily adapt to life outside. Let some people first understand the life outside and have a higher concept of the outside world. While thinking, the experiment began. A space door leading to the outside world opened. And it could be seen that the place where they placed the ship was Alka's. The one who was being tested was Vaku, who had first contact with Alka. You can go out now. Hearing the instructions from Mount Lisa, Vaku swallowed his saliva. He was a little nervous now, and his palms were sweating. Despite this, he still nodded, no problem. Tell me what you feel, and I will record it. A recorder, who was responsible for recording the experiment, said. Vaku took a deep breath, wearing the heavy outer armor, and walked out with heavy steps. The weight of the outer armor made it much more difficult than driving the mecha. It was mainly because he was carrying a heavy pressure. With the heavy footsteps, he walked out in the eyes of everyone. Alka's figure disappeared on the spot and appeared directly on the deck. Alka's sudden appearance startled Vaku, who had just come out. But he reacted immediately. He dragged a long pipe and looked outside. Looking at the endless ocean outside the window, looking at the blue sky with white clouds floating in the sky, feeling the dazzling sun shining in the sky. He couldn't help but raise his hand, but the armor was too heavy. After thinking about it, he decided not to waste his energy. Is this the sea? Vaku looked at the boundless blue ocean and couldn't help asking, how do you feel now? Hearing this, Vaku reacted and quickly started to do his job. He began to talk about his feelings. I didn't feel a higher concentration of magic power, and the magic power outside didn't flow in. Except for the heavy outer armor, the rest of the feeling was no different from being inside. Wait, more magic power is flowing in, Vaku suddenly said when he felt the magic concentration begin to rise. Hearing this, Simon nodded in understanding. It seems that if you don't use special materials and spells, it is difficult to isolate the magic power by completely sealing it. Magic is something that is almost invisible to the naked eye. Unless special materials are used to isolate magic, it will definitely penetrate everywhere. Open the magic barrier. Mathlisa gave the order. Vaku immediately pressed the switch inside. The membrane layer is not on the outer armor, but a thin layer inside the outer armor, like a close-fitting garment, which began to spread along his body. Soon he was completely wrapped up, and then a ring appeared mechanically at the position of his head, blocking the place where the cloth did not spread. It was the same fabric as the clothes. The concentration of magic power has decreased. As soon as he finished speaking, Vaku saw the monitor inside. No, I can feel that the concentration of magic power has decreased, and the magic power inside is still rising. Then wait outside for a while. Vaku stood there in heavy armor, looking at the surrounding ocean, observing the scenery on the ship. After a long while, I feel a little dizzy, a little nauseous, but I didn't feel the concentration of magic power rising. Am I allergic? Vaku's voice suddenly said. All the Vaswa people present were confused when they heard this. They had never heard of such a feeling. It sounded a bit like being sick. They couldn't help but turn their heads to look at Mathlisa. Mathlisa also frowned. She couldn't understand. Did you catch a cold? Jason looked at everyone thinking hard. He couldn't help but say, that is to say, is there a possibility? As soon as he opened his mouth, everyone turned to look at him. So is it possible that he is seasick? Seasick? An experimenter from the Vaswa people frowned and asked back. He had never heard such a word, nor had he seen it in a book, and he couldn't understand what it meant. Hearing this, only Simon, Zadaiti, and others reacted. Julia and Mathlisa both couldn't understand it, because they were a marine race. Only normal humans like Zadaiti and others had felt it, or knew it. Don't tell me. It's possible, Juanlu said beside him. At this time, Vaku was still describing his feelings, and even half-crouched on the deck. I feel better squatting down. You see? He is seasick. Mathlisa was very upset, and ordered Vaku to come back. She didn't expect that the experiment would be interrupted by seasickness. After seasickness, the body's perception is not obvious, and she can't get the data she wants accurately. She can only see if there are any people among the Vastwa who don't get seasick. Chapter 405 Space Expansion. How does it feel to be on the ship? Alka asked the person in front of him. In front of him was a Vastva wearing gray-blue underwear. In addition to the blue underwear, he also wore a helmet with a transparent mask on his head. It looked very futuristic after all. This clothing style was designed by him and Xiaodai. In addition, they also carried a small backpack on their backs, and it could be seen that the backpack was buckled with some metal objects on the back of the clothes. The backpack was still glowing blue, and I could feel the magic stored inside. This was the item obtained from the previous experiment. The magic isolating clothing. It was made of special materials and a spell that could isolate magic. However, spells require magic to maintain, so I made a small backpack battery that could continuously provide magic. It would be a bit uneconomical to carry a battery just to isolate magic, so I added other functions to the clothing. For example, by adjusting the concentration of magic power more carefully, this will allow them to adapt to the magic power outside more quickly. After all, whether it is the magic power stored in the battery, or the magic power that Alka infuses into the space, it is not as natural as the magic power outside. This will also help prevent some problems in advance. The only disadvantage is that these clothes are really like ordinary fabrics, at most a little tougher. If they encounter danger, they will easily be damaged, and once damaged, they will naturally lose their protective function. So from time to time, 1 or 2 Vastva people would come out to experience life on the ship. This time, it was Kavala who came out. Compared with Waku, she did not show the trait of seasickness. It must be said that the Vastva people are a race that has always lived on land, and the number of people who get seasick is extremely high. They calculated that about 70% of the people are seasick, which is already an extremely exaggerated number. But fortunately, this kind of seasickness is just like their intolerance to magic. They can adapt quickly. For example, Waku, who came out first, basically doesn't feel much on the boat now. Unless there is a tsunami, which causes the boat to move too much, then he will feel dizzy. It feels good, a very novel experience. I wish I could touch the outside world with my own hands someday. After all, the whole body is isolated in the clothes, and the thickness of the clothes is not low. So no matter what you do outside, there is a clear sense of isolation. As he spoke, he came to the side of the ship and looked at the ocean below. I really want to jump in and experience it. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Poro, who was relieved from his shift, jumping directly from the top of the observation room. Then he quickly swam around the ship. Looking at this scene, Kabbalah's eyes were full of envy. Swimming in the sea, an experience that he had never thought of. Alka smiled, without interrupting too much, and went directly to the captain's room. Xiaodai was in the captain's room, with some drawings in front of her. In front of her was a world map. A world map of the endless sea, so you can't expect such a world map to let Alka see treasures, because there are only some dots on the whole map. There are some introductions, and names around the origin. If even this can be considered a map, then it's a bit too perfunctory. But you have to admit that, in the endless sea, this can really be considered a map. It looks like the dots on the map have names next to them. Alka knew some names, such as the Twin Islands, the Southern Cross Island, etc. These are used to mark the direction between the signposts and the signpost islands, because the entire infinite ocean is moving. If the distance between the signpost islands is too far, it will be difficult to calculate, but the direction will not be a problem. For example, the sailing time between the Southern Cross Island and the Twin Islands may differ by about 10 days. This is the fluctuation caused by the movement of the infinite ocean. The farther apart the islands are, the greater the fluctuation range. But the only thing that can be confirmed is that at least you know that the island is in this direction. Going in this direction, there will be no mistakes. The problem lies here, because the boundless sea is fluctuating. If there is no guiding flag, it is easy to make mistakes when going in one direction. This is the problem they discovered the first time they used the guiding flag. For example, they are clearly sailing in one direction, but they can find the guiding flag, but they are constantly changing direction. This means that there was a problem with the direction of Alka and his team's navigation, but they didn't realize it. Fortunately, it was Eurylius herself who replaced the guiding flag this time. She could accurately sense the location of the target at any time, and even the distance between them. "Why are you looking at the map?" Alka sat down next to him and asked curiously. See if we will pass by any landmark island. Xiao pointed to the map and said. As she said this, she drew an arrow symbol at the place where the signpost island was. Looking at the arrow, Alka immediately understood and said, when you left, did you draw the direction according to Eurylius's guidance? Xiao nodded. As said before, the position of the signpost island in the vast sea will not change, and the direction will not change. Although they will lose their way when sailing on the sea, they have the flag of Eurylius, so they are always moving in one direction. As long as there is a signpost island in the direction they are heading, they will encounter it. After all, a sea area is very large, and in an island chain, it is easy to encounter other ships. At this time, the door was pushed open, and Jason and Juanlu also walked in. There are not many supplies on the ship, and there are not many fresh ingredients. If we can reach the signpost island, we can just buy some supplies. Isn't it a good thing? Alka and his men have enough supplies, but the fresh supplies cannot be stored for long even with the help of spells. So most of the supplies are dried food, and many of them are relatively simple. In the past few days, it has been obvious that some of the food has become ordinary, and there are fewer styles, because there are fewer fresh foods on the ship. There are naturally fewer varieties. More importantly, it is because the supplies of the Vastwa people may not be enough according to their calculations. The speed at which the Vastwa people consume food is indeed much faster than they thought. After all, they have never prepared supplies for so many people before, and have no experience in this area. Although they have various technologies, they can continue to construct nutrient solution through magic, and Alka and the others can also catch fish. But it is already now, and eating nutrient solution will make it impossible to go back. That is just the last backup. If you can prepare some food, it is better to prepare it. Is there an island? Xiao shook his head. Unfortunately, there is no signpost island in this direction. This is normal. If there is, they are really lucky. Hearing this, Alka smiled indifferently. It's okay, the food now is enough for several months. We will definitely encounter wandering islands in the middle, and we can stay on the island for a while. Alka and his friends often see drifting islands passing by them when they are sailing on the sea. But they rarely go to these drifting islands, unless they need to stop at some point. Most of these islands are deserted islands, which means that there are fewer material resources on them, but if you insist, there is actually a lot of food. After all, this kind of island may have been untouched for hundreds or thousands of years, and there must be a lot of natural resources. Mainly, this kind of island that no one has set foot on. There will always be some strange things. The most likely possibility is a wilderness island, full of natural breath, or it is just a bare piece, without anything. So in general, if you can avoid it, you will naturally avoid it. Not to mention that Alka and her friends always sail with a purpose, a clear direction, and sufficient supplies on board. They have not experienced too many accidents on the sea. The main reason is that the dawn sound itself is powerful enough. What if the drifting island we encounter happens to be that kind? Before Jason finished speaking, Wanlu directly covered his mouth. Okay, my brother, you should shut up at this time, Wanlu said helplessly. Then he dragged Jason, who had just come in, and opened the door, and went out again, completely ignoring Jason's struggle. Looking at Jason, who left, Alka suddenly said, You said something unlucky like this, will it come true? Hearing this, Alka saw Xiao turned his head and looked at him with speechless eyes. Okay, I'm just saying that. Alka closed his mouth silently. At this time, Xiao suddenly asked, You study these things every day. Haven't you found any way to quickly eliminate personal aura? Hearing this, Alka shook his head. The Vastwa people don't have such needs, and naturally they won't study this. Hearing this, Xiao thought about it, and it seemed to be right. The main thing is that the two treasures they got from Creel before are still thrown in the dream. The main problem is that these two treasures are very good at combination, and there will be certain risks once they are smelted. So they can only be thrown into the dream to speed up the elimination of personal aura. But even so, according to the current calculation, it may take until they are about to reach their destination before the personal aura can be completely eliminated. So in this regard, Alka just shrugged helplessly, and had no choice. What about Lucilia? Xiao asked. During this period, she rarely cared about Alka's research topics in the temple. So I don't know much about these. There are some clues, but the problem is that there is no material, Alka said helplessly, leaning back on the chair. Although they each have their own research directions, They will also take some time to assist Lucilia in studying the soul and body. According to the current time calculation, only a device that can store strength and a device that can last for 10 days can be forged to match the new treasure. They already have a design. The problem is that there is no matching material. So we can only wait until we return to the Twin Islands. Or encounter some large target islands. What about the puppet girls? Xiaodai asked. They are a bit troublesome. The devices developed by the Vaspa people are relatively high-precision things. The materials used have long been extinct. There is no alternative material, so it is also stuck. Speaking of this, Alka is even more helpless. All the problems are blocked in the direction of materials. The world has been destroyed and reunited again. In this case, many ancient materials have long disappeared. Maybe there are alternatives, but the vast ocean is so big that it is not easy to find suitable materials. Although Xiaodai does not understand these details, it is obvious that it will be difficult to make a breakthrough in a short time. As the two chatted, there was a shouting voice from the deck outside. Simon is calling me, Alka said as he stood up and walked out, and Xiaodai also stood up and followed him out. At this time, Simon, Matt, Lisa, and Lucilia all came out on the deck, which was quite rare. They all came out? What happened? Alka asked in surprise. Simon ran over with excitement, put his hand on Alka's shoulder, and finally took him to the side. At this time, a row of components was placed on the flower bed, which looked like something made of solid gems, and was framed by unknown materials. Alka looked at him with slightly blurred eyes, and could feel that there was an inexplicable connection between these gem components. Suddenly he blinked, and a crystal-like pupil appeared in his left eye. He felt a strong aura related to space coming from it. Feeling this aura, he immediately knew what this thing was for. He turned around in surprise and asked, Space expansion? Haha. That's right. Simon laughed and patted him, and he could feel his excitement. Alka took one of the crystals in his hand and looked at the metal frame wrapped around it. As he looked closely, there were densely engraved words on it. The noise here attracted everyone on the ship to gather around, including Kabbalah on the ship. Have you tried it? Yes, and successfully expanded the space by double. Try it quickly. The people around also knew what this thing was. Looking at this thing, Xiaodai asked, So which room should we test first? At this time, Alka felt his shoulders sink. We have decided to expand the room of the doll girls. Hearing this decision, several people nodded in agreement. Thinking about it, the room for the puppet girls is indeed a little small. After all, there are a lot of puppet girls. Even though they are small in size, there are dozens of them. Alka nodded and led a few people to the stairs of the stern. Arrived at the top of the stern, next to Xiaodai's room, Alka pushed the door open directly. Then the puppet girls inside turned their heads and looked over, a little dazed. I didn't expect Alka to push the door in. Sorry. Alka just finished talking about all kinds of small dolls, and various items suitable for doll girls were thrown out. These items quickly hit Alka. Alka quickly closed the door, then turned to look at the people next to him. You don't even knock when you enter a girl's room? Julia looked at him with disdain and asked. Alka coughed awkwardly and argued, I only go into Jason's room, never into a girl's room, I'm used to it. After a long time, a voice came from inside. Alka knocked on the door, and then opened it. Everyone squeezed in, and the room became extremely crowded as soon as a few normal-sized people entered. Don't squeeze in again, Simon said to Pororo, who was still trying to squeeze in. Damn it. Can you make the room bigger? Pororo had no choice but to stand outside, looking at the situation inside through the open door. After all, it was a room specially prepared for doll girls, and it might have been suitable for normal-sized humans to live in. But after so many years, it has long been transformed by the doll girls to suit them only. The whole wall and the ceiling are full of hanging beds. 3-layer beds, 4-layer beds, and even 6-layer beds as high as normal people. All kinds of strange platforms, and some hanging platforms directly on the ceiling. You can also see potted flowers and various decorations and dolls. Many of the furniture are miniature versions, as if you are in the world of dolls. In the corner, you can see a whole metal hanging table, on which are placed various hanging items, including equipment. A whole row of huge wardrobes is placed on the innermost wall. These so-called wardrobes, each door is about the size of a human face. Like ordinary cabinets, they are densely arranged, and there are numbers on them. It looks like the same number as the doll girls. When entering this room for the first time, Alka and other men all feel novel. Chapter 406 on the sea. Put this one in the corner first. Simon placed one of the crystals in the upper right corner of the room. Alka looked at the total of 10 crystals. He had a guess in his mind. That means these 10 crystals are placed in 4 corners and 6 walls. Right? Yes. You are really sharp. Simon gave a thumbs up. Simon took the doll girl lying on his back. Woo woo. Don't disturb me while I'm working. I'm helping you expand the house. Good. Simon. You are so nice. The doll girl named Woo Woo shouted loudly, while shaking left and right in the air along with Simon's raised hand. Treating it as a game, it seems that she didn't understand it at all. Seeing this, Simon just smiled. The sister below took her over. Don't disturb the teacher's work. Another puppet girl led by Woo taught her a lesson. Woo Woo laughed twice. What's the matter? The team led by Woo is the logistics team of the puppet girls. Most of the time, they follow Simon to do research or study. Sometimes they also follow Alka. However, they always call Alka the captain and Simon the teacher. At this time, Lucilia is sitting on Alka's shoulder. On his back, arms, and body, there are puppet girls everywhere. Even Xia Didi next to him has the same look as him. Sitting on his shoulder is Air. And hanging on his body are also various puppet girls. The puppet girls have very simple personalities, and they will get close to whoever they like to be with. Thinking of this, Alka tilted his head, squinted his eyes, and secretly looked at the door with his peripheral vision. The doll lady with a snake tail can be seen wandering at the door. She was clearly next to Matt Lisa before. She can be seen turning her head to look at the door from time to time, squatting and looking at Poro inside. She seems to want to get close to her, but Matt Lisa obviously doesn't stop her. Xia Didi next to her elbowed Alka, and Lucilia was also on Alka's shoulder, pushing Alka's head over with her hand. Both of them tried their own way to stop Alka from peeping. So you two know? Alka asked in a soft voice. Are all you guys so insensitive? Xia Didi leaned over and said in a voice as thin as a mosquito. Lucilia also whispered on Alka's shoulder. You should have been able to see it when you first came to the endless sea. Hearing this, Alka couldn't help but widen his eyes. This really surprised him. So early? I thought it was when we were in Zahai. What are you guys secretly talking about? I want to listen too. Air, who was on Xia Didi's left shoulder, suddenly tilted his head and asked. After hearing Air's words, the three of them shut their mouths silently and looked ahead as if nothing had happened. Humph. Forget it if you don't want to say it. Air turned his head away angrily, looking like he didn't want to play with him. Seeing this, Alka suddenly said, So Xia Didi, you were also a big mouth when you were young? Then he received Xia Didi's slightly dazed eyes, revealing a dangerous light in his eyes. Seeing this look, Alka rubbed his eyebrows awkwardly and turned his head away. At this time, Simon was already installing the last gem on the floor. As the last gem was installed, Alka could clearly feel that there was some kind of connection between the gems. Simon took a step back, and then said to everyone in the room, Everyone go out now. Hearing this, everyone nodded. They rushed out of the room with the puppet girls. They stood together with Pororo outside. C also climbed onto Pororo's shoulders with his hands and tail. Because Pororo was tall, it was a bit difficult for him to climb. Seeing this, Pororo lifted her up and put her on his shoulders. For hands grabbed Pororo's ears, and the snake's tail circled around his neck. As everyone came out, Simon looked inside the house and closed the door. He closed all the windows and used his magic to scan them. After making sure there were no gaps, he turned on the switch. Alka felt the instability of the space in an instant. But this instability only lasted for a moment before stabilizing. The aura of spatial fluctuations was unusually obvious. But it was obvious that only Alka and Julia, who was sensitive to environmental changes, could clearly feel such changes. It's done. So fast? Jason asked in surprise. He thought that it would be very troublesome to expand the space like this. But in the end, he just had to install the gems in each position, make sure there were no gaps, and then come out. And it was done in just a few seconds. And he didn't feel any special movement. Simon nodded and opened the door. Everyone looked inside through the door. They could clearly feel that the room had become larger. The innermost wall that they had seen had been extended deeper. Everyone walked in curiously. Ah, my bed has become so high. A doll girl with dragonfly wings fluttering said as she looked at her bed on the ceiling. The ceiling was only about 2 meters before, and with the small bed hanging down. They had to bend down slightly when they came in to avoid hitting it. At this time, the top of the house extended out, and the height reached 3 meters. Looking around, I found that the left and right walls and the door had not changed. Only the height and length of the whole room changed. Is this controllable? Alka asked. Because if it is based on practicality, it should be the most cost-effective to widen the length and width. Increasing the height is obviously the least practical. Simon shook his head awkwardly. It is actually uncontrollable. In short, it depends on luck. Luck? Julia asked with some interest. Does this kind of thing still depend on luck? Yes, the size of the room will indeed expand, but how it expands, and in which direction it expands depends on luck. Simon said, as he used magic to piece together a square, and began to demonstrate to everyone. We have tried it before, and there was a room that only expanded in height, turning into a deep well-like room. There are also rooms like this where each side is slightly expanded, and the most practical one is that only the length and width are expanded. As he spoke, the cube pieced together with magic began to change, making his explanation more intuitive. I don't think I've found such changes in the literature before, Alka said in surprise. Simon nodded. This is the problem. The reason may be the change of materials, or the change caused by the damage of the world. The world used to be solid, reliable and orderly. So many things became orderly, but now the world is chaotic. And such chaos will affect all aspects, including the order in the past. Does that mean that such randomness is actually difficult to change? Xia Daidi frowned and asked beside him. It's difficult. Almost impossible. Because we have observed that disordered chaos is mixed into the expansion of space. Unless the world returns to normal. Hearing this, everyone nodded and stopped worrying about it. But there is another way, which can restore the expanded part and expand it again to get a better result, Simon said, pointing at Alka. Me? Are you talking about the heart of Vasva? Alka was confused at first, and then thought of something and asked. Yes, I have been looking through the records of those materials recently, and I have read some of Vasva's previous research records. It should be possible, but it may be that my current strength is not enough. I need a higher strength to master it in more detail. Hearing this, Alka nodded. However, the girls no longer surrounded them, and began to run around the room to observe. They even began to discuss how to transform the newly expanded space. They were very interested in renovating their rooms. Make a fish tank here. We need to discuss this. Raise a bird here. The kind that can carry us flying. No. Then make a clean swimming pool here. That's fine. Even the usually steady Zeros stood in the middle of the girls, adopting or rejecting some of the opinions. Looking at the heated discussion of the group of puppet girls, AKA smiled and winked at everyone, and everyone quietly left and closed the door. The voyage on the sea is always boring. Fortunately, the people on the boat have long been accustomed to it, cultivating their own hobbies, and killing their own time in such boring days. It is another sunny day. Or it is always sunny. Poro held a small stool and sat at the bow. Because of his tall stature, even when sitting, he was taller than the people next to him. Holding a specially made huge fishing rod in his hand, he went sea fishing as the boat sailed. Alka was also standing next to him, wearing an ordinary straw hat, shielding himself from the scorching sun. He calmed himself down and fished steadily. Didn't you dislike fishing before? Jason was also fishing on the other side. Hearing this, Poro shaked his shoulders and moved slightly. Boring. Hearing this, Jason just smiled. Haha, bored fishing every day. Right? What do you care about me? A long time ago, Poro really didn't like fishing very much. He felt that it was too inefficient. At that time, he could only go fishing by relying on his strong swimming ability. The fish he caught were big and fast. He did not experience the joy of fishing. Finally, Jason and Juanlu took him to experience it, and naturally became a fishing enthusiast. The pleasure of catching a fish is much better than catching a fish. Of course, Alka also thought that he might be tired of catching fish. Don't talk, I have a movement here, Juanlu, who was fishing silently, suddenly said. After saying this, several people instantly became quiet, and they couldn't help but tilt their heads to look in the direction of Juanlu. The fishing float floating on the sea surface was fluctuating with the movement of the boat. But they did not rely on this thing to sense whether there was enough, but to feel the pull of the fishing rod. You have to know that these sea fish living in the ocean are very wild. Suddenly, Juanlu's fishing rod pulled down in an exaggerated arc. And the huge force seemed to break the entire fishing rod. Feeling the huge force coming, Juanlu violently used his magic power. And the magic power quickly surged to the fishing rod to strengthen the flexibility of the entire fishing rod. Then the magic power at the other end of the connecting line, precisely controlled, steadily maintained the strength of the line, so that it would not break. Although Alka and the others watched nervously, they did not intend to come over to help. Because fishing is also a way of cultivation. Especially at the moment of catching a fish, because it is very likely that the fish caught all have magic power. The most outrageous thing is that Pororo had caught an exaggerated sea fish with the strength of the 4th stage before. Such a mutual pulling of energy can significantly improve the control of magic power. Even if the line breaks due to failure, it will only affect the mood. At this time, Juanlu's fishing rod is still maintained, and the exaggerated curvature is maintained by magic, trying to keep it from breaking while the fishing line is still tight. If the magic is not maintained well, then the rope is likely to be broken by the fish below. At this time, Juanlu is concentrating. The 3 people next to him have held their breath. The tug-of-war between them lasted for a long time. Alka and the others held their breath next to them, staring closely, as if they were the ones being pulled. Is fishing really that fun? Matlisa, who was sitting under the tree, looked at Alka and the others and asked. As a marine race, she really couldn't understand it. Zadaiti and Lucilia, who were flipping through a book, shook their heads. Not fun. Really? Matlisa said, looking towards the bow. For someone like Poro, you'd better be more direct. He obviously rarely considers this aspect. If you express it in a slightly more euphemistic way, he may completely misunderstand it, or even just understand the surface expression. Zadaiti, who was flipping through a book, suddenly said. Lucilia also nodded. Actually, you should do this. As they chatted, the 3 of them put down their books and began to quietly chat about private topics. The whole ship was accompanied by melodious songs. It was the duet of Dawn Sound and Julia. Playing the harp in her hand, Julia looked at the 3 girls, who were chatting passionately under the tree, looking at Zadaiti and the other 2 who were teachers and give advice. She rolled her eyes helplessly. Julia, what do you think? Matlisa suddenly turned around and asked her opinion. After all, among them, only Julia was the most stable and mature. In daily life, in the group of girls, she usually had the image of a mature and intimate sister. Hearing what Matlisa said, Julia continued to tremble the strings, bringing melodious notes. In the music, she said softly, my suggestion is not to listen to the advice of these 2 people? What? Why? Our suggestions are very good. That's right. We know a lot about this. Zadaiti and the others immediately became dissatisfied and retorted. Hearing this, Julia rolled her eyes helplessly at the 2 of them. You 2 are always the passive party, and are beaten by Alka. You have never been the winner. What experience do you have? How dare you give advice to others? The calm words brought out a deadly knife, piercing the chests of the 2 people. What? That's because the 2 of them immediately made excuses for their actions. Something like they were not in good condition, something like Alka was too cunning, something like they didn't adjust their mentality at that time. Seeing this scene, Matlisa beside him couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle. If you had half the courage you had when you were a child, you wouldn't be like this now, Julia said suddenly. She was obviously talking about Air's behavior. The Zadaiti was hit by the enemy ship and sank. Here it comes! A loud roar came from the bow. With a roar, Juanlu's face turned red, and the whole fishing rod almost broke. But finally, with the power, a huge fish about 2 meters long was caught. Alka saw at a glance that the fish was at the 3rd stage of strength. Kill it immediately. Hearing this, Juanlu waved his hand directly, and 4 balls flew out from his back. The balls turned into 4 head-sized monsters, and bit the fish before it fell. Quickly, Juanlu relied on his experience and hit the fish's vitals. The fish was killed on the deck on the spot. Tonight is a full fish feast. Oh oh oh. Cheer for today's Fish King Juanlu. Fish King. Fish King. Several people were like this, hugging each other's shoulders, circling around the fish. Some puppet girls were also nearby, cheerfully without knowing why. Chapter 407 Misty Sea. It is rare that the weather on the sea today is not sunny. In such strange weather, the crowd did not lock themselves in the cabin, but came to the deck one after another. Because in the boundless sea, sunshine is the norm. And there is only one possibility for such strange weather, that is, they arrived at a certain area and encountered a special phenomenon that may occur in certain areas. The main reason is that this time, several Vastwa people came to their ship. Is this the sky outside? Raphael, who came out for the first time, was extremely curious about everything in this world. If Jason hadn't stopped him, Raphael would have almost fallen into the sea. The breeze here, the ocean here, the sky here, even the sun, even the white clouds floating in the sky. They all made her feel extremely familiar. These were things that only existed in books and history, but now they have changed from illusions in books to reality that can be seen with one's own eyes. It's like fantasy shining into reality. Not to mention that Raphael is the only remaining historian of the Vastva people. Alka and the others learned a lot of knowledge through Raphael, and some of the things they didn't understand were answered by her. At this time, a light mist filled the ocean. For the infinite sea, this is a rare weather. So is this fog? Raphael asked. After all, there is no such thing in space. There is only eternal silence. Siadaiti beside him nodded. How is this fog formed? It is caused by the water elements drifting apart and gathering, mixed with some gaseous elements. It may also be a strange weather caused by the chaos of the surrounding environment, or it may be caused by magic, Lucilia said while sitting on Alka's shoulder. After hearing this explanation, Raphael nodded in understanding, but Alka rubbed his brows and looked up at the sky. Although it is completely different from what he knew in the world before, this is the truth of this world. What is that? Raphael suddenly pointed to a black dot that suddenly appeared in the fog in the distance. Such a black dot appeared on the vast ocean, and it was so conspicuous that Raphael, who had been observing the sea surface, saw it in an instant. Seeing this black dot, everyone immediately looked over. An island? Is that an island? What does an island look like? Raphael asked with extraordinary curiosity. Because of the fog, only black dots can be seen, and nothing else can be seen. In the past few months at sea, they had not approached the island. You should know that when Raphael and his friends came out through the membrane clothing, Alka and his friends had already set sail and left the Southern Cross Island. It's rare to see a drifting island, so let's go up and take a look. Alka thought for a while and said, anyway, they also need supplies. And it's just right to see if there are some supplies in the morning, and collect them by the way. Generally speaking, on a drifting island, because of the time, there should be a lot of wild animals and plants. Even if there is none, they can collect the plants on it and bring them into space, and let the Vastwa people make nutrient solution for emergency use. No one had any objection. After all, to be honest, they have been sailing for several months, and it is rare to see an island. Everyone wants to go up and relax. This is what they do most of the time when they encounter a drifting desert island. Alka patted the mast. The voice of Dawn understood Alka's meaning, and began to turn the bow and sail towards the direction of the black spot. As the ship moved towards the island, the fog around them gradually became thicker. The thicker the fog, but they could clearly see the outline of the island. This phenomenon was obviously not normal. Feeling the thicker fog around and the clearer island ahead, Alka stretched out his hand and shook it. The misty white fog had already covered the ship. Yeah, it seems we have won the prize. Alka couldn't help but say. It was obvious that they would not encounter a deserted island this time, but an island with strange power. Such an island is not common. But it is a drifting island after all, and there will always be people who will encounter it. I just don't know how dangerous the island is. Thinking of this, Alka couldn't help but raise his head and glanced in Jason's direction. Jason was very sensitive to any gaze at this time. Why are you looking at me? This is not what I said before. You can't blame me for this. He hurriedly distanced himself from the matter. I didn't say it was your fault. Hee hee. It's better this way. Do you want to go to the island? Siadai asked. Raphael beside him seemed to have noticed something was wrong and said, why don't we leave? You can call me out next time when there is an island. Alka shook his head and said with a smile, why leave? Isn't this the guidance of the sea? Hearing this, Poro beside him came over and gave a thumbs up with a bright smile. Well said, my brother. Such legends are always circulating on the sea. When sailing on the sea, every drifting island you meet is something you will definitely meet, a gift from fate. Accept the gift instead of resisting it. And the drifting island, which is obviously not a deserted island, is an encounter in the dark of fate. This is a theory that Alka and his friends knew a long time ago. And most people who sail on the vast ocean believe in this rule. Although this is just an excuse for people to comfort themselves, let themselves comfort themselves in the loneliness of the sea, in the danger of the sea, and survive. Even if the danger brought by the island ahead may make them die here. This is the first time Alka and his friends have encountered a drifting island with strange phenomena. How could they just leave like that? You know, the drifting islands they had encountered before were either deserted islands, or islands with some wild animals. And that was usually the case. Raphael looked at Alka, and saw the excitement on the faces of the others. Obviously, this seemed to be different from what she thought. It seemed that she had to learn more about the outside world. The voice of dawn continued to sail into the thick fog, until the visibility on the entire ship became abnormally low. Eurylius, who had flown out, flew back and stood on the deck. I can't see it anymore. The thick fog is mixed with magical elements, which almost blocks all normal vision. It is difficult to penetrate even with special vision. They are too thick. Hearing this, Alka was unusually decisive, raised the protective shield, and turned the detection wave to the maximum. As soon as the voice fell, a melodious song came. A layer of pale white translucent protective shield expanded outward from the top mast, and then wrapped the entire ship in it. The detection ripples began to spread outward from the bottom of the ship. Since the sound of dawn had already merged with the trees on the ship, it became a living ship with life. So she even had the ability to learn. The detection ripples penetrated the bottom of the water in silver. This was a spell passed down from Sia deity. Soon, the originally clear outline of the island disappeared. Completely covered by the thick fog, they were lost in the fog. Can you still tell the direction? Did you change the direction? In this situation, Arka immediately turned to Eurylius and asked. Eurylius shook his head and said, the direction without the target is still in this direction. The fog has not changed our perception of the surrounding direction. That's good. The increasingly thick fog made their visibility so low that they could only see the surrounding environment within a few meters. One after another, fiery red light balls appeared on the ship. Zidite controlled these light balls and spread them around the ship. Soon, the blazing light slightly dispelled the fog and illuminated the visibility around. At least it would allow Alka and his companions to see the situation on the ship through the thick fog. Without visibility, we can only rely on perception. Everyone cheer up. Alka looked at them and said. Suddenly, the sound of wooden boards colliding could be heard. Alka immediately came to the side of the ship and looked in the direction of the sound. On the edge of the ship, a wooden object hit the ship. This wooden object was only about 2 meters long and only half a meter wide. Through the thick fog, Alka could only see a faint outline, and could not see clearly what it was. It was like some debris floating on the sea. But debris floating in such a place might also hide something. A melodious voice came. It was the voice of dawn. There was no life in it. Bring it up. As Alka finished speaking, a vine stretched out and curled around the object, dragging it onto the deck. As the sea water above dropped, everyone finally saw what it was. It was a wooden box. The top has been severely corroded by seawater, but the overall structure is not a big problem, and the package is still intact. However, there seem to be some words and patterns engraved on the wooden board, which are now blurred. Why does this thing look a bit like a coffin? Jason said as he looked at the shape. Long shape, narrow width. Isn't this a coffin? To be honest, it is exactly the same, but it seems to be made more crudely. Alka waved his hand gently. The magic power pushed the lid open. It seems that this is not a feeling, this is a coffin. In the coffin, there is a completely weathered and dried skeleton, but there seems to be something carved behind the coffin lid. The coffin also has clothes that were once completely rotten and decayed, as well as blackened metal products for burial. Ka-ba! The sound of bones colliding was heard. In front of everyone's eyes, the skeleton actually crawled out of the coffin. Is this the skeleton creature mentioned in the book? Raphael asked, trembling, but maintaining his curiosity. She had only seen these in books. Simon beside her nodded. Some kind of black-green smoke emanated from the skeleton, making it even more evil. But in Alka's eyes, the strength of the skeleton had not changed much and was still a little fragile, probably at the second stage. I didn't expect it to be an undead, Alka said, condensing a golden arrow of light in his hand and shooting it out directly. The arrow of light directly penetrated the skull of the undead, and then the undead, who had just climbed out of the coffin, stood there in a daze, and the whole thing collapsed into a pile of bones. Very weak skeletons. And indeed the undead creatures are extremely restrained by the holy light. There are actually undead It seems that this sea area surrounded by fog is not very peaceful, Jason said while looking at the undead. Julia shook her head. No. Although there are certain undead elements in the surrounding air, they are really rare. Not enough to make a corpse directly immerse into the concentration of undead creatures. This statement is obviously not in line with reality. Alka came to the pile of bones, and his eyes saw something different. He picked up a bone after moving the bones. In his eyes, it was a little different from bones. It seemed to have information attached to it. He reached out and gently touched it. It was probably a thigh bone. Blurred light and shadow appeared in his mind like an illusion. He saw a middle-aged man, who seemed to be a bricklayer, who was building something in the construction site. It seemed to be a temple, because he saw a carving worker, who was carving a huge statue of a god. Then the picture became blurred, broken, and turned into a war-torn scene. A huge object fell from the sky. It seemed to be a broken building, or a ship's bow, smashing straight into the temple. The huge temple statue that had been built was smashed to pieces by such an object, and the entire temple disappeared in an instant. The surrounding residential buildings were also seriously affected. Some people wearing religious costumes were gathering. Some people dressed in disorderly clothes seemed to be attacking. The war spread to the middle-aged man's city. Screams, cheers, war cries. A sharp blade stretched out from the alley, and the middle-aged man, who was running away with his family, his vision went black. Obviously, this was his death. The illusion dissipated. Alka looked at the bones in his hand. The remaining breath on them was very dim. He carefully observed the pile of bones in front of him. The left ring finger of the skeleton was missing a section, and the middle-aged man in the illusion was also missing a section. Obviously, this is the same person. He saw the illusion, the memory left on the bones. Normal undead don't have such things. It seems that he was affected by the war. However, if the black damaged area in front of his eyes is the end of life, then it is obvious that he should be gluttonous in the wilderness, instead of being placed in a coffin. Do you feel anything? Xiao looked at Alka and asked Alka. Alka's current behavior is obviously abnormal. Alka nodded. I saw some memory fragments of this undead before his death, very few, only a few are relatively clear. This made everyone a little confused. They didn't know what to say for a while. How can I suddenly see this kind of thing? Maybe it's a little talent, Alka said, as he began to check out something different from the coffin. The burial objects. Or the man's bones. What was the reason for the vision just now? Is it because this undead is special? Or was this undead special when he was alive? But looking at the memory just now, it's obviously unlikely. Alka didn't quite understand it either, so he could only study and explore carefully, trying to find the secret. Suddenly, he saw a different holy emblem on the back of the coffin lid. It was an emblem of a tombstone pierced by a sickle. But Alka had never seen such an emblem before, and I was sure I had never seen it anywhere else. It seemed to have a different meaning. Do you know it, Lucilia? Alka decided to ask the knowledgeable Lucilia. However, Lucilia shook her head. No, I have never seen such an icon, and I have hardly seen anything similar. But it is often seen on tombstones. This emblem seems to be the emblem of the tombkeeper. Raphael looked at the pattern and said vaguely, Grey Bearer? Everyone turned to look at her. They had never heard of this door number, but Raphael actually knew it, combined with historical knowledge. Then it is obvious that this person or god named Grey Bearer and his emblem must have appeared in the Golden Age. Grey Bearer, god of guardian, family returner, scythe to the afterlife. These are all records in history, and these are the titles of the god called Grey Bearer. Basically, most coffins, as long as there is no specific belief, will use the Grey Bearer's coffin after death. People believe that through such a coffin, the bones and souls stored inside can be safely transferred to the afterlife. Everyone nodded with great interest when they heard this. This kind of information can only be heard from people like Raphael. After all, it is information from tens of thousands of years ago in the Golden Age. As he spoke, Xiao seemed to sense something and looked at the fog in the distance. There was a green light flashing in the thick fog. Everyone also saw the green light. Suddenly, Xiao clearly felt something widening his eyes. There is an enemy ship. Chapter 408 Battle of the Dead Ship. Thick fog permeated the entire sea area. As Xiao reminded, everyone looked around. A faint green light appeared in the fog. Xiao quickly opened his hands. A large amount of light began to gather into a ball, and was fired one by one. The light balls spread out to illuminate the objects in the fog for everyone, allowing them to see some objects in the distance clearly even in this thick fog. At least they could vaguely see the outline of things through the light, instead of not being able to see anything clearly like before. The soul fire of the withered skeleton in the coffin on the boat, whose head had been pierced, burned again. The bones of the skeleton, which were originally umbrella frames, began to be pieced together again because of the strange power. The skeleton opened its mouth and seemed to make a strange sound. Then Xiao Dai, who was standing next to it, kicked the skeleton and the entire coffin into the sea. The green light appeared, and two shabby ships surrounded the dawn sound from both sides. The shabby ships were made of wooden boards made of spirits, and the masts were hung with shabby sails. One of the masts could even be seen to be broken. The skeleton sailors swung their joints and bones, swinging the ropes on the ship, as if they could really control the sails. The ghosts of the green spirit-like dead came out of the holes in the deck of the ship. The faces revealed kept screaming. The dead ship. The thicker fog began to spread, and the two dead ships became blurred. Wow! There are new friends here. My sailors aim at them and fire. Fire! Charge! Charge! Outsiders are not welcome here. Die! Various roars from the soul penetrated into the souls of everyone. Attention! Everyone! Accept the challenge! Alka yelled. The exciting music came from the dawn sound, like the drumbeats of war. Julia immediately revealed her true body as a mermaid, and the fishtail wrapped around her lifted her up. Red and green coins began to flip in front of her, and Julia began to sing, singing along with the dawn sound. The melodious singing penetrated the soul. What an ugly singing! My head hurts. My skull is going to crack. Shut up, that woman. Various shouts came from all around. Obviously, Julia's singing worked. The red and green interwoven energy directly poured into everyone's body, and even wrapped around the surface of the ship. The power surged up. There is something under the water, Xiao Dai said loudly. Hearing this, Pororo jumped into the water from the deck without hesitation. Then lightning could be seen piercing the clouds, and a large area of seawater in the diamond was filled with lightning. Some bones bubbled up from the water. Roar! With a dragon roar, a portal suddenly appeared on the deck. Aurelius flew out of the portal directly, soaring into the sky, and entered the fog. At the moment of flying out, he grabbed Jason next to him with his dragon claws and flew into the sky together. Woohoo! It's a dragon. Admiral Ghost will have a new name today. Dragon Slayer. Ha ha ha. The voice of the person who gave orders on the ship just now came again. And it seemed that the person who made the voice was the leader of the ship. Simon quickly came to the tail building, and then stood on the poop building with his arms open. The muzzles on both sides of the dawn sound were instantly opened. One after another, huge cannons were extended. Each cannon was entangled by vines, and energy poured into the cannons. A dim light came from the ship, but the light was too broad in the mist, and it was difficult to capture its precise position because these ships were hidden. Xiao Dai, hearing Simon's voice, Xiao Dai quickly controlled the light ball to spread further outward. Several light balls found their targets and immediately connected to the ghost ship. A beam of light broke through the clouds. The target was selected instantly. Bang! The continuous sound of cannons rang out, and the three ships fired at the same time. The shells fired by the voice of dawn were like flowers, but these sharp flowers were buds, and the petals were wrapped together like a drill. They even spun rapidly in the air. They immediately broke through the clouds and directly pierced into the dead ship. Damn it! What are you rotten bones still doing? Get this damn flower off my ship quickly. The flower exploded directly, and a large number of vines began to drill out and bind the ship. The power of the huge vines even crushed the wooden boards. Some skeletons had no time to react. They were also wrapped up, and their bones were broken like crazy. They twisted into a ball. It was obvious that they had no power to resist. Fire! The enemy finally locked the position of Alka and the voice of dawn. One after another, the dark green shells flew over, dragging a trajectory like a soul. The shield had already risen around the voice of dawn. However, the opposite happened. The shells actually went through the shield directly. It came straight towards the ship. Several spherical monsters the size of heads flew out and opened their huge mouths in midair. The mouths were larger than their bodies, and they swallowed the soul shells in one gulp. Only a few of the shells from both sides landed on the ship, and 4 of them were swallowed by Zhuanlu's treasure. The spherical monsters that ate the soul shells also showed ghost-like characteristics. Becoming transparent, a shell hit the side of the ship directly, and immediately exploded with billowing green flames attached to the surface, and began to burn fiercely. The burning flame is the flame of the soul. It is so vicious. The big tree in the center of the flower bed began to sway, and the crystals hanging on it sparkled. One of the branches was hanging with a water blue crystal. The whole branch suddenly grew out, and brought the blue crystal on it to the place where the soul fire was burning. The crystal on it was smashed into the soul fire, and the special power instantly extinguished the soul fire. Buzz. A sound like a bee came. It was the sound of a propeller. The surrounding fog spiraled along the propeller, the center of the deck opened, and a large number of Sentinel aircraft controlled by Simon flew out like a swarm of bees. They split into two sides and flew towards the two dead ships. They fired dense explosive bombs, and explosions began to sound from the dead ships. The dead ships, which were already in tatters, became even more tattered because of these explosions. But such destruction seemed to be insignificant to the dead ships. Great, I haven't met such an interesting opponent in many years. Finally, the shaking sound was clearly identified. He was on the right side of the dawn sound. The three ships chased each other, sailing quickly in the misty sea. The two dead ships seemed to be able to roughly identify the direction of their ships through the fog, but the speed of the dawn sound was very fast. It could compete with these two pure dead ships. As a result, the two dead ships, which were originally known for their speed, had no special features in front of the dawn sound. As a result, their shells could hardly hit the dawn sound. On the contrary, the special fireworks of the dawn sound were very fast because of their special structure, and because Xiaodaidi's indicators were extremely accurate. A brilliant light came from the sky. With the roar of the dragon, Eurylius dived down from the sky. One after another, the shining magic balls fell down. Each explosion could take away several skeleton sailors and screaming evil spirits on the ship. Only then did I see that. On the back of Eurylius, there were several puppet girls using spells. They lay on Eurylius's back, becoming her bombing machine, and a large number of magic balls fell accurately. Some crystals were also dropped and exploded, freezing part of the undead ship and wrapping it into crystal. With a dive, Eurylius spewed out rainbow energy. All the evil spirits and the ship in a straight line were frozen into crystal. Suddenly, a violent collision sound came from the side of the dawn. At some point, two small breakout ships emerged from the clouds. The ships carried a large number of undead and crashed into the dawn. The bones on the ship's hull firmly grasped the body of the dawn like claws, preventing its own ship from being thrown off by the collision. One after another, thick vines popped out from the hull and whipped the skeleton ships like long whips. Some skeletons and undead were sucked into the sea before they could climb onto the ship, but a considerable number of them jumped onto the ship. Brothers, board the ship! The sea surface broke open, and another undead ship emerged from the sea. The moment it emerged, a large number of ropes flew directly, and the barbs on them caught various parts of the sound of dawn. As the ropes slid, zombies fell onto the deck one after another. A skeleton had just landed on the deck when a scarlet blade pierced its skull, and it instantly scattered. On the misty deck, something seemed to be flying fast. Some small creatures were moving through the shadows. The puppet girls cooperated efficiently, and began to clean up the fallen undeads on the sound of dawn that they were very familiar with. A large number of vines grew out from the bottom of the flower bed, wrapped in green energy, and joined in the cleaning of these monsters. The blue meteor rose from the deck and directly hit the deck of another dead ship. The huge force instantly broke the middle of the whole dead ship, and it quickly and madly raged inside. All the dead spirits that blocked the path of the meteor would be smashed into pieces in an instant. With the exaggerated destruction, the first dead ship sank. This dead ship was completely broken into two halves from the middle and began to sink into the sea. Damn it! What a tough guy. We are fearless pirates, brothers. Charge! Charge! Go, go! Finally, the captain who commanded the three dead ships was seen. The captain was dressed in a very typical pirate outfit, wearing a pirate hat with a feather on it. But his body was a complete skeleton, and there were even metal buckles on the joints of the skeleton, like buckles made of gold and jade. Holding a scimitar in his hand, his left leg was replaced by a golden prosthetic leg instead of a skeleton. In the white mist, some pink mist was mixed in without knowing when. A hand suddenly stretched out from the mist behind him, knocked off his pirate hat, and held his head tightly. You damn skeleton, a brave and fearless sneak attack. Right? As soon as the words fell, with a cracking sound, The skeleton's head was directly twisted off from the neck. In the pink mist, Alka emerged from it. Looking at the skull that was twisted off in his hand, Alka actually saw a look of surprise on the skeleton's expression. "Now, tell your damned undead men to stop," he said, exerting force with his 5 fingers, and the pink mist and power were infused into the skull. "Oh, of course. Didn't you hear me? Damn guys? Stop. Stop what you are doing." As his voice fell, the undead instantly quieted down, turning their heads to look in the direction where the voice came from. The captain was caught? Did the invincible admiral fall? At this time, it was also a skeleton, and judging from his clothes, he seemed to be the deputy of the undead captain. "Brothers, keep going." As he said this, a pirate hat appeared in his hand, and he put it on his head. "Haha, I am the new captain now. To Dak the Golden I will control the invincible ghost fleet. Oh. Go!" With the birth of the new captain, all the undead, who had stopped, continued to roar, or else prepare to attack. Suddenly the sea broke open, and the figure of Pororo rushed out of the sea. There was blue-gray lightning wrapped around his arm, and it fell down the moment he rushed out. It just hit the side of the new captain. The huge palm directly pinched the skull of the skeleton, then exerted force violently. A lot of electric light flashed wantonly. The clenched palm spread out, and the hand was full of skull powder, and a golden fake eye. Haha, damn traitor. This must be painful for him. Now everyone stop. The captain's head was raised high by Alka. As the captain roared, a lot of skeletons stopped their attack. No new captain was born this time. "Haha, sir, are you satisfied now?" The skull held in Alka's hand asked, with a hint of flattery in his voice. At this time, Alka was standing on the flagship of the Ghost, asking a crystal dragon with a dazzling light falling from the sky, and knocking the skeleton next to it off the ship. The dragon's claws swung, sweeping the annoying skull down with it. "Damn bone thing." Jason jumped off the dragon's back. The ship that the first mate had just appeared next to the Sound of Dawn had also been taken over by Poro. A blue light flashed, and Xia Deity appeared on the Sound of Dawn. The dead ship that she destroyed. Only the inverted bow and stern were not completely sunk into the water. A large number of undead and skeletons on the ship were swimming towards the other 2 dead ships. Alka looked at the skull in his hand. "Now tell me, why did you attack us?" "Haha. Just kidding. I was just kidding." "Joke?" Alka frowned, and his hand slowly clenched. "Oh my. I thought you were a pushover. You are a living creature, and I am a dead soul. Is there anything wrong with me hitting you?" The screaming skull was pinched and shouted. "Is there an island in the fog?" Alka asked the skull. The skull hesitated. "Don't think of lying. I can see through it," Alka said with narrowed eyes. The skull shook slightly. "Yes, sir. There is indeed an island here. We call it the Island of the Dead." Alka held the skull and looked at it carefully. Then he looked at the undead, who were standing still and looking at him. After thinking for a while, he went to a skeleton sailor next to him with his head in his hand. The skeleton was wearing a turban, and a gold tooth could be seen on the skeleton's teeth. "Your name is not Gold Tooth, right?" Looking at the shining tooth, Alka couldn't help asking. The skeleton sailor nodded repeatedly. "You are really smart, you know all this." "My gold tooth is." Before he could finish his words, he was slapped on the back of his head by Alka. He immediately closed his mouth and lowered his head tremblingly. Alka frowned at the undead and knocked him on the back of the head. The skeleton cried out in pain, but still endured it. But his gold tooth just fell down, and he quickly squatted down to pick it up. These undead are too intelligent. Would a normal undead be like this? This is just an ordinary skeleton, the lowest level and least noticeable cannon fodder among the undead. But these skeletons are weak. They can speak fluently, and even have perfect emotions, as if they have never died. Seeing this, Alka raised the skull in his hand again. "Tell me about your situation. You don't look like normal skeletons, and your souls are too complete. It's okay for you, the captain, to be complete, but none of your sailors have broken souls, as if they are alive." Hearing Alka's words, the soul fire burning in the head of the undead captain swayed wildly twice. He was obviously shocked. He did not expect Alka to see through their secrets so easily. "We are not normal undead. We are immortals." "Undead? What?" Alka asked with a frown. He had never heard of such a race. "Pull the boat over first." As Alka finished speaking, the sailors immediately moved without the captain giving any orders, and controlled the undead ship to dock next to the voice of dawn. Alka returned to the deck with the captain's head. My lord. I don't know either. After all, I didn't want to be like this. Oh, then how did you become like this? When I died and opened my eyes again, I became like this. I don't know why. If you really want to know, you can go to the island and ask. I really don't know. Let me go. Chapter 409 Resurrection Town. So you mean we should go to your base camp to die? After hearing this, Jason next to him couldn't help but complain. Isn't this lie a little too low level? No. No, that's not my base camp. Listening to the words of the undead head, Alka could feel that he was telling the truth. Perhaps it was because there was no flesh and blood, only the dry bones were left. Even the soul appeared in the head. His mental fluctuations were so obvious, Alka could capture it very easily. He could clearly detect the fluctuations in his emotions. He could detect even the slightest concealment. Tell me more specifically. Is it safe for us to go to this island? Hearing Alka's words, the captain's head quickly said, Yes. The people on the island of the dead are actually quite hospitable. And they are all good people. They are all normal civilians. But we are different from pirates. As soon as these words came out, not to mention Alka, Siadaiti and others around him all shook their heads speechlessly. Would anyone really believe this? Why? Alka suddenly asked. Because he realized that this sentence was actually true. Like I said before, we were all normal humans. It's just that we woke up inexplicably and became like undead now. We don't think we are really undead. Then why did you attack us when you saw us? To see if you can kill us? The head of the undead suddenly said. Hearing this, Alka frowned, raised his head slightly, and faced himself. You begged for mercy just now, but it didn't look like you were begging for death. That's because I can feel that you can't kill us. Since you can't kill me, I naturally don't want to die. After all, it still hurts. I'm not a masochist. Of course, I can live if I want to. If you can really kill me, I'll beg you. The skull kept talking. Interesting, Alka said, because he could feel that what the skull said was true. There was no intention to hide anything, and he acted very indifferent. The corpse they dug out from the coffin at that time also came back to life after the head was broken by the holy light. And some skeletons began to gather and revive on the surrounding ghost ships. After thinking for a while, he said to the skull, Take us to the island of the dead now. Ah? Can I not go? I don't really want to go back. Hearing this, Alka pinched his skull hard. Go. I'll lead the way. Did you hear me? Guys? All of you. Clear the way. The surrounding undead immediately took action and began to drive the two undead ships forward. On the way through the fog, in front of everyone, the ghost ship that was broken by Siadaiti emerged from the sea again. You can see some broken wooden boards in the sea begin to be reassembled. It's as if it had never been destroyed. The skeletons that were originally smashed and swept into the sea by them also began to gather from the ship. These dead skeletons came back to life, including the first mate who was planning to usurp the throne. They even came to Pororo and asked if he could return his golden eye to him, which was very important to him. Pororo looked at the golden eye in his hand and stuffed it directly into his eye socket. However, it was stuffed the wrong way. See, it's like this. You can't die no matter how hard you try, but you can feel the pain of your soul because of death. While he was talking, the undead and skeletons were rolling around on the deck, and even wailing in pain. After a long while, the uncomfortable sound finally subsided. The undead finally stood up again. Then, as if the pain of being followed did not exist, they started chatting with the undead next to them. The strange scene verified his statement. It also made everyone more curious about the island. Is this island your former home? Are all the people on the island the original people? In response to Alka's question, the skeleton gave a negative answer. No. We were at most compatriots of the same country before. They are not people from an island. Fellow citizens of a country? Yes. A country destroyed by the God War. When we woke up, we had become undead and residents of this island, drifting in this vast white sea. This is a bit of a big message. These undead have survived from the God War era to the present day. Have you calculated how long they have been awake? Lucilia asked impatiently on Alka's shoulder. I have calculated it. It's probably about 5,000 or 6,000 years. Who can remember the exact time? Anyway, the time here is very chaotic. It has been passed down from the God War era to the present day. But it has only been 5 or 6,000 years since they woke up? That is to say, they woke up a long time after the God War. After waking up, he became like this. Thinking of this, Arka asked, why didn't you want to go back before? Like I said, the people on the island are peace-loving and normal people. Look at how many normal people are on my ship. How can we get along with each other? And we can't kill each other. Hearing this, several people nodded. This statement makes some sense. These undead skeletons on their ship are normal by the standards of the dead, but they are a bit outrageous by the standards of normal people. Their ship passed through the fog, and soon they saw the clear outline of the island. This island was much smaller than they thought. Alka looked at it, and felt that it was only about twice as big as his hometown. Golden Wheat Island. It was the kind that you could see the edge of at a glance. As the ghost ship approached the shore, Alka and his friends saw floating ghosts, moving skeletons, and bodies that looked like mummies. These skeletons and zombies were all wearing normal clothes, and they didn't even have any weapons in their hands. You damn guys. What are you doing on the shore? Didn't you say you'd spend your whole life floating on the sea? Said a leading skeleton, holding a worn-out fishing rod in his hand. It's none of your business. Fisherman. I'll go to the island if I want to. Facing the skeleton, the captain who was caught by Alka started to curse. Oh, I've met a tough guy. My head is being held in his hand. It's really funny. Ha ha ha. Facing the captain's dilemma, the undead on the shore began to laugh without hesitation. Apparently, the relationship between the two parties was not good, as the pirate captain said. Nerissa, quickly. After recording this scene, you must draw it carefully. I will hang it in the square. Yes, remember to draw it carefully when the time comes. I will make a statue of this scene. That's right, that's what I should do. I can't help but choreograph a dance for today's happy event. The undead on the shore, you say something, I say something, madly adding insult to injury. You damn things, I will pull out your bones and feed them to the dogs. The skull in Alka's hand cursed. Ha. Bagot. If you could do that, you wouldn't be floating on the sea. Alka's ship was still at least 100 to 200 meters away from the shore. But these undead started cursing at each other from such a distance. For a moment, Alka and his crew were embarrassed. Soon the ship docked, and the three ghost ships made way, and stopped moving 40 to 50 meters from the shore. They even began to sink into the water, at the command of the first mate, and left. But their captain was still in Alka's hands. I am not worried at all. The sound of dawn is at the shore. There is actually a very complete port here, although it is a little small. But after all, there is only one ship, Alka and his friends, which is more than enough. As Alka and his friends walked towards the sound of dawn, the undead came over. Several people carefully observed these undead. Upon closer inspection, they found that these undead were very clean. There was no smell of corruption that was unique to the undead. A female ghost floated over. She was the girl who was just called Nerissa. The spirit was dressed like an artist. Several people actually felt a scent on the ghost, as if it was perfume. If it weren't for the appearance of these undead, Alka and the others would really think they were normal people. Rare guests, I hope our appearance won't scare you. The skeleton who was leading the group with the fishing rod came over and said. The skeleton was wearing a clean, but somewhat tattered vest, holding a fishing rod in his hand, and a small flat hat on his head. Looks very decent. Hello, I have asked him before coming here, and I have a general understanding of this place. Alka shook the head in his hand and said. The skeleton nodded. My name is Bernard. I am the lighthouse keeper on the island. That's where I work. He pointed. Just about 300 meters away from the port, Alka saw a lighthouse embedded on the island. But there was obviously no light on the lighthouse. Only a campfire seemed to be burning on it. If my friend doesn't mind, you can put his head down. Although he is a scum, he is still one of our tribesmen. Alka nodded and threw the skull in his hand to the ground. He couldn't be killed anyway. With a few screams of pain, the skull hit the ground a few times. One by one, bones came out from nowhere and gathered together. Then they formed a skeleton body and stood up again with his head on his head. Bagot shook his head after standing up and shook his body after confirming that it was installed. Let your bones crackle. Turning to look at the spirit of the girl next to you. Oh, Nerissa, you seem to be more beautiful than last time. What a nice smell. Did you use the perfume of nightlight flower? Looking at Bagot approaching, Nerissa looked extremely disgusted, walked around to the side for a long time to distance herself. Go away. Bagot, wash off the seaweed smell on you before talking. How cruel. A lady would not say such vicious words. Don't be polite to a pirate scum like you. Baggett took out his pirate hat from somewhere, and put it on his head again. Then he broke off the normal leg bone of his right leg, and threw it into the sea in front of everyone. Then he took out his golden artificial leg from somewhere, and installed it on the leg bone. He went from walking normally to limping. He walked around twice without paying attention to others, and nodded with satisfaction. It seemed that this was in line with his image as a pirate captain. Now, the evil ghost Admiral Baggett is back again. Looking at this scene, Bernard shook his head helplessly and said to Alka, "Don't be surprised, my friend. Every race has people with poor brains. If you don't mind, come with us." As he said that, several undeads passed Baggett directly and treated him like air. He led Alka and the others up. Where the port could be seen, there were some tiled floors. Although there were signs of maintenance, it was indeed dilapidated. There were more than a dozen steps leading to the top, followed by a slightly winding path. It extended all the way to the ramp above. Looking at the people leaving, Baggett shrugged helplessly and limped up. After crossing the ramp and the stairs, AK and the others arrived at the top. Then, they saw a small town not far away. Because there was still a faint mist around, it looked a little dim even in the daytime, and there were some lights burning in the village. Stone houses were randomly placed everywhere, and various houses and buildings were located on the island. It can be seen that the island is slightly dilapidated, with few plants, and all that is exposed are the soil and some gravel on the island. However, some gray-black trees and grass can still be seen here and there, but it only makes the island more eerie. This is the Resurrection Town, and it is also the only town on the island. "Our people live here," Bernard said, leading everyone to walk over. When everyone passed by the path, a big hole suddenly appeared in the soil beside, and a hand stretched out from the soil. "Who is outside? Is it Bernard? Help me, I can't get out." Some young voices came from the soil, sounding a little dull. Without waiting for Bernard to go over, Baggett, who was following behind him, limped over. "You stupid brat. Let your uncle pull you out." "Is it Baggett? Why are you back?" The voice in the mud was a little surprised. Then Baggett grabbed the hand bone with both hands and pulled it out hard. A large piece of soil began to loosen. Then with a snap, Baggett fell directly to the ground. And he was still holding a shaking hand bone in his hands. "Hey! You tore my hand off." "Sorry. Sorry, brat, forget it. I'll just dig you out directly." Speaking in front of everyone, Baggett made claws with his 5 fingers and pulled upwards. The soil instantly spread to the side. Alka looked at this scene, squinting his eyes. He felt the breath of the treasure. He was just wondering why the pirate did not use the treasure in the face of his attack. So the ability of the treasure should be to control the soil or the earth? With such a treasure, he became a pirate on the sea. It must be a little abstract. The soil spread to the side along with the force, and a corpse crawled out of the soil. "Thank you." The skeleton came out and shook himself. A lot of dirt slid down the cracks of his bones. Some dirt was in his trouser legs. "Aren't you going to take off your pants?" Bag said. The skeletons, who seemed to be younger in the voice, looked at Alka and the others, and actually showed an embarrassed mood. There are still people here." For a moment, Alka and the others didn't know what to say. "Skeleton, is there anything missing?" Bag slapped him on the head, and almost slapped his skull off his neck. "Wake up, you are not a normal person now." "Okay." The boy's voice was a little low. Bernard also took Alka and the others inside. Some skeleton residents were also scattered around the path. Some were chatting. Some were just staring at the sky in a daze, looking at Alka and the other normal people. These skeletons cast black eye sockets, but everyone could clearly see through the ethereal soul fire in the black eye sockets, and feel their curious emotions. Such a feeling is very strange. "This is really a strange island," Siadaiti said beside him. As they walked along, Julia kept her eyes narrowed and her brows furrowed. She was exploring the surrounding environment and the changes in the surrounding environment. After passing through the path, large buildings began to appear. Spirits were floating in the air, and skeletons were walking freely on the streets. This was the town where the undead creatures lived. This was also a scene that Alka and the others had never seen before. They just stood at the gate of the town and watched. "Oh, there are strangers who can go to the island. Is Baggett dead?" An old mummy came over with a black wooden crutch, looking at Alka and the others and said, "Old man, what do you mean by that?" Baggett, who was following behind, asked unhappily. The old mummy turned his head and stared at Baggett with his black eyes. "Oh, I didn't see you, Baggett, but you actually went to the island." He seemed to be observing Baggett carefully. "It looks like you were severely punished by these outsiders, but I didn't see it." "Grandpa Mugwai, I saw it. I'll draw a picture for you later," Nalisa suddenly said. "Okay, I will definitely appreciate it." Such a conversation made Baggett extremely unhappy. Alka and others finally realized how unwelcome this pirate captain was in this ghost place. It was almost like a rat crossing the street. Everyone would step on it when they saw it. Jason stood by, looking at the skeleton next to him. "My brother, you really don't know how to behave. What did you do here? Why do people hate you so much?" Faced with Jason's question, Baggett turned his head away, not wanting to answer at all. Chapter 410: A Brief Stay. Led by Bernard, the group came to a stone house in the town. This stone house looked no different from the surrounding ones. Seeing this house, Baggett, who had been following them, shook his head in disdain. "I'm leaving first." He turned and left. All that could be heard was the sound of his golden leg knocking against the stone, as he walked away. "This is the mayor's home, and he can be considered our leader," Bernard said. Knocked on the door. Then a slightly rough and bright voice came from inside. "Bernard? Come in." As the voice fell, the door was opened, and everyone saw the situation inside. It was no different from an ordinary room. Everyone went in, and Polo hunched his back and barely squeezed in. This so-called mayor was also a skeleton, but from the size of the skeleton, it can be seen that this skeleton should have been quite strong when he was alive. He was also wearing simple soft armor. There is a statue in the room, which should be used for prayer. The statue is wearing a hood, and his clothes are a little tattered. One hand is holding a winding chain, and the other hand is holding a sickle of the god of death. It is obviously not a normal belief. Looking at the emblem on it, Alka feels familiar. Isn't this the emblem of the tomb bearer that they saw before? Ah, stranger. I haven't seen it for a long time. Hello. I am the mayor here. You can just call me Code. I hope my people didn't scare you, haha. The skeleton looked at Alka and the others and laughed. Although their facial expressions could not be seen, they could still roughly judge their emotions by their tone. "Alka, I don't pay much attention to race and appearance. I just didn't expect there was such an island," Alka said with a smile. "If you don't mind, can you tell us about it?" Lucilia asked, sitting on Alka's shoulder. She was really curious about this island. Hearing this, Code nodded. "Of course, everyone please sit down. This is not something worth hiding." As everyone sat down, Code scratched his skull, seemingly embarrassed, and said, "Sorry, there is no tea here for the time being. Please forgive me." "Of course I understand." Alka waved his hand and said. Code nodded and began to tell the story. "We woke up about 5,000 or 6,000 years ago, and there was some confusion at that time. Later, after the outsider's narration and understanding, after a long period of adaptation, we finally accepted our identities and knew the current situation of the whole world. Of course, that era was still very chaotic. Some of us naturally wanted to leave, but unfortunately, you also saw that there was something wrong with our current situation. Although we could leave the island, we couldn't even get out of the vast fog on the sea." "Can't get out? No wonder," Alka said. "No wonder I haven't heard about the situation of these races outside. That is to say, people like them who are half dead and half alive cannot leave the area filled with white fog at all. Of course, it could be false, but Alka couldn't judge, so let's just believe it for now. Will we die if we go out? Or will we be pulled back?" Lucelia asked curiously. Bernard next to her said, "It's like turning into a pile of dry bones when we die, and then we will be dragged back." After hearing this simple explanation, everyone nodded in understanding. It was easy to understand. That is to say, for thousands of years, they have lived like undead, sleepless, without food or drink, and even unable to leave this place. They have not gone completely crazy yet. It is not right to think about it. Although many undeads, who have just come along, seem to be in good condition, they have various mental problems. However, these various problems seem to be understandable. I believe you can see along the way that my people have gradually fallen into madness under such torture," Code suddenly said. Hearing this, the crowd didn't know how to respond. They didn't understand, and couldn't empathize. They couldn't say what they understood. Thousands of years of torture. It seems that Baggett was also outside just now. "You must have been blocked by him. Please forgive him." Speaking of this, you can feel a little sigh from Code's tone. His ship is full of those who have gone completely crazy, or are almost crazy. Not all outsiders are as friendly as you. For thousands of years, we have received many strangers. Some are as friendly as you. Some treat us as monsters. Some treat us as experiments. Some speak ill of us. And some try to purify us. But these have no other meaning except to make us suffer more. So his pirate groups attack all ships trying to land on the island. And we are the dead who acquiesce. The ships that can be driven away by them cannot bear our appearance or change our lives. Speaking of this, the mayor stood up and said, "If you want to buy goods or harvest supplies, please forgive us. There is nothing suitable here. If you are curious about this island and want to take a look around, please do not disturb these suffering people. There are no secrets on this island. You can wander around as you like, as long as you don't disturb the residents." He said that and came directly to the statue, and suddenly began to pray. Seeing this scene, Bernard turned his head and looked at everyone, and made a hushing gesture. Then he led them out of the door quietly, and closed the door by the way. Please forgive his courtesy. He has been under enough pressure for thousands of years, and sometimes he needs to pray to vent. Memories are not good for him. Everyone nodded indifferently. The undead here are indeed more or less mentally abnormal. They can get used to it easily. And this is not rude at all. On the contrary, these undead are a little too polite. Jason looked at Bernard, who was talking. "What about you? Why do you seem to be the most normal one we have met?" On the contrary, Bernard, who had been leading them around, did not show too many abnormal behaviors. "Ha ha ha. Of course it's this." As he said this, he shook the fishing rod he had been carrying on his shoulder. He was very proud. "I was obsessed with fishing when I was alive. I didn't have many friends, or even relatives. Fishing is everything to me. I live by fishing. So I was already abnormal when I was alive. And what could be more abnormal after death?" Bernard laughed very freely. At this time, Simon thought of something very keenly and asked, "Do the undead, who were with you before, have their own hobbies?" Hearing this, Bernard stared at him with his skull eyes burning with soul fire. "You are very perceptive." "That's right. Narissa is obsessed with painting. Sabog is good at sculpture, while he is deeply involved in dancing. That is to say, if you have an obsessive hobby after death, this hobby can be entrusted to your spirit and keep your emotions in a good state, compared to other people," Simon said. Bernard nodded. "Yes, you actually found it so quickly, it's really amazing." "Yes, it's a pity, only a few of us have such an obsessive hobby. Even after death, we are still obsessed with it. Many people have given up in the endless torture of time. Those who have hobbies are either intact or completely crazy," he said, leading a few people, and slowly walked in other directions. As they walked, they chatted. Obviously, Alka and other rare outsiders became the confidants of the skeleton in front of him. He really needs some normal people to chat with, to relieve his emotions. Everyone also needs to understand that they are not completely opposed. If it weren't for these hobbies, we would have gone crazy long ago and become pirates on the ghost ship. So sometimes I really admire Baggett and Code. Although they always quarrel and have different ideas, they are the most normal ones, who rely on their own will. "Is Baggett normal?" Jason asked uncertainly. "Of course. He has always been like this. So he is normal. It seems to be true. He has been abnormal from the beginning. And it has not changed much in thousands of years. Doesn't it mean that he is normal?" Although it was strange, it was true. They were soon brought to an area with many houses, but few undead villagers coming and going. "Just find a few houses to live in here. Of course, I think you might prefer to live on your own boat. After all, this is the residence of the undead. Although everyone used to be normal humans, many habits have changed over the past 1,000 years." "Why are there so many empty houses here?" Xiaodai asked. "And these empty houses seem to be gathered together. It's all those crazy residents who joined the pirates, and naturally flowed down. By the way, if you need to find me, you can find me at the lighthouse and the port. I usually fish there. Of course, if you need some supplies, you can also find me. I will release most of the fish I catch, if you need them. You can take them." After chatting for a few words, Bernard, who had been leading them, left. Of course, the crowd did not go into these houses to rest. They took a casual look, and after confirming that no one had lived here for a long time, they left. "What should we do now? Should we draw a map of this island? Or should we leave?" Xiaodai said, while walking towards the boat on the shore. Hearing this, Alka could not help but think. He could not be sure for a while, There must be some strange phenomenon for this place to become like this, but they now have their own things to do. After thinking for a while, he said, then let's draw a picture, since we are here now. Besides, this island is really small, it is easy to walk around. And through his special vision of seeing through secrets, Alka always felt that the sky was a little red. Xiaodaidi nodded, and wandered around with a few people, since there was nothing to do now. While walking, while observing, while chatting. So what is the reason for this island to become like this now? Jason asked with some surprise. The environment is chaotic, Julia said. Along the way, she didn't speak, relying on her own perception to perceive the special features of the surrounding environment. At least she felt something different. Looking at the curious eyes of the crowd, she said as she walked, it's very simple. Just like the extremely weak and chaotic space in the broken sea before. Here, in this foggy area, death becomes extremely weak, or even disappears completely. In this area, there may be no concept of death. That is to say, you won't really die here? Jason asked with a frown. Is it so outrageous? Julia shook her head. No. It can't be said that way. Immortality means the immortality of the soul, not the incorruptibility of the body. When you die, your soul is still immortal and attached to the body, but your body is dead. So when you leave this fog, you will most likely suffer the death and corruption of the body. Death will not leave forever, it will catch you in the right place and strangle you by the throat. Does that mean you will become a ghost like them? Lucilia asked. I don't know, but maybe there is such a possibility. It is more likely that you will die completely after leaving this area, and you may not come back like them. Don't forget, it took tens of thousands of years for them to wake up again after their death. Alka turned around and reminded. Who knows what this place has experienced in these tens of thousands of years? That means they may have to wait this long before they can be revived. So basically, dead is dead. No one would try their own death. It is meaningless. So even if the death here disappears, it will not be like theirs. They are bound to this area. It must be for other reasons, Julia said, then shook her head to indicate that she knew only this. Compared to what you said, I care more about this thing, Simon said, standing under a big tree and looking at the big tree. Maybe it was because this area was full of death that could not leave. Or maybe it was because of other reasons. The plants on the island looked a little dilapidated and dry. But they were indeed alive. Just like the big tree in front of them. It had no green leaves at all. And it was as dry as a completely withered tree. But it was indeed a big tree that was still alive. What's wrong with this thing? Jason asked curiously. Rebirth of death. Simon climbed up the tree and saw a sprout growing between a bunch of dry dead wood. The buds were only about the size of a fingernail. Simon had already taken out various devices and started to unfold the young leaves. What do you mean? Jason was a little confused. That's a material we need, Alka said as he recalled. The material they needed was the device they were researching that could give the doll girl a soul. One of the materials, which they didn't know where to find, was the life of death, which was very mysterious. Something very symbolic. Simon went a little deeper than what he had studied here. Then, under the gaze of everyone, Simon cut off the bud and the broken branch below, and immediately sealed it with magic protection. Then he put away the devices and jumped down. Following the voyage of fate, it really is useful, isn't it? Simon said with a smile, as he looked at the bud in the bottle in his hand. Alka looked at the bud in the bottle, his eyes slightly blurred. He wanted to see more. Then he saw that the young buds carried the brokenness and resistance of death. Life pressed on death, and then emerged from death. Then his eyes felt a little sore, and Alka closed his eyes and rested for a while. Seeing something that he couldn't see too much at this stage, there would be such a situation, which could be regarded as a warning. Then this thing. Alka seemed to think of something, and a leg bone appeared in his hand. It was the bone taken from the thigh of the undead that had crawled out of the coffin before, a bone with a memory of death. Thinking about the resurrection of the dead. I wonder if the skeleton will be missing a leg. Memories after death? Alka was a little unsure. But he did see some similar meanings from this bone. Alka and Simon looked at each other. The strange phenomena brought by this area may really allow them to gain something. Thinking of this, Alka said directly, there may be materials we need on the island. Pay attention to it, and take a look around. Several people suddenly had some motivation, and began to observe the surroundings, while following Xiaodaidi to draw a map. Strange areas, naturally, can produce more scarce materials. Time flies by. Alka and the others are doing boring things on the island. Are you ready to leave? Bernard sat on a boulder on the shore, holding a fishing rod in his hand. He looked at the person next to him and asked. Sitting next to him were Poro, Jason, and Juanlu. They had the same look as Bernard. Yes, we may leave soon, Jason said. Then he seemed to feel that a fish was coming up, and he calmly took the fishing rod and began to pull the fish, and then exerted force. A big fish was pulled up by him. The strength of this fish was about the second stage. The moment it was pulled up, Jason seized the opportunity to knock the fish unconscious with a punch and threw it into the fish box next to him. It was a huge box with a layer of ice. It was already filled with densely packed fish, all of which they caught at this time. What a pity. I still have a lot of fishing skills that I haven't passed on to you, Bernard said helplessly. It's rare to meet people of the same kind. The time spent together was enough for him to recall for hundreds of years. What you taught us is enough. Let us figure out the rest on our own, Juanlu said solemnly beside him. Speaking of which, are your other companions? Bernard pointed to his skull and was aware of it. This remark and behavior made the three of them a little embarrassed, not knowing how to explain it. Maybe, or maybe they are just curious. Really? I haven't seen outsiders for many years, so I don't know much about the situation outside, forgive me. It's okay. It's okay, but they do have some problems with their brains. Jason smiled and said nonchalantly. At this time, the drumbeats of music came from the small port in the distance. Hearing this sound, the three of them stood up. We'll leave first. Maybe we'll have a chance to see each other again in the future. Of course, if you can, come and free us if you can. Chapter 411. Constructing a New Life. The sound of dawn set off again, galloping towards the direction they had decided early in the morning. In the captain's room, Arca sat quietly, looking at the map in his hand under the bright light. This map, which was just drawn a few days ago, is the map of the island of the dead. The map is drawn very finely. However, as long as Arca blinks, he can see that the whole island is glowing red. In short, there is a treasure. The good news is, the treasure is the top crown. The bad news is, the treasure is an entire island. So when Alka breaks through the fog and looks at the island in the vast fog, he can see a circle of red light. Reach out and click on this island. Or rather, click on the entire map. Island of No Rebirth. Difficulty: those who are not afraid of death. Popularity: 0. Treasure information: a certain kind of death divinity has been integrated into this island, which is the missing corner of the world's reincarnation. This island controls a large group of people who cannot be reborn, who are the best proof of this island. The treasure information is very vague, but it can probably reflect some of the problems of this island. In simple terms, it should be some kind of function that controls the reincarnation of the world, or divinity, which was integrated into the island with the destruction of the world. It turned the island into a crown-level treasure, just as Alka and the others had guessed. Either the death of the gods, or the destruction of the world, left some divinity behind. They were either obtained by people who knew the value of the goods and built a perfect container to integrate them. They were either left freely in an uninhabited place, or merged with various objects due to unexpected circumstances. At least they have seen it fused to some tattered wooden signs, fused to a tattered flag, fused to a dagger-like fruit knife, and so on. Now we can add one more. It fused to an entire island. Perhaps only the crown level has such an ability. Although Alka is not sure what the ability of this treasure is, it is probably related to rebirth. The living undead on the island are probably bound to the island because of some of the abilities of this treasure. However, seeing the difficulty of the treasure and the fact that the treasure was the entire island, Alka was not in the mood to take the treasure. And there was almost no information about the treasure. Alka had also investigated in the past few days. In short, they were just poor people bound to the island. They also prayed for others to free them. They didn't know why they were bound. They just summed up some reasons and rules over thousands of years. But these were meaningless. Simply put, this thing is not something that Alka and his friends can get involved in now. Just know it. Compared to becoming the treasure of the entire island, what really benefits them is some materials on the island. These plants, stones, and even the undead on them are all living on a treasure of the crown. Alka, who was just thinking about something, had his thoughts interrupted. Zadaiti, Lucilia and others came in and sat in their respective seats. Lucilia, her hand flashed, a huge book fell on the table, and she opened the book with both hands. According to the records in the book, The materials obtained by the Vastwa people at that time were basically obtained by exchanging with gods or related races that possess death and similar powers. In short, these materials are not naturally obtained, and they only grow in some extremely special areas, or they are artificially made. What Lucilia said was the materials they obtained from the island. The materials on the island are basically all kinds of things related to life, death and soul, which are exactly what they lack. After all, they grow on such a crown-level treasure, which is understandable. So we infer that there must be something strange about the island. So why are you in a hurry to leave so quickly? Xiaodai asked in a strange way. This is not what Alka would do. The others also looked at Alka curiously. They left after obtaining enough materials in the morning, and did not even dig deeper into the secrets of the island. Alka would never do such a thing. After they uploaded more information, they found that there were many details worth noting on the island. Alka looked at them, thought for a while, and said, "The whole island is a crown-level treasure." Alka's sudden words shocked everyone. Then they were in deep thought. "You mean that the island is a treasure?" Jason thought for a while, and repeated it. Alka nodded again, "Yes. The whole island is like this." If that's the case, then it can explain why that island is so special, and why there are so many missing deaths around it, Julia said. On that island, Julia has been exploring the surrounding environment in more detail. What she felt was not that the death in that area was missing, but that the world was making up for the death here. But the death here was left in other places, and then disappeared. Now it seems that it has flowed into this island. So you think this island, or this treasure, is not something we can obtain? That's right. Then he stopped talking about this topic, and focused his attention elsewhere. As he said that, Alka turned his gaze to the direction where Lucilia and Simon were. "Now the materials are complete, are you ready?" Lucilia nodded. "No problem, I've been preparing." Simon also nodded. "I'm already starting to forge the container, it shouldn't take long." With the materials complete, they naturally had to start with the things that had been prepared before. First, forge a container to temporarily store Lucilia's strength. Then smelt her treasure, and take out the appropriate materials to forge something more suitable for her. Better materials and more matching appearances may allow Lucilia to obtain a more suitable treasure. Both Lucilia's treasure and Lucilia's real body are completely outdated. Lucilia's treasure was originally an ordinary tattered flag that was infused with the essence of divinity. Lucilia's soul doll was made in the home sea. Bound to the treasure, she has the ability to improve her strength, but it has not changed much in essence. Both have problems, limiting Lucilia's strength. Lucilia, who should have kept up with the main force, has been slowed down, and now she is even the weakest on the ship. Even Juanlu and Mathlisa are 1 or 2 spirals higher than her. After obtaining the 2 treasures, the 2 have been rapidly improving their strength and are catching up with everyone. Others are even 3 or 4, or 7 or 8 higher. Alka is even more than 10 higher. If she doesn't change, she will be dragged further and further away, especially when the magic gathering stone is undergoing special transformation. And it also prevents her from mastering more treasures. According to Lucilia's current situation, Alka and Lucilia herself, Simon and Mathlisa, the 4 of them, made a more detailed, better plan. This is almost the best plan they can think of. Now that they have the materials, they have to implement it. They also need to modify this plan to achieve perfection based on the materials they have obtained. After all, this is about Lucilia's future. Okay, let's get ready and start. After about a week, all the preparations were completed. Everyone gathered on the deck at this time. Originally, something like this should be done in space. But the concentration of magic power there is really not high. It is not suitable for such operations. In the eyes of everyone, Lucilia stood under the tree. "Are you ready?" Alka looked at Lucilia and asked. Lucilia nodded. Seeing Lucilia nodded, Alka reached out a round ball. I don't know what the object is made of, but Alka pressed it into the tree. Then Lucilia's soul floated out, and her body instantly turned into a puppet. The treasure flag also stayed in her body, and the puppet's strength remained the same as Lucilia's. The problem is that they want to destroy the flag and separate the divinity from it, which is likely to cut off the connection to the flag in a period of time. The strength of Lucilia's puppet will quickly dissipate, even if Alka and the others have already made the treasure. The moment the divinity is separated, they will merge it with the treasure, and then let Lucilia regain control. But that will also likely dissipate a lot of strength, which is all gained over a long period of time. Therefore, a method is needed to preserve the strength for a stage. This will also enable better creation of more suitable treasures, and even better designs. The puppet was swallowed by the tree in front of everyone, and then a large amount of energy surged in the tree. The whole tree exuded an extremely bright light, and contained exaggerated magic power. After all, it was a full 4 stages of magic power, all poured in along a branch, and then a crystal-like crystal was grown. Eurylius can be seen presiding over a certain ceremony nearby. But the one helping to preside over the ceremony is not the puppet girl. Instead, it is Aphrodite and others who are helping to preside over the ceremony. Because all the puppet girls are now in a coma. As the ceremony progresses, all the magic power flows smoothly from the tree into the crystal. And the entire crystal is completely formed like a fruit. A huge magic crystal the size of a head. The magic power inside is so surging that it is shocking. Simon immediately took a huge magic battery next to him. But the magic in the magic battery was empty. It was an empty battery. The crystal fell instantly, and directly fell into the empty battery. Simon then immediately sealed it. The crystal floated in the empty battery. And the magic inside was perfectly stored inside. Alka looked at Lucilia's soul next to him. Lucilia's soul body was now the same size as a normal person. A flag floated out of her body. After Alka took it, he disappeared with the flag and entered the dream. After entering the dream, he immediately left his dream bubble and came to the furnace. Shadow Robe had been waiting here for a long time and took the flag. It's really a simple combination. After complaining, he controlled the flag and threw it into the molten fire. How long will it take? Alka asked beside him. It only takes 3 days for such a simple combination. Shadow Robe was very confident. Alka nodded, disappeared from the spot, and returned to the outside world. At this time, Lucilia had already drilled into Alka's body again. Her head came out from his chest. It's been a long time since I had such a magical experience. Ha! I still miss it a little, as she said. Her head sank in. Then, 2 hands like spirits drilled out from Alka's armpits. Alka immediately turned into 4 hands. Madlisa. Look! Seeing this scene, Madlisa couldn't help but smile. Then he burst into laughter. Alka rolled his eyes helplessly, turned his attention to Simon and asked, How are the puppet girls now? No problem. It's been taken care of. Now we have something to do. First, make the new body plan for Lucilia that we designed before. Then we will start making the components of the puppet girls. Simon nodded, then Madlisa followed. Only Lucilia could only stay in Alka's body to do some work. Only 4 people on the ship started to work frantically. Even if the others wanted to help. They had no idea how to start, after all. They couldn't even understand it. This busyness continued until the 3rd day. Until the essence of divinity was separated. This was the most important time. Everyone gathered on the deck again. In addition to Alka and others, Eurylius brought Aphrodite, Julia and others to arrange a ceremony nearby. At this time, the deck became a stable area for the soul. The crystal that stores Lucilia's strength floats in the air. And there is also a divine essence next to it. In addition to these 2, there is a carrier that carries the divine essence on the other side. It is a higher level soul puppet. What is noteworthy is that there is a round hole in the center of the puppet. This time the puppet is more like a corpse. Or a fetus. Start, Alka said. And Lucilia's soul drilled out of his body directly. The soul that emerged went directly to where the doll was. But the doll's appearance did not change at all, and it still maintained the ordinary white doll shape without any special features. Watching this scene complete, Alka controlled the divine essence and merged it with the doll. They gave up the symbolic meaning and turned to pragmatism, adopting the treasure image that was more suitable for Lucilia. As the treasure was integrated, fine red lines began to appear on the blank doll, and began to spread on the doll. As the red lines spread, it was as if blood was moving on the puppet. Then the blood turned into blood vessels, bringing out more flesh and blood. Looking at this scene, Alka smiled. As expected. In fact, the puppet is more symbolic than the flag. The real divine essence in the bloody team flag before is more symbolic of the link in flesh and blood, rather than the team flag. The divine essence is not the so-called war field at all, but the field of flesh and blood and life. It symbolizes the connection and transmission between flesh and life. This is why the strength of the main body can be shared with other lives, allowing other lives to improve rapidly. The corresponding main body has complete control over the split body. The flesh and blood began to stick together, and then the whole doll turned into a meat ball composed of muscle blood vessels and mucous membranes, which looked a little disgusting. How disgusting? How long will this form last? Lucilia asked. At this time, her voice came from the meatball. It's a bit disgusting. But bear with it, Alka said. And the gem that controlled the power squeezed hard. A large amount of pink mist enveloped the crystal stone that represented the power, and formed a cocoon in Alka's strong grip. Then the cocoon began to shrink, and the whole gem became only the size of a thumb, and then drilled into the blood hole of the meatball. As the gem drilled in, Alka immediately said, Lucilia, control the connection. One by one, the flesh and mucous membrane began to stick firmly to the gem, and then the whole hole was filled up. Magic power began to flow into the meatball. The ritual of stabilizing the soul was instantly reversed. It began to become a strengthening ritual, and the object of strengthening was Eurylius. Her eyes burst into strong light, and she breathed hard at the meatball. The exhaled energy was infused, but it was not an attack, but a wrapping and freezing. The whole meatball was directly frozen into crystal, completely wrapped up, and turned into a columnar crystal. Okay, it's done. The voice fell, and the ritual ended. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The meatball in the crystal was still wrapped in it, but it seemed that even in this situation, it was still changing. Lucilia had been completely frozen inside, and she needed time to settle down during this period of freezing to control the treasure inside, and the crystal to produce the final fusion. How long will this form last? Xia Deity asked, looking at the crystal. It won't take long, it should be ready tomorrow. Hearing this, Xia Deity nodded. Alka walked over, moved the crystal to the side of the tree, and then wrapped more vines around the crystal, and tied it firmly to the tree. It ensured its safety. Thank you for your hard work. You can take a break now, Alka said to everyone with dark circles under his eyes. In addition to him, Simon and Math Lisa were in the same state. He was very busy these days. Now he can finally take a good rest. After a good sleep, Lucilia should be able to show herself in front of everyone with a brand new look tomorrow. Thinking of this, Alka returned to the room and sank into a dream. Chapter 412, Becoming a Divine Creature. The eternal sun hangs in the sky. Today's blue sky is cloudless. Let the sun's rays completely sprinkle on the endless blue sea. This golden light shines on the sea. A golden road heading far away. On this endless sea, a ship is sailing on this golden channel. The ship crosses the sea, the waves passing by on both sides, marking the direction it is traveling. The waves penetrate the golden road, and are like gold powder sprinkled under the sunlight. The very special stern at the bow of this ship looks like a bird. Beautiful songs are coming out from the bird's head, floating around the entire ship. The golden compass on the sail, and the pupils in the compass, show the owner of this ship. Cast your eyes up to the deck. There is a lawn on this deck that is completely impossible to have on other ships. A big tree actually grows in the central garden on the deck, and on the tree are fist-sized diamonds of various colors. These diamonds were rhombus-shaped, and they fell like plum fruits. Brilliant light streaked across the sky. A huge object flapped its wings and fell. With strong wind pressure, the grass on the deck and the green leaves on the trees whistled. Eurylius landed on the deck, and at this time, her body became larger. The deck of the ship was already narrowed to accommodate her, in order to allow herself to stretch on the ship. Eurylius' tail had to curl or fall directly from the side of the ship into the sea. The columnar crystal tied to the tree has been moved to the center by Alka. Under the sunlight, it emits a brilliant light. Except for Alka, everyone gathered here. However, the deck today is much less noisy and lively than in the past. In the past, the deck was filled with music and dance, as well as the playful voices of the puppet girls. But now it is obvious that these are gone. The source of power of the puppet girls and their leader are still sealed in the crystal, giving birth to new life. Crack. The sound of cracking rang in everyone's ears, and everyone immediately became nervous. Holding their breaths, they looked at the crystal pillar in the center. Jason raised his hand slightly, and pushed the dragon head next to his ear a little bit. Eurylius's heavy breathing was restrained, making people feel a little tingling. If Jason had done this in the past, Eurylius would definitely turn his head around deliberately, and blow hard on his neck. But now Eurylius's attention was not here at all. The huge dragon eyes were shining with crystal light, and he was staring nervously like everyone else. Amid the heavy breathing of the crowd, the sound of glass shattering began to become more and more frequent, and louder and louder. With the sound of cracking, the dense cracks began to cover the entire crystal, and the light even spread through the crystal. However, this light was no longer the bright light of the sun, but blood, a light like blood emanating. Looking at the light, the crowd was not too worried, because this was the light that the treasure would emit as the light overflowed. Pop! With a crisp sound, the crystal exploded into tiny pieces of flowers that scattered around, and then immediately merged into the air, turning into tiny pieces of magic that spread out. The flesh ball that was originally wrapped in a layer of magic in the crystal was being changed in the blood-red light. Plop! Plop! A sound like a heartbeat sounded. The sound like a heartbeat became more and more frequent and heavier. It drove the heartbeats of everyone to follow suit. The red light began to converge. A large amount of red light converged into a human-shaped object flashing red light. But everyone could only see an outline. Only Alka saw the flashing of Lucilia's thoughts in the outline. Huh? Lucilia's exhalation sounded from the outline of the human figure. The light converged. Lucilia's figure was revealed. Her long hair, originally emerald green, now clearly showed some blood-red threads mixed in it. The strange colors of red and green, which were obviously very incompatible, seemed to match her hair color very well. Just like the red roses dotted in the flowers, making her hair color more brilliant. Lucilia's appearance was still the same as before, white as jade, beautiful and charming. But her eyes changed from the emerald green to red flowers dotted in the emerald green. Just like her hair color. The clothes on her body were completely changed to red dresses, and on the hanging dresses, some green thorns were dotted around them. It was noticeable that Lucilia's ears became a little sharper than before, and even slightly stretched upwards. On her back, there was a red aura that turned into something like wings. But it was like a line behind her back, holding her up to fly. Lucilia floated like this, and floated in front of Alka, and then directly leaned on his shoulders, and exhaled heavily again. Ah! I'm so tired. Lucilia's crisp voice came. Alka took her off his shoulders and let her lie in his hands. Looking at Lucilia in his hands, Alka tilted his head left and right to observe carefully. His eyes saw more things. It's different. Are you sure you have perfectly merged with the divine essence? Alka asked. Yes, all they did, so much preparation, was to make Lucilia and the divine essence perfectly merged. Let Lucilia no longer be the soul that controls the treasure, but let Lucilia become like those creatures in the mythical era. Let her really come alive. Just like the crystal dragon Eurylius. Become a divine creature. Arca has seen the divinity in Lucilia, just as he saw Eurylius. But he is not sure yet. Lucilia nodded, yes. Now I have a real body. No longer a doll-like shell. It's like a new life. Just like my old body. Perfectly adapted to my soul. My soul and my body are closely connected. Saying this, Lucilia stood up from Alka's hands, and then raised her hands and waved. The red light turned into lines, surrounding her. Like a flying blade. Originally, even if Lucilia had perfect control over the treasure, she could only turn the red light into a blade. I no longer need the treasure. It's like an instinct I already have. Hearing this, not only Alka. Everyone around smiled. Simon took out his manual and started recording. This was their first success. In order to prevent accidents, Lucilia's soul was heavily protected to ensure that there would be no mistakes. Just as they thought, Lucilia successfully became a divine creature. This way, she is no longer as highly bound to the treasure as before, and it will be easier for her to have a treasure that is more suitable for her. Lucilia suddenly opened her hands. Alka could feel that something was shaking in the treasure house guarded by the voice of Dawn. Let them out. Hearing Alka's order, the voice of Dawn opened the door of the treasure house. One by one, crystals flew out of the treasure house in a long string, and flew to Lucilia along the entrance to the deck below. They were like stars surrounding her. A closer look showed that there were 73 of them in total. The same number as the doll girls. Each of these star-like crystals was only the size of a fingernail. There were dots of red light flashing on them. These red lights did not exist before. I can reactivate them now. They seem to be pinned up, Lucilia said. Simon quickly took out a huge box from his pocket ring. He lifted it up with both hands, and put it heavily on the deck, making a dull sound. The box looked like a heavy wardrobe. He opened the double doors on top. Everyone looked. In the box were rows of puppet girls neatly arranged. This was their new body, using all kinds of soul materials that Alka and his team had obtained from the island. These soul materials were obtained from the residents of the island with great difficulty. In various shapes. It could be the finger bones of a resident. It could be the corner of a resident's soul clothes. It could even be a ball or toy in the hands of a dead child. Tree roots, mud, grass. In order to find enough materials, Alka almost went blind. That's why they spent several days on that island. At least the hard work was worth it. At least they found enough materials. Looking at these doll girls, their appearance and clothes, they all perfectly replicated their former appearance. Come on, reawaken them. Lucilia nodded, controlling the crystals floating in the sky, dropping one by one into the holes reserved on the doll girls. Each crystal that floats in can form a deeper connection with the outside. With the existence of the core, they can truly have a soul that belongs to them. Of course, this requires growth. The doll girls opened their eyes one by one. The first one to open his eyes was Zero. Just like they were once created. The moment Zero opened his eyes, he seemed to be feeling his body. And then, he stood up quickly. His figure turned into a flash of red light and disappeared on the spot. Then he appeared behind Lucilia. And like Lucilia, he grew blood-colored wings floating on his back. She still inherited the most from Lucilia's power. Looking at this scene, Lucilia nodded. Then, they woke up one by one according to their numbers. Air rubbed his eyes in a daze, and almost fell down when he climbed over the box. Xia Deity quickly reached out to hold it. Hug me. Feeling Xia Deity, Air muttered. Xia Deity gently picked Air up, and let her lie on his shoulder. At this time, the puppet girls could clearly feel that something was different, but they couldn't tell what was different. All the puppet girls were confused. My head is dizzy. My eyes are so blurry, I'm going blind. Ah! My mouth is so wide open. My body is so heavy, I really want to stay still. I just want to lie down, and keep lying down. All kinds of confused words rang out. Julia and the others walked over, and picked up the doll girls made of their hair one by one. Alka and the others and Simon also walked over, and picked up the doll girls one by one to check. The doll girls were dazed, and just hung on everyone's body. Everyone had no choice but to gather around the box and began to comfort the doll girls. Alka could clearly feel that they had thoughts, which he had never seen before. The puppet girls' thoughts were filled with panic, confusion and doubt. Everyone comforted the girls they were close to one by one, as if they were entertaining a group of emotionally unstable children. It took them a long time to get used to their completely different bodies. Although they were still puppets as usual, they could do very human movements, but their brains were different. Their perception of the world was also different. They seemed to have developed a sense of smell and deeper emotions. Their views on the world were also different. It's weird here. A doll girl pressed her stomach with both hands, said strangely. It seems empty, and the body is very soft. This is hunger. Xia Deity rubbed her head and explained. The doll girl was confused. So I'm hungry? Is this how it feels? Then I'm hungry too. Can I eat the things you ate before? Are those things delicious? I want to eat the white one with flowers on it. Then I too. When they knew that this feeling was called hunger, the doll girls, who had never experienced hunger and eating, shouted beside them. Looking at such a large number of puppet girls, Juanlu just stood by. He felt out of tune with the people present, because he suddenly thought of a serious problem. There are 72 puppet girls here. If you count carefully, at least 7 people should eat. And the specific amount of food is not known, maybe even more. This means that his workload has increased. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but grab Simon's collar and drag him to the side. You gave them the ability to eat? Looking at Juanlu's expression, Simon nodded in confusion. Of course, it is essential to let them eat like humans. So I use my genius invention, which can completely transform what they eat into energy or magic, and they don't even need to excrete. But I think excretion is also an important experience of being a human being, so I'm thinking about when to get this function. Speaking of this, he became a little proud. The two people's words were obviously heard by everyone around. Xia Deity came over without hesitation and punched Simon in the head. Direct and violent attack. Please don't implement this function. Get rid of this damn idea. Simon touched his head, looked at Xia Deity in confusion, and then looked at the unfriendly eyes of everyone. After thinking for a while, he said softly, Okay, actually, I also think this function is unnecessary. After all, sometimes I also find it troublesome. It would be great if they were not repulsive. As soon as he finished speaking, Juanlu let him go, sighed, patted his shoulder helplessly. Let's keep this function. Alka saw Juanlu's dilemma, and said with a smile, Believe me, some of them must be very interested in cooking, such as the ones who have been peeking at you cooking before. Juanlu's eyes lit up when he heard this, and came over and patted Alka's shoulder hard. Very good idea, you are a genius. With the help of a few puppet girls, it will definitely greatly speed up his cooking speed, and maybe even have more interesting inspirations. Moreover, in the space before, teaching those vast what people to cook made him feel very interested for the first time in a long time. Teaching people to cook made him feel very accomplished, especially when the people he trained had their own ideas when making meals. The collision of inspiration can produce more sparks. He couldn't help but imagine what kind of food the puppet girls, who had never touched food, could make, or what kind of thoughts they had about food. Looking at his expression, I think there seems to be a little problem with your proposal. Lucilia floated beside Alka and whispered in his ear. Yes, I do have this bad feeling. Because he is now watching Juanlu's unstoppable thoughts rushing out like crazy. Even if he doesn't look at it deliberately, he can see it very clearly. Since he can see thoughts, the appearance of such thoughts means that Juanlu is going to start making some strange dishes. He has escaped many times with this ability. It's over. A group of strange culinary experts? Chapter 413, Distributing Treasures. Now that you have become a divine creature, do you have any memories of these divine beings? Like inheritance or something? Simon sat by the flower bed, or under the big tree. He asked with his notebook in hand, and was ready to record at any time. From the records in the notebook, it can be seen that he has recorded many items. Madlisa and Alka were also there. And floating in the middle of them, it was Lucilia who had revived. Lucilia shook her head. No. There is no such thing. I just feel that the ability of the treasure is like an innate ability. Just like a baby can grasp it naturally. Just like a conditioned reflex. Hearing this, Simon nodded and wrote it down. Alka was more realistic. Then can the number of 73 doll girls be increased now? After all, this thing has become Lucilia's instinct. Lucilia shook her head. It can be done. But it is a completely unprofitable approach. 73 places, 1 deputy commander, 12 captains, and 60 soldiers. It is actually the most extreme and practical number. Hearing this, Alka nodded. That is to say, the previous treasure actually took this point to the extreme. Although the materials are simple, it at least exerts the power of the treasure. It just slightly limits the body of the treasure owner, that is, Lucilia's power to control the red light. Compared to mastering the treasure, do you have more experience? Alka asked curiously. After all, the behavior that seems like instinct, and the manipulation that seems like controlling treasures, are obviously different. Lucilia nodded. There are many differences. For example, I can clearly understand why the puppet girls are very strong in group combat. This comes from their individual auras. The red light connects them, and makes them become a whole in the battle. It can also make their respective auras flow and strengthen each other. And the attacks on them will be shared. And the power can be concentrated on a certain attacking teammate at any time. I understand that it is a kind of instinctive coordination reaction. And the nature of the red light. The power was originally shared by Lucilia. And they can share it freely between themselves. They are born like close sisters. After understanding it for a while, they made a record and stopped asking too many questions. After all, it was the first time they used such a combination. So it was inevitable that they needed to make subsequent inquiries and understand it. Simon and Madlisa left. Alka looked at Lucilia sitting on his shoulder. Then can you still let your soul come out freely like before? Lucilia heard this, nodded, and shook her head. It seems that I can. But it's a little different. I don't know if it's because my soul has been wandering outside the body for too long before. Now that I have a completely new body, I feel something has changed. As she spoke, Lucilia looked at Alka, and then stretched out her hand and pressed it on Alka's face. The whole body changed from a physical body to a virtual soul. The difference from the previous soul was that Lucilia's soul was now full of red threads, like blood vessels, including the blood-red wings behind her. They still existed. Just like now. Alka looked at Lucilia's state this time, and his ability to see through secrets began to work. This time he could see through, but it was very secretive. Alka had already felt a little sore in his eyes, but he finally discovered something. It's not completely a soul, but an entity wrapped in a soul, more like a spiritual level. Thinking of this, pink mist emerged from Alka's hand, and began to wrap Lucilia. The soul mist attached to Lucilia. Just as AKA said, Lucilia in this form is more inclined to the soul and spirit level, but still has a physical body. It is not immune to most physical attacks like a soul or spirit body, but it still has functions similar to a soul or spirit body, such as penetrating walls, penetrating the ground, etc. Perhaps it can also strengthen the attacks used by Lucilia, which are related to the soul or spirit level. Okay. You look tired. Take a break. And I'll give you a blessing. Alka said, as he reached out and gently pressed the forehead of Lucilia, who had transformed into a physical body again. A mark representing Alka's dream court appeared on Lucilia's forehead. This is essentially a spell. It is similar to the deep sleep in dreams, which allows you to sleep very well and restore your spirit. However, Alka didn't use it on other people before, because other people's bodies are highly bound to the body. Such a long sleep would cause some separation between their body and soul. But now Lucilia obviously no longer has such a problem. Lucilia nodded, and flew directly to the top of the stern with her wings, and went into her room. Then Alka looked at the deck. A large number of puppet girls were walking around on the deck, swinging back and forth. The voice of Dawn stretched out countless vines, and tied them everywhere, forming something like a slide and swing, teasing these puppets to play inside. Perhaps it was because they had real emotions and thoughts. These puppet girls had a different level of understanding of things that they had taken for granted before, and became more curious. A puppet girl with fluttering wings floated beside Alka, and then bit him on the face. "Oh, what are you doing? Giorgio, why are you biting me?" Alka asked, looking at the puppet girl biting her face. I don't know, I just want to bite her when I see her." "No, biting is wrong." "I know, let me go." Alka. "Say, I won't bite anyone anymore." "I know, I won't bite anyone anymore." "I won't bite anyone anymore." Alka shook her head, and the puppet girl said hurriedly, just as Alka was about to put her down. He felt a pain on his face, and then his ears. He turned around and looked. There were 2 more puppet girls. "What are you going to do?" "Giorgio bit me. I want to bite her too." Hearing this, Alka took down the puppet girls, who were rubbing at him one by one. "No one is allowed to bite now. If I find someone biting someone again, then..." Thinking of this, Alka was in a dilemma for a moment. Although the puppet girls were naughty before, they rarely made any real mistakes. The sudden problem made Alka not know how to punish them. Suddenly, a red light flashed in front of him, and Zero appeared in front of Alka with a serious face. Zero frowned and stared at the puppet girls surrounding Alka. Looking at Zero's frowning and serious expression, Alka couldn't help but slow down his breathing. There was an illusion of the Dean. "What are you doing? Don't do this." The puppet girls stood up straight and nodded their heads fiercely. Seeing this scene, Alka smiled. It was obvious that he didn't need to punish or educate him. He stood up and looked at Zero and said with a smile, "Thank you for your hard work. This is what I should do." Most of the trivial matters were solved. Alka and his friends once again experienced the daily sailing experience. Loneliness and boredom accompanied them all the way. At this time, Alka came out of the dream. He entered his dreamland with his own entity. He was holding the big box he had bought before to store treasures. After coming out, he patted the tree trunk. "Help me call the others." Music like a bell sounded. As the music sounded, the door of the stern deck opened. Sia Dedi and Lucilia came out. Then Julia jumped out of the sea. Soon, Pororo and Matrisa also came out of the sea. The puppet girls also swarmed out from everywhere, surrounded the big tree, or sat by the flower bed, or sat on the tree trunk. Alka looked at a doll girl who had fallen down and reached out to take her off. "Girls can't fall down like this." Alka looked at her and said, then helped her straighten her messy dress. "Girl, am I a girl?" Hearing this, Alka looked at her with strange eyes. "Of course you are. What about you?" "Alka. Are you a girl?" "Of course I'm not." "Then what are you?" "I'm a boy." "Is there any difference between a boy and a girl?" Alka took a deep breath, scratched his forehead, and frowned. Sia Dedi patted him in amusement, and then took the puppet girl from his hands. "Chiwu, you are not allowed to tease Alka. I clearly taught you last time, and you must not have forgotten it," Sia Dedi said to the puppet girl in amusement, but had to be serious. The puppet girl showed her teeth and showed a bright smile. She tried to get away with it. Alka shook his head helplessly when he saw the scene. It turned out that he was teasing himself again. Suddenly, he thought of something, stretched out his hand through the space, grabbed an object and pulled it out. The one who was pulled out was Xian. He put Xian on his shoulder. "Tell me, did you teach it?" "Not me. I didn't," Xian said, stretched out his hand to scratch his jaw. Seeing this scene, Alka was even more helpless. It was exactly the same as himself. Once embarrassed or lying, his hands would unconsciously find something on his face to scratch or grab. Jason smiled strangely at Alka next to him. You understand? Didn't you laugh at me before? Hearing this, Alka just sighed helplessly. Then he glanced at the people present. Where's Simon? I know. A puppet girl raised her hand and said loudly. Okay. Then you speak? Why is it inexplicably like a class? Alka remained calm on the surface, but complained loudly in his heart. Who taught this? Why do you have to raise your hand to speak? There was no such rule on the ship before. Thinking of this, he could not help but glance at Xian on his shoulder. Xian inherited part of his memory, just like when he was a child, because he was highly bound to Alka in the dream. His overall personal will might be more mature and naughty than the puppet girls after he truly became a soul. If the puppet girls were ignorant toddlers, then Xian was already a naughty kid. He sighed heavily. The puppet girl said, in the space, he is studying with those big-eared people. It's the Vaspa people. Oh! He is studying with the Vaspa people. Hearing this, Alka pointed to the girl who answered the question and the girl who corrected her. You two. Go and call him. Finally, a portal was opened in front of the two. The two rushed in directly. Soon Simon opened a large portal and walked out. Don't pull. Don't pull. Come out. His ears were pulled out by two puppet girls. He saw two puppet girls staring at him. Alka was confused for a while, and then he suddenly realized it at Xiaodai's signal. He stretched out his hand, and two small flowers carved with gold coins appeared. It was only about the size of a fingernail, and it just matched the doll girls. Here, your reward. Really? Thank you. The two doll girls took it with surprise. The last thing Alka saw was the helpless eyes of the three women. Xiaodai and Julia. Lucilia, who was sitting on Alka's shoulder, said in his ear, You gave too much, you should only praise such help. When Alka heard this, he saw the envious eyes of the doll girls around him. Obviously, she was making it more difficult for Xiaodai to mention people, interrupting the reward system. It seems that we have to find a way to let each girl have one, Alka said helplessly. This was the only remedy he could think of. Looking at this scene, Jason's smile was almost pulled to his ears, and the taste of gloating was completely revealed. Alka came in front of everyone and opened the box. There were two treasures inside. They were the two items that he had taken from Creel before. After spending so much time in the dream, I finally got rid of the aura above. They are a crystal clear dagger, made entirely of crystal. A pair of leather fingerless gloves inlaid with silver threads, with a red cross star mark on the palm of the gloves. Made of red gems inlaid in a silver shell. The dagger can cut through space to teleport, and these gloves are the kind of treasure that creates pressure. Looking at the treasure inside, Xiaodai said strangely, Isn't that dagger suitable for you? After all, Alka's heart of Asva, but directly stole a large piece of space. And let Alka have certain space-related abilities, which should be very suitable for him. Hearing this, Alka shrugged helplessly and said, The heart of Vasva is very satisfied. The problem is that the other two are mutually exclusive with it. The more treasures you have to face such problems. Hearing this, everyone nodded, and they understood it instantly. This is indeed helpless. Alka first looked at Lucilia. Let's try it. Now use the new body to see if it will be better. Lucilia nodded. Reach out and touch it. The first thing she touched was the glove, but Lucilia frowned as soon as she touched it, and retracted her hand. No, I feel a little disgusted. Then she touched the dagger, and as she touched the dagger, Lucilia's brows relaxed. This treasure is very suitable. As she said this, Lucilia picked up the dagger, and the dagger directly emitted a little light in her hand. It means that the fit is very good. Then everyone took turns to touch and touch. Finally, there are two that are suitable for the dagger. They are Lucilia and Pororo. However, Pororo is just not mutually exclusive, and the mutual adaptation with Lucilia is obviously different. So this treasure belongs to Lucilia. As for the gloves, it is actually suitable for Xiaodai, which is unexpected, and it is only suitable for her. Good luck. Congratulations. Alka smiled and handed the gloves to Xiaodai. You should know that Xiaodai has a holy grail and a scepter. A holy grail level treasure that is suitable for two people at the same time. Of course, it is worth congratulating. Now only Julia and Simon have one treasure, and the treasures of others are plural. I don't know if Jason's is plural. It's a bit difficult to judge. Okay. Let's disband. You two should get familiar with your own treasures. We are not far from the destination, Alka said to the two of them. The two nodded, and then began to wrap their magic power into the treasures, and began to master the initial stage. Alka came to the bow, and looked into the distance. She looked at Eulilius beside her. How long will it take? It should be very close. Right? Eulilius nodded his head. Soon, it's very close, I can feel it. It's calling me, and it's only a little while away. Her eyes were fixed on the front of the ship, as if the destination she was going to reach was just in front of her. In front of her and beyond, there was only an endless ocean. Chapter 414, The First City in the Sky. Arca and his crew drove the Dawn Sound and stopped on a stretch of sea. There were no reference points around, just a vast, boundless ocean. Everyone was on the deck, and Eulilius stood in the center of the deck, raising his dragon head, looking at the sky where they were. Is this the place? Arca asked uncertainly. Because there was nothing here. There were no reference points. Nothing special, just the sea they usually sailed through. But this is their destination. Alka even opened his eyes that could see secrets, but still saw nothing. If it was true, then it means that the protection here is really very strict, almost reaching the level of gods. Eulilius looked at the puzzled people and nodded and said, It's here, right around us. It can't be seen, because it is hidden. It is hidden very deep. No one can find it, not even gods. As he said, Eulilius spread his wings, showing a posture of taking off. But the wings did not flap, but remained like this, with the head held high, and the crystal pillars on the body began to shine brightly. At this time, Eulilius opened his mouth and recited a language that Alka and the others could not understand. But they could understand the meaning of this language. When this language was recited, it attracted the magic power around. I sing here. I am the dragon of light. I am the dragon of prism light. And the shining stone will repair the world. We will use our shining bodies to shape the shell of the world and protect its glory forever. The words that were similar to a spell and a declaration were recited, and a faint light began to flicker around them. Taking this opportunity, Alka's eyes, that could see through secrets, finally noticed the hidden fluctuations in the air. The fluctuations became wider and wider, more and more frequent, and the light around them became more and more flickering. Then a day completely blocked everyone's sight, and the day flashed by. Different changes also occurred in the place where they were. They were still floating on the sea, and the sea surface at this time was still the same. However, when they looked up at the sky, in the sky above their heads, a huge building made of white stones and some crystals floated above their heads. This huge building covered them in shadows, but there were a lot of rubble around it. They couldn't see clearly what the top of the building looked like from the bottom, but they could tell from the floating rubble around that the building should have become a ruin that was not in good condition. The rubble was all various building walls or pillars, and some carvings and patterns could be seen on them, and structures similar to door frames or windows could be seen. These should be the outer walls of a building complex, floating in the sky, as if frozen in time. Sure enough, has it become a ruin? Eulilius muttered to himself, seemingly not surprised by the scene in front of him. Is this the place you are talking about? Jason asked, looking at the building floating above their heads. Eulilius nodded. The brilliant city of Napas, the first city in the sky. How do we get up there? Fly up there? Siadai asked. The gravity around us is not right, Julia said, and suddenly pushed hard on the boat. The whole person actually floated directly into the sky. Seeing this, everyone followed suit. The doll girl seemed very happy with this experience. Poro jumped violently, and the whole person flew up like a sharp arrow. Then he was about to hit a piece of gravel, and he quickly used his hands as a buffer. However, perhaps because his strength was slightly exhausted, he collided with a piece of gravel but was not injured. Instead, the gravel floated up slightly with his collision. Everything here seemed to have lost its gravity. Eulilius spread his wings and flew up here very easily. He only needed to flap his wings lightly to move effortlessly. Alka jumped with Lacilia and jumped onto the nearest piece of gravel. As the gravel swayed, he stood firmly on it. The gravel under their feet seemed to be from a stone pillar, and there was a round crystal carving ring. Everyone showed their magical powers in this zero-gravity space, and quickly climbed upwards. They wanted to see the huge building above their heads in detail, and what it looked like now. Siadai turned into a blue meteor and flew up, grabbing Alka's hand, and the two of them soared into the sky at a very fast speed. Then the speed slowed down, and they slowly flew into the sky. They finally saw the building floating in the sky in front of them in full view. This was a huge, fortress-like existence, or a huge castle. White materials made up all the buildings of the fortress, and silver metal and almost transparent crystal became the tools to embellish it. Countless high towers collapsed. It can be seen that almost half of the city has collapsed. It is difficult to see any completely intact buildings. However, there is no complete destruction. Most of them are missing a part and turned into rubble scattered around. Most of the main buildings are not damaged. Even the walls and fortresses surrounding them are full of gaps and potholes. From the well-preserved ruins, we can see their former glory. Jason and the others also flew around Alka and the others one after another, and just floated in the air. Only the puppet girls didn't care about these things at all, but jumped around on the ruins and played. Eurylius flew up and looked at the damaged castle. If it was intact, it would be as beautiful as in the dream. Do you want to go in? Are there any defensive measures? Alka asked beside him. Although a fortress like this seems to have become a ruin, it can be found that most of the damage is on the tops of some buildings. The foundation of the entire building and the lower areas are well preserved. Not to mention that even if it is a broken ruin, the rubble is still floating around the fortress, and there may be many defense measures that are well preserved, or even in operation. No need, this place has long lost its energy, and all that is left is just an empty shell that is inconvenient to take away, Eurylius said, flapping his wings and gliding towards the fortress. Everyone looked at it and flew over, spraying magic power through their arms, allowing them to fly in the air without any support. Soon everyone followed Eurylius and landed on the building together. Under their feet was a white floor, and the whole stone was cut smoothly. It was hard to imagine that this ruin had been preserved here for tens of thousands of years. Silver metal, white boulders and dazzling crystals. These materials together constituted the entire fortress. The style of the building was fascinating, as if it appeared from a myth, and even the ruins made people marvel. In front of them was a huge door frame. The door frame was about 17 or 18 meters high, and it was broken on both sides of the top of the door frame, each of which was different. Judging from the structure, there should be no such thing as a gate. One after another, huge things that looked like crossbows and artillery were located on the city wall. Some disappeared due to gaps, but most of them collapsed completely or were directly damaged and fell to the floor. Obviously, they were all scrap things. Everyone walked through the door frame and went in. There was a huge square in front of them. In the center of the square was a statue that they had just seen clearly. It was a giant dragon roaring towards the sky. Beside it, there were several other giant dragons flying around in a fighting posture. The appearance of these giant dragons was almost the same as that of Eurylius. They should be crystal dragons. Everyone stood under the statue of the giant dragon, looking up at the surrounding buildings. Everything around seemed so huge, huge city walls, huge buildings, huge door frames, and huge spires that collapsed halfway. Descendants, come to me. A majestic voice came, and everyone became alert instantly, and the treasure appeared beside them. Looking in the direction of the voice, there is a huge door inside the square. The huge door is nearly 10 meters high, and the width is about 4 or 5 meters. There are 2 flying dragons carved on the gate, and dense flying dragons, and there are people like dragon people holding weapons below. Descendants, come to me. The voice came again. There is no difference from the last time. Even the emotion has not changed at all. It's not a real life. It's like an emotion without any feelings, Alka said with narrowed eyes. Then he looked at Eurylius next to him. Let's go in. I can feel that he is the one who guided me here. Everyone nodded and followed Eurylius to the building. However, they did not relax their vigilance. The treasure was always in a state of being revealed, which ensured that they could enter the battle at the first time. Eurylius and everyone came to the gate. On both sides of the gate are 2 rows of courtyards extending outwards, with huge stone pillars standing beside them. It seems that this is a giant's palace. Eurylius raised his claws, pressed on the door, and pushed it open with force. It seems that no one has opened this door for a long time. With a huge click, the door was slowly opened. Perhaps the space inside is too empty and huge, and the sound echoes inside. As the door opened, everyone looked inside. What a scene this is! A huge hall. It seems that countless giants need to hold a meeting here. The dome is 30 or 40 meters high, and countless finely carved crystal-thin surfaces are inlaid on the dome. The area of the entire hall is comparable to the huge square outside, so wide and open. These crystal-thin surfaces are made with unknown techniques, and various scenes are carved in the crystals. Some seem to be wars between gods, and some seem to be wars between gods and dragons, and some seem to be fights between various strange creatures and powerful humans and various evil monsters. Under the dome, there are stone pillars that reach up to the sky. These crystals seem to emit natural light, illuminating the entire hall. In the innermost part of the hall, there is a huge throne. The throne is made of pure transparent crystal, and a giant dragon with a body length of more than 10 or 20 meters can be perched on the throne. There are indeed sculptures, like giant dragons carved on the crystal throne. The two sides under the throne are so empty. Various crystal murals are inlaid around, and even the floor is paved with a transparent material like white jade. Everyone was shocked by this scene. They came to, which seemed to be a gathering place for gods. They seemed to see the scene here in the past. A huge crystal dragon, several times larger than Eurylius, covered with a huge and majestic crystal. He just sat on the throne, looking down at the existence below. On both sides of him were various huge creatures. Giants, dragons, monsters, gods. Densely packed humans, dragon people, also stood in their respective positions around him. This seemed to be the most prosperous time. Such an illusion disappeared in an instant. Everyone's mind was slightly withdrawn. Descendants, come here. The voice sounded again, the words changed, and in a trance they saw that the dragon on the throne seemed to speak again. However, there was nothing on the throne. Eurylius walked slowly in the hall, the heavy footsteps echoed in the hall, so loud. This dragon, which could only be called a young man, stopped under the throne, raising his head, looking down at the throne. Alka and the others also came behind Eurylius, looking at the empty throne. A breeze seemed to blow. When the breeze blew, a huge and majestic figure appeared on the throne. The giant dragon they had just seen in the illusion appeared on the throne, and he just sat on the huge crystal throne. The light of the crystal reflected his slightly illusory figure. The huge dragon head slightly lowered and looked at Alka and the others, looking at Eurylius in front of him. Descendant, you are here. Looking at this majestic figure, and the majestic voice, Eurylius lowered his head slightly, showing his respect. Alka and others also lowered their heads slightly. Tens of thousands of years have passed. And you, descendant, you finally came to me. As he spoke, his emotions finally fluctuated. Suddenly, his words became serious. Look at me, descendant. Do you remember your innate responsibilities? Do you remember the responsibilities flowing in your blood? Do you remember the pressure brought to you by the world? Eurylius lowered his head. I remember the responsibilities I was born with. I receive the responsibilities flowing in my blood, and I bear the pressure brought by the world. Then are you willing to pay? I am willing to pay. Grandfather. Very good. Descendant. My child's child. As he spoke, the majesty of this giant seemed to fade a little, and there was an inappropriate tenderness in his tone. He stretched out his dragon claws, but the gentle movement passed through Eurylius's head. Everything was an illusion. However, the dragon didn't seem to care. He looked at Eurylius. Remember your duty, descendants. Now take your warriors, and receive the final legacy. As he spoke, the crystal of the throne emitted a brilliant light, and the crystal murals around it also emitted light. These lights gathered in the center of the hall, where crystals spread layer by layer, freezing the entire hall into a crystal world. The crystal's multiple faces illuminated everyone, reflecting everyone's appearance. In the frozen center, a thin crystal surface with an unusually smooth cut surface appeared. But the thin crystal surface was like rippling water, and everyone could not see the other side of the thin surface at all, but saw an endless crystal space. Eurylius turned his head to look at the thin surface, and then turned to look at Jason. Let's go, warrior. Jason seemed to understand something, nodded, and exhaled heavily. After that, after looking at Alka and the others, following Eurylius, he came to the thin crystal surface. The two of them passed through the thin crystal surface together and disappeared. Alka and the others just stood there, confused about the situation in front of them, but they didn't ask too many questions. He turned his head and looked at the throne behind him. On the throne, the huge figure was still hovering above it, without the slightest hesitation. He lowered his head slightly and looked at Alka and the others who were still standing there. Tell me about the damaged world outside. Chapter 415, Magnificent Library. And here is the boundless sea. After Alka finished speaking, he closed his mouth and looked at the illusory dragon shadow on the throne. So the outside has become like this. The dragon shadow on the throne said with a slight sigh. So there are so many selfish abandoners and betrayers. In the era of my existence, what a glorious world it was. The starry sky and the myriad worlds. Our world is also the ultimate existence. The mother of the world nurtures all things, so generously. These traitors who betrayed the mother goddess destroyed the world in their selfishness. But he did not dream of making amends, but took the opportunity to leave. Speaking of this, the dragon shadow shook his head. Even though it was an illusory shadow, everyone could clearly feel his anger, his unwillingness, and his helplessness. Can you tell us why the war between gods has reached such a fierce level? Lucilia on Alka's shoulder asked directly. Of course. The Dragon King said directly. We have existed in this world for millions of years. Immortal, and unforgettable. But like that mortal, such a long collision cannot suppress anger and hatred. Hearing this, Alka and the others actually understood roughly, which was almost the same as what they had learned before. But his words made Alka and the others more convinced that what they knew before was correct. Just as they thought, the gods have existed for too long. But it can also be seen that these gods are not ruthless beings at all. They have their own emotions just like ordinary mortals. Where there are emotions, there will be collisions. Hatred will naturally come, and the development of hatred will lead to more hatreds colliding with each other. The problem lies here. The power of these gods is too strong. Their power comes directly from the world, and the generous sharing of the world. When hatred reaches a dead end, collisions occur. The collision of a large number of powerful forces directly destroys the entire world bit by bit. At this time, Julia frowned and thought for a while, and asked, the power of the gods comes from the world. So why doesn't the world take it back at this time? Wouldn't this avoid the problem? The Dragon King raised his head slightly, as if he was recalling. He said, 1,000,000 years ago, there was also a war like the one 10,000 years ago. When the fierce collision of war was inevitable, all living things were destroyed, and the mother of the world punished everyone. In the following tens of thousands of years, all gods became mortals in the world, walking on their own legs. That is to say, in that era, there was indeed a situation where the world took back its power. And 10,000 years ago, everything was caused by him. As he said, the illusory dragon shadow raised his dragon claws, and waved them, and dots of crystal light gathered in the air, and then turned into 4 spheres of different colors that rotated around each other. For points, the mortal who ascended to the throne millions of years ago, eternally thirsting for the knowledge and secrets of the world. He was also the most powerful one among the mortals, who ascended to the throne millions of years ago, even surpassing me in the end. Achieved the pinnacle. He is obsessed with knowledge and secrets. No one knows where his knowledge reaches. No one knows how deep his secrets are hidden. Speaking of this, he waved his hand again. The 4 rotating spheres became a group of 2. Among his knowledge, there is a most secret knowledge, and he seals it forever. That is to eat up the power given by the world completely. A twinkling star was wrapped in darkness, and then disappeared, representing the knowledge being hidden. He knew clearly that once such knowledge was spread, it would bring about an exaggerated disaster. So he buried it forever. It should be so. Until he had problems. The 2 groups of spheres began to collide. His secret stole his knowledge, and spread the information of this most important knowledge. At this point, the Dragon King raised his head slightly, and looked at the crystal carvings on the ceiling dome. The gods who experienced the fallen age were so eager for such knowledge. The earliest war broke out. The first one to master this knowledge was war. He needed the raging flames of war to allow him to perfectly devour war, to become war itself, and not be deprived of anything else. Not even my mother. As he spoke, the 4 spheres dispersed, and condensed into a tall and mighty human figure. He held an exaggeratedly huge sword in his hand, and behind the sword was a long chain tied to his upper body. The other hand was holding an exaggerated giant axe. The figure roared angrily, and the flames of anger burned around him, and then the war swept through. In a burst of fire, the figure disappeared. This secret knowledge has been spread, and the disaster is hard to stop. Then it changed into 2 groups, and the 2 spheres began to collide. The 4 spheres are clear about their own problems. If he doesn't solve his own problems, more secret knowledge that is more likely to aggravate the disaster will be spread secretly. He destroyed himself. The 2 spheres collided with each other, and then the 4 spheres collapsed in an instant. He spread knowledge to all mortal life. The 2 spheres that collided spread into dots of starlight, and began to spread among all life. This knowledge will become the last possibility. Then the other group of 2 spheres should represent the secret. The 2 spheres were crushed by an illusory hand, and then thrown away. The secret was thrown away, buried, destroyed. There is no one who can peek into the deepest secrets anymore. The secrets are secrets. After saying that, the Dragon King waved away the phantom and continued to sit on the throne. Everyone stood under the throne and recalled the story told by this person, who had personally experienced everything in that era. The story was so unreal. So when the war attacked the Vaspa city-state, did it happen after or before the four-part destruction? However, considering that it was only a few thousand years before the final destruction of the world, maybe it was after the four-part destruction. After all, the records on the Vaspa city-state clearly showed that, until the end, they did not receive the inspiration of the gods. Perhaps the war at that time was to learn more knowledge from these believers. Does this world still have hope of recovery? Julia murmured to herself. After all, those gods who left must have eaten up part of the world. Otherwise, how could those gods leave with peace of mind? We failed, but it doesn't mean we didn't do anything. The Dragon King waved his hand again, and more phantoms appeared. They saw figures of various races in the phantoms, dragons, giants, monsters, and humans. They fought against various natural disasters and giant creatures. Some died, some were destroyed. After the death of these giant natural disasters and creatures, the broken light returned to the world. This should be the treasure you are talking about now. We let it return to the world, in an attempt to slow down the decline of the world, until the uninvited guests arrived. Saying this, the Dragon King waved again. The creatures similar to demons or devils began to move. They swarmed in like sharks smelling blood. Alka and the others couldn't understand what the actions above meant. But these disgusting things must have done something. Then the object representing the world shattered directly. In a huge explosion. These damn demons destroyed the foundation of the world and turned the world into pieces. There were countless opportunities to stop it. But those damn traitors didn't care at all. They took this opportunity and continued to devour part of the world. I also died in this battle, the Dragon King said. Then what is your existence like now? Alka couldn't help asking. Is it a part of the soul? Or something else? It's memory. The memory of me left on this throne. Memory? It's a completely different realm. Then, everyone wanted to ask something. But the Dragon King waved his hand gently, and everyone's mouths were tightly closed, and no sound could be made. Then he waved and bounced everyone out. The Dragon King just curled up on the throne, closed his eyes, and seemed to be resting. Everyone was flung out of the hall. But they did not fly out directly. A strange force lifted them to the top of the castle. Then they fell through the broken part of a spire. What are they playing? Let's see who can fly into the hole accurately. Several puppet girls on the ruins of other spires said, as they watched this scene. Alka and the others fell directly from the gap in the spire, and then fell into a huge building. This building should be behind the hall. After landing, the strange force that held them up dissipated, and they fell to the ground. After rubbing their bodies, everyone stood up and looked around. Oh my God! Lucilia looked at the situation around her, and she was completely stunned. The situation here shocked her more than the hall just now. This is an area comparable to the hall just now, but it is packed full. Bookshelves one after another covered the entire wall, and there were countless bookshelves floating in the sky. There is a beam of light in the center, and various stone slabs are floating on it. Scrolls, books, recorded crystals, carved stone slabs, and even old tree bark. All kinds of knowledge carriers are stored here. At the top, a huge book like a wall is spread out. With the arrival of the crowd, the book began to turn by itself without wind. With the sound of rustling, various bookcases and shelves began to move slowly. The people who were imprisoned in place also seemed to feel that they could move. So he threw us here, meaning we should find it by ourselves? Stop asking him? Poirot asked, looking at the situation around him. I don't know. After all, he said that his body is made up of memories. Maybe he doesn't have as much energy as we think. Alka said indifferently, looking at this magnificent library with his eyes open. How terrifying is the knowledge recorded here. To be honest, he couldn't imagine it at all. As expected of a scholar and recorder of the Dragon Clan, Lucilia muttered to herself. The books here are the only ones Alka and his friends have ever seen, and they can never finish reading them in their lifetime. I wonder how long the trial of Eurylius and his friends will take, Ziadai said. Hearing this, Alka couldn't help but say, to be honest, I now hope that they can slow down. The others nodded involuntarily. If this place is closed or collapsed after they finish, it will really make them feel heartbroken and unable to breathe. I can stay here forever, Lucilia said. But just after she finished speaking, she patted her head again. No, I have been in places like this for a lifetime. I want to take back what I just said. She couldn't help but think of the things before her death. With so many books, how can we find the information we need? We can't just read them casually. It may take a month or even years to just read the title and the introduction. The exaggerated collection of books here made Juanlu couldn't help but say, "Let's split up and look around first. This place is a bit too big," Arca said as he walked in one direction. The others also walked in different directions. This place is also a zero-gravity environment where you can float. You can jump upwards with a light jump to get the books at a higher place. Arca came to the center, where the beam of light was. The huge book that just made a clattering sound was floating on the top. Slabs of stone were floating in the beam of light below. There were some mysterious, incomprehensible words on the stone slab, and some knowledge was engraved on it. Arca narrowed his eyes slightly, and then immediately closed them. His eyes started to feel sore just after he looked at it, and it was obvious that he should not explore the secrets here too much. Although the words on the stone slab could not be seen, Arca jumped lightly and came to the huge book floating above. He looked at the book that was moving automatically without wind, and it said that it was a catalog, and it was not just pure words, but maps and pictures. This book seemed to have no first page, nor the last page, and it just kept turning. Arca could feel an emotional link exploring, as if asking. After thinking for a while, Arca connected it. The book began to move, and then a text appeared. The Four Divided God from the title. It seems to be introducing the story of the Four Divided God, or a historical record. It was exactly what Arca wanted to see. Then the book shook again, and turned into a hollow map. One of the bookshelves swayed slightly. According to the direction shown on the map above, Arca should be at the 12 o'clock direction on the top. He turned around and said to the people who were looking around, "Come to this huge book, connect his exploration link, so that he can help you find the book you want to find." Without waiting for everyone, magic power sprayed slightly. It pushed Arca to fly in the direction just indicated. Although there are many floating bookshelves here, Arca can clearly find the one that just appeared. It landed in front of the bookshelf. There was a plaque on the top of the bookshelf. It was written in the language of the white crocodile, "When the darkest fell, the first gods ascended." This bookcase should record the era that the Dragon King just mentioned 1,000,000 years ago, when the gods fell and became mortals. This should record the first group of people who ascended to the gods. Arca looked at the books in front of him. He could not understand all the languages. To be honest, he did not recognize more than half of them. And the remaining half that he could recognize, 80%, all used the language of the white crocodile. He was now extremely glad that he had learned this language. The rest that he could understand were basically written in the language of the four gods. Although some of the words seemed to have changed, they should be the ancient language that was derived from this. In other words, the languages used in the areas governed by the four gods should have been used by their former gods, but they were slightly changed and simplified after long-term use. Arca, who could understand, found several books that might interest him. Arcade, Journey of Usurpation. Split in 2 short stories of desire. Mother of the Stone, Alalesman, Barefoot Virgin of Wheat Ears. And the God of Four that he just wanted to see. After taking out the book, Arca did not open it immediately to check, but reached out to take a book with a long name. Arca thought that this book might be about the Virgin. He was temporarily more interested in this book than the one he just wanted. The picture on the book was a barefoot graceful woman, with an ordinary appearance, walking among the wheat ears. It was basically certain. Arca opened it and took a rough look. Sure enough, it was about the deeds of the Virgin in that era. She should be the first batch of people who returned to the gods after the fall. Chapter 416 Scene of Salvation. Everyone in the library has been here. Anyone can find books of interest here. Juanlu found the food recipes of various races, and even the gods' court. Even Poro, who doesn't like reading the most, can find things of interest here. There are too many books here. These books can be worth thousands of treasures. Arca just floated in the air, as if sitting in the air, looking at the book in his hand. As he floated, he suddenly turned upside down. He flipped through the pages one by one. He put the book he had just read back to its original place. And the magic power gently sprayed behind him, pushing him to the floor below. Lucilia and others were reading books below. The culprit who destroyed the world was the demon from the abyss, who blew the world into pieces in an attempt to swallow the pieces into the abyss and make them part of the abyss. The demon was able to succeed, essentially because the gods did nothing at that time. They are even expecting the devil to destroy the world. This is the summary that Lucilia is writing at this moment. These are also the conclusions they have drawn after reading books, history and materials during this period. In short, the arrogant gods have become much more low-key after their fall. But this kind of low-keyness is not because those gods, who used to act recklessly, have learned their lesson. It is because they know that there is always a huge existence above their heads, and they just endure it in their hearts. When the opportunity comes, how can they still be willing to have a being bigger than them always on their heads? So even when the world is about to be destroyed, they continue to act, even add fuel to the flames, and let it go, because they have eaten the part they represent in the world. They are already free, and they are also powerful beings in the entire starry sky. As for the help given by the Mother, their power all comes from the Mother of the world, and the mortal life above is completely meaningless. According to their speculation, the last ones willing to stay should be the 4 gods that exist now. Alka and his friends, through the books here, can be said to know these 4 gods better than most people in the outside world now. The one who initiated this final action to save the world is most likely the Virgin Mary, who is called the Stone Mother at that time. She favors believers and breathes new life. In essence, she is a very pure Virgin Mary. But of course she has not always been like this. According to the book that Alka saw before, the Virgin Mary became the kind of person who loves the world later. It was because of the experience of walking on the earth during the falling day. Before that, the Holy Mother was not much different from other gods. At most, she was a little more indifferent than other gods, and was indifferent to her duties and abilities. She believed that mortals were just mortals. After the gods returned to their positions on the falling day, almost everyone had different changes. And the sea god, who contributed the most, was also an indispensable god. To be honest, after reading the biography of the sea god, Alka always thought that this god was probably just a simple otaku. He didn't want the place where he had been staying to be broken, so he went out to find a new place. Logically speaking, the largest sect in the infinite sea would be the Church of the Sea God. But from the way they traveled, the sea god was the least noticeable one. All the believers in the church came from the spontaneous belief that this was a world of the ocean. They never preached deliberately. It can also be seen that the world where the sea god is located is basically not much different from the infinite sea. Just one word: swing. As for life, Alka and the others basically know why there is an extremely obvious conflict between the believers of the Flower Fairy and the believers of life. Because life was once the subordinate god of the Flower Fairy. At that time, she was not called life, and she was a mortal who became a god on the day of her death. It was just that after the death of the Flower Fairy, she inherited the legacy of the Flower Fairy. Then she cheated all the way. Perhaps because she was once a mortal, she was also one of the gods, who was unwilling to leave this world. As for the last wise man, this is actually the most mysterious one, because there are the fewest books recording him. It was not until the last period of the most serious war between gods that the records of this god's existence appeared. He is an extremely secretive existence, or unwilling to communicate too much with mortals. Therefore, this god is the one that people know the least about. How long have Jason and the others been in there? Alka asked casually while sitting on the floor next to him. Xia Dai, who was also sitting next to him and flipping through the books, took out the hourglass and looked at it carefully. 35 days and nights. It's been so long. If the Crystal Dragon King hadn't been sitting there quietly, I would have thought something had gone wrong with him. After saying that, Alka lay down on the floor. They had been in this library for a long time. I don't know how long they would stay. Didn't Lucilia ask you to help copy the books here? Why haven't I seen you move in the past few days? Xia Dai closed the book in his hand, turned to look at Alka next to him, and asked. Hearing this, Alka scratched his forehead helplessly, and said, there is no way. Some of these books can be reflected in the mirror. But those stone tablets, book covers, and crystal records are completely impossible. Whether it is sealing the picture or copying it with pen and paper, it is completely impossible. Once these words are transferred to other directions, the copied words will lose their meaning, and become a bunch of random drawings with no reading meaning, and become garbled code. You have to know that such a large library, although many of them are drawn with books, is just like the stone tablet floating in the central light column, and any carriers used to record words stored everywhere. Some of the words on it are unrecognizable, especially those recorded in non-book form, which are almost all in an incomprehensible encrypted form. They have so-called uniqueness. They cannot be recorded or reproduced, and can only be recorded in the mind. I don't know how they did it, and some of this knowledge is not important at all. The only thing that can be confirmed is that the carriers recorded in this way are things from a long time ago. Even in the Golden Age, they can be called ancient. Descendants success. A loud voice suddenly came. The people who were reading stood up immediately, looking in the direction where the voice came from. That was the hall of the entire fortress. This voice was the voice of the Crystal Dragon King. Does it mean Jason and the others are coming out? Alka turned around and asked. It should be, we are almost there. As they said that, everyone jumped up and flew out from the gap on the top of the library. You asked them why they didn't go through the main entrance? Because they didn't know where the main entrance was. Just when he was halfway through the flight, Alka turned his head and looked behind him, and suddenly found that someone was missing. He quickly opened the portal, stuck his head in, looked for a while, and then reached out and pulled Simon out of his space. Jason and the others are coming out. Simon looked at the surrounding environment in a daze, nodded, and quickly followed everyone. Soon they returned to the hall again. The hall at this time was still covered with crystal plating as before. The Dragon King, who had been sitting on the throne and seemed to be sleeping, had opened his eyes. At this time, in the center of the entire hall, the crystal-thin portal was flickering. Obviously, something was coming out. With a flash of light, Aurelius and Jason rushed out of the portal. Alka opened his eyes and looked. The strength of the two did not seem to have changed much compared to before they entered. But as long as he looked over, he could see that it was different. It gave people a different feeling. Looking at the people waiting outside, Jason smiled at them. The Crystal Dragon came to the throne. Grandfather, I have completed the trial. Very good, descendants. As he spoke, the huge and majestic dragon head looked at everyone. I can feel that you are just like us in the past, all people with lofty ideals who save the world from danger. You have felt the pain and wailing of the mother of the world just like us in the past, but now you feel more pain, more than we did in the past. Although we failed in the end, we left behind a viable legacy. As he spoke, the Crystal Dragon King, there was a strong flash in his eyes. Without waiting for everyone to react, everyone was frozen in the crystal, including Aurelius. They were frozen in the crystal but did not completely lose consciousness, but were in an illusion. In this illusion, something seemed to be instilling knowledge in them. Countless people were arguing. They seemed to be arguing about how to fill the world and save the world in such a crisis. The King of Prism is dead. Our leader is dead. And the world has no chance. When this voice sounded, he was obviously punched by another figure next to him. We are gathered here because of the King of Prism Light? We are for this world, for our homeland. How can we give up so easily because of the death of the King of Prism Light? If we all give up, what about others? What about the warriors of other races who follow us? They abandoned their own tribe, even abandoned their former beliefs, and fought for the world. Are we going to give up their efforts just because of such a light sentence? We are not just fighting for ourselves now, but for the whole world and everyone. Think about it carefully. The roar of such arguments continued to ring out, and people with different opinions cursed at each other. These people were once like-minded friends. Obviously, this period of time should be the time when the King of Prismatic Light, that is, the Crystal Dragon King outside, died in the explosion. In other words, the world should have collapsed into pieces during this period of time. The sound is clear, but the picture is blurry, and everyone can still see the figure through this blurry picture. They should be in the fortress where everyone is, and the fortress has become the same as it is now, broken and collapsed but not completely collapsed. Instead, it floated in the starry sky. However, the voice of continuing to try to save the world did not make much sense, because the world had been completely destroyed at this time, and turned into fragments. Apparently, the four gods had not yet figured out a way to reorganize the world. In the illusion of the crowd, some vague figures left, including those giant dragons with radiant light, because of the death of their king. They also followed the destruction of the world and left here. Looking for a new home in the starry sky, many people left and took away those who were in a dilemma in the center. In the end, the entire shattered fortress, in the shattered hall, there were only less than 10 people left. Some figures also dispersed in front of them. It was such a long time, but in their perception, it was fast and slow. During the long time, some people left because of the injuries of the broken world, and some even died because of the world they were bound to. In the end, only 3 people were left alive. They still shuttled through the hall, the library and various places in the fortress. They still stayed here, making the final struggle. The illusion in the picture is far away. That is the starry sky, and the starry sky is full of dense fragments. The world has been destroyed long ago. At this moment, different forces appeared. Then the illusion became clear. In this boundless world of the starry sky, the violent sea water formed an extremely exaggerated tsunami. This sea water that can form the world gushed from nowhere, and these tsunamis impacted, hit, and dragged the fragments of the world. Then it rushed towards the starry sky, and the isolated island in the tsunami followed the flow. The seawater formed a huge vortex, which generated such a strong suction force that the surrounding debris began to gather in the ocean. In such a critical moment, the lives that seemed to be still alive on the debris were all protected by unknown forces. The center of the vortex. It was where the world exploded, and the seawater filled the deep hole. The fragments of the world turned into a huge island, pressing on the wound. One after another, huge figures appeared in the deep space. These 4 figures were just as they thought. The 4 gods who stayed. The vortex continued to rotate, and Alka saw the colorful light spots flashing from time to time above. In such a vortex, the boundless sea was formed. It seemed that the figure of the sea god disappeared. The other 3 gods began to exert their strength. The life that was once protected appeared in the new world as if it had been thawed, and appeared on the island floating in the boundless sea. They began to spread life to revive all things, and poured new life into the sea. This went on and on. The illusion began to fade, and the vision began to condense from a large range, and return to the broken fortress. In the blurred picture, the 3 people who stayed behind were still shuttling in the fortress. But they were so hurried, and their pace was so joyful. More figures came back. Those who left because of complete despair saw the arrival of hope again, and returned to the new world. The figures gradually increased. The figures in the picture increased from 3 to more than 10, more than 20. They talked to each other in the fortress. Finally, on the throne in the hall, the figure of the tall crystal dragon king appeared. This is their memory, and it is also the last part of the crystal dragon king they can find. The last remnant of the crystal dragon king in this world. At this time, the picture dissipated, but the sound became clearer. What does this voice seem to be saying? Later generations, we have made a lot of preparations for the revival of this world. If you want to revive the world, then please listen carefully. If you want the world to fully revive, you must reawaken the will of the world. This is difficult. Very, very difficult. The will of a world has gone from death to rebirth, and the extreme pain caused by its current shattering will make the will of the world depressed, or even completely closed. I don't know what the world will be like in the future, but there are some things that even the great 4 gods cannot change. After our research, the will of the world will reject the former gods, and the efforts made by the 4 gods will stop at the moment they repair the world. Even if they become more powerful, it will be difficult to change this broken world. It is speculated that the main responsibility of changing the world will fall on the trillions of mortals. We provide 2 solutions. 1. Let the world endure great pain and wake up completely to bear this pain. We paid a great price. And finally someone survived the grief of the world sea of consciousness and had effective communication with the world. The world hopes and desires death. Not entirely from pain, but from a deeper level. Something we don't understand. So if the intention is to revive the world and have hope for life, it will be extremely difficult. So we must first repair the deep wounds caused by the explosion. The 4 gods did not completely repair the wounds, so we need newcomers. Finally, we will spread our greatest research results through knowledge, which is also the last thing we can do for the world. According to the current situation of the world, we have created a meditation method suitable for any mortal life, based on the spiral of magic, with the divine existence of the current world as the introduction, although we don't have enough time to verify the final apex of this meditation method. But we have simulated the step of ascending to the godhood. Theoretically this is feasible. I hope that those who receive this information later will be able to inherit our will. The voice dissipated. The illusion also disappeared. The crystal that wrapped Alka and the others was broken, and then Alka and the others opened their eyes. Chapter 417 5 Divine Essences. When Alka opened his eyes, the prismatic king's figure, which had been relatively solid before, had become more illusory. The various actions he had taken before had obviously consumed his energy, and the last part of him left in this world seemed to be dissipating as well. I hope that our last legacy can bring enough help to your future journey. The voice of the prismatic king became weak and dreamlike. Thank you for your efforts. The knowledge you left behind will be of great help to us. The shadow nodded his head, and then waved his huge dragon claw. one after another. The flashing light balls floated in front of everyone. Then the crystals wrapped around the light balls one after another, sealing them tightly. These light balls turned into huge crystal balls, which fell and floated in the air. This is the last help I can provide to you. Accepting it means you have made a vow, and you are willing to do your best to repair the world in this life. After the voice fell, the figure of the king of prismatic light became illusory, and then dissipated into the air. Grandfather, Eurylius murmured with his head down. A voice sounded in Alka's ear. Open your eyes and look. It was the voice of the king of prismatic light, who had just disappeared. Alka opened his eyes, and looked at the throne with eyes that could see through the secret. Time suddenly stopped. Zadide and others around him stood still as if time was imprisoned. The world turned gray, like the image in a black and white photo. Alka looked at the throne. On the throne, a huge and majestic figure appeared in his eyes. It was not the illusion of the memory just now, but a real entity. You can see it. The Dragon King lowered his huge head and looked at Alka. Do you know what's special about you? Alka looked at him and nodded. Of course, he knew what was special about him, which might be something that his half-mother, the Stone Mother, had not discovered. Well, very good, very good. Then, the king of prismatic light in front of him suddenly shattered, turning into crystal fragments all over the sky. These fragments began to gather, and then formed a strange picture that was incomprehensible. Look at this picture. Remember it. Remember it. The voice disappeared. Alka looked at the picture and firmly remembered it in his heart. The picture disappeared and time began to flow again. Alka looked at the people around him. He couldn't even sense the passage between himself and the Virgin Mary. It was a strange world that completely blocked all the outside world. Everything related to the outside world was blocked, as if the King of Prism Light had given him something very secret. However, he had no idea what the picture in his mind was. Even with eyes that could see through secrets, he couldn't see anything. But it was obviously not for him to see at this stage. So Alka just had to remember it. He took a deep breath and looked at the crystal balls floating in front of him. These crystal balls were, not surprisingly, the Holy Grail level divinity. And there were 5 of them. Is this the real legacy? So these are 5 divine essences? Pororo looked at the 5 balls floating in front of them, and couldn't help asking. Alka nodded. Yes, they are 5 Holy Grail level divine essences. Really generous. Zadide looked at the 5 divine essences, and couldn't help saying, giving 5 at a time, if this isn't generosity. What is? This is the most divine essences they have seen at one time. And it's not a treasure, it's divine essence, possessing greater plasticity than treasures. So what should we do now? Are we going to leave? Or stay here for a while longer? Julia turned to Alka and asked, waiting for him to plan the direction. Alka looked at the 5 divine essences floating in front of him. Then he turned to Simon and asked, if we build these 5 divine essences, do we have enough materials? Simon looked at the 5 essences, thought for a while. Maybe, maybe not, because I don't know what kind of materials these essences might need to be matched. Some materials are running low. I actually want to make all 5 divine essences into equipment before leaving. With the library, we can match more appropriate spells and rituals for these 5 divine essences. Alka expressed his thoughts. If they were to design all 5, it might not be perfect. But now, with the help of the library, it is possible to make a suitable one. Any idea can be improved through the books in the library. There are not many such opportunities. After all, many problems can only be discovered when they are actually manufactured and designed. It is impossible to prepare for such a situation and record some books. As for recording all the books in the library, it is simply a foolish dream. Not to mention that a lot of knowledge is not possible to record at all. And it is unique. Then don't rush to leave. Anyway, even if we sail to the trial tower now, we have to practice there for a period of time to have the highest probability of winning the trial. Zadide thought for a while and said, it is estimated that it will take about half a year, less than a year, for them to reach the trial tower from where they are now. Except for Alka, who is already in the middle of the 4th stage. The others have not yet reached this level. With the supplement of these 5 pieces of equipment composed of divine essence, their meditation speed will be accelerated again. In this case, it is possible to reach a relatively sufficient level of strength before the trial tower. Especially Alka. He must improve his strength to the perfection of the 4th stage to challenge the trial tower and win the final reward. That scepter-level divine essence. And it is very likely to be suitable for him. This is a rare opportunity. And it must be foolproof. Alka nodded to Xia Dai's proposal. Then let's do it. Everyone looked at the tall throne. And then left the hall. Eurylius closed the door with his own hands. The door was sealed through a ceremony. They came to the library. It's not that they don't want to go to other places. But the library is the only one in the ruins that is still running. Because the library seems to be an independent operating system. This place has long lost its function, missing the most important ability. Unless Alka and the others are willing to spend a lot of time to repair this place. But obviously they don't have the time now. Jason looked around. This was his first time in the library, and he and Eurylius were both shocked. Alka, do you think this fortress can be stuffed into your space? Jason suddenly said. Hearing this, Alka looked at Eurylius instead. Because if we really count it in terms of property, this fortress should be considered as Eurylius's property. Looking at Alka's eyes, Eurylius said, I wish so. No, Alka said with a smile. Just kidding, it's not that it can't be done, but because the floating of this fortress requires the composition of magic power. The operation of the library also requires the magic of nature. If it is stuffed into my space, it will fall immediately, and it will be a loss. If I really want to put it in, I have to wait until the Vasva people get used to the concentration of magic. And even if I want to put it in now, I can't. My control over treasures is not yet at that level. I should wait until I can fully control the scepter-level treasures in the 6th stage. Alka didn't say it absolutely. He thought that when his strength reached the 6th stage, he would definitely have the ability to put this place in his space. By that time, the Vasva people should be able to basically adapt to the relatively high concentration of magic. After all, when Alka saw the library for the first time, he wanted to put it in. And he also made some plans. In the center of the library hall, Alka put out 5 balls. He looked at everyone and said, Come on. Try one by one. Jason, you go first. Looking at the 5 balls, Jason shook his head, no need. In fact, in the trial, we have inherited a scepter level and a Holy Grail level divine essence. Hearing this, everyone tilted their heads and showed question marks. It's really hard for you to hold it in for so long, Alka said as he looked at Jason's uncontrollable smile. Haha. Don't say that. Finally, Jason said, Eurylius has a Holy Grail level divinity. Plus the previous ritual crystal. Plus the Holy Grail level existence we obtained in the trial. It's actually complete. Jason pointed at himself and said, If I pass the trial tower, I can get another one. 321's God-making configuration is not necessarily absolute. After all, having one more Holy Grail level is not necessarily a bad thing. But if you add one more, you have to bear one more risk. After all, with each additional one, the difficulty of obtaining new treasures increases exponentially. Among the world's top strongmen, Alka and others believe that there must be someone who builds with higher level treasures as the core. The Holy Grail may be the last treasure to be found, because there are enough of them. After all, although treasures are needed, compared with the crown and the scepter, the Holy Grail is obviously not so rare. Although more Holy Grails can enhance strength, it will not be a good thing. Only more scepters and more crowns would be a good thing. And the information they obtain from these books and the illusion just now also shows this point. If there are more, it is better to put the extra quota on the level of scepters and crowns, rather than on the Holy Grail. That will only affect the difficulty of obtaining treasures later, which is meaningless, or too much of a loss. Hearing Jason's words, Alka nodded and did not force it, turning his head. According to this theory, because of the existence of the trial tower, some of them no longer need to obtain these treasures. For example, Xia Dai. Xia Dai's treasures at this time are 1 orange and 2 gold, and she is expected to get another Holy Grail in the trial tower. Then she has also collected all the Holy Grail level treasures. Apparently, Xia Dai herself thought so too, and waved her hand with a smile. In addition to her, Juanlu also had the same idea. If other people knew about this, they would be so angry that there are people who refuse treasures. Alka complained silently. They have become so strong without knowing it. After that, there may be more and more Holy Grail level treasures, and even a surplus. He picked up one of the crystal balls containing the divine essence, and placed it in front of him to observe it. Then he frowned. These divine essences seem to be a little different. What's wrong? Xia Dai asked. Alka put down the divine essence in his hand and reached for the others, and then picked up each one. Strange. This is the first time there is such a thing. looking at the 5 divine essences in front of him. Alka could fully understand their preciousness. These 5 divine essences were definitely left here on purpose. They are not just random divine essences. As he said this, he pushed the 5 divine essences slightly over, allowing everyone to try them one by one. Sure enough, it was just as Alka thought. Every person is compatible with every divine treasure, which means that these 5 divine essences are suitable for anyone. With such a high degree of compatibility, they were definitely left here on purpose. The person who designed the legacy had already thought of this. It was countless times more generous than they thought. And it was indeed a great organization that once saved the world. Now that I think about it, this is what these saviors seemed to do during the war between gods, and then return their divinity to the world. So these should have been left behind at that time, and they are the kind that can be used for everything, Simon said, looking at the 5 divine essences in front of him. Alka also nodded. There is only this possibility. After all, the 5 subjects are the same, so they must have been left behind on purpose. That would be great. If that's the case, then it's easier to distribute, Jason said beside him. Just distribute according to needs, no need to try one by one. Alka also nodded, turned to look at everyone, and counted. After counting like this, wouldn't it be just enough? Of course. This is the case that one will definitely get one in the trial tower. If someone fails in the trial, it will be embarrassing. But then it can't be blamed on others. Then these 5 will be divided by me, Simon, Julia, Juanlu, Martisa. Do you have any objection? Everyone shook their heads to indicate that they had no objection. Juanlu and Matlisa. Although they both have 2 Holy Grail level treasures now. But the problem is that they have already used the qualification of the trial tower. That is to say, the trial tower this time has nothing to do with them. They are just going there to hone their skills at most. The same is true for Alka. He is going to take the final clearance test. Then he cannot obtain the Holy Grail level treasure, but aims at the last scepter level treasure. Naturally, he just lacks a Holy Grail level treasure. Simon and Julia only had 1 each. Then you rest here for a while. I'll take a look at the approximate abilities of these 5 treasures. Since they are all suitable, then they must be distributed according to the abilities displayed by the divine essence, to see which ability is more suitable for everyone. Alka said, holding the 5 divine essences, disappeared on the spot, and stepped into his own dreamland. Here, his eyes that see through secrets, can see more. Floating in the dream, looking at the 5 spheres floating in front of him, he carefully looked at them one by one. First is this aqua blue one. Just like the color, this divine essence should be related to water manipulation or water. This ability can be said to be suitable for everyone on the sea. But Julia and Matlisa should be more suitable, after all. They are both marine races. The second one is lavender, related to sound. Then it is easy to divide it into sound related, which should only be suitable for Julia. The third one is dark purple, related to emotions. I feel this one is also suitable for Julia. What's going on? How come all 3 are suitable for Julia? The fourth one is dark gray, and it feels a bit like black, and it feels like this ability is solid and tough. I can't think of who it is suitable for at the moment. If there is Pororo, it may be suitable for a violent melee player like Pororo. In fact, it is not necessarily the case. After all, it is constructed as a treasure, and its function can be fully exerted according to the form of the treasure. For example, if it is constructed as a retractable shield, wouldn't the operator just be able to control the shield for powerful defense? This is the flexibility represented by the essence of divinity. The last one is light yellow, and its ability is a little strange, random lucky. It has a hazy feeling. Looking at this light yellow crystal ball, maybe it is more suitable for me. Alka couldn't help thinking. He admitted that he had a gambling element. Mainly because the first few, he didn't feel suitable for him, and this last one was barely acceptable. After roughly confirming it, Alka's figure disappeared in the dream and returned to the library. Everyone did not leave, but sat down to rest at a random place nearby. When they saw Alka coming out, they stood up and gathered around. Alka floated the 5 spheres in the air and explained their abilities to everyone. Faced with such a choice, everyone naturally pondered and had to think very carefully. Julia thought the same as Alka, and was the most entangled. Her eyebrows were almost twisted together. It's obviously a good thing, but it makes people embarrassed, Julia said helplessly. But such a statement is obviously a bit Versailles. After thinking about it, she ruled out the aqua blue one. Because among the 5, this one might be more suitable for Matlisa than the others, after all. None of them is suitable for Matlisa. She looked at the two in dark purple and lavender. These two are a bit too entangled. The sound is perfectly matched, but the emotion is also extremely matched with her music. Finally, she made up her mind and took the divine essence that might be related to the sound. This one has a sense of being hard to come by. It's decided to be this one. Then I want this one. Simon thought for a long time and seemed to have an inspiration. He took the dark gray one that was associated with toughness and firmness. Obviously he had an idea, after all. He was also the main designer of the treasure. The remaining ones were only the aqua blue one related to water, the dark purple one related to emotions, and the light yellow one for luck, and the random one. Then I'll take this one, Alka said, and took the light yellow one away. Take a gamble. Mathlisa also took the aqua blue one. The last one related to emotions fell on Juanlu. He was a little unlucky this time, because all 5 were good, but if you had to say that they were related to him, there really was none. Each one was fine, and each one was not very suitable. After all, it was impossible to find a perfect match for everyone. They were lucky to have a choice. It can only be said to be a happy trouble. Chapter 418. Individual Ideas. Do you have any ideas? Alka leaned against a bookcase in the library, looking at the people and asked. Generally speaking, Alka and Simon are responsible for designing and forging treasures. They are jointly responsible. In special cases, Madlisa's help is also needed. It just so happens that the 3 of them also have their own divine essences that need to be forged into treasures, so they sit here to discuss. Julia and Juanlu are also squatting next to them. They are mainly deciding their own treasures. Simon looked at the gray-black crystal ball in his hand and said, I actually have an idea. It was because he had an idea in his mind that he chose this divine essence. Alka nodded and looked at Julia and Juanlu next to him. He needed to find out their needs first. Let's make it like this. A harp appeared in Julia's hand, and she plucked it twice. Clear musical notes jumped out. Do you mean you want to make a musical instrument? Alka asked, looking at the harp. Julia nodded. That's what she meant. After all, the function of the lavender sphere in her hand is more inclined towards sound, which is very suitable for musical instruments. Alka nodded. This idea must be very good. But he smiled awkwardly. Then you may have to wait for a while. If you want to make musical instruments, we have to learn from scratch. After all, to make various other equipment, you just need ideas, materials, and ability. But to make something more professional, like a musical instrument, they have to learn it again. After finishing, Alka looked up at the magnificent library, but it shouldn't be difficult. At least in this library, they will definitely be able to find books on how to make a perfect musical instrument. Julia nodded. If you need any help, you can call me. This harp is actually made by me. As she said, Julia also talked about the harp in her hand. Hearing this, Simon was relieved and happy. That's great. After all, he was only good at various structures and forging items. It was really difficult for him to make musical instruments. Juanlu, who was next to him, sat there with a sad face, looking at the crystal ball in his hand, and had no idea at all. The crystal ball in his hand was related to emotions, but emotions were more extensive, and Alka also found it difficult to see through the divine essence to see its abilities and properties. It's hard to think. Juanlu nodded. It's more than hard to think. I have no idea at all. Then do you want to make another ball? Mathlisa said suddenly while looking at the divine essence related to emotions. Hearing this, everyone turned to look at her. Just like his previous treasure. If you make another treasure related to the sphere, it shouldn't affect the function of the treasure. Right? Hearing this, Alka turned his head to Juanlu again, waiting for his answer. Juanlu frowned and thought about it. But he was still a little undecided. How about making it into a kitchen utensil that you are more accustomed to using? Simon also made a suggestion. However, Juanlu shook his head and gave up this suggestion. I feel that this divine essence should not be suitable for such a thing. Forget it. Just make it into a sphere. As he said this, he waved his hand, and a sphere floated in front of him and turned into a small monster the size of a head. It has a huge mouth full of sharp teeth. Seeing Juanlu's choice, Alka nodded and took note. The two stood up and left. As for the remaining 3 people, there is no need to worry about them. They will design their own treasures. They have the ability to do so. I just want a bottle, design a bottle. It goes well with water anyway. Mathlisa already had an idea, and said directly. No problem. What about you? Do you have any ideas? Simon looked at Alka and asked. After all, They have thought it through. And Alka has not yet said what he thinks. Alka nodded, looking at the yellow divine essence in his hand, and said, I should choose a dice. Or a coin. Dice? Coin? Simon frowned, a little confused. Alka nodded, yes. I think these two things are very compatible with the possible effects of the divine essence in my hand. After all, the meaning of the divine essence in his hand is random. Lucky. The two nodded. If you think about it this way, they are a good match. So what is your idea? Alka asked Simon. Hearing this, Simon smiled and said, You will know when I make it. It is something you will never think of. Okay, let's start designing. The three of them said, and pulled up a table to start designing. It takes a long time to design a total of 5 treasures, not to mention the forging later. And it is even possible to perform some rituals based on the treasures to further integrate their functions. This is definitely a long time. Arka and the others knew from the beginning that it might take a long time, but they never expected that it would take them more than half a year to finally get it done. Although compared to the time it took to forge 5 treasures, more than half a year might be considered fast. But you have to know that this time, they asked the Vastwa people in the space for some help, and the puppet girls, who already had souls, also participated in the forging of the treasures. Otherwise, it might not be completed so quickly. However, hard work pays off. Each of them is very satisfied with the 5 treasures they have forged. At this time, they are still in the library. In the center, the crowd gathered together, and there are puppet girls around. Today is the time to distribute the treasures. Come to Juanlu, first is yours. Alka said, and handed a ball to Juanlu. This ball is no different from the 4 floating on his stick, and it is still made by imitation. The emotion of this treasure actually represents one of the emotions, which is laziness. And it is the poison of laziness. Juanlu took the sphere and wrapped it with magic. The special forging allowed him to quickly master this treasure. The sphere became larger, and another small round monster appeared. It was no different from the other 4. So that's how it is. This means that this sphere can make various changes and attacks against the emotion of laziness. Alka nodded. That's what he meant. That divine essence is a branch of the emotion of laziness. To enhance laziness, it means to grant laziness. The function that can be thought of is to make the enemy decadent in battle and slow down their movements, and it is on the emotional and spiritual level. Juanlu looked at the sphere and smiled inexplicably with satisfaction. With a wave of his hand, the sphere merged into the surrounding team. Now there are 5 spheres floating on the stick in Juanlu's hand. 2 of them are treasures individually. Then Alkadi brought up a box. This box was not used to hold treasures, but a very exquisite wooden box. The surface of the wooden box was engraved with exquisite patterns, like a gift box for storing valuables. Alka opened it, and found some soft material inside, and an exquisite harp. The harp was engraved with reliefs of waves and mermaids leaping out of the sea to sing. The slightly exquisite appearance did not affect its practicality, and it was still built according to Julia's holding habits. After all, Julia was involved in making this treasure. Otherwise they might have to spend more time. But even so, this treasure is actually the one that took them the most time to make, mainly in terms of musical instruments. It is a field they have never touched before. Looking at this harp, Julia's eyes lit up, and she gently took it out of the box. After picking it up, she couldn't help but play it. The jumping musical notes jumped out from the strings. The sound of the music was unusually bright. Alka began to explain. The sound-related ability of this treasure is actually to amplify the sound. It is a very simple, plain ability, but it suits you very well. Julia nodded, and as she played, the magic power wrapped around it. While playing, she mastered the treasure. The sound of the music became louder and louder, and it could be transmitted farther and farther. The sound of the music began to penetrate the entire library, and then surrounded the fortress. It spread farther and farther, and in the surrounding sea area, the music could be faintly heard. The sound of the dawn, which had been staying below, also began to sing along with the music. Alka and others standing at the source of the music did not feel that the music was loud and harsh at all, but could hear it more clearly. Great. This treasure is great. Julia's face was full of smiles. Her satisfaction with this treasure exceeded her initial imagination. Julia stretched out her hand, and the red and green coin was weighed by her. The coin spun, and the red flame pattern and the green fresh breath wrapped around her hand. Then Julia used the coin as a plectrum to wave the strings, and began to play without fingers and breath. The transmission of music was mixed with a red and green breath. It penetrated everyone's body. This is a match? Jason stood beside him, frowning, and said in surprise, "This is just a combination that has been mastered. Through the coin and the talent of the mermaid, the music brings benefits to everyone, and brings negative effects to the enemy. The music can be transmitted far away with the vibration of the strings, directly into a large area. It is almost impossible to escape in the battle. Such a huge sound can't be dispelled at all." After playing a song, everyone felt refreshed. Julia put away the piano, still a little unsatisfied on her face, even humming with joy. "What are the treasures of you three? Do you mind satisfying my curiosity?" Jason looked at the three people and asked with a smile. "Of course, no problem." Alka smiled and then spread out his palm. A very ordinary coin appeared in his hand, which looked like a silver snake. One side had an S-shaped snake image, and the other side represented the face value of the silver snake. It was a non-existent 10, not the 10 unique to this world, but the Chinese character 10. In everyone's eyes, it was just a cross. "Why did you make it look like a silver snake?" Xia Daidi asked curiously. They already knew that it must be a treasure, but they were just curious about why Alka chose such an appearance. Alka smiled and said, "Just as a souvenir." Then he looked at Xia Daidi and said, "It's you." After that, he flicked the coin in his hand up, and the coin quickly flipped in the air, and then Alka caught it. However, nothing happened. Xia Daidi felt a little strange standing there. A floating bookshelf just passed by Xia Daidi's head. Air happened to be on this bookshelf. Suddenly, she fell down inexplicably. On the way down, she grabbed a book with one hand and fell down with the book. Feeling this, Xia Daidi quickly caught her. "You are naughty again." He pinched Air's cheek and then put her on his shoulder. By the way, she took a look at the book that had just fallen down and was caught by her. Islam, the design of the goddess of beauty. Seeing the name of the book, Xia Daidi immediately became interested and flipped through it twice. Looking at the content of the book, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and took it in his hand and then looked at everyone. Others also looked at Alka, frowning but still didn't feel anything strange. Instead, Alka smiled. Seeing this smile, Xia Daidi suddenly thought of something and looked at the book in his hand. "Lucky?" Alka smiled and nodded. "Yes, although it's just a little bit of luck, but this is luck, isn't it?" "Interesting, let me try it too." Jason walked over and said impatiently. Faced with such a request, Alka nodded. He spread his palm again and shot the coin. Then, before the coin fell, he caught it in his palm in the air. Looking at this scene, Jason touched his body and turned his head to look. Just stood there and waited. The people around him also watched closely. After waiting for a long time, Jason didn't feel any difference. He couldn't help but turn his head to look at Eulilius behind him and asked, "How is it? Do you feel anything different about me?" Eulilius shook her head. She didn't feel anything about it. A breeze blew by. A little bit of residue suddenly floated to Eulilius' nose, making her feel itchy, and she sneezed instantly. As she sneezed, the magic power that she couldn't help but formed a small crystal, and with the power of the sneeze, it hit Jason's head. Hiss. The sudden thing made Jason gasp in pain, and he held his head and jumped. "Aw, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it." Eulilius was also shocked. She didn't expect that when she sneezed, the magic power condensed into a small crystal block. It just happened to hit Jason's head. Seeing this, Alka smiled. The others reacted and looked at Alka, asking, "So he didn't get luckier this time, but got more unlucky?" Alka nodded. "It seems so. After all, it's a coin. It's random. Lucky or unlucky. It's not up to me to decide." Xia Daidi narrowed his eyes and looked at him. "Really can't decide?" Hearing this, Alka smiled. "Yes. I can only decide a little bit. I can't change it completely. I can only roughly change the different probabilities of both parties. But even I can't be sure whether it is lucky or unlucky." "So you did it on purpose." "Damn it." Jason looked at Alka and cursed him fiercely. Alka just shrugged helplessly. "It can't be blamed on him. I don't know whether he is lucky or unlucky. You have to try it yourself. I have explained in advance that I didn't deliberately change his probability. It all depends on your own luck." Jason could only cover his head. Then Mathlisa spread out her palm. She had already mastered her treasure before. A slender bottle emerged from her hand. The bottle was painted with the scene of the sea rolling back. Above the tsunami, You can also see a four-armed naga calling the wind and rain. There are also lightning strikes on it. The color of the whole bottle is blue and lavender. This is the treasure related to water that they made. It can store water, and store it separately, so that the water inside will not mix with each other. And it can control water. As he said this, he waved his hand gently. A stream of water gushed out from the mouth of the bottle. But the water that gushed out was obviously much greater than the visual effect. Just gushing out, a small amount turned into a large water curtain, covering everyone. Chapter 419 Simon's Treasure. The water flow spun and turned into silk threads, began to be recycled, and was collected back into the bottle. Mathlisa said, but it can only control the water in the bottle. Not all water can be controlled. Although we haven't been to the sea yet, it should be able to calm the situation on the water surface. For example, if we encounter a tsunami or a whirlpool, we can suppress it with this treasure or use the water ball to give the ship a protective film. In short, this treasure is absolutely rare and very practical for them, who sail on the sea all year round. The two showed their treasures. Alka looked at Simon and said, "Now you can show me yours. You have been so secretive all the time." Simon's treasure was the most mysterious, because he constructed it all by himself and hid it. Looking at the expressions of the crowd, Simon smiled. Hee. I am very satisfied with this treasure. Then he walked directly to the open space in front. Everyone tacitly stepped back to leave enough space for him. It looks like he's going to give everyone a big one. Simon just posed on the spot and started dancing. The women in Shiadai frowned and couldn't understand for a moment. But watching this scene, Alka's eyes lit up, and he slapped Jason on the shoulder next to him. The slap was extremely loud, but Jason didn't care at all. They stared at each other with wide eyes, and thought of something through this weird posture, but inexplicably handsome action. "Oh! That's it!" Juanlu couldn't help but yelled. Several people stared at Simon's direction with wide eyes. Then Simon's fancy moves were completed, as if the ritual was successful, and he smiled wildly. "Transform!" Oh! Alka yelled excitedly. Simon in the center of the venue. Starting from his arms, layers of mechanical structures began to spread and fit on his body. Layers of mechanical structures were like soft metal attached to his body, wrapping him up completely. The eyes had a crystal-like structure, which looked very stylish. Streamlined lines and patterns spread across his body, like a close-fitting leather suit. Some structures that were unclear, but looked very cool also appeared on his body. "Is it cool?" Simon asked loudly. "Cool." Several people came over and circled around Simon, looking at the treasure on his body and appreciating it. Facing the high-spirited Alka and the others, Julia stood there with a frown on her face. I don't understand." "Yes." But some of the doll girls also thought it was very handsome, surrounding Simon and clinging to him. "So what is the function?" Xiaodaidi couldn't help asking beside him. Alka waved his hand. "No, the function is not important anymore." "No, on the contrary." Hearing Xiaodaidi's question, Simon seemed to have been waiting for a long time. He said impatiently, and then took a step back. "The function is very important." Hearing the excited voice, Alka and the others knew that he had hidden something new. "Hurry up and grab the puppet girls around and retreat, leaving space. Quick, start your performance." "Watch out," Simon said, and the magic began to work. Then the mechanical parts on his body began to extend dense mechanical structures. These mechanical structures formed something like a frame, wrapping him up. Then Simon was lifted up. The mechanical frame was assembled instantly, followed by the shell, and in just 1 or 2 seconds, a mechanical mecha as high as 4 or 5 meters stood in front of everyone. Simon's voice came from the mecha. "How is it? Is the function important or not?" "Is it important?" Alka and others were already full of envy. Alka had also seen that the function displayed by this treasure was the same as that displayed by the essence of divinity. It was very strong and tough. Simon did not choose this machine for its so-called appearance and handsome structure, but for its practicality in battle. He built a huge mecha, which retained its sturdiness. The huge size advantage, and the mechanical magic structure inside it will also bring him strong combat power. In addition, Simon's treasure index finger can bring more enhancement to this structure. It is equivalent to Simon using his own knowledge and ability to force the two treasures to have a degree of adaptability and be able to be combined together. It can only be described as perfect. The sound of mechanical operation came, along with a mechanical sound. This huge mecha walked back and forth in the library with heavy steps. There were mechanical operation sounds on the arms and shoulders, the window popped open, and the weapons were revealed. The fists can be constructed into drills and heavy iron fists, and there are long-range weapons on the back and shoulders. Basically, all the attack methods in the battle have been taken into consideration. Alka also saw that he had a power backpack on his back, which could allow the heavy mechanical body to move quickly in battle. After a careful look, Simon also collected the treasure. Everyone gathered in the center. "Are you ready to leave?" Xiaodai asked. Alka nodded. "I have spent a lot of time here. If you count the journey we have made. When we reach the trial island, our strength should be basically enough." Alka couldn't help but point to himself. "Maybe I have to suppress my strength a little bit, so as not to break through to the 5th stage. He smiled as he said this. Now Alka only has a dozen spirals left to reach the 4th stage of perfection. And the journey? They estimate that it will take about a year. In this nearly 1 year, Alka is completely likely to reach perfection. Maybe he will reach it earlier. When the time comes, he will need to suppress his strength a little, and also absorb the recent gains completely. Everyone nodded. It is indeed time to take action. Before leaving, all of them basically copied some books that could be copied in the library. Although the words written on special carriers such as stone tablets, crystals, and bark cannot be copied, the words in ordinary books can be copied. Alka left many images of books through the mirror, which were books that people had not read or wanted to read. After finishing, they came to the hall before. The crystal in the hall had long dissipated, and it became the same as it was when they first came here. The empty hall, the huge and lonely throne. Eululius just stared blankly. "It won't be long before we come here and take everything away. Don't think too much," Alka said, leading everyone to the edge, jumping towards the sea below. Soon, everyone landed precisely on the sound of dawn that had been waiting for a long time below. "Do we need to use any spell to hide this place again?" Jason asked, looking at the ruins of the building in the sky. Eululius shook his head. "No, this place has always been hidden." Alka patted the mast after hearing this. The sound of dawn began to move, pushing away the waves and heading into the distance. This journey was destined to take them a very long time. This was also the vastness of the endless ocean. The vastness of the endless ocean and the sparse population on it meant that they would not encounter any ships passing by in nearly a year. Under the starry sky at night, Alka jumped from the observation room to the deck. He was a little tired at this time. He could feel through the surrounding magic fluctuations that there seemed to be a huge magic spiral here before. Alka felt the 3 groups of spirals in his body. Each group of spirals has 27 spirals densely packed and tightly arranged. In other words, Alka has now officially reached the perfection of the 4th stage. As long as there is one more spiral, the 3 groups of 81 spirals will be compressed together and become a brand new group of spirals. And the extra one will allow Alka to break through to the 5th stage. However, Alka will temporarily give up meditation from today and stabilize his magic power first. Put more thoughts on other directions. It was not long after dark. Xiaodai looked at Alka, who jumped down. "Congratulations, you will be able to break through to the 5th stage soon." Alka waved his hand. "It's still early. How long will it take to reach the trial island?" "You have to pass the trial and get the treasure to break through to the 5th stage." Alka couldn't help but think back to 2 years ago. At that time, he had just taken revenge, and it was expected that he might have to stay on the trial island for a long time. The reality is that they need to go to the trial island more urgently. Not only Alka, Zidide, and others. Because of the previous treasure replenishment, each of them has multiple treasures. It has enhanced the efficiency of their meditation. It also leads to that their strengths are not much different from each other, at most 6 or 7 spirals. If in the past, 6 or 7 spirals would have been a huge gap. But at this stage, 6 or 7 spirals are really a very small gap. Even if they fight each other, it is not necessarily possible to see any big difference. The fastest one is Xiaodai. Xiaodai has only one less Holy Grail level treasure than Alka. Her enhanced meditation speed has allowed her to reach 72 spirals. She is only 9 spirals away from the 4th stage. The rest of them are hovering between 65-70. Basically, it can be said that all of them are about to break through to the 5th stage. After hearing Alka's words, Xiaodai made a simple calculation and said, "It may take about 12 months to arrive." "That's good. It's not far away." "How old am I?" Alka suddenly asked. Hearing this, Xiaodai turned around and looked at him with strange eyes. "Why do you suddenly ask this?" Alka smiled and said, "I just sighed a little bit. The sea voyage is really time-consuming. It seems that we have come to the boundless sea, and it seems that we haven't done anything yet. We just go back and forth between some islands, but it turns out that so much time has passed. Yes, Xiao said while looking at the sea at night. Have they lived together on the boat for so long? According to the time of the home sea, we may be 30 years old, Xiao suddenly said. Then he couldn't help but widen his eyes. Am I almost 30 years old? After all, in the infinite sea, time is chaotic. An average day and night is about 40 hours. It is more than 10 hours longer than the home sea, and they have spent nearly 10 years in the infinite sea. According to the days and nights here, even if it is not 10 years, it is probably more than 8 years. When they left the home sea and crossed the forward channel and arrived at the infinite sea, they seemed to be almost 20 years old. That means they may be over 30 years old now. Yeah, didn't expect it to be this long, Arka said, taking a step forward and hugging Xiao from behind, putting his chin on her shoulder and face to face with Xiao. Facing such close contact, Xiao didn't reject it. Even her cheeks were slightly hot, and she just leaned against the boat quietly. So annoying. So should I get off now? Jason looked at this scene under the night light, and couldn't help complaining with his arms around. Juanlu glanced at him from the side and said, You can go down and try. I don't think Alka needs to do anything. Xiao can beat you up. TSK. Hearing this, Jason blinked disdainfully. Although he looked disdainful, his feet stood there as if they were rooted, and he had no intention of going down. Suddenly he thought of something and said with a smile, What do you think will happen if I go to inform Lucilia at this time? Juanlu looked up at the stars in the sky and the bright moonlight. I think you can't see the scenes you want. You will only see a situation you can't accept. Just like last time. Sometimes I really admire Alka. How did this guy do it? Juanlu said with some confusion. He can even do it with Xiao. A hidden violent maniac. What can't he do? Jason complained slightly. The melodious sound of the strings spread across the sea at night. Along with the melodious sound of the strings, the sound of dawn also began to sing in rhythm. The soothing and lively rhythm seemed to convey a romantic poetry. Under the moonlight and the waves, Julia played with the sound of dawn at the bow. Xiao swayed her body, with a slightly red cheek. Let go, others have seen it. What are you afraid of? It's not the first or second time they've seen you. You have to get used to it. Alka smiled and kissed Alka's cheek. But she still let go of her arms. Xiao turned around and kissed Alka on the cheek, then walked towards the bow. Alka turned his head and looked at Jason and the other man above. His figure disappeared from the spot and appeared next to the two men. Does it look good? It's not good at all. You really don't care about anyone around you, Jason said as Alka bumped into him. Alka looked at Jason and suddenly asked with a smile, How long will it take you to reach the 5th stage? After hearing this, Jason thought for a while. It will probably take more than a year? Maybe not that long. Not sure. What about Eurylius? If she advances from the 4th stage to the 5th stage, will she need to sleep? After hearing Alka's question, Jason nodded. He had already done his homework, yes. According to the theory I saw in the library before, it is equivalent to Eurylius's transition from adolescence to youth, and of course she needs to sleep. According to the inference, she may fall asleep when she is close to perfection, and when she wakes up, it should be the time for me to advance to the 5th stage. After hearing this, Alka nodded, then showed a weird smile, and patted Jason. What are you laughing at? But seeing that Alka didn't want to answer, Jason rolled his eyes, and walked away. Alka put his hand on Juanlu's shoulder, watching Jason's back as he left. So what were you laughing at just now? Juanlu asked quietly beside him. He thought there must be something good. Of course, it shouldn't be good for Jason. I tell you, you can keep this in your heart. It will definitely be very interesting. What a pity, I have to wait a year to see it. As he said, Alka took out a mirror, and a book was reflected in the mirror. The Growth Journey of the Prismatic Dragon. This book was told to me by Lucilia when she was reading it before. The book above began to turn pages, and then turned to one of the pages. And what was written on this page was the performance that the crystal dragon could show at the stage of young dragons, as well as the body data and the abilities it possessed. Juanlu read it carefully. But it seems that there is nothing too strange, and he is a little confused. Have you finished reading it? I have finished reading it. What's wrong? I don't feel anything strange about it. Hearing Juanlu's puzzled voice, Alka smiled. Then I found this one. As he said that, the book on the mirror changed. Dragon and Warrior, Deep Link Contract. Then the book on the mirror flipped, and stopped on one of the pages. Juanlu looked at the words on it carefully. Finally, he seemed to see something. His eyes lit up, and his face showed the same weird smile as Alka's. Ha ha ha. The voice was full of weird vulgarity. When did you see it? Lucilia told me a few months ago. I did some research. Then I found this book. The girls must have known it before us. How is it? Is it interesting? Very interesting. I'm looking forward to it. What do you think Jason's expression will be? Whatever his expression is, just watch the show. I have prepared the mirror for recording pictures, and I will definitely keep that picture in the stone forever. Alka said, and took out a lens that looked like a card, and handed it to Juanlu. Give you one too. Chapter 420, Sparring. The island with a high tower appeared before them again. After many years, they once again returned to the place where they had greatly improved their strength, and had mastered various combat skills. The island of trial. The voice of Dawn slowly approached the island, and stopped at the broken port. Alka and others jumped off the boat. Looking at the ruins of the port in front of them, there was an inexplicable sense of familiarity. They had stayed here for more than half a year. Finally we were on the island. Jason couldn't help but say. They had been floating on the sea for nearly a year. Huh. The crystal dragon flew in the sky, landed next to Jason, and yawned. Are you about to fall asleep? Jason turned around and asked. Eurylius nodded. Their strength was almost close to the perfection of the fourth stage. If they increased a little bit more, Eurylius would most likely fall into a deep sleep, and would not wake up until they broke through to the fifth stage. Okay. Let's go in. Alka said, as he and the others passed through the ruins of the port, and came to the ruins of the town in the center. Welcome, everyone. We meet again. The floating triangle appeared in front of them the moment they stepped into the city. Long time no see. Hearing this, the triangle floated around the crowd and circled a few times. It's amazing. Your strength has improved so quickly. It's much shorter than I expected. The triangle couldn't help but say. Alka smiled. Come on, I'll take you there. The triangle said, leading Alka and the others through the ruins, and through the avenue to the tallest building on the entire island. It was a 9-story tower. I'll go first. As he said that, Alka stood on it directly. Ah! Such a speed instead surprised the triangle. Alka and the others had just landed on the island. Are they in such a hurry? The lights on the two sides of the platform lit up. Alka did not immediately start the clearance test, but went into training mode. Disappeared directly on the transmission platform. The triangle stayed in place. Xia Daddy came over and said with a smile, It's okay, the main reason is that his strength has been completely stuck at the perfection of the fourth stage for this trial. Hearing this, the triangle shook his body. I see. Then he turned to look at Xia Daddy and others. Are you also going to directly pass the trial this time? Xia Daddy and others nodded. They all thought so. That's right. Oh, that's great. This time, only Matt Lisa and Juanlu were the runners-up. But they were also able to enter the trial tower and seek the guidance of the instructors. After all, these were rare opportunities. Everyone built a simple camp around them. They had arranged the order before coming, and the last few followed the triangle directly to the intact building where they rested before. After all, the trial lasted almost a whole day, and before that, they were only the first few floors. This time, everyone may have to spend several days on the trial. There is no difference between the time inside and outside. Soon the night sky came. The black curtain covered the bright sky in an instant. From light to dark, it was just a moment. At this time, Alka had passed the level at a high speed and reached the 8th floor. Almost directly facing the crushing of strength in front, it did not cause too much trouble to Alka, or even obstacles. Seeing the huge stone door numbered 8 in front of him, Alka walked down and pushed it open with force. As he entered, the surrounding environment changed in an instant. It became a winding maze, and the corridor of the maze was only 23 meters long, which was extremely narrow. As Alka walked into the maze, the fog began to spread from his body, and spread through the corridor of the maze to the distance. The fog penetrated every corner and gap, and soon filled the entire floor completely. Through the pink fog, the entire topographic map of the entire maze was directly printed in Alka's mind. Alka only needed to draw a correct route in the map in his mind, just like drawing a maze when he was a child. Of course, everything is not that simple. As soon as he drew the route, Alka took a quick step forward and avoided the attack that suddenly appeared behind him. The entire attack was invisible and colorless, completely invisible. Only when the smoke was suddenly shaken, can you see something that seemed to be completely invisible. A layer of mirror shield suddenly appeared on Alka's body, and then the mirror made a cracking sound, and cracks began to spread from one point to the surroundings. Another invisible attack attacked Alka. Then these attacks disappeared. Alka frowned. Just after turning a corner, the attack came again. A bit annoying. After thinking for a while, the mirror world turned directly. Alka directly entered the mirror world, then the mirror world expanded to the limit. In this uninhabited world, Alka began to walk quietly along the planned route, and began to walk far away. And the existence of the attack from the outside world, I was already a little confused. They lost their target. When Alka came to the end of the mirror world, he once again turned over, and came to the outside world. At this time, he was almost at the exit. He was holding a coin in his hand. There were mirrors of all sizes floating around him, forming a spiral shield with no blind spots. Then, there was a click. An invisible object was hit. There was another click, and a mirror was broken. But none of this affected Alka, because he was already standing at the end of the maze. He looked at the door in front of him and pushed it open. Then he turned around and waved with a smile. He went out through the door and instantly came to the starting point. The door in front of him was numbered 9. He pushed the door open. The world changed again. But this time it was a huge circular training ground. In the center of the training ground, the long-lost instructor stood there again. He looked at Alka, who was coming towards him, and smiled. He looked at Alka, who was coming towards him, and couldn't help but said in amazement, "The speed at which your strength is improving is really unexpected. The strength of your divine power is almost reaching the stage of demigod. Why don't you just go through the test?" The instructor looked at Alka, and couldn't help asking. Hearing this, Alka smiled and said, "Of course. We have to make sure everything is safe." "Ha ha ha, interesting." The instructor smiled, and then a magic ball hit him directly. "Let's just have a fight." "That's just what I want," Alka replied, and then a large amount of fog swept the entire venue in an instant. And he himself was hidden in the fog. Looking at this situation, the instructor smiled. His eyes flickered slightly, and one magic bullet after another floated around him. These floating magic bullets are ready to attack at any time. The mercury-like mirror began to spread under his feet. Looking at the spreading mirror, the instructor first used the magic ball to hit it, and found that it had no effect, just like hitting it into the water. In addition to splashing water, there is no meaning. Using magic power to block it can only block it temporarily. He instantly understood that such an obstruction is just a waste of magic power. Just watching the mirror like water flow, completely covering the entire venue. Your ability to create a venue is really amazing now. There is absolutely no way to resist. The instructor couldn't help but say, as he looked at the situation around him. If he was really outside, he could still leave Alka's advantageous venue by staying away from this area. But now in this training ground, he obviously didn't have such ability. He could only bear the possible disadvantage. "Thank you for the compliment." Alka's voice suddenly came from one direction, and then a large number of magic bullets hit the direction where the voice came from and the surrounding area. The sound was almost like breaking through the air, and it brought extreme speed, pushing away a large amount of fog in an instant. But there was no one in the place where the magic bullet attacked. "It seems that my fog is very effective in concealing me. You can't find me." Alka has tried the effect of fog many times, and the concealment effect is almost top level. At least it is difficult for people of the same level, or even one level higher than him, to find out where he is in the fog. As for the object he used for the experiment, it was naturally the devouring mouth of the demon he had fought with. Seeing that the instructor in front of him was from the Golden Age, it was still difficult to lock his exact position through the pink mist. Alka felt relieved. "Don't worry that your pink mist is not high enough, after all. You are the king of dreams. Twisting the surrounding environment towards dreams is indeed difficult to detect. Unless I also understand or even have the means of dreams, it is difficult to see. But I believe that if there are really means related to dreams, it will be more difficult to be your enemy, isn't it?" Alka nodded. "However, if you want to break the fog, it is actually very simple. You only need a large-scale compulsory scanning method. Among them, only Xia Deity has such ability. Through complete lightwave scanning, spreading outward crazily. Unless Alka has no entity, or sneaks into the world in the mirror at the moment when the spectrum is transmitted, he will definitely be scanned. Seeing that it is really difficult to find Alka's specific location, the instructor closed his eyes and used his mind's eye. After using the mind's eye, he started to walk in the fog with his eyes closed, and more magic bullets were floating around. Suddenly, the magic bullets hit a certain direction, as if they had a target. A large number of magic bullets poured out instantly. Mirrors appeared in front of Alka one after another, and these mirrors were smashed and pierced by the magic bullets one by one. The mirrors shattered with a crackling sound and turned into a sky full of brilliance. At least all the attacks were blocked. The shattering of the mirror did not make Alka feel sad at all. He now did not spend much magic power to create such a strong mirror that could defend against attacks. Your mind is too strong, isn't it? This doesn't seem like an ability that you should have at this stage, Alka said directly. When facing an extraordinary player, of course you have to use extraordinary means. The instructor admitted without any reservation. It is true that he used an ability that he shouldn't have at this stage. You should know that Alka, whether in dreams or on the deck, is often fighting and training with Pororo and Zayadai. Both of them can be regarded as talented players in the skill of mind. Since I learned it, it is still not enough to accurately observe his position in the fog. Unless Alka reveals a big flaw, or his actions are extremely exaggerated. A large amount of magic power surged out again. But this time, the instructor was stunned. The magic bullet also floated around him, missing the target. Because even his mind's eye, it also missed Alka's position. Alka disappeared from his detection range, but did not appear outside the pink fog. The figure disappeared completely. You really surprised me. At this time, Alka has walked into the world in the mirror, and it is not just the world in the mirror. It is equivalent to the interlayer in the mirror. He came to the instructor's side in the mirror world. Of course, he cannot attack the instructor at this time. The instructor will not be a threat to him unless he has the means to break the space. Although the two stand together, they are separated by two worlds. This mirror world comes from Alka's control over the heart of Vasva after he gradually becomes stronger. After all, the heart of Vasva is a scepter-level space treasure. Although its greatest ability is to have a space that is like a small world, it is undeniable that space-related functions are still within its scope. This is the skill that Alka constructed through the mirror and space-related abilities. In the mirror world that will not be attacked, it is also possible to observe the situation outside, which is equivalent to another complete degree of invisibility. The instructor just closed his eyes. The power of the mind's eye expanded again. It seems that when facing you, I have to use more unconventional power. Alka in the mirror immediately stepped back, because he felt that vague feeling. After all, the world in the mirror was controlled by him, and he could feel that the power of the mind's eye even penetrated the space. Is this ability so outrageous? Alka couldn't help but said in surprise. Is the power of this mind's eye a little too outrageous? It seems that more time must be spent on such skills. The instructor outside finally found Alka's position. Awesome, really awesome. I couldn't help but praise him. You actually hid in the mezzanine space. This is completely beyond your ability at this stage. Come out. The power I used is completely beyond my current power. I have already lost. However, Alka did not come out. Instead, he said, why don't you use the power beyond your level? Try it. At least let me see it, and let me have all. Ha ha, okay, the instructor said loudly. Then he suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes penetrated the fog, and aimed at Alka's location through the interlayer. Alka, who was clearly in the interlayer of space, felt that he was completely locked, and the heavy pressure instantly imprisoned him in place. The space was instantly broken, and Alka disappeared in place. When he disappeared, the instructor's hand even penetrated the space directly, and entered the interlayer. If Alka was even half a second slower, he might be caught on the spot. At this moment, Alka appeared in the outside world in an instant. The line surrounded by pink mist attacked the instructor, but it was meaningless, and it could not even cause him the slightest obstacle. The instructor penetrated the space, and came out again, and appeared directly in front of Alka, and grabbed him with one hand. A fake body in the dream? He became the first person to recognize the existence of Alka's fake body the moment he touched it. But he stopped the moment he touched it. How is it? Do you feel off for the strong? Alka nodded, and took back the mist that spread over. Great. Is it so easy to penetrate space? So what level of strength did you use? The instructor pointed at himself. This level of mind and eyes, let me calculate. It is equivalent to the 7th stage of the outside world. Of course, I still have a little talent in the ability of mind and eyes. Normal practice of mind and eyes can reach the 7th stage of perfection, or even the 8th stage to reach my level. Unless it is a god-level shield, otherwise, it will be seen by my mind and eyes. As he said, he pointed at Alka. Sometimes you have to admit some walls of talent, so if you want to practice to this level of mind and eyes like mine, at least get to the 8th stage. But your female companion is more gifted in this mind than I am. Alka nodded. Can the shielding effect used by the gods themselves avoid such a mind? What a powerful ability. What about the strength used? You are unlucky. I actually only used less than the 6th stage of strength. It is mainly because my nature is to attack space. I can disturb the fluctuations of space, penetrate the barriers of space, and even use brute force to shuttle freely in space. Wait, you said you used brute force? Yes, don't think I am using skills, my strength comes from brute force. I don't understand at all. Using brute force to break the space. But Alka didn't feel the shadow of brute force at all.